You can just go to bed and probably
Yeah.
buy another account and come back and do it again. Don't waste your...
Yeah, don't waste my time, man. I enjoy doing this stuff. This is what I do.
You know you're just wasting your time.
No, this is what I do. This is what I do as a job. I do this as a job. I catch stinky cheaters. I'm an admin.
Oh, my bad, bro.
These guys are little stinky cheaters.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's loot in the water, man.
Oh, my bad.
In the water here somewhere.
It's a loot, it's loot.
Yeah, it's there somewhere.
Alright, good night.
Good night, sweetheart. I miss you already. You boys lagging? I'm just using your, why do you leave? I've lagged this cheater out, I'm just gonna leave him in the air. Enjoy the server, boys. Always F7 report. Bye-bye. Alright. Now, I wasn't recording the bit that just happened, but I basically downed this guy and took his and, he was fairly upset. Now, I am just gonna follow him because I reckon he's going to get into a group. And he's made a clan and he's made a team. So you can get to go to anybody. Now, I wasn't expecting him to pop off like he did, but he was carrying on like, oh, cash out. Because his teammate is also a cheater as well.
I want to thank people for leaving me alone. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you're here or not, but I'm just going to say it. Thank you for leaving me alone. That's all I really wanted from you. I don't go fuck with you every day voluntarily. Please don't go fuck with me every day voluntarily, and we're good. We're gold. I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for 3 days of peace. Or maybe you went to jail. I don't know. I mean, I sicked them. So I don't know. Maybe you're in jail, and if you are, you can't hear me. I mean, I don't know. If you're in jail and you ever see this, I'm sorry. I mean, I don't know. You know? And if you're not, well, thank you for leaving me alone, you know? And I'm sorry I sicked the cops on you, you know? I mean, you threatened my family, and I feel bad. And I shouldn't feel bad, but I do. And I'm sorry, you know? You're lagging, mate. You're lagging, mate. I don't like acting like a crying little pussy. I really don't. But I have some sympathy to this. What does the customer do? If Blizzard was to kill my account, I wouldn't kill myself, but I definitely probably want to blow up their buildings. I really value that. I value my Blizzard account, not because of the games or what they provided me, but because how much work I put into it. I put into it. Not them, me. You know? And I have some sympathy. I have some sympathy for this, you know? I do have some sympathy for this. Some tears do roll down my cheek. Blizzard left China. Can you imagine the... Can you imagine the... Wow. WoW shut down in China. Jesus Christ, man. I don't know. I don't know why. I mean, I know why. It's this, like I said on the stream before, unfortunately, like 60% of the world's hacking. And that's the percentage I went and dug up off Google. Like 60% of the world's hacking comes straight out of Hong Kong. Blizzard can't handle that, and I can't really either. So I don't know. That's a tough nut to crack, guys. I'm sympathetic to this thing about I cried all night. Millions of Chinese lose access to World of Warcraft and other hit games. I have some sympathy for that. I'm sorry. You guys didn't harm us. You know, it's sad that you're losing your accounts, but your country kind of is like half of the world's hacking. Somebody should do something, unfortunately. It's like when you go in the ghetto, every single time you go in the ghetto, somebody robs you. Do you like, do you keep going to the ghetto? No. It's like that, you know. So you can see what Bobby's thinking with it. It's unfortunate, you know.
Figure out how to share this.
I always suspected that deep at the core of Bethesda and Blizzard and Activision and EA and all the giant cantankerous bastards, right? At the core of them, uh, they're kind of rich, white, privileged, racist wasp. And I'm not going to make an accusation like that because I think it's unfounded. Well, is it unfounded, though? Because I think Blizzard does hate China just as much as Trump does. What if we were to ban Blizzard out of Mexico? It's just kind of crazy. It's like that sort of shit. Like you can see the white people who are rich and are racist and scary and deep state and stuff, who are billionaires, are definitely pulling out of things that they just don't like. Like we don't like them, but we put up with them. But they don't like other people. They don't put up with other people. It's intolerance, right? So Blizzard just straight cuts ties with China, an entire fucking country. Like, it's not racist, but it seems like it to me. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't believe it's racist. I think it's a business decision. I'll be fair to them, I guess. The fair shake would be, yeah, we can obviously see this is $1 billion bottom line for you guys, and you're obviously money grubbers, and that you care about this, and you feed your kids off this, and I don't blame you for making a business decision. But boy, it comes across as racist against the entire country of China, though. Are you guys aware of the fucking optics? And on top of it, like I guarantee probably, no, I don't know, probably like 40% of the Blizzard community in China uses hacks, you know, I would say. But the other 60 doesn't, and that sucks. I mean, those are the statistics. I looked them up the other day. So, I mean, you know, but the other 60 doesn't. What about those 60 people who are just good people who go to work every day and they feed their kids and they take care of people and all they want to do is play their rogue? That's all. I have some sympathy to that. I mean, I don't know if it's much of a barrier, because I believe you can just VPN spoof right to BNet. I think it's the honest people who do, or, sorry, like VPN, yeah, like I think you can VPN spoof directly to BNet. I don't believe this is much of an issue for the people who are honest, which is probably why Blizzard did this. They're like, Blizzard's like, all right, fine, like, I'm sorry, but your country's full of hackers that really cause us bad data breaches all the time, like PlayStation Network and Blizzard and, you know, EA and all these other people, and they're just sick of it. They're sick of the billions of dollars of damages it costs. And they're sick of having to ban people, and they're sick of having, like, most of the world's problems come out of there in terms of hacking and all that. So they just ban. They're like, we're done with China. See you, NetEase. And NetEase is fucking furious because they're like, work with us. We'll find some solution. And Blizzard's like, nah, man, like, the amount of damage and shit this has cost. I can see them in the boardroom talking like rich white people, but you can see it. Like, you know, like you can see them. They're like, look, this is a business decision. We love you. We've known you for 15 years. We've eaten at your house, and we've met your kids and stuff. You're friends of ours. We love you.
Your skill has increased.
But we can't reconcile this one. We run a fucking live service, and 60% of your country, like 60% of the world's hacking comes directly out of your country, and you heard us. Sooner or later, we're going to have to cut you off. Like you can see it in the meetings when they warned the Chinese. They're like, look, it's coming. We're going to cut you off if you don't figure out some way to fix it on your side. And NetEase is like, how is that our problem? We don't have $10 billion to go fucking like fix the, you know, the infrastructure thing with hacking, you know, or to prevent it from happening, or preventing BNet from being fucking DDoSed every single day since BNet got launched and all that shit. We don't know what to do about that. It's not our problem, and it's not NetEase's problem, and it's not the World of Warcraft players who are legitimate and honest, and it's not the Diablo players or anybody else who's legitimate and honest. It's the fact that, like, the bad eggs have poisoned the well, and they drew the line in the fucking sand. I never suspected they would, because the optics come across as racist. But I don't think it has anything to do with fucking racism. I don't think BNet or Bobby Kotick or anybody else gives a living shit what the color of the skin is of people who work at NetEase. I guarantee it. They just care about money, and they keep probably hitting NetEase with the bottom fucking line, which really pissed off NetEase. But I mean, I don't know what you would do about that. You can't do anything about that. Blizzard steps and... You know, Blizzard steps and warns them for years. Like, look, we're eventually, our lawyers have told us we have to warn you. We may sever ties and sever contracts with you if you don't do something about the amount of DDoS that comes out of China every single day against just the BNet servers, and Activision servers, because that's what we're dealing with, and we deal with it. We're sick of being victims of Chinese hackers. So you deal with it on your fucking end, choke them on your side so they can't reach us and shit, or whatever it is, and of course NetEase is like, what do you think we are, fucking Symantec or some shit, or whatever, some fucking fake bullshit like internet privacy scam, you know what I'm saying, trying to protect you from viruses and shit. That's not our job. And BNet goes, yeah, it's unfortunate, you know, BNet sits there, you notice how it sounds like Skynet. BNet sits there, you know, all the world's corporate elite and stuff. BNet sits there, they're represented by Bobby Kotick and Donald Trump and all the billionaire, you know, weird, like, you know, have sex with children, shake hands with Jeffrey guys. And they're all sitting there, and BNet's talking to NetEase, and NetEase is like, Jesus Christ, how is this our problem? It's not our fault that you know, they're like, look, NetEase gets hacked by American hackers all the time. Do we ban Blizzard? Blizzard's like, fair point. But the problem is, you cost us trillions of dollars, or whatever. You cost us billions of dollars. That's, you know, that's the bottom line. Oh, I'm full. Fuck, get out. God damn it. Get out. Oh, did I lose my rig? No, I don't think so. Oh, good, okay. Alright, let's get out of here. You know, and you can see how all of it's like tragic, and the only people who win are the billionaires, and as usual, the fucking consumer gets shafted up the fucking rear end.
Until you get to the point where there are people...
Oh, and on top of it, they fired Mr. Fuck Your Ranking System bullshit that where the people just worry about satisfying that instead of doing their jobs, right? And he was like, fuck this, like, look, either fucking get rid of the fucking system or I'm done. And they were like, and this is like
Your inventory is full.
this is one of the more, you know, this is a co-lead. This guy, this was big news. I stepped to my friend and I was like, "What's your opinion on this?" And we decided that it was clickbait. That the main problem with it was that they kept using the words main developer of WoW Classic, but what it was a co-lead. And a co-lead for WoW Classic left like 2 days ago. It said, "Fuck you, Blizzard," and that's not a good sign either. We've heard a lot of stuff out of Blizzard and Activision lately that's just not.
Your inventory is full.
Jesus Christ, shut up. What's the closest vendor? It's like, yeah, right there. I think. Yeah. So, and all this doesn't. It's not a good look. Like, it seems like you guys are putting money over people. I mean, that's the bottom line. Like, they put money over this guy. This guy was like, "Look, I'm a WoW Classic co-lead. You know, Classic's gonna take a huge hit if I boycott you and I say fuck you." The system that keeps people who are fucking deadbeats at working at Blizzard, keeps them in the system, and they stay at work and they keep working because they just worry about satisfying the system instead of doing their fucking jobs. And then the actual hard-working people here who keep Blizzard alive and keep WoW Classic alive and all this stuff, like we protest this, and I say fuck you, I'll leave this place and leave Classic to fucking drown. You know, you'll have to replace me with somebody that you just don't have anybody who has that kind of experience and shit. I'll just fucking straight leave if you don't fix it, and they didn't. And then they fucking fired him. They're like, you can't, and this, you can see, the lawyers tell Bobby Kotick, "Look, you can't be fucking blackmailed. You can't be forced by one single fucking employee. That's just not a, like, the law, I know how this works. Lawyers step to Bobby Kotick, and they say, "Look, this guy is trying to blackmail you about something that, you know, easily should be changed, but it doesn't matter what the fucking policy is. He's an employee. He needs to kowtow to the fucking line, and he absolutely cannot blackmail you in the press or bribe you or whatever you want to call it, coerce you to do something he wants. You absolutely cannot show him that. That means that he's Bobby Kotick and you're his bitch," right? And so they're like, "Fire the motherfucker." But, and again, Blizzard's optics, they're so bad now. They're like, imagery is so bad now. This isn't any better. You know, this is not any better. It's really not any better. So they fire the fucking guy, which is also fucking worse. That's worse. Let his ass quit when you don't give him what he wants. But they're so fucking mad that he even bothered to try to fucking change them or sway the whole billion-dollar company by himself or make a line in the sand or die on the fucking hill. They're so pissed at him. So they just terminate him and burn him in the fucking industry. Which is not how, that's just not how you treat software developers. These are not cocaine dealers in Cuba or Miami or something like that, or whatever. You know, like, this is not the cartel. You don't go burn your lieutenant and have him shot in the fucking head when he doesn't agree with how you sell drugs to kids at the, you know, down at the schoolyard and shit like that. You don't fucking shoot him in the head like the cartel and fucking make him an example for all the other bitch cartels to look at. You just let his ass go. Be like, "All right, fine, you don't work here anymore." I mean, I guess that is kind of firing him, but you don't say you're fired, though. You just say, "Look, I'm not going to give you what you want, so you may as well just quit. I'm not going to fire you because we like you." That would have been a much better fucking Blizzard response. But obviously, they don't like him. They don't like him. They don't like him. They fired him. They were like, "You can't fucking blackmail us. You're not Blizzard. You're not Bobby. You can't tell us what to fucking do." And I actually don't really, like, think that that's very much... I'm very surprised he made the fucking ultimatum. Very surprised. You know? Very fucking surprised he made the ultimatum, because I was like, you know what they're gonna fucking do? They're gonna fucking fire you. You know they're gonna fucking fire you. They're gonna fucking fire you. You cannot blackmail a billion-dollar fucking company. But see, he was like, "Look, I don't want to work here anyways." And now, on top of it, right, he's a fucking genius, I would say, because there's I guess the video game industry is being, like, there's a line being drawn down through it with like the woke people who just want to feed their kids and view it as a job and a passion and a life story and all this stuff. And then there's like the right-wing, rich, white, WASP motherfuckers like Bobby Kotick, live in Bobby's world realities, and all this shit, and raping the interns, and getting them to commit suicide, and cubicle crawling, and stealing breast milk, and all this stuff. And then there's that side of it, all the weird QAnon crazies who steal breast milk and talk bullshit about bullshit all the fucking time. Proud Boys, basically, you know what I'm saying? Like, pretty much, basically. They don't bear arms and shit like the Proud Boys, but they're proud, rich, white people who name their companies after, like, religious communities like Bethesda. You know what I'm saying? And so it begins to show, and you can see this guy, he drew the line in the sand. He was like, look, you can tell his lawyer probably warned him about this too, because he obviously makes millions of dollars. So his lawyer probably, like, you know, advised him. He was like, look, you can get fired or get quit from this company, but I suggest you get fired. On this guy's side, it's hilarious. His lawyer probably recommended that he draw the ultimatum and make the line in the sand, because anybody who gets fired from Blizzard in 2023 for stuff like this will be able to go on and salvage a career at some other place that isn't rich, white waspy Trumper fucking right-wing assholes who want to see this country and this world burn, and everything's a dollar, and everything's like sussed out by the dollar and all this stupid shit, as if we didn't have hearts and minds and stuff like that. And, like, you know, and yeah, and that's the line. And so this guy, he took the woke stance and fucking left. He was like, look, the treatment's goddamn fucking shitty. I will not kowtow to a fucking line where the people underneath me just worry about keeping their jobs instead of actually doing what is needed to make a beautiful game, which is passion. They just worry about meeting the bottom line so that they don't get fucking fired, and then they phone in everything else, and they just worry about the grading system. As long as they worry about the grading system, they'll keep their fucking job, and that's a very bad system. And you know how that works. When you're scared of losing your fucking job, you only do what you have to keep the job. That's it. You don't worry about the passion for the job or any of that other stuff. If you're scared of losing your fucking job, you just do whatever you have to do to keep the job, right? And so he took the right way out. He took the right way out, which the lawyers probably advised him, not just one lawyer, but a whole bunch of lawyers for this classic co-lead guy, I forget his name, probably advised him to actually draw the line in the sand, and that he'll find better work at another better company someplace else in the world, maybe a little bit less money, but definitely somebody who will treat like him with respect, and the fact that people like this, people who get to all the way to the co-leads of stuff like WoW Classic, they're workaholics. They work 80, 100-hour weeks. They sleep at the office. They have their wife come to the office and bring the kids and shit like that for like 4 years on end. To them, they're like in a prison. It's like Guantanamo Bay, basically. They bring him 3 meals, and they get him blowjobs and shit. Whatever it takes to keep him working fucking 24/7, 80-hour weeks, crunch time, WoW Classic, you know, Wrath of Lich King and all this stuff. And it's just a crazy fucking lifestyle to be disrespected at all. And when they put him in a nightmare campaign of like everybody underneath him is only worried about keeping their jobs, so they only ever worry about the grading system and not what he's trying to do, which is make Classic a fucking thing that people remember for 100 years. And so he draws a line in the sand as per the lawyer's orders. He gets fucking fired by Blizzard, which is what he wanted, and then he steps to any company in the world and says the greatest thing that you can say in video game development right now today, as of January or whatever, yeah, January fucking 2022, about to be February and shit, right? Like in one day, you say to a good company such as, I don't know, what's a good company? I can't think of one. You know, but you go say
Your skill has increased.
to some other company you believe in, like Mojang or something like that, right? Like he goes to Mojang and he's like, I've always liked Minecraft, and I've heard that you guys are really nice to your employees, and you know, do shit like you know, cubicle crawling and all this shit. And they're like, oh yeah, did you quit Blizzard? Did you quit Blizzard over the grading system? And he's like, yeah, and here's my resume. And they're like, shit, I don't care about the resume. You're hired. Anybody who cares enough about their company to wake them up about their own bullshit fucking employee Nazi tactics straight out of Gestapo fucking Germany, created by Hitler. That Bobby Hoddix, like, using Hitler tactics, by the way. You know where that shit comes from. Hitler never told his aides or anybody who followed him around what one hand was doing, you know, what both hands were doing, and he never ever told them what to do. He just saw what they did voluntarily, and he would curb some people, and he would just let other people go, and he liked the madness, he liked the crazy, and he let them be themselves, and he you know, and if they didn't do exactly what he wanted, he would have them removed. But basically, you know, it's kind of like that. Like, that's that Bobby Kotick thing where it's like grading, right? And then he also had other lieutenants like grade the entire SS party and all this shit. And if they were found wanting, they were just removed. You know, and then on top of it, there was like the Night of the Long Knives. That's where that's where that Bobby Kotick shit comes from. I'm not kidding. I'm not trying to draw some correlation between Hitler and Bobby Kotick. I just know where the scare tactics come from. I've seen them before. Out of the 50 different fucking World War II documentaries I've seen the scare tactics Blizzard's using right now, and they were like, and so the lawyers who are not as good as this guy's lawyer, guarantee it, because the Blizzard lawyers sit around and suck each other's dick and collect $10 million a year, right? And do nothing except, like, you know, protect themselves with NDAs and shit like that. They don't really do anything except write NDAs all day. So they give Bobby Kotick some bad advice, which is like, go ahead and fire the fucking guy because, you know, fuck it, you can't be extorted. And they're right. And they're right, too. The funniest part is this guy gets lucky because he was able to just count on their greed, their avarice, and their pride to get him to fire him. And anybody who gets fired by Blizzard in 2023, who's a co-developer on WoW fucking Classic, can pretty much step to name the company. They're going to take you, and they're going to rip off the resume, and they're going to be like, didn't you leave Blizzard? Didn't you leave Blizzard at the end of fucking January and shit? And he's like, yeah, man, they wouldn't let me fire these shitheads who were hanging around and just satisfying the grading system instead of making the game that I needed, that I wanted, that I worked on all my life. So I just fucking told Bobby I'm fucking leaving if I don't fucking like get some fucking like slack on this shit. And he was like, nah, you're fired. You can't fucking blackmail me, or, you know, extort me. And then he just gets a free ticket to go to any job he wants, basically. And I think people look at this really badly for him, you know, you know, they're sympathetic to him, but I think he actually came out on top, and we'll see about this particular situation. That's all I have to say about this. Like, we know this about humans. It's a psychological thing. When you live in fear, you only do whatever it is to end the situation that's making you afraid. You don't try to do a good job. You don't do anything that has anything to do with, like, being productive. You just satisfy whatever fucking thing is needed to keep you in the paint and make it sure that your kids eat and that you have a livelihood and shit. Trust me, these people care a lot. They care a lot about this, right? So, like, trust me, when it becomes like that, you like, at that point, you know, and on top of it, like they were financially fucking docking people's salaries due to their bad performance at a company that, you know, in the last year was stealing breast milk and getting women to kill themselves. Or can you blame them that their fucking, you know, their zeal might be gone? Can you blame them that the passion might be dead a little bit after they heard that you were raping the interns and shit like that? Not raping, but I mean, you know, getting them to kill themselves. I wish I was kidding. You know, etc. What do you want? Would you prefer that the girl was raped, or would you prefer that she was killed? And I don't prefer either. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, there is a difference between the two. There is one that's better and stuff. And he did worse. He didn't rape her. He got her to kill herself. That's worse. I'm not saying either is good or that one's better. That's not the statement I'm making here. I'm saying they're both the worst horrible shit that I can basically fucking imagine. You know, of the 5 things in the world that I can think of that are the most horrible things ever, he did one of them to somebody else. You know what I'm saying? And that's not too good. I don't know why that man's still the head of the company. You know, but we all know why. NDAs and billions of dollars and paying off the victims. You know, like Trump.
They've never done that before.
Take the hint from Trump. Trump taught him how to do that. Trump taught me.
It was a good one.
NDAs, you know, with Stormy Daniels, you know, NDAs. Who cares who I get to kill themselves? As long as I sign an NDA, it's fine.
Showcasing
Yeah, Forza 5 was great. Loved it. I didn't play it a lot, you know, maybe 4 hours, but great game. No problem.
Team Green to
Hey, a new game maybe, finally, a new game to play for a little bit, like a day. There's another game, probably comes out today. I'll probably play that. That's 2 games, yay! 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 Something other than FFXI fishing and Black Mage leveling, yay! Probably beat both of them in 2 days or something, we'll see.
Semi-open world.
I'm gonna have to reformat my computer because my Xbox Game Pass won't launch, and that's pretty fun. Let me tell you, I have to do 3 hours of work just to get a fucking Xbox Game Pass to fucking work on Microsoft Windows. Microsoft totally deserves all that money. Absolutely. I so think they do. Let me tell you. Can't get Game Pass to run on a Microsoft PC. What a sad state. A fucking piece of shit Microsoft has turned into. Fucking cash grabbing, worthless piece of shit. I hope they do crash and burn. Fuck Bill Gates, fuck Microsoft, and fuck anybody with them. You know what I'm saying now? Fuck Xbox, fuck all that shit. Fuck goddamn cash grab. Can't even launch fucking Game Pass without reformatting your computer. And that's directly from Microsoft. They were like, yeah, you'll have to reformat. We can't get Game Pass to work half the time. I was like, really? And they were like, yeah. I was like, oh. And that was after I, God damn it, why did I do that? Why did I walk back the other way? It's so stupid. And after that, and on top of that, I erased registry settings. I uninstalled and reinstalled 10 times. I cleared the cache. I cleared the app in the store. I restarted 5 times. I went looking through registry strings. I went messing with it. I tried it on like every other device and all this stuff. And I was like, okay, yeah. So then I contacted Microsoft, and they were like, yeah, unfortunately, you're gonna need to reset your PC. We don't know what causes this. And I was like, wow, that's not the Microsoft I grew up with. Also, on top of that, here we go, right? Like, so last year I had to contact them, not last year, but 2 years ago I had to contact them because it turns out that don't ever buy a PC on Amazon from China. They sent me this piece of shit HP Pavilion desktop thingy for $350. It was an i9 with, like 8 gigs of RAM and, et cetera, and a crappy 1650 card in it. And when I kept getting this problem where like the registry string passed to all of my files and all of my X's could not be like registered in user account control. Even after I reformatted, I couldn't get it to go, and so I couldn't delete files or anything like that. I couldn't send a file to the recycle bin because I did not have administration permission to do so. After five fucking full blown like C wipes, I couldn't get fucking permission to delete any files. And I was like, this is the craziest problem I've ever come up with in all of PC hood. So I finally called Microsoft, and this is the first time I ever called Microsoft. That was 2 years ago. And so they sit there for a while, and they come in, and they have me remote desktop them, and I watch him fuck around for 45 minutes and bash his head against it like I did. And he was like, what is going on? I've never seen anything like this. So I explained to him how I reformatted 5 times and what the permission of the thing was, what UAC was doing and such, and all of the weird command line things I had done to fix it, all the fucking remote stuff, the reformatting and all this stuff. And he sits there with me and stuff, and we talk, and we end up talking about our lives with each other and shit for like half an hour and stuff, because we have this problem that neither one of us can solve, and that's never happened before for either of us. And he says this funny thing to me. He was like, you know more about Microsoft than, you know more about Windows than 99% of the people who work here, who answer the phone calls that come in. And I was like, no shot. And I wish I was making this up. And he was like, no, you should apply here. You are far more skilled in Windows than anybody working in this call center. He was like, you're more skilled than me. I was like, really? I thought I didn't know shit about Windows. And he was like, no, you know a lot more about how Windows works than even I do. And I was like, Jesus Christ. That was from a Microsoft tech. And I was like, oh no, that's not too good when the phone support guy's telling you that you know more about Windows than he does. And then he was like, you know what I think this is? And I was like, I think it's a fucking Trojan, but I showed him I was like, look at this, dude. And I sent him a picture of the back of my computer and the front of my computer because I'd taken it before I even called him, because I figured they would tell me that I had a USB drive with a Trojan on it, right? And I was like, look at this. I have no USB in my device except for my keyboard and the mouse is wireless Bluetooth. And he was like, yeah, it's so weird. I would have told you to check for a Trojan on a fucking thumb drive because it really appears that you have a nasty, nasty, nasty Trojan. And I was like, yeah. And we talked about it. And he was like, you know what? Open your computer. I solved it. I was like, you know what's weird? I told him, I was like, it could be on my D drive. And he was like, no, it won't be on your D drive if you reformatted the registry. No, I'm sorry, the registry no longer has a hook on the virus, and it could reinstall itself, but we don't see that of late. Viruses don't reinstall themselves anymore because the kind of registry hook it takes, like Microsoft's good at stopping. And he was like, yeah, let me see your D drive. And I was like, okay. I opened the D drive and shit, and it looked fine. He had me sort through all the files, and he went through all the files and shit. He was like, I don't see what it is. And I was like, I don't either. And he was like, I shouldn't even hang up this phone call until I help you. And I was like, yeah. And he was like, you know what my turnaround's supposed to be? It's like 10 minutes. We've been on this phone call for 2 hours. And I was like, I don't know what to do, dude. You gotta help me. I can't erase any files. It's that bad. And we finally sussed out what it was. And he ran a diagnostic that they had, and he found it by luck. And we kept thinking the D drive. and it turns out that China had sent me a fucking computer with a fucking Trojan for a D drive that was just reinstalling the nastiest Trojan I had ever seen off of my fucking D drive in a hidden fucking partition. Not my D drive, excuse me. It was a hidden partition. And so we went to go look for that finally, and he should have done that first. And he was like, you know what? Whenever I come across this again, he's like, I've heard this question before, but we always solved it with a troubleshooter. And he was like, and so I didn't know what I was seeing. And he was like, yeah, you may have actually detected a really nasty fucking way that they do this. And I was like, yeah, I might have. And he was like, yep, and we found it finally. He was like, here, look at this. And he had me he downloaded something like from Microsoft. And we ran a thing to detect partitions that were hidden. And we found it. Turns out there was like a fucking 13 gig fucking partition. There was an E drive that we couldn't see, that Microsoft couldn't see, that the Windows couldn't see, that China had put on that computer in some kind of fucking like hard code, or probably more like hardwired fucking like partition on that in that computer. And he was like, where did you get this computer? And I was like, Amazon. And he was like, no shot. And I was like, yes shot. Like, I got this on Amazon. I showed him the file. I was like, here, look. Look here, I'll just go to Google and I'll go to Amazon right now and look at my orders. You can see it. And I pulled the side and I was like, look, don't look at my name. And he was like, trust me, I'm not looking at your information. I'll get fired and all this stuff. I was like, and then we come through and we take a look, right? And sure enough, yeah, like, man, they had sent me a computer with a hardwired, like, hidden partition with a nasty, nasty fucking permission virus that had erased all the permissions over and over and over again every time I fucking reformatted. And the lesson is, yeah, maybe you should buy Dell fucking, Alienwares, because you're not going to get that with Dell Alienwares. They'll lose their company. Don't ever buy a fucking piece of shit $400 i9 from fucking Amazon thinking, ooh, I'll just play Final Fantasy 11 for cheap or whatever. Don't ever do that. Don't ever do that. I learned the fucking hard way. And he was like, yeah, get your money back from fucking Amazon. So I tried to, but the computer was 1.5 years old, and they were like, look, I'm sorry that we sold you this fucking thing, and we're gonna be very nice about this and stuff. And they were like, we're gonna hook you with a discount on something you want to buy, and we're gonna be nice about returns and stuff like that. But they're like, we can't give you any money for this computer. You had it for too long. 1.5 years is way too long. We don't know if you're the one who put the virus on it. And I was like, here's the Microsoft accountant's fucking help article number or whatever it was, is his help reference number. And I was like, here's you can, like, the Microsoft tech was like, look, you can have them contact me if they need confirmation and shit, although I doubt they'll do it. They wouldn't either. They're like, no, we're not contacting Microsoft and wasting time trying to figure out if what you're saying is true or not. We're just not going to give you the refund. I'm terribly sorry, but we understand that this did really harm you, and in the future we'll treat you much better, and we're so sorry and all this stuff. And they have been nice about things like returns if we ever need them or any of that other stuff. They have been before. I think they flagged me, after that they flagged me as like a high value customer in their system or whatever the fuck it was or something. They have a way of sussing out who fucks with them all the time and who they actually think is a good customer, I think. And so they they've been nice the few times I've talked to them since then. They did all the returns that I was surprised they would even do. I think they kind of flagged me as a good customer who had been hurt by them or something. I think there's some note in my file about how they had sold me a computer that had a nasty fucking partition drive on it confirmed by Microsoft. And so I wonder, I'm sure this happens a lot, but I wonder sometimes how really unaware people might be about that. Did you buy a piece of crap from Amazon with an extra special partition on it that you don't know is there? And like, I never would have dreamed to check for partitions over a UAC permission access control problem. I never would have dreamed to do it. The Microsoft tech didn't dream to do it until we banged our head against it for 2 fucking hours, and I stumped like a fucking well, I didn't stump a Microsoft tech. The fucking hacker stumped a fucking Microsoft tech. That was just fucking crazy, dude. And like, that's a funny little story. And that, to me, I mean, that's not Microsoft's fault that it happened, but it's just funny that, like, I think I'm not the only one. I guarantee they've dealt with this before with other people and stuff. And he should have known the protocol. He should have been trained by the job to look for specifically that. It cut 2 hours out of the phone call. But I mean, like, I'm guessing that this is a fairly new one that they don't want to admit to the world, that China might be selling fucking, partition computers to people, real real cheap. You know, like I bought that computer for $329, and I was like, this is just too good to be true, but I'm gonna gamble on it because it's like because the stats seem real. Amazon has checked; it's not some fucking bullshit. The seller had like normal history and shit. I'm not sure even the seller knew what he sold. You know, I'm not sure the seller knew. It was that fucking nasty. Whoever sold that to the seller might have been who put that fucking partition in there. Probably hardwired it to the drive, I would think, because it wasn't a software partition. It was an added drive inside of
Your skill has increased.
added drive inside of the computer with 12 gigs. I went in and looked for it, and I don't know enough about hardware to determine where it is that they had installed. He was like, this is most likely hardware too. I was like, yeah, it has to be hardware. I mean, it's not software because you know the OS is being rewritten. It's not software. It's like the computer was hardwired with a Trojan, like hardware wired with a Trojan. And I was like, that's the new that people really might not know about. And I try to tell some people about this, and every time I try to fucking tell anybody the story, I end up telling a fucking hour-long story, and they're like, nice story, bro. Nobody wants to hear it. But I think it is actually important to understand that might be happening. To my gamers out there, understand, don't buy piece of crap PCs from Amazon that sound too good to be true, which is already obviously fucking like obvious, you know, logical and stuff. But I mean, it was like Black Friday, and it was a computer for $329. You know, it made sense at the time. Be careful, you know. I bought that computer in, I believe it was Black Friday 2019, and by 2021, I was calling Amazon or calling Microsoft, being like, I can't even delete fucking files on my drive anymore because I think they're just stealing all the info. And he was like, yes, they are. Let's find out how. And then 2 hours later, he was like, here it is. And I was like, Jesus Christ, dude. I mean, in his defense, he found it. He came up with the concept that actually like detected the problem, like Sherlock and stuff. But the point is that fucking Microsoft tech. I'm just lucky that he was Sherlock. You know, I don't think, I think he was probably one of the, you know, better in the world, I would say. Because I would say the average Microsoft tech is like, well, the troubleshooter didn't work, so can't help you, buddy. We're just going to tell you to reformat now. And so that's what he told me. He was like, look, I can't help you. I can't spend time on this. I'm going to have to tell you, sir, to reformat. And I was like, look, I've reformatted this thing 5 times. The computer is reformatted. I reformatted before I called you. And he was like, it is, isn't it? And I was like, yeah, take a look, dude. Like, there's nothing on this computer. Nothing. The C drive has 4 gig or whatever it was, 10 gig fucking Windows install on it, and nothing else. And the D drive's got my files on it that I've been carrying around for 20 years. I can't fucking delete that. And on top of it, the partition was where the virus was. It wasn't the D drive. We ran many diagnostics and checks and stuff on the D drive. D drive was virgin clean. It wasn't touching my D drive. It was an E drive that had been installed after the fucking fact. And so now, like, it's a really hard story to tell. It's kind of like you're Sherlock, and you're trying to say how you caught Moriarty one time. It's like writing a novel, and it's not a fun one, but nerds should be aware of it. You know what I'm saying?
Trust me.
Looks good, but worthless. No damage numbers. That's a friend of mine. We used to sit heels. He's sitting high plat right now, which is about right. That's where I would normally be if Overwatch 2 was good. He's sitting high plat or whatever, mid plat, mid plat Moira. That's kind of what I am. I'm a mid plat Moira, and I get along with that guy pretty good. We used to play a lot of games together and stuff. Pretty good kid. Fucking skilled. He's more skilled than me. You know what I'm saying? I mean a DD, and I'm saying DPS. He's definitely more skilled at DPS than me, but he's not as good as a healer as I am. I would outplay Moira like him. Like when I saw him playing Moira bad, it kind of turned me off. Cause like actually he didn't play it bad. He just hung around when he didn't need to. But I still, like I see people play. I like that kid. He's good. I like that kid. He's fucking good. He's really good. I was very honored to play with him. The couple of sessions that we did play with him. I think like 3 times or something, and it was really fun. Definitely made Overwatch a lot more fun to be around somebody who actually can get kills, which happens now maybe once a month. It used to be once a day. Now it's like once a month. Go a whole month before you see a good player, and they stand out like that fucking guy. That guy will be the cream of the crop in 10 years, you know what I'm saying? He'll be one of the best in the world. You can see it right away when they stomp through 10, 20 wins in a row, no problem. You know what I'm saying? So, I just wanted to support his channel because he does stick out to me. He sticks out to me as a guy who can play pretty much anything in Overwatch exactly like me, and that's very fucking rare too. He's a master of all trades, and that'll put him at the top of the industry, I think, in like, 3, 5 years, something, maybe 10 if it's bad, but like maybe 3 to 5 years, I could see him being up there in the competitive scene pretty far, I would say. That kid's got a lot of promise. Last time I played with him, I think it was closed beta Overwatch 2, I think. No, I didn't play with him in closed beta Overwatch 2. I met him right before the end, like 2 months before the end of Overwatch 1, I think. And great kid, great attitude. Enjoyed playing with him. We got like a 6K, we got a 6K together one time, and then a bunch of wins in a row, and he stood out to me. So I visit him every once in a while and see. I like to poke in on people that have actually been in my life. I've never understood, as a streamer, I get wanting to follow somebody you've never met or whatever. But I also, I really believe in checking in on the people that you actually play with, as opposed to the people who are up at the top of the ladder that you want to emulate all the time. I'm not a big emulation dude. I'm more of my own thing. I tend to do my own thing and how I do it. And no, that's not the top level. No. I am far too spread across far too many games to ever say I'm playing one at a high level anymore. It has been 13 years since I've even remotely come close to be able, yeah, that's not true. On Nasomi, I did go all the way to Ab Virtue. I suppose that's, and I have I've got the pictures and the friends to prove it and all that stuff. I went all the way to Ab Virtue with an LS called Triumph, So, but I didn't fight that Virtue. They took other people because I didn't know the fight. But yeah, but still, I went all the way to Ab Virtue, which was further than I ever went on retail. But that was Nasomi. I'm not sure it counts, So, but yes, I did actually go to really end game, really end game HNM, Sky Dyna, did a lot of Dyna with Triumph. I forget what they ended up turning into, but that's the LS that Top Shelf split into on Nasomi. Top Shelf split into Triumph with I forget the Demented, and I forget the other guy who his right hand man was anymore. He's a friend of mine, but I can't remember his name anymore. I wish I got footage of that, but I wasn't streaming back then. The last time I actually went to any sort of world, conquest level was Ad Virtue. 2 Ad Virtue, anyways. Dyna, C, Apollyon, Sky on Nas. But I only did it for about 3 months before I was like, nah, this is a full-time job that doesn't pay, and also the people treat you like a slave. As usual, my old arguments about FFXI. They treat you like a slave, they use your friendship as a social obligation, which I don't like, and, and loot as a social obligation and all that, and the dedication required is just not fun to me anymore. And that's all I have to say about that. This guy is very odd to me because there's definitely like a full-blown Gonzo vibe off of him. He strikes me as a Gonzo type, the sort of guy like me to have done like 1,000 hits of acid and like, I don't know, like 5 pounds of shrooms or something. You know, I don't know, something like that. Microdots and fucking gel tabs. Everybody knows I'm crazy because I definitely have done enough acid to definitely be called declared insane. Most I've ever taken is 7 gel tabs at the same time, and it was a bad trip. Bad trip.
It being the holiday season,
This guy, he's got wavy in his name. He's got all this psychedelic in the fucking background. And I'm like, man, you can't build... I've tried before, trust me. You can't build a lifestyle out of fucking acid. You can build a lifestyle out of being gonzo. But you can't build a lifestyle out of fucking acid. Don't try, and don't put it in your fucking name. It's not an identity. Acid is not something you can just visit every day. Trust me, it'll fucking fry you. It'll destroy your brain.
I'd slap together a 3-hour supercut of some of my most wholesome and feel-good internet stories. Now these...
Oh, sorry guys, prime time is starting. I will switch over to headphones here. I'm just trying to reduce the amount of sound stress that I put on my ears every day. And I'm terribly sorry. I know the echo isn't fun, that I just subjected you to it, and I'm going to fix it here. I'm just trying to preserve my older ears because I really, really do value music, and I don't want to lose it in my life from blasting headphones 15 hours a day on loud-ass games and videos and stuff. So I've been really trying to avoid that, you know, because, you know, I like my sound and my music and my binaural feedback and all that stuff in my gaming, and I'm trying to keep from wearing headphones more than, you know, what. I wear headphones generally 14 to 16 hours. Yesterday was a 16 and a half hour day, and I wore headphones for like 12 of it or something, and that's probably exactly what's going to happen today too. I can see it. I'm going to wear headphones for I did speakers for 2 hours. Now I do headphones for 12. And one day I hope to finally find a solution to this, but I don't believe I will. So sorry about the transition here. We're going to switch it over. I didn't check my sound files today, so let's go see if that was glitched the whole time, because people like to make fun of me and just watch me have a muted stream all day. You know, because these little sound drivers here will corrupt and you can't hear. So we're going to switch over here. Oh, no. Wow, yeah, it has been muted. It's been muted the entire fucking time. See? Isn't that cute? That's so cute. Anyways. There we go. Yeah, the headphones are on but not switched over. I don't know. I can't believe... I need to check my sound. I'm going to put a thing on my desktop. Did you check your sound yet? Yeah. Because fucking A. The Streamlabs is like the most incompetent program I've ever used, I would say. Beyond Microsoft Windows. It is like the most incompetent program. It has registry errors every single day. I mean, this is my fault. But usually it's a bunch of broken registry strings here. That's what I'm actually talking about. Where the registry just breaks the fucking Streamlabs, and then it turns out you've been streaming for 8 hours, and everybody thinks that you're a jackass because you don't know. But I don't. It's like there's so much stuff to remember with streaming. It's really hard to remember to check the sound levels every fucking day. But I guess I've really got to like write out a thing on my fucking monitor that says, "Have you checked your sound today?" Because I had not. And sure enough, here I am. I'm fucking muted. I mean, there wasn't much sound-wise going on anyways, I suppose. But anyways, here we go. That is the correct suite of settings that I need to do. Yep. Alright. I believe we are good. And then check my levels there. Gonna check my levels in Streamlabs. Check. Yeah, it's looking good. Don't have a lot of sound going on right now. That's good. And then when we fire him up, should see
them. So if you or someone you know is in need of a dose of positivity, look no further than this supercut. Thank you all for being fans, and I hope you enjoy.
Yeah.
On 4chan, harassment and bullying is commonplace, but typically members of the site save their vitriol for people that truly cross them and deserve it. That said, when an anonymous individual took a photo of an overweight man dancing at a party and uploaded the image to 4chan in an effort to make fun of the guy, the community does the unexpected, not only chastising the bully, but tracking down the dancing man himself and making the situation right. This is the story of 4chan's dancing man.
Fair warning, to begin the story we have to browse through a pretty grimy 4chan thread. A lot of degenerates in this one, so act natural, don't make eye contact, trust me, everything will be fine.
Do we even know who is this 4chan?
On February 13th of 2015, a thread would be published to 4chan's politically incorrect board titled, "The Official Friday Fat Shaming Thread." The post read, "That's right, Poll, it's time for a fat shaming thread. Fat people are a burden to society. Share your stories and pictures of fat degenerates." Apparently around this time, users of Poll had made it like a weekly ritual on Friday to just gather around and pick on overweight people. It was pretty much a thread full of pictures taken from Google Images and people joking on the folks in these images. Now, after scrolling down the page for some time, eventually one comes across today's post of interest, the dancing man. The original caption of this post read, quote, "Spotted this specimen
Your skill has
trying
increased.
to dance the other week. He stopped when he saw us laughing." Now, considering the state of affairs for this thread, you would think that people would come across this image and immediately go into the comments and start mocking the man in these photos for his weight. But what actually happens is the guy who posted the photos immediately starts getting flack for uploading them. Apparently this poster had gone too far. That pic hit me right in the feels. God damn you for adding to that guy's misery. Now, I've been a regular on Poll for years now, and I just have to say that this is not what our culture is about. You, sir, are a foul person. You're a dick. He enjoying himself and burning calories. You really think him being embarrassed and depressed is now going to help him? He's going straight for the cheeseburger to feel better.
Your skill has
you would
increased.
think in a nasty thread like this, it's anything goes. But apparently, at least according to these 4chan users, this anonymous poster had crossed the line. After all, this guy was claiming he was out in the real world harassing a guy.
Yeah, I really look to 4chan for SJWs and sympathy and nice people and you know and like, you know, fighting for the right cause. Yeah, that's totally the community I go to look for that kind of thing.
At a dance party who was just trying to have a little bit of fun. And for what? Just so this guy could be the cool dude on 4chan for 10 minutes? Yeah, bro, that's really gonna get you laid right there. Even the anons on this fat shaming thread were self-aware enough to realize that this was cringe and lame. And they spoke their mind, really made it a point that this type of IRL creep shot fat shaming wasn't okay.
So I guess I gotta write something out here. I'm gonna flag up and do some Black Mage work today. I just had to buy a scroll of sleep, and I need enough money to like actually like travel and stuff. So I had to get some fish into my inventory. But I am going to be doing some leveling today. Fucking finally, we're kind of body race a couple of days ago. I have it up on the auction house for 300,000 gil. See if I can catch a triple on that one. I invested 80. I want to see if I can pull 6 times what I bought it for. And if I don't, I'll use it. But you know, I'll take the 300. I'll take. Excuse me. What did I ask? I asked 240k. I have a race up for 240k on the auction house. I don't want it to sell, but if it does sell, I'll take the money and I'll just buy a cheaper race, you know. So I got most of my fishing work out of the way. I bought sleep today, which was the major spell that I was missing out of my QFIM kit of spells that I need for QFIM. And I don't know where else to go. I'm currently sitting 29 Black Mage, so it will be another couple of days of QFIM sessions. We will flag up here, and I will leave a a message. I forget how you do this. It's been so long. It's in the search, in the edit comment, XP, Seek Party, right? HP. Oh yeah, my HP. Juno. QFIM, Islands, Outpost. Yeah, yes please. HP Juno, QFIM Island Outpost, yes please. XP Black Mage, right? All, yeah, I have all spells for QFIM. Yeah, all spells. Oh, I'm just gonna, who cares about that shit, right? HP Juno, Cupid Island Outpost, Warp, yes please. I want to, I did that, Outpost, Warp, like, yes, please, yep, Cupid Island, yes, but just let them know I can get out there fucking fast, you know what I'm saying? And then we'll flag up here and we'll take a look at sitting in Cupid on Black Mage all day. Seek up, and also if I'll look for a bard. I fucking doubt it, but I mean, like, you know, I'll look for a fucking bard here and we'll see. Well, more like see all bard invite 2030. If there's a bard, nope, I'll go build a party. If there isn't, then I won't, and I'll just take an invite. Let somebody else do the work. Otherwise, it's a subpar party to me without a bard. Even like I don't know.
The Creepshot Culprits post was shared across the site where it would continue to incite more outrage amongst 4chan's user base. Check out the response from users of 4chan's B board. This makes me sad. This guy looks totally fucking alright. Doesn't deserve laughs for trying to...
Why are these 4chan fucking dwellers talking about how much sympathy they have for this fat man on a fucking fat man shaming post? It's really fucking odd. It reminds me of this video I saw one time of the head of the KKK is actually this really nice old man who isn't scared of black people at all. You know? Not nice, just decent. I wouldn't say decent at all. More like law-fearing, God-fearing, non-judgmental, and accepting of black people. And yet he's also the head of the KKK. And the amount of fucking hypocrisy and I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Dance. Nah, not even funny by B's low standards. I want to buy that bro a beer. Fuck, just let the guy dance, man. This is how supervillains are created. By March,
this is how supervillains are created. That's a good one.
4chan and across the general
it's too hot here. I gotta
people
turn
express
it down.
a desire to reach out or find the dancing man who was bullied by the anonymous 4chan user. You know, they thought perhaps if they could track the guy down, they could do something that would right the wrong caused by this cheeky 4chan poster who was taking photos of them. Thus begins the spread of #FindDancingMan.
Thus begins the stalking of the fat man, you mean.
The hunt started getting traction on March 5th when a Twitter user named Captain Fitch got a viral tweet addressing the dancing man. Twitter, can we find the man in this photo and tell him that he is beautiful and we love him?
Incoming cow.
4chan fucking people want to say that? Come on! Pick a fucking lane! Jesus Christ! Pick a fucking lane and stick to it, you fucking degenerates. Whatever. I'm not saying fat people are bad, I'm saying these people are bad, and their bullshit sympathy is just an effort to target him, I think. Yes, please. Sorry, I was fishing. Yeah, I better get my ass in gear. That was fast. It's good. It's good that Horizon dealt Black Mage correct finally, unlike Nas and Wings. You know what I'm saying? I was in a monoburn last night. Best monoburn I've ever been in, by far. Easily wonderful. No problem. Enough mobs. No bullshit. No cheating. Nothing. Just good monoburn. It was great. Never witnessed that before. Just a bunch of private server fucking jank from 600 pop servers where, like, you know, the monoburns all suck dick and there's some 75 bard or 75 pally pulling and it's just horseshit, you know. But I went in a normal XP monoburn and it was just great. Got like 3 levels or so, or 4 or 5. I forget what it was. It was like 4 levels. I went from 20 to... What am I now? I went from 20 to 29 last night. 9 levels in a day. Not too bad. We'll see if, you know, in what was it? It was 3 parties? Yeah. It's about
Incoming cow.
3 levels party. Oh. I went east! I went east! I very carefully checked the compass. How did we get turned around here? You motherfucker. Fine. Motherfucker, dude. It pisses me off so bad. I swear to God, this game does this to me. Like, when you zoom in the camera, it's like impossible to tell what direction
your skill has increased.
So annoying. But I love the zoomed-in camera on a fucking 90-inch screen. It's so good. It, like, reminds me of a completely different game. Now I have to do the QFIM crawl. Son of a fucking whore. God fucking damn it, you wasted my time with this, you fucking assholes. I don't know. Well, I definitely have to sell, I know that. So, oh no. I guess I'll just buy, what, 1 sneak oil, 1 prism oil. That'll get me where I need to go. Maybe. I hope. It'll definitely get me where I need to go. I'm skilled enough to get through QFIM without it. It's no problem. I'm not fucking trying to die while they need a replacement, you know? Here we go. Let's do some music. I haven't done the music in this game in a little while. Let's do it. I'm not burnt out anymore. Yeah. I'm sure my Final Fantasy players love this music, I guess, right? But I don't care. I'm going to play it anyways. I'm sure you guys really love hearing this. Well, that was some income, you know. It was alright. God damn it. What? Oh, yeah, I guess that's only my white mage, huh? Yeah, topless Mithra, yeah.
Incoming party invite. Incoming Tau.
Oh, they're on my side. Very good. Air tank for 70k. Crazy. What? Shit's worth like 7k. What are you doing? I mean on retail. I don't know about here. Maybe it's actually really worth 70k here, but either way. I guess it probably would be, oh. Okay, where did I put all my stuff? Oops, that was not what I wanted to do. Okay, so we have, oh, I sorted, huh? Okay. Okay, Eremites. Optical, Friars, Justice, Traveler, Yuan, Ginger Cookie, Empress Band, Footman Tunic, and, no, I don't want the, oh yeah, I guess it's alright, it's alright. Yeah, I believe that's everything, right? Yeah, that's everything. And then, let's get our asses out there, but I suppose I should have bought, they're saying I8. Okay, Royal Footman's, Traveler, oh, right. Royal Footman's, Yuan, Justice, Eremite, Optical. Okay, oops. Friars were, goddamn fucking gear swap macros. Fucking hate gear swapping. Edit equip set, right, what is it? It's so stupid, this fucking game, and it's bullshit about fucking changing gear in the middle of a fucking fight. Delete. No, I just need you to change the name then, fine. This is Black Mage 30? Black Mage 30, yeah. BLM 30, use currents, there we go, now I have to do that ever again, and then, do I need this? I don't think I need the prism powder, do I? I mean, if there's a weapon in the way, I do, but I mean, like, I don't know, somebody will aggro it sooner or later. Somebody will aggro through the weapons sooner or later. I should buy, I mean, I really can't afford it, kind of. I can't afford to buy singles of sneaking and Vids, you know what I'm saying? I'd rather just wait. If needs be, I'll fucking sleep the weapon and rain and I'll leash it, I guess. Oh, which reminds me, I bought sleep. I've got to change macros around. Oops. That's the last one that I needed for the 30 bracket. Let's see. Bind, right? Yeah, Elemental Seal bind, but see, is that right? Yeah, it is. Elemental Seal, Elemental Seal bind, would be, yeah, that makes sense. And then, God damn it. Macros, oh, I love this fucking song, though. Yeah, I like this song a lot. Ooh, good fucking ambient. So we're looking for macros, and we're gonna write confirm bind dot, right, dot. I wanted to buy the Vit down one. Hey, cool, somebody pulled the weapon. Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
Your skill has increased.
Oh no, this is stupid. I'm going to die. Please do something, you fucking moron. Are you zoning him? Because he'll come kill me. I don't know. We're just gonna assume that it's gonna be okay. It makes faulty assumptions that this is gonna be okay. I'll fucking, I'll bind his ass and log if I have to. I don't care. Or sleep him, whatever.
Incoming Tau. Incoming Tau.
Oh, son of a bitch. Fuck, I forgot Signet. Of course. Goddamn fucking bullshit buff.
Incoming emote.
Fucking busy work. Whatever. Oh, Oh, please don't aggro me. Oh, thank God. Yes, I needed that. Okay, come on. Very good. I need to write my sleep macro.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Oh my God, I'm gonna fucking die. Thanks, Horizon. I don't think anybody on this server has ever received that treatment that I just got. Thanks. But here's again, more proof that I'm special. You know, mobs travel 11 tiles when it's Skycat. Nobody else can keep them off for 11 tiles. Trust me. It's written in, hard-coded into the rules that you can't. You know what I'm saying? He did. He traveled, whatever, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever, 5 tiles and shit. Fucking so stupid. Mobs cannot travel 5 fucking tiles. Like, whatever. I should have bought a sneak oil. So annoying. Please do not aggro me, you son of a bitch. If you bind me, I'm gonna be so pissed. Rasp. Rasp is fine. Please don't bind me. 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 Stone 2's okay. Stone 2 won't kill me. Haha, I got out of range, bitch. Yeah, no damage.
Your skill has increased.
Gotta write a sleep macro. Gotta write a sleep macro. I've gotta write it.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
I did not know the gravity reduced evasion. I had no fucking idea about that one. I gotta run to pee. Gotta run to pee while I rest. I'll be right back.
Your skill has increased.
fucking... God damn it. Fuck. Yay, Barb. So many of the mechanics they use to make video games are utter horseshit. You're selling fantasy, stop limiting people. And I know it's hard to design, and you know, and if it was easy peasy, it would suck. But I'm talking about some of these mechanics. They're what make real life suck, and you brought them to video games. You shouldn't have done that. I really like that one, but they should have done a lot more work on it. This could have made or break. This could have made or break. This setting right here could have made or broke Bethesda's presence in the 20s. But nah, there's just some crappy little option on a fucking menu screen. But had they worked on this could have changed the whole fucking genre, the whole industry. This setting right here could have changed the whole industry. But Bethesda doesn't fucking know. They don't have a fucking clue, or they're too lazy. One of the three. I mean, they know. Excuse me. It's insulting to say that they don't know. They're lazy. They should have spent the time to fucking perfect this, and it would have been the greatest zombie game ever made. You guys are dumb. You easily could have, like, really saved this title and your company and all your money and all this stupid stuff with this simple setting right here, but nope. Well, I guess that's why we can't have nice things, you know? I don't know what VATs cost. I mean, I don't know. AP cost. Yeah, AP cost is for STAM. It shouldn't be for using VATs, in my opinion. Not in my world. If you're gonna have VATs, have it work. It'd be a VATs build. Like, I don't like how I can't just, like, auto-target something and just fire at it. I'm too lazy to aim these days. Aiming is for people who are young. You know what I'm saying? I want a fucking computer to do it for me. I'm too lazy to aim now. And I'm good at aiming, trust me. I'm just, you know, not good, just, you know, I would say at least average, if not good. But, run back for quick. If he ran back, I mean, it's really the Bard's here. I'm not risking death. I'm not doing that. What is a worm check to me? What level am I? I'm 29. I suppose I'll run an Empress Band here. I wouldn't mind getting to 30. Because that'll make getting the keys really fucking easy. He's EP. I'm tempted to try him. But I don't have silence, and that makes this a little nastier. I'm tempted to see if I can kill him, just to see if I can do it, but he'll buy me and he'll waste me. And I can't really have that. I really would like to try to kill that worm, but not on the party's time and not on the party's lives. I'm not doing that. Can't believe I didn't bring the right fucking fishing lure. That's not like me. I knew this was gonna happen and stuff, that I'd be right by the water. And I thought all day about how I was gonna fish when they fucked around and took hour-long fucking breaks like this that I don't like, that I wouldn't permit in my party. You know? I hate it when they do this. Like, I'm not this, like, uptight person about time. I'm talking about, like... Why are these so ghetto and crappy? They're like NFTs. They're like crappy NFTs that Bethesda was going to consider selling. It's just not good. Yeah, that'd be about the closest one to me. Crazy chem-reliant doctor. I do like the NFT, but I could have drawn a better one, and I am serious about that. I could draw a better NFT than this in real life. I spent many years drawing. This is utter fucking shit. I could do this in MS Paint better than they did. Fucking sad. You guys get paid billions. That's why you don't really deserve this anymore. You took your money, you rested on your laurels, you jack off, you spend 10 minutes making a fucking NFT like this, modified fucking little artwork with a little bit of drawing and stuff, takes you about 1 hour, and then you charge $15 a pop in some NFT store or whatever the fuck. And I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. You guys don't really deserve much of this anymore. I'm okay with Bethesda as long as they deserve that sort of crazy Bobby Kotick fucking Activision, Bethesda, Blizzard money. Like, they deserve the money. They do. They built an entire industry by themselves, essentially, in my opinion. But they can't just sit around on their ass and collect the money. We all know what happens when that happens. A bunch of corruption and bullshit, and the world almost dies. They actually have to, like, you know, spend the time to hire young people who are willing to put 40 hours in, giving them good NFTs for their fucking billion-dollar game. But instead, they hire some software dev that they treat badly, cubicle crawl, and they pay them, you know, 60 grand a year to sit around and draw that crappy NFT. So they phone it in. And it looks bad to everybody, especially in fucking 1440p. The higher res I go, 4K, 8K, etc., the worse that NFT is gonna look. It is actually a really crappy NFT. If it looks bad at 1440p, it'll look really bad in 8K, or even, you know, God willing, 16K. Okay, this song's getting repetitive. I'm gonna tune it down now. I just really like the QFIM music that they added. I think it's genius. It's so good. It's so good. Let's go see what's for sale at the drug dealer. Big gameplay. Yeah, it's all good. Blocking the way. Gonna get some food. Yeah. Yeah, although, yeah. I mean, games like that. Phillies. Games like that, right? When you say, I love you. Oh, wait. This is not the way. Like, this is such a weird fucking mall. Like, where does this all go and why did they bother? It's a different entrance. It's so weird. There's like a bunch of entrances to this place, and I guess that sort of makes sense. It's such a cool concept, and with really good graphics, this would have been so amazing. But look at all these crappy graphics that they phoned in from 2016, man. It's not looking too good, man. That looks like a piece of crap from 2003 out of, like, Fallout 3. They could have done better. I don't know. The graphics are good. I'm not saying they're bad. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. Like, that's cool. I had that thing, but it's not too good. Not getting Dream Gear +1, baby. Yeah, not getting Dream Gear +1, baby. Yeah. I saved how many hours? Yeah. Fuck Dream Gear +1, baby. Yeah, I didn't get Dream Gear +1, baby. Fuck Rank 3. Yeah, I didn't get Rank 3, did I? I want to see if I can go all the way to 75 as Rank 2. I think that'd be awesome. It'd just be like, yeah, ranks are for scrubs who like doing things 20 times. I don't. It pays your gill, but I don't need that. I fish. Fuck busy work in 2023. I had enough of it. I damn near failed out of school because of it. I was like, fuck your homework. I'll come in. I'll answer any question you've got. Give me a question. You know? And they'd be like, man, you really do know the content. Yeah, I know the content. I pay attention in class. I either slept through class when I was too high to be there, you know, stoned, you know, too stoned when I was like a teenager. I was too stoned to stay awake, or too tired from playing video games all night after doing school all day and running like, you know, a mile every day and stuff like that. I never liked busy work back then, and I used to fight the teachers over it. I'd be like, look, I know this content. Please do not fail me. I know this content. I just refuse to do it at home. That is where I do video games, and video games will always be more of a higher priority to me than my education. You know, I never said it so bluntly, but I mean, you know, you would hide those things because being a video game addict back then was, like, really, really bad. Like, especially if you were a kid. And so, like, you would hide such things. You just be like, I don't know. I don't know. That's the only answer you got, huh? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't do homework. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Homework is for people who really need to brush up on their fundamentals and shit. I'd be like, look, like, give me a math test right now. And when you challenge them like that, and they do it, and they see that you know the content, and you just don't fucking accept busy work as a fucking reality in this human realm of their bullshit, like, civilized society or whatever, they let it go. They always let it go. They're like, yeah, you don't need to do this. I'm like, yep. Sorry. You know. But then I did fail the 8th grade over that. But then I went on and, you know, graduated from private school and then went to college, you know, even though I failed the 8th grade. Specifically because I was dealing with my parents' divorce and, you know, I skipped like 200 days of the school year or something like that to just go hang out with my friends and smoke cigarettes after school, well, during school, you know, and like talk about Stone Temple Pilots and Korn and Nine Inch Nails and Silverchair and shit like that, smoke cigarettes and just pretty much do anything that they would tell us to do. After a while, there was this point where my generation, you were either this buttoned-down normie who was absolutely fine with doing everything they told you to do, or you were like me and you just did whatever the fuck you wanted to. And I never understood those people who were just like, why can't you toe the line? Motherfucker, the line is the line, that's why. They drew the line in the sand, you didn't take a step past it. You just stopped. I take the step past it, you know what I'm saying? I'm not doing fucking busy work for no fucking reason. And I look at the rank missions like that. Rank missions they're fun. Especially on a server like this. I might do it just for the fun of it. They're fun if you do it with other people. They're not fun if you solo it. Oh, I wanted to see the drug dealer. That's right. I have like nothing, I don't think. Yeah, I really don't have anything. I'm fairly sure. But oh well, that's okay. We'll go see. Yeah, I got like 130 caps. Because I blow like 2,000 caps every single day. Like every day. Everybody always complains about there's nothing to spend money on. Yeah, because you don't spend it. They'll literally leave free money in their trading machines and stuff because they don't spend their money. They just earn it all by running dungeons over and 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 again until they have like they're pulling in 2,000 a day off just running dungeons and shit all day, and they don't give a living shit about like selling or money or any of that because they've got like 400,000 caps. They don't care about that, you know. And my problem is yeah, because you didn't buy anything. If you go to the mall every day and you buy things, you know, you run out of that money right quick. Tempted to buy that. Psychotats are even better. I want Psychotats, damn it. I've got a drug habit and I can't afford to pay it. The first time in my life, and it's in a video game. First time I've ever had a drug habit I couldn't afford to fucking pay for was in a video game. I'm definitely chem reliant, I think. Let's see. Am I chem reliant? I don't know. Am I chem reliant? No, I'm a drunk, but I'm not a junkie yet. Because I haven't been pounding speed all day. I've been a good boy. I drink a lot. Like, not in real life, you know. But, like, man, I pound me about 7 bottles of rum sometimes. I wish it had a lot more RP to it. This game could have been so much better than it was. I mean, it is really good. It's like a 10. It's like a 10. This game's superior to this one, I think. Ironically. Like, in terms of the amount of content it has and, you know. I don't know if it's superior. I would say this one's superior because you get together with 6 people and you actually have fun, you know? Opposed to every other MMO out there. What's this? Oh, okay. Yeah? You want some, bitch? Alright, we can do that. Take a shot from my sniper! Hold your breath. Fun, huh, guys? Such a cool game. I don't care what anybody fucking says. Every time I play this game, I'm like, oh man, this game's so much cooler than most other games. And you can call it shit if you want to, it doesn't make the reality. So, alright, I'm gonna do the round of buffs. I need to eat. Take care of that. I think I've got boiled water. 7 gallons of water. Yeah. Candy. Candy and water. That'll be good for the apocalypse. I'm gonna go oh wow, you respawned already? Yeah, you did. Let's see what my fortune is today. I kind of really wish I had brought fucking fishing bait to this fucking party. I realize now that it's what I wanted from this, is to fish during the downtime, and I didn't get that, and now I'm like, why am I in this fucking party? These guys are just going AFK for like an hour and a half, and it's so annoying to me. Whatever. Why aren't you shooting? Let's go! fucking frame rate is so bad. You can't, like, aim. It's so annoying. Oh, why are you doing that? Stop it. Stop that. You, like, move the mouse. You don't even have your hands on any buttons. And it opens this wheel. It's hilarious. You, like, move your mouse, and it pops the wheel. I don't know why it's doing right now, but it definitely does when you're trying to do stuff. It just pop the wheel. It's so bad, because it's a fucking controller port. Say what you want about fucking Square Enix, but Square Enix at least got their controller ports right, I would say, unlike Bethesda. Oh, look at that frame rate. Oh, it's got to be like 40, 45. Just great. It's because I'm in first-person mode. Are we, like, playing yet? Now, I came in here mainly for the music. Why are you in my base? I would warp over there, but that'll reset the mobs.
A brand new speaker system featured in theaters, studios, and soon your living room. This marvelous, lifelike, one-of-a-kind sound was developed by the and is used in motion pictures, concerts, and educational programming worldwide. Imagine your family
so fun.
sitting down and listening to our Commander-in-Chief's fireside chat.
Come on, every zombie in the neighborhood, let's go.
Well, I'm just a mechanic. I don't need high-fidelity, laser-crisp sound when I'm working on my car.
You may be okay living in mediocrity, Tim.
Not me.
What about your children?
I know. What about your children? You might be okay living in mediocrity, but what about your children? What if they were like you? What if your children were like you?
Timmy's going to spend the rest of his life doing things halfway.
Oh no! What have I done?
Don't worry, Jim. It's not too late. Buy a Sonic Squire, and you'll not only enjoy spectacular, high-quality audio in your home, but you'll be setting your children up for a future of success.
I'll put it in order right now. In the garage.
This guy went AFK for like 45 minutes mid-party. Why are you even in the party then?
Why not? With high-intensity, intrepidly bold sound, anything is possible. Visit your local electronics store and ask about the Sonic Squire, the leading brand in audio today.
There's something I've always thought about Final Fantasy is, like, it's so odd. For some reason, people are willing to sit around for 45 minutes and wait for people in this game because everybody who plays it is nice. If you try to go AFK for 5 minutes in any other game, you're getting kicked. But this game, 45 minutes is totally fine because the people are so nice that nobody cares, right? Oh, there's a loot guy in here. I forgot about this. Yeah. Alright. I don't want to do all this right now, though. God damn it. Fucking targeting. Why would you move the mouse up? Or the keyboard up? Come on now, I can't see. There you go. Shit. Goddamn 2003 client.
Your skill has increased.
Hey, it's a dark. That's even better. Yeah. Let's see what we got here. We got a bard and a white mage and a thief and a war and a dark. That's not bad. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, like just a little bit. So I see.
Attention, Space Cadets. This is
It looks way better when you zoom in, though. Whatever.
And together, we've got an important announcement for all you budding astronauts.
That's right. We've partnered with the good people at Don't Be Bored Games to leave you a special message in every box of the legendary run.
But Stella, why not just send a letter? Or even better, a singing telegram. La 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 la.
No one wants to hear you sing, Captain. But more important,
No one wants to hear you sing, Skycat.
instructed by the evil Dr. Zorgo. That's why to read them, you'll need to use the special decoder ring included at the bottom of every box of sugar bombs.
But that means I'll have to finish the cereal first. Isn't that right, Stella?
Of course. Sugar bombs is chock full of important vitamins and pep that every space captain relies on for energy, nutrition, and rocket fuel.
And rocket fuel. Energy, nutrition, and rocket fuel. Still too quiet.
And Captain Cosmos,
It's master up. Yeah, there we go. And then, well, no, master should be like right there. The radio
Chapter
should be
2,
up.
A Heart of Steel, a Dread Island Tale. Having set up a small shelter in the forest, our heroes decide to explore. They spend some time looking for supplies, and more importantly, for the missing flying Franklin. Their travels
Your skill has
eventually take them
increased.
through thick foliage and towards the very outskirts of the forest.
We've been walking for hours and we haven't found anything.
It has been 1 hour and 37 minutes since we left the shelter. We have encountered many varieties of local flora and fauna.
We found a few nuts and berries, but nothing we can make a meal with.
Oh, damn it.
And the animals keep running away from us.
Noise levels and unnecessary chatter from all present are startling local wildlife into hiding, and current supplies are not yet
Gotta fix that.
for consumption.
I want to put, the check on the, on the dot macro. I want to put a para on my dot macro as opposed to a poison, because it's more effective, right?
Find a good spot to set up our traps. Then we can go hide.
And then,
forest
all
trail,
these checks
happily pushing
on
aside
all of these
leaves
things,
and
yeah,
branches
just get rid of
and
that.
You hear that?
Get rid of that,
It's coming
'cause
from over there.
it's fucking with me way too bad when I try to heal to save somebody.
We're above a beach.
Can actually cost a
We
life.
could catch some fish or go foraging for crabs and rock pools or...
Hey, there's smoke over there. Is that a fire?
Yeah. And it looks like people. Maybe they can help us.
We have not yet discerned if they are a threat. We should return to shelter before they spot us.
We won't know unless we try.
I gotta write a
You
sleep
can stay here
macro.
if you want. I'm going to check it out.
We should go too, so she doesn't get in trouble. Come on, Hart.
Anna scurries down the cliffside excitedly as Emilio and Hart share a look before they follow. The trio make their way down the cliff and approach the camp on the beach. Hart keeps Emilio close while Anna rushes off ahead.
Who goes there? A kid?
Hi. My family cracked here, and we're lost and hungry. I don't suppose you have any food to spare?
Your family, huh? How many of you are there? Too much to spare here, you see.
Well, there's my brother and I. We flew in our parents' plane. Oh, and Hart.
Young Anna, please do not go off on your own.
Assaultron. What should we do?
Your skill has increased.
Take them to the bus. They'll know what to do. Wow, you do look hungry. We've got a place down the beach. We can get you some food there.
We do not know their numbers or intentions. This could be a trap.
Oh, Hart, you worry too much. We can handle ourselves. They did say we could get food there.
It appears there is no convincing you of the danger.
Our heroes are led to an old, creaking tanker further down the beach and brought into the stranger's stronghold to speak to their leader.
We don't normally see kids on this island. And with an Assaultron to boot.
Love his voice actor. It's
Use good help like
he's
that.
been in so many animes. I can't even remember all the stars.
You understand? I wasn't asking.
And all the Final Fantasy games. That guy, it's Spike Spiegel from Cowboy Bebop. It's Spike Spiegel, whoever plays him.
I wouldn't do anything crazy if I were you. Wouldn't want anything happening to the children, now would we?
No.
Hurt the children. I will comply.
That's right.
That's right.
Take the kids to the boats and get the robot to Nate. We'll reprogram them to work for us.
No! Leave Hart alone!
Anna struggles against the pirate's grasp, furiously pulling at his arms and stomping her feet. Emilio, emboldened by Anna's fighting and his desire to help Hart, begins kicking and biting at his would-be captor. The shock of the bite causes the pirate to drop Emilio, who spryly springs into action, grabbing the nearest sturdy branch to fight back.
Where do you think you're... Here! Watch out! Got it!
They're just kids! Grab them already!
Children, get down!
With the children providing a distraction, Hart readies their weapons for combat. At Hart's shout, both children duck for cover and scurry below.
Your skill has increased.
Once they're out of harm's way, Hart deftly deals with the pirate duo before turning their attention to the pirate's leader, incapacitating them with a well-placed strike.
We should leave before they wake up or reinforcements arrive.
Don't need to
Your skill has increased.
Come on, Emilio. I think we lost them.
Hart told you it was a bad idea, and we still didn't get any supplies.
For everyone's safety, we should stay together from now on.
All right, Hart. Let's get going. Together.
Narrowly escaping the clutches of the pirates, our heroes venture forth further into the jungle. What danger
Hello?
lurks ahead for the trio? Find out next time.
Hello?
On Heart of Seas, a Dread Island Tale.
Hello? Well, I can hear. I can't hear you. I don't know. Yeah, I don't have my Bluetooth on, so you can't hear me, I guess, or something. Hello? You might want to try calling back.
We're surrounded by healthy waves of atomic energy. Now, although all of us know that radiation's warm glow is good for the brain, eyes, and skin, certain individuals of frailer constitution have been known to suffer some small health effects. That's why 9 out of 10 of my colleagues recommend a daily dose of RAD-X, America's preferred anti-rad medication. Rad.
Hi, Tara. Sorry, doing like 5 things at once, but I'll be with you in just a second. Sorry about that. I had to talk to my family on the phone and stuff. Good to see you, Tara. Thanks for coming in today. Always good to see you, like, every day. You know, thank you for supporting the channel. IOY. Yeah, zinc ore is fucking annoying. Zinc ore is one of my biggest complaints about goldsmithing, right? It's so annoying. Oh no. Oh hey, Lisa dropped me. I thought I was gonna die. I was like, man, I don't know. Sishin is... Oh, never mind. Oh, I gotta pull that shark. God damn it. Fucking Sishin is stone. Sishin is stone. Yeah, yeah. Right? I mean, like, I'm fairly sure it's stone, but we're just gonna go fucking check again. Yeah, yeah. Right? Yeah, yeah. No. Oh, yeah, yeah. Sishin. Earth. Yeah, Earth. I just bought all the ones I have. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Like, I've never understood zinc ore. It's so stupid. Zinc is really common, and they act like it's fucking, like it's hard to get as gold, you know? Now you're broke? Oh, I'm sorry, man. That sucks. Yeah, I'm broke as fuck, too, dude. I share your pain. Look at me. I got all of 3K. Now I'm leveling Black Mage. I'm, like, level 30 now, and, that's about all these Black Mage scrolls. I found out today that the spell Gravity actually removes 10 evasion off of the mobs. So I have to go buy Gravity. I didn't know that. And apparently the test between a good RDM and a bad RDM, or a good Black Mage or a bad Black Mage at a lower level anyways, is whether you have Gravity or not. And I didn't know that. This kid asked for Gravity, and neither of us had it. And he was like, it's okay, I understand how expensive the scrolls are right now and how hard it is to make money. He was like, I get it. He wasn't mad at us or anything, but I didn't know. I didn't know that Gravity reduces evasion. So now I've got to buy Gravity, Sleepgaw, or earn it. One or the other. Go do the quest or earn it. I've got to buy Asper. I've got to buy... I mean, it just goes on. I have like 35 fucking scrolls I have to buy, and it totals like 650k. I mean, I don't have it. I just don't have it. It's just insane. Just to get to level 35 on both, or 37 on both White Mage and Black Mage, it's like 600k of scrolls off the auction house right now. Like, I need Escape, I need Gravity, I need, you know, I'm gonna need Warp 2. I mean, there's a lot of other stuff that's going on. I need like 1,000,000 gil for fucking scrolls. If I could, I would blow $100 cash on 1,000,000 gil. I would. I'd blow $100 real life money. You ever have $1,000,000 to sell, you know? Let me know. I'm not kidding. I'm kidding, by the way. I would never buy money. I'm just saying, like, fucking, I would, if I could legally do it, I would buy 1,000,000 gil right now, because I know that I have to buy, like, 50 scrolls. Hello? What's that? Oh. 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 Oh, okay. Well, then let's go see. I'll run to my faucet right now, and I'll take a look, you know? I'll take a look, you know? No, the water's fine. It is running now today, which is good. We're okay. It's running. It was just probably frozen. Yeah, alright, sounds good. Love, bye. Damn it. So annoying. I love those white glasses. It reminds me of Kurt Cobain. Really love the white glasses. Totally reminds me of Kurt Cobain. So fucking awesome. Really good. See, there's a good NFT, an example of a good one. Unlike those fucking crappy pictures they probably made like 60 grand a year just sit around and make for a while. So stupid. I could have made them in like 2 hours. No fucking thanks to your NFTs.
Your skill has increased.
Why are you no longer casting Rasp anymore? It's so annoying. Stupid ass macros. Alright, I'm really... Yeah, let's pull the hate off the thief now. Oh. God damn it. God damn it. Fucked up that burst. Son of a bitch, man. He's gonna die. Get him up, get him up, get him up, yeah. I'm out of mana. Yeah, there's nothing we can do. I better dump what I have. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing I can do. I don't know. We might die here. I don't know. What level is he? He's 30. We'll be okay. We'll live. The white mage just got enough mana to keep him alive, just barely. So Thunder, 5 seconds on Para, that's wrong. It's like 7, I think. 7 seconds for a single spell. Oh, that kind of time loss. But boy, it makes the game fun. It makes the game so fun. I can't believe I fell Black Mage, White Mage this time. That's such a weird element of my personality. I mean, I know I'm a good healer, but caster, I never would have bragged of ever. I've never been a good caster beyond Shadow Priest. I wouldn't say I'm a good mage. I wouldn't say I'm a good lock, even though I've taken them to cap many times. I wouldn't say I'm good Evoker, but Evoker's fucking easy. Evoker's the easiest caster I've ever played. You know what I'm saying? Healer is the hardest healer I've ever played. Caster is the easiest caster I've ever played. It's kind of funny. This kid made fun of me for dying in a fucking battleground, fucking, what is it called? Azurite Island or whatever Fortnite ripoff that WoW did. And like fucking, like, I just left that match after my first death because I was like, nah, this BG's garbage. And he trolled me on the YouTube about that. As if I couldn't go 50 in a row, you know? 50 wins in a row because I can. I'm just not interested in that piece of crap battleground that isn't worth anything for BG gear that I'm not going to wear because I'm leaving the game 10 days later. You know what I'm saying? Like what you think is going on is never what you think is going on. And did I come back? No, I did not go back to WoW, now did I? I played it for a month and I quit. Dragonflight was great, best expansion they've ever done, hands down, by far. Better than Wrath of Lich King, all the classic Andes, anything they say. Fucking Dragonflight's a lot more fun than goddamn fucking Wrath of Lich King, trust me. And, you know... I mean, yeah, if they want to heal. I am a black mage. This poor Nasab guy, I feel so bad for him. Oh, hey, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah! Woo! Thank you for supporting me in my budding streamer phase. I will always remember you in my darkest times. You were there for me, and I will never forget. Thank you so much. Actually, these are not my darkest times. I'll talk about, like, the darkest that my streaming career has ever been, which is the beginning of it. I'm like, been doing this for like 9 months or something like that. Thank you so much for the follow. It's good to see 7, I assume, Final Fantasy players in here. I fucking love you guys. Thank you for supporting the channel. Alright. Gotta sit down for another hour here while they replace the white mage. Real fun. What's this been? It's been like 35 minutes of partying and 2 hours of sitting here. It's a bad party. And it's not because the guy isn't trying. It's that these people keep scrubbing out on him and like disappearing after 20 minutes or having to leave. I feel bad. Like, we're really tolerant enough as it is. You can fucking AFK in a party now on Final Fantasy privates for like 25 minutes and they'll let you. They're not going to kick you. You know, they're that nice. So the people have kind of grown to getting used to that now, I think. You know? Oh, thank you. Oh. Thank you. Quite decent of you to say, Tara. I appreciate it. So they'll kind of abuse it a little bit. They'll be like, oh, these guys really don't care if they lose 45 minutes anyways. Right? And they'll just fucking fuck off and go eat dinner in the middle of the party. Happens all the time. At least once a day. I'll see somebody just go off and eat dinner for half an hour in the middle of a fucking XP party full of 6 people. Imagine if you did that in a WoW. If you disappeared for 4.5 minutes in WoW, you're kicked. You're kicked, you're gone. Peace. You know what I'm saying? Raid, dungeon, PvP, doesn't matter what it is. 4.5 minutes, you're gone. These guys will go 45 minutes to go eat dinner in the middle of a fucking XP party, and that's like their reality. And it's actually really cute to see it. But I mean, that's what this game's about, is not rushing, you know? It's not about hurry up and rush, you'll just die. So I do like the pacing, I'm not complaining about it, I'm just saying what they get away with is kind of silly when you look at it in other communities and other games. What they get, not what they get away with, but what they think is normal is really beautiful. It's like actually really beautiful. It's like this entitlement of nobody's really in a rush. And I actually really love that fucking pacing. It's like the stop and smell the roses pacing, you know? What else now? I need my strength buff. Yeah, I'm gonna go back into the... I gotta kill that stupid mole in the golf club resort place. But that'll be kind of annoying, but hey, they're taking a break here, so... Hey, they found a white mage. Yeah. Here we go.
Your skill has increased.
This poor tank, dude. He's tanking. He's almost dying. He's teaching the other off-tank how to make a provoke macro, which I really love. It's really beautiful that that's happening in 2023. It means that the community is thriving and it's going to be okay.
Your skill has increased.
Everything's going to be okay if you love Final Fantasy XI now that Horizon came. Because, hey, if we're teaching somebody to Voke in 2023 to write a Voke macro, that's good. That's a good thing. I don't care what anybody says. That's a good thing. I'm very happy to see that. It means that we have new blood in an otherwise dead world. It's like really good. It's like it can be very incestuous on private servers. Very small-minded, sort of small-town politics, reputation stuff. But it's so good on like a 4,000 pop fucking private server. I mean, what's it at right now? Gotta get some dots up here. Yep.
Your skill has increased.
Your skill has increased. Oh, yeah. I just kind of came a little there. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm sensing a screwdriver here, so I'm just gonna hedge my bets, because, yeah, I'm not fucking losing this tank, dude. Straight up. I'm not losing this tank to stupid shit. Yep, there we go. Okay, let's nuke this fish. Let's go. My hate level should be okay. I mean, I threw a cure too, so we'll see. Let's see if I can live. Oh, there's the screwdriver. He'll spam it. I gotta get a fire on him. Fire! Not enough. Sorry. Mana. Fire! 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 Okay, well, let's get these dots up at least. I'm gonna have to eat dinner with my family, and I really don't want to.
Your skill has increased.
You can't afford rasp? Apparently not. Alright, well. You are going to die. No, wait. I want to, monofont. I want you to stand up. I want you to monofont. Your stupid-ass combat animations were bad back then. They're incredibly bad now. Here we go. Oh. Yep, just spam that fucking cure 2. Let's go. Keep him alive. I'll monofont for this. Hey, the other white mage is here. Yeah. I saved the tank. I saved the tank. I saved the tank. It was a good 2 hour. I was happy with it. Pro shit, I would say. Not pro shit. It's just I've been accused of too much shit. There you are. I hear you. Yeah, we're coming. Alright, we're gonna turn this back on here. Ouch, what? Okay. Ah! Fucking stupid ass fucking scroll wheel! Goddamn, pisses me off so bad. Fucking bad control report. Ugh. Oh, you gotta fire that weapon? Nah, open the control wheel because you touched your mouse and you moved it slightly. So we're gonna open the scroll wheel now. So fucking stupid. Fucking retarded. How did you let that bug get past fucking testing? I know how. You don't play the game, you don't hire people who do. There we go. Okay. So, or, well, you do. You hire people to do, but then you don't listen to them. Because anybody who played this would have been like, nah, you gotta fix the scroll wheel thing. You can't let that go live. Ah! Yep, okay. How about a grenade? Yeah, we're gonna do a grenade. You guys gonna nut hug that grenade? Oh! How about another one, huh? You want another one? Ah! Scroll wheel! Get it off! Goddamn fucking stupid ass goddamn Bethesda bug! Sorry, I'm gonna just chill out here. Sorry. This is kind of high pressure, you know? Where they open a scroll wheel when you hit your attack button. You know, left click. Really fun. Really fucking competent. Okay, here we go. Now I'm full mana. You fired your weapon? Nah, scroll wheel. How'd you let that get past testing, Bethesda? I can do testing better in Bethesda. That I am confident about. Fucking retarded. Yeah, real fun. Real fun how I touched my mouse. Yeah. You open the scroll wheel. It's hilarious. It's the worst bug in the history of gaming. Right in front of everybody's eyes to see. It's hilarious. It's not the worst at all. But it's, yeah. I need you to stop doing that now. I really need you to stop doing that now. Are you not going to, or... Oh, I forgot what button it was. That's what it is. I forgot what a button it was. There we go. Alright. Are we pulling? No. This poor tank, he's like really stressed out that his Signet didn't get Signet. And he should just go get Signet. You know, we could wait while you go get Signet, but not really. I sense some of these people here have been waiting too much anyways. So whatever. But, you know, who cares if if you need to go get Signet? Just go get Signet. It's fine. The party's like 5 hours long anyways. Fire, fire, fire. Come on, man. A little warning. I missed it. It's so annoying. I missed it. Oh, well, whatever. Kill it. Kill it with fire. You stupid crab. You could tell he was pissed. He was like coming to smack me. His poor war, he's like training this new party. And I'm like in the background all tab playing Fallout 76. That's the reality. That's what gaming is. You know what I'm saying? Like, what you think is going on is going on. And it turns out the Black Mage was just playing Fallout 76 in the background, ignoring the whole entire thing. What you think is happening, trust me. It's kind of funny. Damn it, why do you open the scroll wheel? Why do you do that? Why do you do that? My scroll wheel is F, and I hit my sprint key, and it opened. It's just hilarious. My sprint key is Q. I hit Q, and my scroll wheel opens, and I'm like, oh man, the scroll wheel is the worst thing in the history of gaming, maybe. It's like, oh man. It is totally worthless, too. You don't use it at all. Like, this is an example of, like, man, who would ever use this? Nobody, that's who. Nobody, I mean, I guess people who had never played video games before, they might like this. I don't like this. Notice how it completely blocks the center of your fucking screen, which just so happens to be usually where a melee attacker might be. Isn't that fun? It's so good. Yay. I mean, you know, oh, cool, you opened my scroll wheel while I was sprinting again. That's really fun. Really great bug there, Bethesda. Jesus. Anyways. Okay, I wanted to mainly run my radio.
Your skill has increased.
There we go. Oh, wait, get out of that, though. Get out of that. Get out of it. God, you gotta fight the client. It's so stupid. Roborilla.
8,000 tons of Detroit steel.
Detroit steel.
Ingenuity and pure elbow grease. Fresh off his conquering of the giant Manzalord.
I'm gonna heal the tank just because I feel like he's about to die. Yeah, just to make sure, you know. Just to make sure.
I'm sorry, Roborilla.
Roborilla.
Legislation manages to somehow end world hunger, solve the pollution crisis, and balance the budget. I'm afraid I can't vote for it. Which is why when the session begins, I plan to filibuster the... Wait, what are you doing?
Congratulations, Roborilla. I can't wait to sign your proposal into law. By the way, you got something in your teeth. Is that Senator Colburn's leg? Watch as this time titanium titan navigates politics, corruption, and backroom deals the only way he knows how, with no regard for human life. See it all and more in this thrilling motion picture event, Robarilla Goes to Washington. Previously on A Better Life Underground.
Stephanie loves me for who I am.
Negative. The only reason she is in love with you is because of the buff out. If it was not
The
for
buff
that,
out.
she would be with me.
Wow.
You use buff out? You're not the man I thought
You use
were.
buff out?
You're not the man I fell in love with.
Stephanie, baby, it's not what you think. I don't use buff out.
I don't use buff out.
Wishes it had these guns.
Improbable. Why would I want those guns when I have these guns?
These guns.
And now, episode 135 of A Better Life Underground.
Good job today, everyone. I know that we've only been in this VR training for a few days, but it feels like we've been doing this together for years.
Overseer, we have been doing this for years. That's the spirit, Amy.
Tomorrow we can conclude our virtual simulation and get on with our lives.
Overseer, are you all right?
I've never felt better. I'm ready to get out of this fake world and back into the real one.
You took a nasty hit to the head when you fell down the stairs this morning. As your head of medical, I believe you may have a form of retrograde amnesia. You really should return to observation before making major decisions.
We can't afford to fall behind in training. I'm feeling fine. These virtual stim packs seem to work just as good as the real ones.
I'm
Virtual
not
stim
convinced
packs.
those stim packs were enough.
Of course they were. Cliff, tell her I'm fine.
Well, statistically speaking, the odds of you being afflicted with retrograde amnesia are 5 in 100,000. However unlikely it is, there is still a distinct possibility.
No, unfortunately I don't like Apex. I'm sorry.
For medical advice.
I tried. I closed betaed that game for like an entire day, and I was like, nah. To each his own, right? I just have weird tastes, and I'm very specific about what I think's fun and what I don't think's fun. It is tragic because I would really love to play with my clan member, Smithy2K, because he plays Apex every day, and he's my favorite tax shooter guy beyond my best friend. And Smithy was like, come play Apex, and I was like, I can't, man, I don't find it fun. I tried and tried. I tried recently, I tried again, and I was like, I don't find this fun at all. And I'm sorry. Yeah. But no. I hate Valorant and Apex, to be honest. I tried and tried and tried and tried. I don't know what those kids think is so fun about those games. I really don't. Fortnite's fun. Those games are not fun, in my opinion. They're like bad rip-offs of other titles like CS:GO. I think Valorant is CS:GO with alts, and I think Apex is Fortnite with like parkour. But I mean, no build has parkour now, so why would I ever play Apex? I'd rather play Fortnite no build, which is 10 times the game. And I think of Apex and Valorant as the bad rip-offs of I'm giving you my honest opinion. I think of those big games as bad modder scene rip-offs of other games, because that's what they are. Valorant is a bad rip-off of CS:GO with ultimates introduced, right? And like abilities and stuff, just like Overwatch. And then it's like Valorant. A good example of Valorant is Overwatch mixed with CS:GO, right? Realist Overwatch. And you can kill in one headshot like CS:GO. So of the two, I like Valorant more. Apex is like Fortnite with parkour, 3v3v3, and it's boring because it's 9 people. It's, I don't know. I feel like I'm being negative towards games that people probably like here, so I'm just gonna leave it there. My own personal impression of it is not good. So that's just where I'm at.
Without hesitation.
Yes, I think so. If you were a Final Fantasy player and if you've beaten the Bethesda suite of games, I think you would like 76. Yep, 76 is the best game Bethesda's ever made. Everybody else said it was the worst, but it's by far the best. It's far better than Skyrim, which they made 50 fucking copies of. It's way deeper than Skyrim, etc., etc. All the things that people wanted Skyrim to be, that's what 76 is, you know? You can make a lifestyle, like a Final Fantasy lifestyle out of Fallout 76, and I did for like 2 years. I sat on PlayStation before I ever started streaming for 2 years. Yeah, oh yeah, it's got damage numbers, which is I literally wrote a YouTube post and made a guy laugh the other day. I was like, my criteria, excuse me, I'll mute the radio here for a second while I talk. My criteria for a good game is damage numbers. And he was like, that's ridiculous. I was like, you know, because I answered on a YouTube video about this new game. Oops, wrong spell. Oh well. Why would you skill chain on the last hit? Just ridiculous. What was I gonna say? I responded to this video about Forspoken, I believe is the new one that they're talking about that the community hates. And I left a comment on a Forspoken video that made a guy laugh and respond. I was like, yeah, well, at least it has damage numbers. Like, you know, that's what I think that's my requirement for what makes a good game. And he's like, man, all games can't have damage numbers. You're silly. And I was like, you know, you're right. Racing games shouldn't have damage numbers, but they'd be a lot better if they did. And that's how I feel about this. You release a game with like, you know, any game. I don't care. Halo should have had damage numbers. COD should have damage numbers. If you don't know what damage you're doing to the target, trust me, if you're actually good at this, you begin to suspect that a lot of bullshit's going around in the background that you can't detect, and it is. How I know is because of Rust. A lot of shots that you fire in games like Call of Duty Warzone and Fortnite and stuff, well, not Fortnite at all, but like Call of Duty Warzone, games where you can't see how much damage you did to the guy, right? What's actually happening is a lot of times you did hit him, but you're getting what's called projectile invalid, which means that the live server cannot determine if the bullet hit him in a legitimate way, which is something buggy in almost every shooter. And there's only a few, like Fortnite and CSGO, that built their engines good enough where you don't need, well, I mean, Fortnite has damage numbers, so it's more like CSGO doesn't need damage numbers because their engine's so good that it does register exactly what the hit was no matter what. But many other shooters suffer from this thing where, believe it or not, like 1 in every more like 100 shots or something like that is actually invalid, and that might be the shot that needed to kill your target. And so you don't see a hit marker at all. You don't know that you hit the guy, but you didn't. And this is a bad problem. I don't know why I got off on this, but it's kind of funny. It's like damage numbers, right, are what you're buying when you buy Fallout 76. Because most other shooters won't do them, because they're actually cheating in the background and making a bunch of your shots invalid. And you think it's a conspiracy, but it's not. It's like I'm full of shit. But I'm not. You trust me, like 1 in 100 shots on games like Call of Duty Warzone, they actually hit, but because of the server latency and the projectile invalid problem and such that most shooters aren't even fucking remotely aware of, much less believe in, but I do because I've seen it. I've seen it in the damage log and in the text, you know, in the chat and stuff. I've seen this in the background, in the code. It is actually there. Every time you hit something, it registers where on the hitbox, and it's a bunch of information like a combat log in an MMO. And you'd be surprised how often you fire and hit somebody right in the face and get nothing at all. And that's why I want damage numbers, even in racing games, because if you were to, say, smash up against a wall in Gran Turismo 8, I want to see numbers pop, right? Because specifically, not because I'm a number, it's not because I have some autistic desire for numbers in all my games. It's because the feedback that the engines can supply cannot accurately show you what the damage was that you took in a way that your brain can immediately understand in the heat of the moment. So damage numbers are a perfect way to protect the shortcomings of the video game's engine in a way where the player can understand what their tactile feedback actually was, or what the cost of slamming a race car into the walls actually was to that car, and what parts it has and such. And the same is true of any other game, especially shooters. So, you know, what you're buying with Fallout 76 is I would say, damage numbers. A lot of shooters don't have the balls to do it. 2K did with Borderlands. They just drove the title into the ground, kind of, though. There should have been 7 well, I mean, there's been 4. I guess they're doing fine with Borderlands, to be honest. I'm not going to talk shit about Borderlands. I love Borderlands. I'm just saying. I would have expected 10 of them by now. They struggle with the damage numbers thing, which is the RPG side of looter shooter. And I'm of this opinion now where, you know, games like Forspoken, are better than we might say they are, specifically because, you know, at least they have fucking damage numbers, you know? Did I catch the fucking MB on the fire? I cast it in time. Motherfucker, man. I cast it in time. There's some magic burst at least. God. I cast it in time. Whatever, man. You guys are too uptight. This server's not that good about MB timing at all. They're way too uptight. Especially with 4,000 people on the server. You know, this quality of life stuff, I'm actually a big proponent of it because I came up in a scene where, like, you know, this shit matters. Like, this guy, I came up in the Rust scene when I really began to do competitive shooters on a higher level and stuff. Started doing it in Rust, and I watched this guy. His name is Shadowfax, right? And we'll go see what his newest video is, but he's obsessed with quality of life. Like that's all he does. He made a career out of trying to drive Face Punch, the studio who does Rust, into like improving their quality of life, right? All quality of life stuff. Big change to pipes, new attack heli, new water and industrial crafting changes. You know, pogo sticks, pocket dimensions, hovercrafts, big change to pipes and all this stuff. You know, like all this stuff about quality of life, right? He cares a lot about quality of life, how to get better FPS, right? We're at this point now where we dedicated 25 years of our lives to this, and quality of life does begin to matter, and it's not too good in the video games, and it's not too good in our country. And I know why. It's because they stole all the money. These companies, they misappropriate. They step with $1 billion and they call it profit, when what they actually needed to do was reinvest $750 million into making Fallout 76 really good. You know? Same is true of America. All these fucking billionaires ran with all the fucking money instead of making sure that we could all keep having jobs and keep having enough food to eat and keep having nice, well, not nice homes, but at least enough homes for all of the homeless and all this stupid shit. Instead, they just stole all the gold out of Fort Knox and stole all the money in America and kept it to themselves. And so here we are looking at a bad dearth is the correct word for it. A bad dearth of quality of life that we just don't have, that we paid for, you know? We fucking paid for it. We bought this game. We bought these games. We spent tens of thousands of dollars on games. We bought this. We pay taxes for this country. I see no difference between... I'm not trying to draw some correlation between the two. I'm just saying the same problem that America suffers from, the video game industry suffers from 100 times worse. They just run with the money. They don't reinvest and try to like make this shit better, you know? Or we would have had a Final Fantasy XI remaster, you know? They'll remaster 14 before they'll remaster 11, which is just ridiculous. Like, whatever. Ridiculous. They worked so hard on 11. Took them 10 whole years of work. They've only been working on 14 for like 14 years or something. They've only been doing 14 now for like 14 years. But they've been working on Final Fantasy 11 for 30. Why would they remaster 14 over 11? But I mean, you know, this is it. This is misappropriation. Square just took that money from 11, funded 14, remastered it, you know, re-released it, and, you know, Realm Reborned it. And try to save their thing. And if you remember the closed beta of Final Fantasy XIV, it really was good in the beta. But all the fanboy hype shit, they were flexing their wings, trying to see what their clout and power is. You know what I'm saying? And they were trying to convince the community that Final Fantasy XIV was bad. But what I saw in the closed beta in Final Fantasy XIV was just Final Fantasy XI improved. You know, really, really improved. Much better graphics, better music, well, not better music, but just different music and all that. But instead, they just ran with that money, and then they had to rebuild the Realm Reborn, and they basically cut off all real support for Final Fantasy XI. And that misappropriation, I see that everywhere. They just pocket the money, they call it profit, instead of like what everybody else does with a business is reinvest in your business, right? Instead of reinvesting in the business, they just pay Bobby Kotick, you know, $100 million a year. Why would one man need $100 fucking million? Did you crash 10 Lambos today? Because that's what you would have to do. Disgusting. Just, you know, what's the word? Foul. Profane is the word for it. It's profane. It's in its scope of the misappropriation going on in the video game scene and in the real world now is so profane that it's like sinful to even behold it. You know what I'm saying? It's almost sinful. It's almost biblical. The amount of damage that the misappropriation is doing to everything that we love. Our country, our games, our products, our prices, everything. They just ran and stole the money, and then they love to brag about how poor people suck and rich people rule and all this stupid ass shit. Well, we could just go take it from them in a second. And I am talking about a war against the rich. I am talking about that, you know. Eat the rich, feed the poor, until there's no more rich anymore. That's 10 years after. It's a good quote. Eat the rich, feed the poor, until there's no more rich no more. Because, I mean, you know, that's the simple solution to all of this. And instead, Bethesda pockets their billion instead of fixing Fallout 76. Because they want to make Starfield, and I get that. That's why I still respect Bethesda. At least they had a fucking reason. Blizzard did not. Squaresoft did not. That's all the vitriol you get. Sorry.
Greetings, survivors and friends, Shadow Franks here, and this video is about some more, should I say, interesting, but most importantly, almost all free Rust plugins, because I like doing videos about plugins, and the team keep adding all sorts of stuff each month, and a lot of what we have now was once a plugin that got poached. I mean, inspired an actual feature, or it was just coincidence, whatever. This batch are all fairly lightweight plugins, but ones which I think add a lot to a server in one way or another, and you'll find links to all of them in the description. And of course, if you enjoy the vid, please thumb it up and sub for more. Anyway, let's beat around the bush no longer. I like to dive straight in, as is my nature. And talking of nature, have you ever wondered why we never have to answer its call? With the sheer volume of meat products we eat on a day.
Yeah, oh yeah, I eat peanut butter out of the jar all the time. You never see me do it, you know? Like fucking, you know? Like, you never see me do that? I'll eat peanut butter on stream all the time. Yeah, I'll straight eat it from the fucking huge jar, you know? The only reason I'm not doing it right now is I'm on a keto diet, which is a no-no. You know, that's a no-no. And I am too poor for peanut butter. It's not in the budget. Oh yeah, dude, good protein in peanuts, you know, good protein in nuts, and good sugar, but I mean, it's the carbs are the killer, though. The carbs are what has destroyed America. It is I mean, I feel like I'm about to deliver a bunch of woke, keto, pro-keto, dietary, like shit, that I just don't know if it's that appropriate on a video game stream, so I'm gonna stop. But I will say that if you want carbs, peanut butter is almost the worst that you can do. And if you don't want to be fat, peanut butter is how you avoid. Don't eat peanut butter because it's like the worst one. It's the most carbs that you can pretty much load. That's why Reese's Peanut Butter Cup has the most carbohydrates of known to man. You know. So, like, yeah, I also don't eat peanut butter because I'm trying to lose weight, and I have lost like 35 pounds or something like that. I'm down to like 250 I think, or sorry, 350 I think, and I was sitting 385 for almost all last year while I built my streaming career. You saw me do it. I was like there 16 hours a day. I still do it 16 hours a day. I barely get out to walk or exercise at all, but I am trying to build a career because I've got like 4 people depending on me now, and I've had, oh god, 48,000 in income in the last 5 years. So whatever that is, it's like 8,000 a year. So now I've got 4 people counting on me making it now. So I'm just on the grind here every day, and I can't eat peanut butter and sit here like a fat ass and play video games 16 hours a day, or I would. Man, eating peanut butter and playing video games 16 hours a day is like my favorite thing to do. Besides like making love. As sad as that is. But you want to kill yourself of a fat man's grave? You want to put yourself in a fat man's grave? Sit around playing video games all day and eat peanut butter. And that's what I do, too. I like pretty much live off of peanut butter. So stupid. I'm about to see a cardiac doctor because my heart is is showing abnormalities. But they're not worried, which is good. They're not worried about my heart at all. They just know that I have an abnormal heart because I've sat and played video games for probably maybe the longest. Maybe not the longest at all. I know that this guy Marquis Dragon has played more video games longer than I have, but I would say you could probably I don't know what kind of club I'm a member of, but I'm guessing it's something like the 50,000 hour club, and I bet there's only like 1,000 of us on the planet. It's not too good. It's not something to brag about. It's something to be ashamed of. But I'm probably in that 50,000 club, you know, where, you know, I just basically did spend my entire waking life playing video games, besides the jobs that I did and being in a band and, you know, other stuff that I used to do. But I mean, now it's been 4.5 years of 16-hour days playing video games, you know, and I'm somehow losing weight. And the reason that I'm losing weight is because I don't eat peanut butter all day, every day. Or I would just eat peanut butter because it's so easy. You don't have to cook. It fills you up. It's like completely like non-empty carbs. It's actually good carbs. It's just too many of them. They're not empty carbs like McDonald's, you know. They're good carbs, but it's still carbs, like the worst you can get. And carbs like kill you. Like everybody said it was what's it called? You know, what was it? What was that South Park made fun of? It was like what happens when you have gluten? It's gluten, right? That whole gluten revolution was retarded. All you really have to watch is carbs, because carbs don't really help you. You know what I'm saying? So South Park gluten penis. This one's so funny. Eating gluten will make your dick fly off, right?
Everyone, my name is John Garner, and I'm...
So this guy's like, all right, then do it. He's like, gluten's fine. You can just eat like the scientists like eat gluten, and South Park made fun of this. They're like, all right, then fine, then eat it. Then eat the gluten if you believe that. The gluten's fine. Gluten actually is fine. It's empty fucking carbs. It's not gluten that kills you. It's carbs. Empty carbs is why America's so fat. Definitely. Which is why keto diet's so popular. It's like the least amount of carbs that you can fit in a diet, and it does work. You shed the weight pretty much immediately. You know what I'm saying? Like immediately. When you stop eating carbs, pretty much your weight problem goes away. And nobody knows it really, except for the keto people. But it is actually the truth. Everybody said it was gluten, but it's not. It's carbs. It's fucking stupid. Everything's full of them. Pizza, burgers, everything Americans eat is entirely carbs, with some protein and, like, you know, preserved vegetables included. But pretty much everything we eat is carbs. Dairy's carbs, you know, everything. And that's not actually very natural for a human. I think we're supposed to be eating, like, raw meat, berries, not raw meat, of course, but, like, cooked meat, berries, veggies, and things that you find in the wild. This shit about bread or... like, I think peanuts are fine. Peanut butter is bad, because peanut butter, anytime you process anything, all you get is carbs. And carbs is what kills us. If you're fat, and you're 40, and you're struggling with weight, it's because of the carbs. I mean, I'd stake my life on it. I'm certain of it, because I've seen it. I've not exercised much. I've walked maybe 5 miles in the last 2 months or something like that, right? And I've not exercised at all, and I've lost 35 pounds where we cut the carbs out of my body, you know? We have the bodies to actually deal with fat. We don't have the bodies to deal with carbs. And it's a theory that I have, but it does work. If you cut the carbs out of your fucking diet, you're fine. You lose all the weight. And watch me. I'm gonna prove it too. Give it like a year, and I'll have lost like 60 pounds. Doing nothing but playing video games all day. Because really, if you just get the carbs out of your fucking diet, you're fine, you know? God damn it, I'm out of mana again so fast. Mr. Mackey's like, alright, fine, then fine. You say that gluten doesn't kill you, then eat it. This is ridiculous. Gluten is fine. He is right. The scientists are right. Gluten's fine. It's the carbs that'll make your fucking dick fall off. I'm dead serious.
If it's not dangerous, then eat that pure concentrated gluten, okay?
If it's not dangerous, then eat the gluten. Alright.
Yeah, not bad.
Alright. This is what happens when you overload carbs over a 50-year period, right? If you just carb load for 50 years, this is actually what happens to you. You can pound gluten your entire fucking life. Bread is fine, you just can't eat too much of it. Then you get carbs. No, that's inappropriate, sorry. It's animation though, so it's fine, you know. Anyways. So, yeah, peanut butter was something that I really fucking loved, but boy, I had to let that one go. Last year, I ate like 9 jars of peanut butter in a year, and I just ate it out of the jar, you know? And then I looked at the the scale, and I was like, man, I'm 385. That's not too good. I mean, I'm 6'4", and I'm like 6'4", north of 6'4". I'm almost 6'5", and like fucking, you know, I'm lanky and I'm tall, and I'm not that fat. I'm more of a muscular guy, built like a bouncer and shit. So thank God I've got genetic like stuff to protect myself with. But like eating 9 jars of peanut butter in a year, you're gonna see that on Christmas when you're 40 pounds more heavier. You know, I'm serious. Like, those carbs are not good. I mean, I didn't mean to get into a, you know, argument about carbs, so that was not my intention here. Not argument, but just, you know, try to make sweeping, you know, phallocytical, like, you know, sweeping statements, you know, slippery slope statements and stuff, because I don't know this. I just know what worked for me, which is cutting the carbs out of your diet completely. It's the only weight loss I've ever experienced, ever, except for basically the same thing, which was going on a juice diet, cutting all the carbs out. That's the only thing that's ever worked for me to help me lose weight beyond exercise. And I'm a gamer. I play 16 hours a day. I don't exercise. I just play games 16 hours a fucking day. I'm not really here. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, and I've never understood a lot of his metabolism too. Like Asmongold pounds cheeseburgers and Pepsi all day. So if your metabolism is good enough, you can pound carbs all your life if you want, you know. But you better be keeping that up though. I suspect Asmongold actually does go walking in like 2 hours a day or something like that.
Your skill has increased.
Because, oh, damn it. Man, you killed him before I could even nuke. I should just chain nuke now. These guys are doing mad damage now.
Daily basis, you'd think there'd be some serious repercussions happening down there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, so, like Zach did not stay skinny by pounding fucking Wendy's and McDonald's and soda all day. I don't care what his metabolism is. So while he looks skinny, it's because he probably does leave the house. I think he dons that crappy shirt that he wears. Like, let's go pull Asmongold. I think the entire thing is a fucking act. I think he goes to the gym every day, and I think he probably at least walks or something, at least for like 2 hours a day or something like that. And we know that he rotted his teeth out from all the soda, and he had to get all of his teeth replaced, all of them, right? I had another friend who did that. He drank soda his entire fucking life, and he had to replace all of his teeth, because that shit's basically battery acid, you know, with sugar attached, you know? It's like the same thing they put in battery acid. So it eats your teeth, you know? And so one of the things I did is I quit soda when I was like 24, and I haven't had a cavity in 16 years. Well, yeah, 16 years. I've not even had any problems with my teeth in 16 years, you know, because I just stopped drinking soda, period. You know, and I started drinking energy drinks. I mean, you know, but that's like, usually you drink a lot less of those. You know, soda you'll end up drinking like 4 or 5 of those a day. Like energy drinks, you have like 1. You know, like 1, 2 max. You know. 3 if you're crazy. It's not like 5 fucking sodas, you know, every day. It's not like that. It's like a little Red Bull or a little Bang or something like that. Bang's interesting because it's got no carbs, no sugar, no fat. So, believe it or not, Bang energy drink actually is keto. I mean, there's no carbs, there's no sugar. It's just terrible, like, bull testosterone or whatever it is they use to give you that high. It's 300 milligrams of caffeine mixed with some bull testosterone and enough, like, sugary, like, non-carb substance to actually make it taste good. And then you got Bang energy drink, which is keto, believe it or not. It is keto. You won't get fat from Bang. Anyways, I hate talking about diet shit. As much as it seems like I'm obsessed with it, it's more that I'm in love with a woman who's obsessed with it. So I know all of this shit. Also my mother. Between my mother and the woman that I love, I like absolutely know way too much stupid shit about diet that I just don't really care about. That's the other problem. I really don't care about this shit. I'm gonna play my 16 hours of games every day. Nothing's gonna stop that. I don't care about my body, etc., etc., etc.
Well, now you can fix all of that with Player Poop, a free plugin that squeezes a log out of you each and every time you take a nibble of something. This can, of course, seriously mess with the fertilizer economy. Just do wash your hands, and is a bit of an embarrassment at dinner time, but of course, there's no greater joy than being able to sidle up to your neighbour's gaff and eat a heroic amount of pumpkin on the doorstep. It's all about
Your skill has increased.
Plus, it comes with the ability for admins to either allow or deny pooing for an entire server. Oh, the
What
power.
a great stream, guys. In the last, fucking 3 minutes, you've seen a penis fly off of a man and a bunch of poop. Normally, the content isn't like that, I promise. It just happened to be where the interest went today, you know? $70 XP, whatever.
Or pooer? Question mark. Talking of pooing yourself, did you?
But I mean, this animated dick that you saw and this animated poop that you saw, none of it was real. So just keep your eye on reality here.
Oh, there's not one but two free plugins that add a taser to Rust. I still maintain that this is one concept.
Taser. You know what I want? I want a lasso. Mankind has abused ropes since they came up with it to capture everything. Humans, animals, doesn't matter what it is. And there's no lasso in Rust, and there absolutely does need to be a fucking lasso in both Rust and Minecraft. I mean, they're almost the same game. Like Rust and Minecraft, you know what I'm saying? Like, they both need lassos really bad. Oh, no. Oh, I missed it again. Man, come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Why do you have that 10-second animation lock where I can't do anything? It's so annoying. God damn it. I wasn't ready. I was standing up. Son of a bitch. It was too late. I should just not cancel the spell and just accept that I missed it. Damn it. So annoying. Oh, screwdriver. 133. Another one. 133. He lived. Thank God the white mage is really good. Yeah. Hey, that was good. It was good. It was huge. Nice Cure 3. It was good. Man, 2 screwdrivers in 5 hits. That's a lot of damage. That's like 470 coming in. It was 133 and whatever the other one was. Let's see. Was that 2? I think it was 2, but maybe I'm tripping. Let's see. 133 screwdriver. Yeah. 2 screwdrivers in a row. No, one. No, just one. I thought I saw 2. He was just hurt really bad from all the white hits. Is what it was. Only 1 screwdriver. Never mind. Take me back to the heydays of Nozomi, where the mob would spam screwdriver or pecking flurry like 16 times before it died. And Nozomi never built. Nozomi built on his own database that he got from Darkstar from way back in the day, which I thought was very good in a way, because it was the closest we've ever had to Era. But it also had a lot of problems like that, where the mobs would spam because they were taking way too much incoming damage from like samurais and warriors being amped up by a bard with March, like the speed song. And so the Calibris and the fish would take too much damage too fast, and they would start spamming screwdriver, pecking flurry, sometimes 13, 20 times, before it died. And each one of those is enough to kill a tank, not enough to kill him, but enough to do like 60% of a bar. So the healers on Nozomi were fucking hardcore, and every single fight had to have every single party generally had to have a power level, because the mobs would just spam like 35 TP attacks per death, pretty much. We're all just fighting the same fish over and over again. But each time before the fish dies, it does something different because it's RNG. But on Nozomi, it was like 15 screwdrivers. It was insane. You know, they were tuned down because it was like too much. You know, they were definitely tuned down. but it was still a lot of damage. Pecking Flurry would come through sometimes, and we would do up the math, and it would be like, wow, the tank's got a bar of, 775 right now, but he just took 4,800 incoming in like 30 seconds, And that's one of the reasons I'm so glad that we're done with fucking Nozomi, because, it wasn't too good. It definitely was like a uphill battle, Thank God for Horizon being competent,
Idea that'll be in the game one day, but why wait until 2034 when you can electrocute people right now? Depending on which plugin you use, you'll either be able to add a separate taser item or allow pistols to be used as one by loading in some HV ammo. There are
This would never work. I'm just going to skip it entirely. This is utter poppycock. Don't listen to this.
Next, but first, thanks to today's video partner, NordVPN. Has this ever happened to you? A totally legitimate looking pop-up saying that you need to update your antivirus. How helpful. But oh no, it was actually a scam, and now your whole base is rigged to be deleted unless you cough up all your scrap to the ransomers. Joking aside though, ransomware is no joke, which is where NordVPN can help, because it's much more than just a VPN. One of its many features is threat protection, which will block any sussy websites, trackers, and intrusive ads before you get to them, and sniff out malware-ridden files. Of course, it also hides your activity and IP address, and lets you enjoy content from any location in the world, regardless of where you're actually hiding, thanks to over 5,000 super-fast servers in 60 countries. And you can get all this and more with a risk-free 30-day money-back guarantee with my exclusive creator deal by using my link below and code ShadowFrax. There's a Nord app for Windows, Mac OS, iOS, Android, Linux, Android TV, and probably even your cat. It works whilst you're out and about and can be used on up to 6 devices simultaneously with unlimited bandwidth. So click the link below now to get my exclusive creator deal with 30-day money-back guarantee and use code ShadowFrax. Back to the video. Okay, so question of the day. What's the use of a game made by Face Punch in which you can't actually punch anyone in the face? This question has plagued the community ever since there was one, but so far it's been met with stony silence. Mostly because we do have rocks and stones to do that job with, but it doesn't feel quite the same, does it? Enter Face Punch, a free plugin that lets you punch very nearly everything with varying results. Okay, so technically it's a face slap because that's the closest animation available and it's only visible in third person, but come on. Work with me here. Punch players, punch animals, whilst also not condoning animal cruelty in any way. Smash barrels with your bare fists, although you might start bleeding. Punch your way into buildings very slowly. Release your frustration against road signs, and even Hulk smash Bradley back to the scrapyard. Then when all's said and done, crush the salty ocean with your fists to heal those wounds, and maybe even slap some trout into submission in the process. As a bonus, this plugin also lets you go at players with keycards and smack animals with building hammers, because why not? Okay, hear me out on this next one, with reviews such as does what it says on the tin and just makes sense. You know you can't go wrong with this also free plugin, simply called Sharks with Freaking Laser Beams.
Yes!
That's it.
Yes!
That is it.
Yes!
I mean, what else do you expect to happen when you install this?
Why not?
Does it help the sharks? Probably. Does it help you? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I think it does. Because
so.
when you see it, you just know it makes sense.
Yep.
And
It
that'll
does.
make you
It helps you see sharks. Why
back
not?
on the land, and on the subject of things making sense, why should it only be campers that get the barbecue treatment? What's wrong with fried meat on the go in other places and at other times? Do yourself a favour and add vehicle barbecues to your server to instantly get that sweet, sweet artery clogging action installed on all Raheeb's scrap transports and work carts, even underground ones, because the sizzle should know no limits and hunger can strike at any time. This is a survival game, for crying out loud. Something else that makes so much sense that it'll probably never get added, and this is either the most sensible or the silliest plugin here, I'll let you decide which, is real bear traps. Okay, if you want to get technical, they're called snap traps in the game, but we all know bears are the second most target. This is another free plugin that adds not just bears, but any other animals with legs to the endangered species list automatically, and as default will one-hit kill them. Although, if you want to be merciful and just maim them a bit, then this can be adjusted in the config. As an added bonus, the plugin also allows for the option of making team members immune to your traps. Now, if you haven't picked up on it yet, I demand the utmost realism from my survival simulations, and so this next free plugin adds a whole lot more than the sum of its parts, if you ask me. This is Realistic Igniter, And what it does is let you light campfires in a more realistic and traditional fashion, and by that I mean with torches, fire arrows, incendiary ammo, and of course, flamethrowers. That's about it. Although it does make me want a Viking burial plug-in now. Alright, here's a cheery one for you. Step 1. Find a nice, quiet, unspoilt spot on your server that you think could do with a bit of glamming up. Step 2. Type client.printpos in the console to get your position. Then step 3. Enter it into the config of this next plugin to give your server its very own mass grave. Now anyone who dies on the server will have their corpse teleported here. It also pairs nicely with another plugin called Persistent Corpses, which keeps them hanging around unless they get farmed or burnt. Of course, although heaps of fun, this is a plugin that comes with great responsibility and would probably lead to everybody on the server wanting to build next to it, unless you wall it off or stick it on top of the launch site or something. Now, as a wise man once wrote, if you put a large switch in some cave somewhere and a sign on it saying, "End of the world switch, please do not touch," the paint wouldn't even have time to dry, which is why I think this last plugin is so good, and you may have seen it used already. It's called the Red Button, and it rewards anyone who presses it with a random fate, be that having C4 glued to you, being teleported to the middle of the ocean, a visit from bears or scarecrows, having a heli dropped on you, radiation, MLRS attack, or my personal favourite, death by chicken. You can change the image on the site whatever you want, but whatever you do, I think this will only add value to your server. Let me know what you think to these interesting plugins and which one or ones you could see yourself using. If you're already using them on your server, then let me know that too, down below. Don't forget, you can stay connected to get updates on my content on all my socials below and see me streaming stuff live on Twitch. Plus, if you'd like to support the channel, there are various options, and I'm super grateful to all my supporters on Patreon, as you can see here. I shall catch you all very soon, but in the meantime, keep calm, stay nasty, and cheerio.
Oh, this tank leader is all proud that he teaches this other Dark Knight how to use Voke. It's so cute. And he's like complimenting this Dark Knight on his Voking. It's actually really beautiful. It's one of the reasons why I play Final Fantasies. No matter what, we all start from somewhere. And you're only as strong as your weakest link in your society. So we're all drunk crackhead bums until we fix that. We're no better than drunk crackhead bums on Skid Row until we fix that. And, you know, and also eat the rich, feed the poor until there's no more rich no more.
Greetings, survivors and friends, your old mate ShadowFrax here, back with the goods from this week's Rust development loot run, where today I'm taking a look at the all-new 300% wetter water in Rust, and a peek at what else is coming down the pipe. But first, following on from last week's industrial crafting reveal, things continue to be subject to change, just as predicted, and there have been a number of changes already, so let's go over them, shall we? You can now add adapters to small oil refineries, lockers, and coffins. Sadly, there are no plans yet to let you hook mixing tables up to the system, but of course, this might change. I know a lot of you have been asking for that one, and I can't see why it wouldn't work, so my advice is to keep asking. Barbecues, composters, planters, and hitches and troughs would be welcome too, if you ask me, but why not just let us stick adapters on everything? Trees, nodes, bears, other players, just cut out the middleman. You can now add up to 4 adapters to large furnaces and up to 4 on large wood boxes. Plus, it's now possible to daisy chain containers instead of having to link them via a splitter or combiner. With conveyors now being able to look beyond the first container in a chain, you can rotate splitters and combiners when placing with R. Forget that option on electrical stuff. Storage adapters now have little notification lights with red flashing when an item's removed from the attached container and
Don't
green
reinvent the
when
wheel,
it gets
just use
added.
sorting algorithms.
You can have
like,
up to
you know,
12
every other
filters
game
on
in
each
history,
container
including
now.
Final
There will be
Fantasy
on
11.
and off electrical inputs on the crafters soon, plus an extra slot inside for any cases where an item needs more than 4 components to craft. And although the exact speed that items will move through conveyors and get crafted in benches is still up in the air, there are a couple of new convars to let server owners control this, and they are server.conveyor move frequency and server.industrial crafter frequency, with the default for both currently being 5 seconds. Now, I know the prospect of this new system sparked a lot of imaginations in the community, mainly with regards to how it could be abused for fun and profit. This is generally the way it is with every new thing that gets added to Rust, and I did test out a few things on stream with the community last week, which threw up a few interesting possibilities. For instance, being able to evacuate loot to a more secure location in the event of a raid via an HBHF sensor or other method, which is a no-brainer. Keeping external TCs stocked up, pulling stuff straight out of large furnaces to storage inside your base to prevent theft, and the biggest one having to be keeping your main TC stocked up whilst also having it be completely sealed off, as it's currently possible to place pipes through walls. Now, this does sound pretty OP, except that there is a risk and reward thing going on here. For instance, if the attached conveyor gets destroyed through accident or otherwise, how are you going to reconnect it? Maybe you could access it from a shaft above. That's one idea, but some have suggested that you should only be able to run pipes through doorways. This is something that I believe will be monitored, and if it turns out to be too much fun, it'll get nerfed just like everything else in life. And talking of which, electric furnaces, although not using wood as fuel, also don't use wood as fuel, so therefore obviously won't produce charcoal as a byproduct. I'm not sure if this will change and we'll be able to cook a bit of wood in them if we need some, but I believe, like everything else I've just mentioned, between now and when the system's merged to the main game on Feb the 2nd, we've got a couple of weeks where it's still
Oh my god,
subject.
this is coming. I forgot about this. Dude, I'm going to do a new wipe on Rust. It's going to be so fucking amazing. February 2nd, that's only 3 days. I'm going to film a 12-hour video, and I'm going to put it on YouTube every day for like 4 days, and I'm going to do Rust Zombies all the way up to a perfect fucking base. It's going to be so fun. It's going to be so good. It's going to be so good. I can't wait. I'm going to do the first... I've never done this before, but I'm going to film a YouTube video while I stream with my chat off, because I'm not responding while I'm on a YouTube video. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna film a YouTube video, a 12-hour one, at the same time that I stream and stuff, and I'm gonna put a set of videos on YouTube. I have a whole month worth of Rust. I have 105 hours.
To change.
I have 105 hours worth of video I cut this month of Rust stuff that I was beginning to put on YouTube when I realized that I had not filmed in the right resolution, and that my cell phone ruined the first video because I didn't turn my cell phone off, and when you're recording a YouTube video, it's as if you're a recording studio. So if you have a cell phone go off while you're recording Britney
Your
Spears,
skill has increased.
you get fired and nobody gives you a follow. So I had to scrap 105 hours of work over a single fucking cell phone call that I really spent about 45 times warning my family not to fucking make. And then I let the phone on, and I'm not doing that again. I'm not losing 105 fucking hours of my life over a fucking phone call. And I'm just gonna let it go. Just gonna let it go, you know? And I'm beginning to understand that YouTube is entirely different from streaming. People think they're the same thing, kind of, like being a streamer and a content provider, but providing content is like being a Hollywood director, a producer, and filming studio. Streaming is like playing video games. There's a big fucking difference. There's like, or whatever, or just being an online personality who's available to the public to talk to and that kind of thing. But I mean, they're entirely different things, and the littlest little mistake can sink like 100-hour effort. And I had to learn the hard way the first time to get the settings fucking perfect and shut the fucking phone off, because humans are never respectful to me ever. You know what I'm saying? Almost ever. Like, I've got a few people in the channel right now who are, but I'm saying most humans just straight up disrespect me right away when they see that I won't do it to them. When they see that, oh, hey, here's a one-way street. I can beat this fucking piece of shit all I want and treat him like shit and fucking, attack him over and over again and threaten his family and all this stupid shit, and he'll never do anything at all. Although I did call the cops and email the feds and provide all the evidence on this guy. So, I mean, I did actually do that, but that's kind of uncommon for me. I put the last guy who did that to me in jail for 4 years. That's uncommon for me. Usually, I'll just take it. I'm the world's punching bag, I guess, or whatever the fuck, for no good reason at all. So, so this time around, I'm gonna do another 100-hour video series. Probably, or not 100-hour. It'll be a 40-hour. It'll be a 40-hour YouTube series of Rust Zombies here. You'll see it here on February 2nd from 2 p.m. PST until 2 a.m. PST, and then February 3rd, February 4th, and February 5th, 2 p.m. 2 p.m. PST until 2 a.m. PST. And yeah, I caught it. Yeah. And yeah, and I'm gonna put those videos on YouTube, and I'm gonna begin my YouTube career. And eventually, the dream is just to record a stream, just like Asmongold. I mean, he made $10 million. I don't see why I can't do 12-hour days, right? Exactly 12 hours, 11 hours and 45 minutes. It's perfect. It's exactly 1/3 more than most people do on an average work day, which is what I think is necessary to be successful as a streamer and a content provider. Is you have to work, like, I would say 1/3 more than the rest of the populace does for whatever they do for work, I would say, to be successful. I would say it's an uphill battle. It's definitely, like, you have to put in 4 more hours a day than anybody else does in their work day if you want to be successful at this, which is why we have such bad problems with suicide and burnout and quitting in the streamer scene. Like Athene committed suicide because it's just crazy. It never ends. You can't stop doing it either. It's like an addiction on top of like overworking and workaholicism all at once, And yeah. So that's coming up. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I mean, I can't really stream. I guess I can stream. I'm going to take a 4-day break, I guess, from February 2nd until February 6th, because there's this problem where Twitch is a crumb bum who only lets you stream at 6,000 bit rate, but the video that I'm recording needs to be at like 15,000 or more than that. It's like 37,000 bit rate or something like that. But Twitch will only show 8K, and if you have to split between those two in Streamlabs, you tend to get crashes. So I'm just going to record. I'll be gone from February 2nd until February 6th, and then the rest of the month I'll be doing 12-hour streams and stuff. But 4 days a month I'm going to attempt to pursue a YouTube career and put a set of Rust Zombie RP videos on that's actually worthy of the ages, as opposed to people calling me in the middle of it and ruining 105 hours of a fucking push and letting my phone vibrate on fucking video camera, on YouTube stream, on an unedited, uncut, authentic fucking Rust Zombies, come whatever may, no editing, nothing, no cheating or making it look like it's easier than it is, or editing out bad deaths or any of that stuff. Unedited fucking content, right? And I'm gonna, I'm gonna do that. Definitely gonna do that. I'm gonna like go on YouTube and try to get famous, not as a Rust streamer, but just somebody who likes Rust Zombies on a 5-pop server, I don't want to be famous for Rust, Oh, I know, right? Yeah. Yeah. Horizon deserves more respect than they get, I think, because they actually made a really beautiful thing. The white mage is gonna die.
Stay tuned and keep giving feedback, including in the comments below, and if in the meantime you'd like to test this out for yourself, you'll find info in the description on how to opt into the branch that it's on. Now, one thing that's been sloshing around in the development back rooms for a few months is work on the next iteration of Rust's Water, and whilst it's not going to be ready for February's patch, it is currently also available to gawk at on the same branch as the industrial crafting stuff. I'm assured that performance is staying the same, but this should be a big visual upgrade, and although I don't have access to a full list of the differences, there are a number of observable improvements to note. The actual shoreline looks a lot nicer with sexier foam and caustics. The wave topography is more detailed and realistic, it seems, and is affected by the weather now, with storms making everything more extreme and choppier the further out you go. The line between underwater and above water is much nicer to look at now and makes a lot more sense, and you should expect this system to include new improved boat physics when it arrives, which won't be next month, as I say, but sometime after that.
I haven't looked at the Horizon streamers.
Hello, Grammar Horse.
Hello.
Or the FFX.
Yes,
I've never looked at the
FFXI
FFXI stream.
Just wanted to say, the Smart Alarm description still says it's...
Oh yeah, dude, like, FFXI is the only game that I've ever been able to stay on, like, 20 years, because it's not a sausage fest. It is not a sausage fest. It is like 30% women, 70% men, or something like that. And, you know, they don't tell us, but they're there. I know because I suss them out all the time when they see that I'm not sexist, racist, homophobic, or any of that. And so they're like, wow, Cat, I love you. Why do I like you more than everybody else? Because I have no biases. I know what it is. It's easy to get along with women if you aren't a racist, homophobic idiot. It's easy to get along with women if you aren't sexist, racist, homophobic idiots. Pretty easy. As long as they aren't sexist, racist, or homophobe, it's really easy to do. You know? And a lot of FFXI players are women. Definitely. I was in a party last night with 2 women. And they were very open about it. They're, like, one was talking about how she was fat. And the other girl was talking about coffee. And they were like tittering with each other throughout my whole Magic Burst, was like my Monoburn party, you know.
Vacation.
Her words, not mine. She was like, "I'm fat," and I'm like, "No, you aren't." And she's like, "Yes, I am. Shut up." And I was like, "Okay." I just let it go.
To your phone. That's it, really.
Ah, good call. Well spotted. I'll send notifications to the team about it. Thanks. Speaking of the team, they are working on a lot of other things, including, as I've said before, such stuff as pets, building skins, new monuments, procedural cave systems, and weapon racks. But also, interestingly, not only remote-controlled drones, but also remote-controlled turrets. And it seems multiple people will be able to connect to the same remote control device, although only one will get to drive it. That's going to be fun. Spying on and possibly shooting the neighbours should be very interesting, but please let me know your thoughts on being able to do this. Oh, and don't forget, it's Trust in Rust this weekend, raising money for charity as well as including some Twitch drops. Keep an eye on the Rust blogs and social channels for more info. You are now a very up-to-date person indeed. Please drop a like and a sub, and you can support me directly if you like with super thanks via Patreon, YouTube memberships, or my merch store. You can also find me streaming on Twitch and keep up to date with my content on Twitter, Facebook, Discord, and my Steam group. Links are all below. I shall catch you all really soon, but in the meantime, keep calm and stay rusty. Cheerio. Trees, nodes, bears, other players, just cut out the middleman.
God damn it, I choked on the button again. Ah! So annoying. I hate missing Magic Bursts. I'm better than that. I missed, like, I would say 10 out of the last 100 Magic Bursts that I did, and that's not acceptable. That's not FFXI. That's not playing Black Mage. That's sucking it. Failing.
Ah, the humble potato. An average one will give you a good 15 chips. and about as many frames. And this is Rust, nemesis of spots everywhere and lover of textures and polygons, which it's determined to feed you in a certain amount, whether you like it or not, even if you might be too busy dying to appreciate them. I mean,
I want to see it again. I want to see it again. It was very good. It was very good.
The humble potato. An average one will give you a good 15 chips. And about as many frames. And this is Rust, nemesis of spots everywhere and lover of textures and polygons, which it's determined to feed you in a certain amount, whether you like it or not, even if you might be too busy dying to appreciate
Julie, you
them.
opened my scroll wheel without my permission.
We all want the Rust experience
you've never
to be
done
as
that
easy
before.
on the eye as possible. That goes without saying, but with poor performance being a leading cause of death among survival peasants everywhere, sacrifices must be made. Wouldn't it be nice, though, to peel back the jacket of the graphical potato further than ever thought possible and concentrate on enjoying the raw, shiny gameplay nugget inside? What would that look like? Maybe it would look like this.
Damn it, I missed everything. No, come back here. But no, I missed all of it, damn it.
Easy on the eye as possible. That goes without saying, but with poor performance being a leading cause of death among survival peasants everywhere, sacrifices must be made. Wouldn't it be nice, though, to peel back the jacket of the graphical potato further than ever thought possible and concentrate on enjoying the raw, shiny gameplay nugget inside? What would that look like? Maybe it would look like this.
Really? No fucking way. Yeah, what are you showing me here? This is Rust. There's no way it's Rust. It is Rust, though. It's Rust. Wow. See, I knew it. I've always known that this engine was like the best engine ever made. Not engines. The game's the best game ever made. The engine's the worst ever made. But I mean, like, you know, it's the best game made on the worst engine ever made.
So what am I showing you here? Well, sorry to tear you away from writing that clever comment with the words Roblox, Minecraft or Unturned in it somewhere, but believe it or not, this is 100% Rust. Yep. And although there are some plugins at work here, the environment itself doesn't require any to exist. I'll explain how it all works in Junis, of course, but first, if you're enjoying my content, then please leave a like and sub to the channel.
Like, if Rust were to do this, they would slaughter the entire industry, take all comers, kill WoW, all of it. Minecraft doesn't fucking matter. Like, dude, if Rust were to do this, then they should. They should. Slaughter it all. It'll kill this, it'll kill everything. Yeah. Why don't they do that? Like do that. And add terraforming like Minecraft, and boom, you've got the best game ever made, hands down. Why bother playing other games, etc. You know? Things are funny, like we're learning. We're starting to learn. As 30 years passes now from when we've basically been multiplayer gaming, as multiplayer keeps going, we're starting to learn from our mistakes, and it's good. Don't fucking reinvent the fucking wheel. Take Minecraft and make it better.
At 500,000 mark.
Don't make 100 gig cantankerous bastards like fucking Call of Duty Warzone. Improve Unturned. It's so dumb. You guys you went shooting for those Icarus heights of graphics, which is you know, I would say that's appropriate sometimes. Like, it was good with Horizon Zero Dawn, you know. But I would say these type of games, you want to start with the most basic ass shit you can get and perfect that. Don't try to reinvent the wheel and make Grand Theft Auto 5. Make this first and then get up to Grand Theft Auto 5. You guys try to jump before you even learn to crawl. It is goddamn stupid. Like, it's like watching 1 foot in the cave, 1 foot on the moon, and it's frankly, it's just like, you know, it's mortifying to see it. It's a little bit embarrassing to watch it. Watch you guys fumble around trying to sell these cantankerous 100 gig bastards when you could just fix Roblox. It's fucking stupid.
really appreciate your help in getting there. So,
Rust
to
is the worst
explain,
example,
this is
too. Rust had to do all these amazing, fucking beautiful graphics and stuff. Instead of just fixing the game, that the best game ever made, they just try to make it look better. And, I don't know, let's see, let's say you have a beautiful company that you love and that you built from the ground up, and you sell washing machines to the elderly, right? You're like, hey, I'm a service that sells washing machines to the elderly, right? And, you know, and I'll come install, and I'll sell you a good, cheap one at a good deal and stuff. I can do used, I can help people. It's whatever you need for about $400 a visit, you know? I'll get you a washing machine installed and stuff if you're elderly, right? It's like, instead of, you experience good success with this company, so then you turn it into Microsoft. You take that company and you turn it into Microsoft, when all you really needed to do was continue to, you know, just, you know, perfect selling washing machines to the elderly. Instead, you evolve, morph, bite off way more than you can chew, and then eventually become like this giant cantankerous bastard of a client that can't get frames over 60 frames per second. And that's the current problem with video games. It's very, very hard to say it without metaphors. It's kind of annoying. It's like biting off more than you can chew with graphics. I don't care what your frame rate is. The only game that I can think of that actually maintains the frame rate that it needs to right now is Fortnite, which is why it's so fit for kids. You know what I'm saying? If you were, I mean, I don't know. Let's see what he says.
A map server called Low Poly Rust. You will be able to play on it yourself soon, depending on the queues, of course, and it was created by the chaps at Project Nova, whom you may remember from the Mars map I showcased quite a while back now. The aim of this experiment, and it is an experiment at this stage, is to create a PvP playground in Rust with the lowest performance impact possible. The environment's built from simple shapes, in a few basic colours, and even weapon and armour skins are provided to match.
Wow,
Rust
with 240 frames per second, I would abandon every other video game I've ever played. Absolutely, instantly. They know it, we all know it. But their incompetence and their money and their bottom lines and their board of directors and these idiots talking about graphics have obviously ruined a really beautiful genre and like an entire industry now. If they were just to give us Minecraft Rust, you know what I'm saying, like with actual beautiful graphics and stuff, like I'd be fine. I'd be like, nah, why do I need to play 11? Why do I need to play WoW? Why do I need to play whatever the fuck? This is obviously fucking superior. I don't need to play Minecraft. That's superior to Minecraft. Absolutely. You know? So, like, whatever. I'm just saying, you guys could have done better with this. You went trying to shoot for the moon when you hadn't got out of the cave yet, you know? You built the space shuttle in Cape Canaveral where you still have 1 foot in a puddle inside of the cave. And you should have probably got out of the cave before you built the space shuttle to try to take us to the moon. And you didn't. And it shows.
File size of normal Rust skins. The map is only 0.6.
No Man's Sky is the worst example of it. No Man's could have been so good if they just actually fucking like made it like have good frames and be fun, as opposed to trying to make it so beautiful that it runs in 8K and, you know, so huge that you can never really see it all that. I don't need all that. I need you to fucking get a basic premise like you know, dual universe down, you know, first before you go looking to try and make Grand Theft Auto 5, you know? That was my issue with Grand Theft Auto 5. I was like, but you didn't even perfect San Andreas yet. So why would you go for Grand Theft Auto 5? It's so stupid.
6K in size, and whereas a typical
You didn't make 4 perfect either. So Rockstar's guilty of this. They keep shooting for those higher graphical heights because the stupid-ass gamers think graphics equals good game. And I'm sorry, you ruined the industry with that. You're stupid. It doesn't need to look pretty. It needs to fucking play well.
File can be over 55.
This game's an excellent example of that, you know? The game plays well, I would say. I mean, it's clunky, and there's no jump, and it's got 1 foot in the cave. But still, for its graphics, it plays just fine. Plays perfect, you know? I'm done ranting here. I'm gonna stop talking for a little while. I realize that I'm, like, scaring people away and stuff. I'm not scaring people away. This is the most concurrent viewership I've had in a long, long time, and it's good to see. It's good to see it, you know what I'm saying? Last time I had, like, I mean, the biggest I've ever had things like 157 or something like that when I was, when I had, EVE Online TIFF with another pilot. Here we go. Here we go. You didn't run it. You're bad. What? You didn't run it. Come on. Why are you sitting there with 1200 TP? Ah, learn how to melee. Come on.
5 megabytes. This one's only about 550 kilobytes. Remember kilobytes? It's a city map, and here's a nice Captain Bird's eye of it. There are downtown areas, apartments, a residential estate, a construction site, and an industrial...
Nin has always got dual wield at 10. I think.
Area
Let's go verify, huh? But I'm fairly sure that dual wield has always been 10, Tara. Fairly sure. Let's just go take a look. So we look at dual wield and we pull it back to history of, let's call it 2008 to be safe, or 2000, no. Older 15, is it older, oldest or older 50, there we go. It's Tuesday, what was, oh yeah, I thought it was, no, 12 Azusa Semi has always been Azusa Semi. Dual wield's always been 10 for Nin. But let's go verify. I might be talking out of my ass. I might be wrong. So let's go see. You might be right. Like my memory, I have a big hole in my brain the size of a golf ball, and I have like in 30 years of marijuana abuse and 2 years of heroin abuse and 7 years of methamphetamine abuse, I have holes in my brain and I don't know what's going on with this. We'll have to go see. I don't understand. The wiki seems to be fairly incompetent and can't seem to get me past 2008 without throwing me for a loop. So we'll just keep trying to get further down. I don't know why dual wield had so many fucking revisions, but if we go back to like January 5th, 2008. Oh, you have COVID fog? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I mean, I know. I mean, there's so much to remember about this game, dude. Like today, I learned that there's always been a -10 evasion debuff on the gravity spell. Did I tell you that? I didn't know that shit. I thought I knew everything about this fucking game.
Your skill has
But apparently
increased.
gravity gives a -10 evasion buff to mobs. So don't feel bad. If I didn't know about gravity, I don't know why it's bad that you didn't know about dual wield. We're just old and it is 10 billion things to remember about this really deep RPG, you know? Don't get down on yourself. You know, you're not perfect. You don't have an eidetic memory any more than I do. Like, you know, this shit's hard to remember all this shit. Dual Wield 1, Ninja level 10 in 2008. There we go.
Among others, and to help navigate and team up, the area you're in will show in the top left of the screen. So, this project all started fairly recently when a number of cubes were added for map makers to play around with, and it was decided to try remaking some of the Rust monuments with them. When these turned out alright, well, the rest of the story kind of wrote itself. You'll find a number of familiar sites here, including warehouses, Oxum's garages, industrial props, pylons, rad barrels, shipping containers, and my favourite, the bus stops. But pretty much everything else has been crafted from scratch, and as far as PvP arenas go, this one provides a lot of options. There's a ton of verticality here, and the simple
Your
colours
skill
really
has
help
increased.
too. Anywhere you see a green strip, that's a ladder, a blue strip's a walkway, and there are zip lines all over the shop, which incidentally have been freshly greased and work at twice the speed. There are also some obligatory sewer tunnels to get you around. Now, as I say, it's a PvP map, and to start with will be a free-for-all battlefield with no full damage, where you can just keep respawning and having fun. There are no rules restricting teams at the moment, but as with everything, this is all subject to change, and things will likely be adapted in response to feedback. Just taking a look at features of the server now, and something that should keep things interesting are killstreak rewards. At 3, you get a low poly barricade. Woohoo! At 5, you get to call in an airstrike. Eight bags you a mostly low poly.
You know, like, this is cool, but yeah, I'm not going to do this. The PvPers will just shit all over it and turn it into a negative toxic thing. I'm not going to go do a deathmatch server. It's not my fucking vibe. Deathmatch was cool in 2001. I don't know about 2023, guys. Just saying. whatever. You might think it's cool. I don't. Deathmatch is the most basic form of PvP. It's fun and it has its places, but it's not really very real. It's not. There would never be just a deathmatch, really. I don't think. You know, it doesn't lead to good skills and good skill sets, in my opinion. Good practices. Yep. I'm gonna throw a protector because I want one. My frame rate keeps dropping now. Like, get like a better point of view or whatever. There we go. That's better. Like, that was cool, but why did they fuck it up with deathmatch? Come on, man. Lumberjack Hazy, Furnace Changes, Industrial Crafters. I've seen all the rest of this. That's unfortunate. I like this guy, but yeah. So let's see what you offer up. But I don't think I would get much. Like, what does that even mean? I see this title, and I don't know what it fucking means. Like, I literally, I'm so far behind it now. I guess I'm not up with this weird waifu, weeb, weird stuff. I'm just not up to that shit. I'm just not, it's not my thing. The Goonies. Let's see. When he gets away from World of Warcraft, I like Bellular, but I don't like his WoW coverage at all. Let's go see what he has to say.
The trailer. It would say, acclaimed video game with one creator, Neil Druckmann. That's a bit of a problem, because Neil Druckmann is not the sole creator of The Last of Us. Actually, there were two co-directors. Neil is one of them, and Bruce Stanley is, bizarrely enough, absolutely nowhere to be seen. So, amidst all the chaos that we're going to get into in today's story, we have had the co-director of The Last of Us call for unionization after not getting into the credits for The Last of Us. What, are they just washing over his name and having it only be Neil Druckmann? Like, that's pretty damn bizarre. He said, "It's an argument for unionization that someone who is part of the co-creation of that world and those characters isn't getting a credit or a nickel for the work they put into it. Maybe we need unions in the game industry to be able to protect creators." And I suppose he's a pretty high-profile dude. So if the co-director of The Last of Us...
Don't care. Does he ever take that shirt off? Jesus Christ, man. My friend called him homeless the other day, and I didn't say a word, because that's kind of what he looks like. I was like, yeah.
Your skill has increased.
You know. So how much is the Blizzard did 72 and the Arrow did 22, but what is the Thunder hit for? I don't see, yeah, Thunder for 48, right? Why would I cast something that's like 50 mana when I could have just cast Arrow and catch, what did I catch the Arrow? The Arrow was like Fire. Fire hit for 14, which isn't too good, but the Arrow hit for 22, which is just crazy. I think I'm going to take the Thunder out of my rotation and just start spamming like lower stuff so I can get more bang for the buck. Yeah, spam Ice and then Fire and then Wind.
Find that you're looking for has been here the whole time. So you can see that I'm the one who understands you. You did all along, so why can't you see? You belong with me. Standing by, waiting at your back door all the time. How could you not know, baby?
She's so hot. But she's too young. No, wait, she's too young? I can't tell. She looks too young, though. It's bothering me a little bit. I don't know. I'm just not even going to ask. I'm just not even going to say anything. God damn it.
You belong with me. You belong with me. It's time, I think.
She's got to be 18, right? I mean, I would say. What was that? What was this? Okay. Why did we stop?
Your skill has increased.
Do you want to know how much I made as a small Twitch streamer in my first Twitch payout? I'm gonna show you. Keep on watching. Hi gamers, my name is Chanel, back by Quick Pixel Online. I share tutorials and tips for small creators with a passion for games. If that's you, or you want to see more videos like this one, then hit the subscribe button down below. I also stream on Twitch if you want to come and hang out and check out any more of my live content. See you there. So today I'm going to be sharing with you my actual Twitch analytics and my real revenue report. I'm going to keep this video very short because I know you guys want to see the analytics, you want to see how much I made. I was actually quite shocked the amount of support that I've been getting on my streams recently. I recently got my first ever Twitch payout and I am very close to hitting the threshold for the second one, and that is amazing to me. I think it's very important because a lot of people go into streaming just to make money, but really what comes down to it is that you have a passion for something and you want to share that online, and your goal is to either be helping someone, creating your best content, and the goal should never be money. But if you are working hard and you are creating good content and you are sharing it to the right places such as YouTube, Twitter, then you will start to see results. This is a realistic outcome of what can happen when you are a small streamer that makes YouTube videos that doesn't spend their whole life on Twitch. This is my first Twitch payout, and I literally got affiliated in September 2019, and I hit my threshold in December. And the reason I hit my threshold in December is because I focused on improving my content on my streams. So in December I did a Christmas tree, and I said to people, if you sub or you give bits, then you can have a bauble on the tree and you could be entered into a giveaway. So that was like a little incentive, but I was still really surprised with the support and people's generosity around Christmas time, I guess. Okay, we're going to jump onto the computer, I'm going to show you my analytics, we're going to get into how much money I made as a small Twitch affiliate in my first ever Twitch payout. Ooh. Okay, I'm in my channel analytics on Twitch, which is under the Twitch dashboard, and you go to channel analytics, and this is the default display. It's literally just showing me between the 27th of December and 25th of January. So to see, do you want to know how much I made as a small Twitch streamer in my first Twitch payout? I'm going to show you. Keep on watching. Hi gamers, my name is Chanel, back here by Quick Pixel Online. I share tutorials and tips for small creators with a passion for games. If that's you, or you want to see more videos like this one, then hit the subscribe button down below. I also stream on Twitch if you want to come and hang out and check out any more of my live content. See you there. So today I'm going to be sharing with you my actual Twitch analytics and my real revenue report. I'm going to keep this video very short because I know you guys want to see the analytics. You want to see how much I made. I was actually quite shocked the amount of support that I've been getting on my streams recently. I recently got my first ever Twitch payout, and I am very close to hitting the threshold for the second one, and that is amazing to me. I think it's very important because a lot of people go into streaming.
Your skill has increased.
Money, but really what comes down to it is that you have a passion for something and you want to share that online, and your goal is to either be helping someone, creating your best content, and the goal should never be money. But if you are working hard and you are creating good content and you are sharing it to the right places such as YouTube, Twitter, then you will start to see results. This is a realistic outcome
she's
of
a girl.
what can happen when you are a small streamer that makes YouTube videos that doesn't spend their whole life on Twitch. This is my first Twitch payout, and I literally got affiliated in September 2019, and I hit my threshold in December. And the reason I hit my threshold in December is because I focused on improving my content on my streams. So in December I did a Christmas tree, and I said to people, if you sub or you give bits, then you can have a bauble on the tree and you could be entered into a giveaway. So that was like a little incentive, but I was still really surprised with the support and people's generosity around Christmas time, I guess. Okay, we're going to jump onto the computer, I'm going to show you my analytics, we're going to get into how much money I made as a small Twitch affiliate in my first ever Twitch payout. Ooh. Okay, I'm in my channel analytics on Twitch, which is under the Twitch dashboard, and you go to channel analytics, and this is the default display. It's literally just showing me between the 27th of December and 25th of January. So to see my actual revenue for my first paycheck, we go back to when I first got affiliated, which was like the 16th of September. So we'll just go from September to the end of December and go update. Okay, so in this time frame, I was able to make about $152.90. which is a bit odd because when I go to payout history, it says I only made $145.42, which transferred into £112 for me because I'm British. But anyway, it's close enough. I don't know where the missing dollars are. I don't know where the cutoff was, but that's what I made for my first payout. So this was roughly $44.87 paid subs. So that's 20 subscribers at tier 1, $99.98 in Twitch Prime subs, $48.69 in gifted subs. This is 22 gifted subs. In my ads, I earned $2.53 for about 3,000 views, so not much. Cheering, $46.83, which is really high as well. People like to do cheers, gifted subs, and subs. They're all about the same level. As you know from my other video, you get the whole revenue for the bits, which is why it adds up so much, and then gifted subs and paid subs are like halved and split between Twitch. So if I scroll up, I can see here how long I've been streaming each day. So when I did this, I was only streaming about an average of 3 hours a day. I had a few peaks. Oh, this is my average videos, never mind. Okay, here's the time I streamed. An average of about 3 hours, 3 to 4 hours each stream. If I click on my revenue button here, it will now show you all the different revenue spikes throughout that whole period. So this is a 3-month period before I officially hit the $100 threshold.
Wow, I've done better with this than this girl. I've done better with this girl without ever taking affiliation. That is a huge, huge deal to me. I did better without taking the contract. I did 3 or 4 times better than her without taking the contract. And I feel really, really happy about that. That's the best news I've had all year, I would say. I thought I just sucked at this when I was failing.
Increased.
I'm not sucking and failing, not really, no. I did definitely better than this girl, which is good. If I did better than this cute little teenage girl or whatever she is, I'm not trying to say she's attractive, I'm just saying she's cute little pixie girl, whatever. Like, you know, and I still did better than her. I did about 4 times better than her, I would say. I was trying to draw a comparison. I did do exactly 4 times better than her in terms of currency in a third of the time. It's a good sign. If I can beat a girl, I think I'm going to be able to do this.
Get paid, and then I earned a little bit more before the end of December.
I think I'm going to be able to do this. It's good. It's what I needed to hear.
So as you can see on
I can maybe support my family,
stream,
you know,
I managed
finally.
to get $22 from cheering. On my other special stream here, which is quite a big one, I got $22 in gifted subs and $3 in cheering. And I've got a lot of gifted subs
I got a $50
and cheering just like spread out
from
here.
a
so I got
subscription. I said the right thing while I was on a Destiny stream once. I was streaming Destiny and I pulled quite a few people, and this awesome guy came in. He was a paraplegic Olympic cyclist, and I happened to mention how really awesome the Special Olympics is, and he gave me $50. And I'll never forget it. He gave me $50. It was so awesome. I'll never forget that one, and that was the first big donation I ever got. It was like $50. It was so beautiful, and I was like, thank you. And I went to go look at the PayPal, and I saw his LLC, and I saw his business, and I went to the website, and I was like, wow, this is who actually gave me money. It's so awesome. I suppose that's kind of mean. I mean, like, I guess I'm kind of putting him on blast, but I didn't say any names. That's the difference. If he was famous, or he might be famous, I don't know. But anyways, he could tell that I have no hatred in my heart. And that's all it really takes. You respond to you jive with some people when you have no hatred in your heart. It actually works. It's a good attitude to have, you know. Works for me. Oh, you can't use your play button. Come on, use the play button. It's not that fucking hard, man. So dumb.
And yeah, this is what you can learn from your analytics. It tells you pretty much everything. I also know from my analytics, if I go to just December 2019, I earned a majority of my revenue in that month. This was the month I was actually able to hit the revenue, which was because of these huge peaks where people were gifting subs. And I did change my content, and I was very dedicated to my streams at this point, which is why even though I didn't stream that many days, people saw how committed I was, and they were just being very generous. Gifted subs was a majority of my income from December. The last thing I just want to say is that This is just an idea of what you possibly can earn as a small streamer on Twitch. I know it's not a huge amount, but even when you can hit that threshold every month or two, it's really good because you can put that money straight back into improving your stream. And I really just wanted to show you guys my analytics today to see how realistically a streamer who doesn't stream like every single day and does put a lot of work into their content outside of Twitch.
Okay, so we have Quirky, where was this? It was like Quirky Pixel. She really helped me, so I'm going to like and sub to the stream. Excellent video, you know what I'm saying? Heart sign, excellent vid. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for providing perspective when I needed it most. You know, two hearts for this one, and I'll go follow her her channel too. There we go. Damn it, I was supposed to nuke and I didn't. Trying to eat dinner, trying to talk, trying to do a stream, trying to respond to this girl, trying to like learn, trying to do all these things at once. It's hard to do, but I can do it. Watch, I'll do all of it. You know what I'm saying? This seems stalkerish, but I'll never come back to this girl's page. I just want to show some love. You know what I'm saying? I'll never come back here. So I'm gonna leave I'm gonna leave an imprint.
I'm just getting set up.
I'm gonna leave an imprint just because she helped positively change my life. The least I can do is help follow her. It is free. Most people sit around for weeks on end, don't follow, and they don't care, and they think it's funny because they just want people to feel bad, I guess. But yeah, I'm not that type. Now, oh yeah, 39, 66, 54, 96. I feel like this is going to get all over me. I'll eat it, but I'm not going to eat it on this plate. That's alright. Why no skill chain, huh? I don't really get that. Alright, whatever. They did the combo. I don't know why I didn't get a skill chain there, but okay. They did it perfectly. They were not off-timed. Just complete fucking server glitch, I guess. Or they're doing it in the wrong order. They're probably doing it in the wrong order. Never mind. There we go. Sit down. I can eat for a little while. Okay. This was good. And may we never see you again. I'm just kidding. I just don't feel it's really appropriate for me to hang around her stream. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, expect it to be in rough shape. I've been expecting it to be in fucking rough shape. Hey, it's Lone Vault Wanderer did a video, huh? Yeah, love Lone Vault Wanderer. Yeah. Alright. Uh-oh.
Hey everyone, it's me, Lone. I hope you're having a great day. Today, unfortunately, we have what seems to be some bad stuff.
I followed this kid back when he had like 3,000. Now he's sitting at 123. I remember the day I bought Fallout 76 on the PS4 and I fell in love with it. I went and looked at a bunch of streamers, like 5 or 10 of them, and I only liked 2 of them, and he's one of them. The other one is called, what's her name? It's something Lone Vault Wanderer, and her name is Innovist or something like that, or something Innovist or something like that. I forget. Fallout 76. I forget. Survival Innovist. I think Survival or something like that. Survival Innovist 76. I don't know. I know her. If I go looking through 76, I'll see her. But there was like 2 that I actually liked, and he was one of them. It's good. Yeah, so that's mainly where I was going with this. Oh, are we fighting? No.
Starfield news. Now, I will say from the outset, this piece of news does come from a leak, and as always, when it comes to leak, you need to treat them with a grain of salt. However, when it comes to this particular leak, it is coming from a person who does have some credibility.
Call 21.
To them.
Call
I'll
21.
explain why
I gotta make a note of it.
Second.
I was like, man, I know there's a good call that I really love, but I don't remember what number it is, and that's it. There we go. There we go. I gotta write it down. Call 21. I always forget. And testing calls is not very fun. Folder. Call 21 is my pull macro sound. I've been wondering. I've been like trying to find that out. Okay, so here we go. Fish. Full of fish? Not entirely. Oops.
So you can make your own judgment call on that. But if you enjoyed this video, all I ask is if you could please join my Discord. The link is in the description below and also in the pinned comment. But let's get right to it. So on Resetera, before the Xbox and Bethesda game showcase that took place last week, this member, Horns, posted the following. I don't usually have a source for any information, but I heard that Tango Gameworks will be putting out something you can play later today related to their Hi-Fi Rush game. Don't know much else besides that. Maybe this has previously been rumored and I didn't see it. It doesn't matter if anyone believes me, not looking for recognition. If this turns out to be correct, we'll know in a few hours. I will share more of what I was informed. Now, as I said, this went live a few hours before the Xbox and Bethesda game showcase. And lo and behold, at that showcase, as a surprise, we saw that Hi-Fi Rush was announced and it was released that same day, that night after the showcase ended. So it does give credence to this particular poster on Resetera that they were telling the truth, that they actually had a credible source, perhaps within Bethesda or within Xbox, that Hi-Fi Rush was going to be announced at the show and that you'd be able to play it later today. Now, a few things. We knew of the name Hi-Fi Rush before this. This person did not come out and say Hi-Fi Rush is the name of the game. There was a trademark relating to that, so the name Hi-Fi Rush was out there. But from memory, what we didn't really know is, well, I say we, I knew it, because I used to work there. But what others in the community didn't know, the public knowledge, they didn't know what the game was, you know, what it was going to be about, let alone that it was going to be announced at the Xbox and Bethesda game showcase, and more to the point that you'd be able to play it that day, right? That was completely unknown. All I've seen that has actually confirmed that before the showcase took place was from this particular member. So if you put 2 and 2 together, it seems that Horns on Resetera actually has a legitimate source. And the reason why this is important is because, true to their word, they came out after the Xbox and Bethesda showcase and said, here's some more information. And they shed some light about Starfield, which is the bad news that I alluded to at the beginning of this video. So let's go to that second post. Again on Resetera, they said the following. So this turned out to be true. I was told more that I said I would share. So Microsoft lost tons and tons of money on Azure this fiscal year. They're asking all divisions to blunt the loss. One thing Microsoft has floated for Xbox is releasing Starfield before fiscal year, aka June 2023. Redfall is coming first and is in rough shape still, and probably should use more quality control. but it's still in better shape than
That was
Starfield.
terrible.
Bethesda wants
I
more
don't wanna
time with
finish
Starfield,
it.
and if they get their way,
That's
Starfield
uncommon.
will come in the fall 2023.
For whatever she's
if
cooking the
Microsoft
chicken
gets
on
their
isn't
way,
cooking
it
it all the
comes
way.
out in this
It's
fiscal
not her
year.
fault. It's
If
a
Starfield
really
comes in
wonderful
June,
meal, but she
expect it
didn't
to
cook
be
the chicken.
in rough
It's
shape.
disgusting to me.
So,
She
there
cook
is a
the
lot
chicken.
to talk
Her-
about when
her
it comes
tool
to this
to cook the
particular
chicken, whatever it is,
leak
isn't good
or
enough.
rumor, whatever you want to call it. First of all, should you believe it? Should you actually believe this to be true or not? I genuinely do not know what the state of Starfield is. I have no inside information. Even if I did, of course I wouldn't share it. I have zero idea. So I cannot tell you whether this is true or not, whether Starfield is actually in a bad shape or whether it will be in a bad shape if it happened to be released in June. So I'm genuinely just, spitballing here, okay? Now, if this was any other rando on the internet that didn't have any credibility, you probably wouldn't believe it, right? And rightly so, because you need, as I said before, treat everything with a grain of salt when it doesn't come from the horse's mouth. However, as I just covered before, this person clearly has some credibility. They clearly had someone that told them very legitimate information that Hi-Fi Rush was going to be announced at the showcase and also released that day to be able to play. And that was a secret that Bethesda clearly held right close to their chest, and no one else knew about, seemingly aside from this person, right? So you have to believe, at least with regards to that specific bit of information, that person had a legitimate source, whether in Bethesda or whether in Xbox, okay? It is the only conclusion that you can draw unless you believe that they somehow were able to guess that a game that no one expected to be at the show would be at the show and that it would be released later that day. That is the most crazy speculation, and no one else guessed that. So I cannot believe that it's false. It seems to be true to me. But that does not mean that this piece of information is true. And it also doesn't rule out the possibility, and I'm not accusing this person of being a liar, but it doesn't rule out the possibility that they might be, whether lying or stretching the truth in this particular post. We don't know. And again, I'm not accusing that person of it, but we don't know. There is nothing else that we can go off aside from the fact that they were right about that fact about Hi-Fi Rush before. So we really don't know how true this particular piece of information is. But let's say that it is, and personally, I actually am believing this person because, as I said, that Hi-Fi Rush, rumor or secret was so closely guarded. Like, no one knew about it. So I tend to believe it, at least I'm leaning that way. But hypothetically, let's say we do take it to be true. Does it mean that Starfield is in rough shape? Literally every game in existence before they release, especially in that 6 months window, is in rough shape. If you know anything about game dev, you know how quickly a game can come together in that last 6 months before release. It is seemingly magical sometimes. Games are always like that. And from what we've heard about Starfield, start to end, the game is finished and they're just working on fixing bugs, right? And there's probably going to be a lot of them with all the improvements that they made to the engine, with how big this game
that's
is
the
gonna
first
be.
3 levels.
There is
Let's see if we can get
obviously
5
going
more.
to be a lot of bugs that Bethesda games
You saw it here
needs to fix
first,
when it comes
you know
to
what I'm
Starfield. So if
6
someone
hours,
actually said to me,
5
if they
levels,
were
let's see if we can
Bethesda,
do it.
yeah,
Let's see if we
Starfield's
can
not
do
in
it.
a rough
I
shape,
doubt it,
not in a
but
good shape. Of course I'd
maybe.
believe it, because barely any game is in a good shape, whether 4 or 5 months, however much it is, out from launch. It is not a surprise that is the case, okay? But with that being said, might this actually delay the game beyond the first half of this year like we were promised previously? I genuinely think that there is a chance. Anyone that believes that Starfield is still coming out, whether in March or April, now before Redfall, I think you need to temper your expectations. I do not think this game is coming out before Redfall. There's just no way. Just from a practical standpoint.
Another 2 years.
We
the
haven't
hype
seen
machine
anything
is
about
off the hook.
Starfield this year. We've seen a bunch of the stuff about Redfall. How could you believe that Starfield's coming before Redfall? To me, that just does not make sense, as I've said in previous videos, right? So at the very least, in my opinion, you probably should expect this game at earliest in June. And I've said 6th of June many times. That is my official prediction. Yes, it's on the same day as Diablo, but Horns also said that Diablo is in rough shape, and the 6/6 release date is also questionable. Whether you believe them on that or not, I don't know. But Diablo might actually miss that 6/6 date, which might leave it open for Todd to release on 6/6 and get the date that he wants. Right? If that is a date that he wants. I say that he likes it because you don't need to change the day and the month. So, at earliest, I think we need to expect this game in June. But yes, there is every possibility that Starfield is delayed. Right? You can't not expect that. I think a lot of people, I was definitely, I'll speak for myself here, I was definitely very surprised that Starfield missed the first date back in June of last year.
Your skill has increased.
And I can't sit here and say, well, it's definitely not going to be delayed again. Like, expect anything now. If they delayed it once, they'll delay it again. They are not going to have a repeat of Fallout 76.
Yes, they will.
Absolutely not. If
yes,
Todd
they will.
says to Microsoft and to Xbox, this game cannot come out in the first half of this year, it will not come out in the first half of this year. Bethesda game studios will not risk their reputation a second time. There is literally, in my eyes, zero chance, right? So I think if it needs to get delayed, it will get delayed, and fall does make sense. Heck, November of this year makes sense. Does it put Xbox in a bind? Yes. Does it put Microsoft in a bind? Seemingly yes. But I also question, how the performance of a completely separate division in Microsoft might affect when a game is released in the Xbox division. Yes, on paper it seems to make sense, but I don't think the company would quite work that way. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But really what I do want to stress and what I want to end this video on is that I don't think we should worry that Starfield is in a rough shape right now. If it actually
I am, because it gets 15 frames per second. Call that raw shape, bitch. I don't know what you call it.
I expect that game to have so many bugs.
I call it unplayable.
Right, just because of the nature of video games.
But okay, maybe I'm a little bit more harsh than you.
That BGS developed, right?
I call that unplayable for 2 more years.
I'm still going to hold out on that June release date.
Genuinely, scrap it, start over again.
Rule out, in my opinion,
you
rule
don't have
out before
game.
Redfall, rule out a March or April release date.
I saw it. We all saw
before,
it. I saw that crappy game that they showed, Starfield. Fuck Starfield, dude. They've got 2 years to go, or it'll be the biggest cash grab scam in history. Bethesda will torch their fucking reputation on it. They've got 2 years to go. That fucking frame rate can suck a dick, and they've got to start over again clean if they're smart at all. That frame rate, man, it's not going to get better. And when they release on the PS5 and they're pulling 15 frames per second, their good name is going to get torched, and we're all terrified of it. And it seems like they're going ahead with it. They're going to torch the 76 wasn't enough. They're going to torch their fucking and I love 76. I love 76 the second I played it. I've never had a problem loving 76. I don't know what the rest of the community's issue was. I mean, it was. I know why it launched because of the bugs, but if Starfield launches how it looks right now, they'll torch their entire company, and they need to chill out on that shit. Nobody's expecting it, and they started this hype machine. They shouldn't have. They should have just shut the fuck up like they did with Fallout 4 and released a really good game, Instead, they got to feed the hype machine like fucking, like Cyberpunk did, and they want to cyberpunk fucking Bethesda. Yeah, sure, because CD Projekt Red is a great example to follow, yeah. I better help the white mage. I have a sense we might see a screwdriver death here. Yeah, see? Yeah, here it is. Yeah, oh, no, Aqua Ball. Okay, I'm just going to dump heals here just so I'm sure that we win this, because I'm not getting a good feeling here. Yeah, I just dumped 3 Cure 2s, and so did he, and we're already losing. We're still losing. It's not too good. I better sit down. Please don't. Oh, good. We got it. Phew. I was like, man, I didn't even bother looking at the health. I was like, I'm out of mana. It doesn't matter what the health is. I can't do anything.
If it comes out in March or April, I will legitimately sing the Fallout New Coca-Cola song on this channel. I'll upload a video of me singing it. That is a promise. But I think it's going to be June. There is a chance, I believe, that it might get delayed beyond that, but I think Todd and Xbox are going to stick to their word that this game comes out in the first half of this year. But anyways, Waysanders, let me know your thoughts. This is a tough one because you have to make your mind up,
My thoughts, right? I'll say what I said. My thoughts. Bethesda is about to pull a Cyberpunk and lose our faith with low FPS POS that console boys will rebel against. That's just me. 2 more years or death. That's just me. That's like actually I really look at it. I mean, I hope that I'm not the only one saying that, because if they launch how it is right now, they could lose our goodwill. You release that 15 frame per second piece of crap how it looks right now, fuck you. I'm not ever buying it. I'll tell you that. And let's see how you do when you dump like $1.5 billion into a title people won't buy. We all know what happens. CDPR is what happens.
You know, whether you believe this particular leak or rumor or not, but take it as a hypothetical as well.
June, nah, no.
A long time ago, in 1937, J.R.R. Tolkien decided to write a novel called The Hobbit, a book for children about a short guy who goes on a wonderful adventure. Little did Tolkien know how popular his story would become, but when it did, he decided to write a more mature story after.
Kids like depth.
This time,
you guys
it was a
think that they
trilogy
like
called
Roblox,
The
but if
Lord
they really
of the
want
Rings
depth,
trilogy.
they just don't
And
have the
little did
computers
he
to
know
run
how
it.
popular that would also become. Throughout time, as movies and TV became more popular, there were attempts to adapt Tolkien's grand epic, such as these animated movies that is frankly a lot of fun to watch. But in 1995, a man named Peter Jackson decided he would take an attempt at adapting this Lord of the Rings trilogy to the big screen. After years of hard work during the pre-production, the actual production, and post-production, the Lord of the Rings trilogy began with The Fellowship of the Ring in 2001 and concluded with The Return of the King in 2003. These films went on to become 3 of the most successful films imaginable. Not only were these films huge hits amongst casual audiences, but hardcore Tolkien fans were mostly pleased, and critics themselves loved these films. The box office numbers didn't hurt anything either. Return of the King is tied to this day for the most successful movie at the Oscars, winning 11 Oscars, including Best Picture. Almost never does it happen where a blockbuster movie wins Best Picture, but Lord of the Rings managed to pull it off. This trilogy managed to capture the awe and imagination almost everyone who watched it. I remember when I was younger and these movies came out, and for years all I could think about was rewatching the movies, playing the video game adaptations of the movies, and running around with my plastic swords pretending I was Aragorn fighting a bunch of orcs. But even with all this passion for the trilogy in the 2000s, that passion has not faded all these years later. This trilogy was so popular that Amazon decided to gamble over $1 billion on the most expensive show ever made in the history of TV. So what made Lord of the Rings so popular? How did a story that was originally written in the 1950s move so many people decades upon decades later? What makes these movies arguably 3 of the best movies ever made? Well, let's go back in time almost a century to the beginning, and I mean the beginning. John R.R. Tolkien's influence on the fantasy genre is immeasurable. He wrote The Hobbit in 1937 and then went on to write his Lord of the Rings trilogy in the 1950s. Tolkien created his world of Middle-earth pretty much from scratch. The characters, the places, and even original languages all stemmed from the mind of Tolkien. Even though he borrowed some of the races of Middle-earth from old European folklore like elves and dwarfs, he put his own spin on them and made those races into their own. He also created some new races for his world, like the hobbits and the orcs. Yes, that's right, every time you have seen some sort of orc in a fantasy story, just know that it came from Tolkien. There's no denying that the modern fantasy as we know it today has taken heavy influence from Tolkien's work, sometimes a little too much. If it weren't for Tolkien, many of our beloved stories probably wouldn't exist. It should be noted that even though Tolkien is seen as the father of fantasy, the genre did exist prior to The Hobbit in 1937. Stories such as Alice in Wonderland, The Well at the World's End, Time and the Gods, and The King of Elfland's Daughter are just some stories that had built their own realized fantasy world before Tolkien built his. But where Tolkien became the father of the fantasy genre was with how he pioneered the fantasy genre. Prior to his works with The Hobbit, fantasy stories were more about stories of escapism. Characters would begin their stories in the ordinary world of planet Earth and would somehow make a journey to a whole new world. The laws of physics and basic rules of reality didn't apply to these worlds. These worlds worlds were, as the genre's name suggests, simple fantasy lands where anything was possible. They didn't have strict rules or maps or made-up languages. These fantasy lands weren't meant to be fully functioning worlds. They purely served as a means of taking the characters on a journey where they would become reformed by the time they returned to the real world. So in these fantasy stories, Earth and its rules still existed, and characters would begin and end their stories on Earth. But the world they journeyed to was truly a fantasy. Since these fantasy lands didn't have any strong world building or established rules and limitations, they were often seen as juvenile. Before Tolkien, the fantasy genre was directed towards children, with little room for adult interest. And this is where Tolkien revolutionized the genre. Middle-earth wasn't a world that a character entered and left by the end of the story. Middle-earth was the world of the story. Everything about Middle-earth in the story of The Hobbit was real. From the locations, the races, the gods, the religions, and the magic systems were all real in this story. This wasn't so much a fantasy land anymore as it was its own world. The term Tolkien used to describe Middle-earth was a secondary world because you could literally learn about its history and its cultures like it was a real place. And that is how Tolkien really revolutionized the genre. So if we were to dive deep into this new world of Middle-earth he created for The Hobbit, the influences on Tolkien's life are noticeably prevalent in these stories. There are two major influences on Tolkien's work: European inspiration and Catholic inspiration. Tolkien was an expert in Old English literature, and it is no secret that the poem Beowulf had an immense influence on Tolkien. Beowulf's dragon has striking similarities to the dragon in The Hobbit. Both dragons are ferocious, share a greed for gold, fly at night, and are rather old. Furthermore, the Shire is reminiscent of rural England, and Isengard is reminiscent of industrial England. The Shire is painted as this wonderful place of happiness. People work outside, they live on the farms, there's a strong sense of community, people go to taverns for fun. This is the ideal world that Tolkien loved, and that's why it's portrayed as such a wonderful place. Comparing that to Isengard, it's seen as a place of full-on construction, devoid of life, destructive to nature, and has no sense of community. This comparison between the Shire and Isengard exemplifies Tolkien's worldview of England at the time. The kingdoms of men such as Rohan and Gondor also have European influences. Rohan is from the Goths, Scandinavians, and the medieval Anglo-Saxons. Anglo-Saxon influence is prevalent in the culture and the language of Rohan, while the Goth influence is seen with the Rohirrim
That's my only complaint with the Lord of the Rings.
Gondor is inspired by the Eastern Roman Empire or the Byzantine Empire. The Celtic influence can be spotted with the Elvish language, with Tolkien comparing the two. These are just some examples of the European influence on Tolkien. Now, the other major influence is that of Catholicism. Tolkien himself has said that The Lord of the Rings is a fundamentally Catholic work. We see plenty of people throughout Lord of the Rings struggle with the temptation of the ring. It doesn't matter how good or evil you may be, all of them are victims to the temptation of the ring. We see with Gollum that he was once an ordinary hobbit, but once he comes into contact with the ring, he kills his best friend and cousin and slowly starts to lose his humanity over hundreds of years. He may have been gifted with a long life, but not a very fulfilling one. Even someone as good-hearted as Bilbo can become demonic at the thought of getting the ring. Boromir, someone who is a good and noble man, sees the ring and claims he can use that power to destroy Sauron. That's part of the ring's
The Ring is the Ring of the Nibelungen. It was done by Wagner long before it was done by Lord of the Rings, and he stole the entire idea from Wagner, which was a composer in Germany in the Nazi. I'm sorry, I'm thinking of Mendel. Wagner was much younger than that, much earlier. Sorry, thinking of Mendel. Sorry, but not Mendel, but Wagner. And so, we get Lord of the Rings due to the Ring of the Nibelungen, and that is mainly, the main influence behind the Lord of the Rings. It's all been done, and it's all been done before. Now, that story was more kind of like Dante's Inferno than it was like Lord of the Rings, but it still was about the ring, which I wear. Tolkien meant it as addiction. It turns people into madmen. They chase it. It's an addiction to either alcohol or drugs or power or sex or whatever it is that you just do too much of, video games, etc. Represents the ring, right? And when you don the ring, it slowly turns you into like a fucking ring wraith. Eventually, you're just crazy. You're a golem. You turn into Gollum if you do it very long.
Temptation. You can't use the power of the ring to destroy the power of the ring. And in the climax of the story, even someone like Frodo has been able to resist it.
Nothing can, except wise choices, Nothing can stop drugs. The government tried. Let's see how well they did. So stupid. Or power. Drugs are power. Almost basically the same thing. Drugs have a lot of power. Damn it, why can't you run your play button?
Temptation throughout the entire trilogy gave into the power of the ring. Beyond the allegory of the ring, Tolkien also has 3 Christ figures illustrated in his story: Frodo, Gandalf, and Aragorn. Since I am no Catholic of my own, I'm gonna quote this article, The Catholic Origins of Lord of the Rings, which says it best. Link in the description below. Frodo is a Christ figure as the ring bearer. If the ring is seen as synonymous with sin, then bearing the ring is like carrying the burden of sin. Christ bore the burden of sin by carrying the cross.
Carry it every day.
Frodo is a Christ figure.
Carry it every day. The price of sin and what it took to get out of it, which is leaving humanity entirely.
And transfiguration. The wizard lays down his life for his friends at the bridge of Khazad-dûm and is later resurrected as Gandalf the White. His transfiguration is evidenced in the part where his friends first see him in his resurrected form, but his garments are so white and dazzling that his friends are forced to cover their eyes, and Gandalf is forced to wear a gray cloak over the white. Aragorn is the 3rd major Christ figure because he is the true king. He has the power to descend into the lands of the dead and to have the power over the dead themselves, to release the dead from their curse. Of course, this reminds us of Christ's descent into hell after his crucifixion to liberate the souls of the dead. So those are the 3 Christ figures in Lord of the Rings. The last Catholic influence I want to talk about is the destruction of nature. Tolkien was a major skeptic of industrialization and its effect on nature. As I mentioned earlier, the Shire is representative of the best of rural England. The elves are also a species that live in strong harmony with the forest. When Isengard is destroying the forest of Fangorn to build his army, the Ents are forced to take action. They don't want to get involved in the battles of men, but when their lands are threatened, they take action against Isengard. The Catholic and European influences on Lord of the Rings are not hidden. They are front and center. These influences are a big reason why the books were so beloved back then, and why the movies are so beloved now. And Peter Jackson and his team made a concerted effort to translate these influences into his films, which is an effort that must be commended. Speaking of Peter Jackson, let's jump forward in time some 40 to 50 years to the production of Lord of the Rings. Most of my videos that I do, I talk about the story and whether or not it's good or bad. Lord of the Rings is a great story, no doubt, but on this channel, I want to talk about movies and shows. The story of Lord of the Rings originates from the 1950s, a long time before the movies were created. I'm not here to take away from the brilliant job that Jackson and his team did at adapting the story, but at the end of the day, they didn't create the story. They didn't create the characters and the themes of Lord of the Rings. That was all Tolkien. So while I can sit here and talk about every detail of the story and why it's great, I want to take the time to really focus on the movies themselves and what they contributed to its big success. And yes, while the fantastic story is a big part of that, I would argue that the impossibly great production of this trilogy is just as important to its success as the story. I would argue that there are 3 movie productions of the past 60 years that contributed the most to the advancement of the film industry. The production of the original Star Wars, the production of James Cameron's Avatar, and the production of the Lord of the Rings trilogy. What's crazy about the production of the Lord of the Rings trilogy is how different its initial conception was. Originally, Jackson was working for Miramax to develop the Lord of the Rings duology. The 2 films would be the Fellowship of the Ring and the War of the Ring. However, as pre-production was beginning, co-founder of Miramax, Harvey Weinstein, pushed to turn the story into 1 film. That's right, this sack of shit wanted the Lord of the Rings trilogy to be 1 film. Jackson said he would agree if he could make the film 4 hours, but Weinstein wanted it to be 1 2-hour film. Imagine telling the entirety of Lord of the Rings in 2 hours. Inevitably, Jackson and his team left Miramax and joined New Line Cinema. New Line CEO Robert Shane told Jackson that he wanted 3 films and would give him a budget of $300 million. Jackson enthusiastically accepted and pre-production began. Nowadays, it doesn't seem unlikely to give a big movie that kind of money, but if we were to travel back in time 25 years, this was a gigantic gamble for New Line Cinema. $300 million is $100 million per movie, and even the top-notch directors at the time were lucky to get $100 million for a big movie. George Lucas got $115 for The Phantom Menace, and that was seen as a pretty much guaranteed financial hit. There was nothing to suggest that this Lord of the Rings project would work. Jackson himself wasn't even a proven director. He worked on horror comedy movies that had almost a budget of around $26 million. Now he was being handed
Meet the Feebles is such a good fucking movie. Demented Peter Jackson film about puppets doing a play. They're all pederasts, they're all butt rapers, they're all rapists, they're all crazy, druggy, drunk actors, and it's entirely puppetry. And if you've never seen it, you should. Meet the Feebles, right? I shit you not. It's Peter Jackson doing a puppet movie where there's like literally no morality. It's just, you know, it's just basically wanton sex and drugs and violence and craziness and comedy and stuff. Meet the Feebles, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Welcome to the newest
Wingnut Films. We've seen this before, right?
The greatest, the most spectacular show in entertainment history. Put your hands together for the Fabulous Feebles Variety Hour.
Meet the Feebles, meet the Feebles. We're not your average, ordinary people. Meet the Feebles, meet the Feebles. Animal acts and other attractions.
To man the pussy, we'll show you some action.
Active socialist, and more than this, a hippopotamus. Unconditionally guaranteed to save you when you meet the Feebles. Meet the Feebles. We're not your average, ordinary people. Meet the Feebles. Meet the Feebles.
And now,
Harry! Yippee! Hi, folks. Welcome to the Feeble Variety Hour. Oh, boy, what a lineup we've got for you tonight. But first, give a huge reception to our very own Venus, the gorgeous hunk of hippo hood, Heidi!
From this to Lord of the Rings, never typecast people for what their tendencies are. You never know if somebody that you hate, you talk shit about and attack every single day, might not turn out to be Peter fucking Jackson a few years later. From this to Lord of the Rings, right? It takes all kinds. Learn to see the world with eyes unclouded by hate, and you won't miss things like Lord of the Rings because you shot him down when he was Meet the Feebles. You know?
And is $300 million for 3 movies. Even if we put things into perspective today, it's extremely rare that all 3 movies in a trilogy can get greenlit at once. Most of the time, the most famous trilogies that we know began with a single story that was a massive hit, and then the studio gave them the green light to make a second or third film. What often happened here was that the later films would suffer, because the first movie was a complete 3-act story. Then the writers would try and turn the second and third movies into a second and third act story. Oftentimes, writers didn't have the luxury of committing to a story over 3 movies because they weren't given the luxury of a guaranteed second and third movie. The Alien movies had a fantastic first movie, struck gold again with the second movie, but the third one was panned. The Terminator movies had a fantastic first movie, again struck gold with the second movie, but got panned for the third. The only trilogy I can really think of that landed all 3 films was the original Star Wars trilogy. And even then, Return of the Jedi is mostly seen as the weakest of the 3. When Iron Man came out in 2008, the first Avengers movie wasn't guaranteed to even happen. The team behind Dune took a huge gamble making Part 1 because there was no guarantee that Part 2 would ever happen. So rarely is it the case that an entire trilogy is greenlit from the start. The only examples that I can think of trilogies that were greenlit from the get-go were the Star Wars prequels, the Star Wars sequels, and the Hobbit trilogy. The Hobbit trilogy should never have even been a trilogy. The Star Wars prequels disappointed a lot.
To which it would be Harry Potter. Would be the one he's forgetting.
of people on many levels, regardless of what fans may say today, and the Star Wars sequels didn't even take advantage of planning out all 3 stories at once. So Jackson getting all 3 Lord of the Rings films greenlit at once gave the story a huge advantage at becoming successful, because the seeds could be planted for a 12-hour story. And this all ties into a larger point I want to make. When Tolkien created his world, he put every ounce of his blood, sweat, and tears into creating Middle-earth. Middle-earth is one of the most detailed fantasy worlds ever created, and Tolkien's effort did not go unnoticed. So in the spirit of Tolkien, New Line and Peter Jackson devoted historic levels of time and resources into this production. As you'll see in a second, the passion and effort that went into creating these movies arguably rivals the dedication that Tolkien put into his own story. Pre-productions for movies usually take on average 3 to 7 months before cameras start rolling, and usually a bit longer for larger movies. The Lord of the Rings trilogy, from the second they got the green light to make 3 movies to the second cameras started rolling, had a pre-production of 26 months. During this time, Jackson and his team had devoted countless hours to art design, workshops of sets and locations, and costume design. Art design for the trilogy began in August of 1997, where Jackson began storyboarding the movies. Jackson wanted a gritty realism to the story, often citing 1995's Braveheart as an example. It was imperative that the world of Middle-earth feel as real as possible, and that involved creating this gritty look that the films possess, and not the look that The Hobbit possesses. Jackson made it an effort to be as faithful to Tolkien as possible. Tolkien values the importance of nature in his stories, so that became of the utmost importance to Jackson's team. They decided to film the trilogy in New Zealand, mostly due to its beautiful lands that could capture the scope of Middle-earth. And while designing other locations for the trilogy, they wanted it to have the presence of nature too. Notable Tolkien illustrators Alan Lee and John Howe were brought onto the project, and they were responsible for designing Bag End, Helm's Deep, the Black Gate, the Balrog, Moria, Edoras, Minas Tirith, and many locations. Again, Jackson was committed to doing the extra work to make the world feel exactly like Tolkien's world. Moving on to what was created in the workshop for this trilogy, it is completely stunning. The Weta workshop, as they called it, had 5 major design elements: armor, weapons, prosthetics, creatures, and miniatures. John Howe was the supervisor on armor, and he and his team together made 48,000 pieces of armor. They forged hundreds of swords, around 10,000 arrows, 500 bows, and even some crossbows for the Uruk-hai. The dedication to the armor was so intense that 2 people had the job of linking together
with all that
chainmail for
armor?
an entire year. That is all they did,
my
is link
God.
chainmail for an entire year. When it came to prosthetics, the workshop created 1,800 orc bodysuits to go with 10,000 orc heads. One of my favorite nuggets of info from the pre-production was that 1,800 pairs of hobbit feet were created for the actors. No, they didn't just walk around barefoot. They actually wore these feet-looking shoes while filming. Apparently, the prosthetics for Gimli's nose were so complex that it took 4 hours every morning to get completely right. When it came to the weapons
must have
in Lord of the
hated
Rings,
it.
Jackson and his team had to take a lot of creative liberties, considering many of the weapons were never depicted in the books. The designers of the show went as far as to create new weapons for the story, such as Arwen's elvish sword, Hadafang. Furthermore, over 19,000 costumes were made for the trilogy.
love that sword! I love that sword. It's the bastion of all that is good and great. The best sword ever made.
I just love that so much. I hope everything that I've
It outdoes
explained in the past
Excalibur.
few minutes or so emphasizes how impressive the pre-production was and how much detail went into it. Right here, what I just spoke about is what I think contributed the most to the success of the trilogy. But it doesn't stop there. Not only was the pre-production incredibly long, but the actual production was insane. It usually takes around 3 to 4 months to shoot a single blockbuster movie, but the Lord of the Rings trilogy took together 438 days to film, which is around 15 months total, so around 5 months per movie. And that all happened back to back for 483 days straight. What should be praised about this production should be how clever Jackson's team was at creating certain shots. Yes, the CGI in these movies are revolutionary, but the tricks that went behind certain camera shots are far more impressive than that. It's no secret that Jackson loved to use forced perspective for certain shots, such as the moving table that Frodo and Gandalf sat at in the Fellowship. What's so genius about these kinds of effects is that they will never age. CGI will age over time, and some movies created 15 or more years ago no longer hold up in the 2020s. But practical effects like these will never age. I could be watching these movies in 40 years, and they will still continue to amaze.
I've watched them like
to choose
120
a single aspect
times
of the
each
production that
or
impressed me
something.
the most,
I
it
watch
would
them
be
every
the
couple of
miniatures,
weeks.
or as Jackson called them,
I like
the
every couple of
bigatures.
weeks.
Of course,
It's like in my
production team
system
didn't
now.
create an
Every time I watch them, I notice something new. Every time I watch them, I learn something more that I thought I knew. Every time time I watch him, I think about how Tom Bombadil's not in it, and maybe if I watch it again, he might be there this time. Nah, that'd be if I did too many drugs. I'm just kidding. I don't like Tom Bombadil either. I fucking hate Tom Bombadil. Kinda F-wordy, you know? He was like a little festive, you know? He was, I don't know. He had Mayberry or whatever his wife was. I can't remember. Something Berry. I can't remember. Junaberry or something. I forget. But, something about it, man. Ever since I got all 3 extendeds, I've started watching them every, like, 8 to 10 weeks. Particularly because I noticed that when I get superbly depressed or whatever about whatever's going on in real life with humanity sort of failing and people attacking each other and shooting up schools, Uvalde, Texas, and all this stupid shit. I noticed that when I watched The Lord of the Rings, especially The Shire, and I remember that it's not like it can't rain all the time. That's The Crow, right? That's a quote from The Crow. That movie helps me remember that it can't rain all the time and that there is some Shire when you're old, and the madness and the debauchery and the degeneracy that is this human race cannot possibly reign all the time, you know? It can't reign Republican, you know, fascist reigns of terror all the time. It can't actually do that, you know? We can't have school shootings every day.
Entire castle like Helm's Deep or Minas Tirith. That would be huge. But what they did do was create miniatures of the castles that were well larger than people themselves. Just look at this picture of Peter Jackson standing in this miniature of Helm's Deep. What this allowed the production team to do was put an immaculate amount of detail into these sets. So when they would be blended with scenes with real actors, not only would they blend,
I always wondered how they did that. They have to make a
miniature.
That's cool.
These bigatures, as they called it, are what I think contributed the most to the realness of
it did. It really felt real.
Unfortunately, these bigatures are probably something we will never see again. The last part of the production that I want to discuss is the visual effects of the creatures. Yes, the effects behind creatures like the trolls or the Watcher in the Water or the Balrog are incredible, but the effort that went into creating Gollum is next level. If you want in-depth detail on how great of a job this team did with Gollum, then
I know of a fantasy series that is far superior to Lord of the Rings, or Star Wars, or Marvel, or any of these IPs, Harry Potter, etc. And it is called the Farseer Trilogy. Far, far superior.
You should definitely watch this video. But originally, Gollum was supposed to be a completely CGI character. But when Andy Serkis played him in pre-production, the team was so impressed with his voice and his movements that they decided to go down the route of motion capture. Because George Lucas pretty much invented the concept of motion capture with Jar Jar Binks, Jackson was able to replicate that with Gollum. That's right, if it weren't for Jar Jar Binks in The Phantom Menace, we would never have had Gollum in Lord of the Rings. I love phrasing it that way because it's so funny. But anyway, if you want to see more about the production of these films, the behind-the-scenes material that comes with the DVDs and Blu-rays of these movies are some of the best behind-the-scenes videos you will ever see. So 100% go watch those if you haven't already. I don't need to repeat myself any further here when talking about how impressive this production was. The effort that went into these movies is unmatched and should be applauded for the rest of time. Sticking to aspects of the movies that are great other than just the story, I want to talk about the battles, specifically Helm's Deep and a little bit of Minas Tirith. Also, writing a battle in a book is far different than writing a battle in a movie. The Lord of the Rings trilogy managed to turn these two battles into two of the best battles ever to hit the big screen. Now, I have a minor hot take. I actually think the Battle of Minas Tirith is better than the Battle of Helm's Deep. Both are perfect battles, but I just prefer the one in Return of the King. I'm going to make an analogy here on what makes a great battle.
I hated
this analogy may be speaking to the wrong.
I hated the last battle in the third movie. The only thing in it that I liked was the blonde lady. I forget her fucking name now. I should know it, but I can't think of it. Arwen, not Arwen, but like Arwen, I think her name is. You know, the crazy king's daughter. I liked her role in that whole mess, but the last battle in the third movie was not satisfying for me at all. It was just giant elephants and orcs, and a bunch of bullshit, really. I thought it was so far from what the novel actually was that that was one of my few complaints. my few complaints with Lord of the Rings is where's Tom Bombadil? Why was the last battle so battly and not so much about how dark that time was? And then finally, I don't know, there's this, when I say where's Tom Bombadil, I'm actually talking about when the four hobbits are kidnapped by skeletons. Well, whites. They're like Draugrs or whites, right? They're kidnapped in the Barrow Downs, and Tom Bombadil saves them. And so when I say where's Tom Bombadil, I actually talk about the first quarter of the first book. It's entirely skipped. As in, it's not just, oh, they go to Rivendell in 15 minutes. The first quarter of the Lord of the Rings got entirely skipped, and I had to complain about that. And the last battle sucked. The rest of it was good. I really didn't like how long they made the journey seem to Mount Doom, because that kind of dragged on. But I mean, that's how the book is too, though. I think he was kind of pretty true to the book with that. Shelob, the spider, Shelob, whatever, Shelob, and all that. It seemed like it dragged on for some reason. I don't know why. But I mean, that's how the book is too. The book kind of drags on. I've read that book when I was a kid, like, I don't know, 15 times or something. And there were parts that I ended up, like, really kind of like kind of jumping through because it just drags on. It's like Frodo and Sam continue to climb the mountain. And occasionally there's orcs, and occasionally there's like a spider thing, but mainly they're just it's really dark, and they keep getting kidnapped and dragged across the land by orcs, and you know, and all this other stuff, and it's kind of like a bad episode of like watching what's that game? Mountain Blade. It's like a bad episode of Mountain Blade, or really, there's another game that I'm talking about too called oh god, what is that game? I forget. There's this game where if you get knocked out, you get abducted slave, like Kenshi. It's like a long, drawn-out episode of Kenshi. It's kind of funny. 2 giants and we lived. At least we've lived so far. We'll see. Yep, 2 giants and we lived. Not bad. Because I had to dump my mon on heals, but I mean, that's my job, if I have to.
People. If you are a fan of any sporting event, what would you say classifies as a good game? Usually the best sports games ever are the ones that were close throughout, where in the last minute or so it was anyone's game. If you are a fan of a specific team or player participating in a game, of course you want your team to win. Now if your team blows out the competition, you'll be happy, but you wouldn't say it was a good game. Now if your team gets blown out, not only will you be furious, but you'll still acknowledge that it was a bad game. If the game is close throughout, that means there are going to be moments where your team has some minor victories, like scoring some points, and there will be moments where your team suffers some minor defeats, like where the other team scores some points. If you were to look up all the best sports matches in history, they're all games that were either close throughout, or there was a blowout, but the losing team managed to come back and win. The same thing applies to a great battle. If you were to map the tension of a battle, the great ones will always look like that of a heartbeat, where the levels keep on going up and down, except as the battle progresses, the tension will get higher until a point where the good guys either win or lose. So any great battle must have 2 important components: contrast and escalation. A contrast between moments of victory and defeat, and an escalation in rising tension. So let's take a look at Helm's Deep. Helm's Deep begins with silence, kinda like the calm before the storm. The old dude shoots an arrow and the elves shoot a bunch of arrows. A little minor victory. Then the Uruk-hai shoot some crossbows and they raise their ladders. A minor defeat. So there's some fighting on the wall, and another thing I want to point out is that there shouldn't just be a contrast between mini victories and defeats, but also moments of levity. But here you need to be more careful because you don't want a stark contrast between tension and levity, or else you will have a tonal problem. Since this is the beginning of the battle, the tension is quite low, so you can get away with moments of levity. And the ongoing count between Legolas and Gimli is a great way to do that. So we cut back to the battle and we saw the wall blowing up and the Uruk-hai marching up the stairs to breach the front gate. Obviously the wall blowing up is a major defeat, but the way it's filmed shows that it happens gradually. We don't just see the wall blow up instantly. We see the Uruk-hai place the bombs, then this one dude running with a torch for a bit. This builds tension and payoff for when the wall blows up. Another aspect of this battle that I want to add that is really important are these wide shots. When you have a battle that takes place in one location, understanding the geography of that location is crucial. So this way, when major beats are happening, you know where they are happening and how close they are to your characters. If I were to ask someone watching this movie for the first time to draw a simple map or outline of Helm's Deep, they could easily do it. You have the castle, you have the wall, you have the stairs, and you have the caves. These wide shots where we get a clear view of the battle does a perfect job at illustrating the geography of Helm's Deep. We know Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli are on the wall, and Theoden is on the castle. Nothing is more frustrating than when something is going on and you have no clue where your other heroes are and why they aren't helping. So again, these wide shots are perfect. Back to the battle, after the wall is blown up, we get some victories. The elves shoot down a bunch of Uruk-hai, we get this badass charge, and Legolas surfs down the stairs in an unrealistic but cool way. Aragorn signals for a retreat, and Haldir dies. These are some defeats. Notice that when he is dying though, there aren't any moments of levity. Yeah, you can have a minor victory afterwards, like Aragorn jumping on this ladder, but if Legolas were to make a joke right before or after Haldir died, then that would be a tonal problem. So the rest of the battle is pretty much moments of victories and defeat. The fight by the gate is a victory. They retreat again, which is a defeat. Then they march outside for a minor victory, and then Gandalf and the rest of the Rohirrim show up and pretty much seal the deal as a victory. There's 2 last things I want to say. There's a crucial detail added to the story about why Gandalf's arrival works. Gandalf doesn't just show up out of the blue like a deus ex machina and save the day from certain defeat. He specified that he would arrive at the first light on the 5th day. So that changes the perspective of the battle. It's no longer simply about them winning. They just need to survive long enough for Gandalf and his reinforcements to show up. So when Gandalf does end up arising at sunrise, it feels earned because our heroes managed to survive until then. They weren't just randomly saved. The only criticism I have of this battle is that it wrapped up a little too quickly for me. When Gandalf arrives, the battle is over within 2 minutes. We get this wonderful wide shot of the scenery, but we clearly see that the Uruk-hai have a substantial part of their army left. The battle easily could have gone on a bit longer, but instead the Uruk-hai retreated right away. Not the biggest deal in the world, just a minor complaint. If we were to look at Minas Tirith, it would pretty much go the same way. I don't want to sit here and go through every narrative beat because that's unnecessary. This battle is filled with victories and defeats. Victories and defeats, and then an ultimate victory at the end. And again, I want to point out how stunning these wide shots are. Just like Helm's Deep, a viewer can map out exactly what what is happening and where it is happening during this battle. We know where the castle is, we know where Pelennor Fields is, and we know where Aragorn arrives later on. All these moments here are what make a great battle. This is why the battles of Helm's Deep and Minas Tirith are two of the best battles ever put to screen. I know I said I wouldn't discuss this story that much, but one aspect that I do want to discuss is the ending, because this is a bit more specific to the movie. The only real criticism that The Return of the King seems to ever get is in regards to its ending. The common complaint is that the ending is too long, and that it shows like 5 or 6 different endings before the movie actually ends. I, for one, completely disagree with this notion, and here's why. The reason some people argue that the ending is too long is because a little under 30 minutes pass from the moment the ring is destroyed to the final shot of Sam and his family. Since the destruction of the ring is the climax of the trilogy, having an extra 30 minutes of story continue on after that is a bit unnecessary. What people don't seem to realize is that the destruction of the ring is not the climax of the story, it's the climax of the plot. The plot is the external events of the narrative. The people of Middle-earth need to destroy the One Ring. That is the plot of Lord of the Rings. The story is the lessons that we learn from the characters themselves and their journeys. This is internal. Usually the climax of the plot and the story happen in close proximity to each other, like in Avengers Endgame when Tony kills Thanos. Killing Thanos is the climax of the plot because that's what they've been trying to do for so long. But the climax of the story is Tony sacrificing himself, because he began the MCU as someone who is selfish, and now he's committed to the...
I was having so much fun watching a Lord of the Rings nerd until he dropped Marvel, and I told him to go suck a dick. I didn't subscribe, I didn't like to his channel, and I left. Great Marvel drop on your Lord of the Rings, idiot. Fucking idiot. Don't recommend that channel. Goodbye.
Have you ever been playing a game and it just
gripped you? Oh no,
perhaps
never mind.
It hits you with a bit of
Yep. Oh, every
maybe a
day.
little-
Every day, bitch.
Your skill has
then
increased.
You might be entitled to nothing. Hold this out. Video games have come a long way since the days of Pong and text-based adventure games. 9 console generations and over $1 trillion in revenue later, the games industry has grown bigger than both the film and music industries combined. More people are playing games than ever, and more games are being made. Everybody's grandma and grandpa knows what a Mario the Hedgehog is. We got companies like Netflix trying to start their own game studios. Hollywood won't stop making video game adaptations. With all the money pouring into the
Oh
industry,
yeah,
Whitley-
tonight I'm gonna watch the Sonic movie because I heard it was actually good. I'm gonna watch the Sonic movie. I haven't watched a movie in like, I don't know, 4 months.
Improved hardware and
That's not
software.
true. I've watched a
Games-
bunch of movies in the last couple of months, but not sat down and watched one. I just put one on and I fall asleep like 20 minutes later because I'm exhausted after a 16-hour shift. But, you know, but I'm going to watch Sonic tonight at like 4 or 5 in the morning or something like that.
Studios are able to produce ambitious,
Tonight
high-budget
being,
projects that never could have been made
you know,
before. And with
8
every
hours from
gaming
now.
platform having an internet connection, they can continue to update their games to patch out any bugs after release. But despite all these advancements, it seems like we've been getting more and more games released with game-breaking bugs and missing content. Well, the thing is, these advancements are the exact reason why. Before the internet became a core facet of gaming, if a studio dropped an
I like this guy. I think he's analytical. I think he's intelligent. I'm going to sub to him. Natsu, never heard of him before. Like to sub to the channel. Just don't marvel up the place with your utter garbage of Marvel garbage, and we're good. Don't mention fucking Marvel on my fucking stream, and you're fucking good. Don't mention Marvel on YouTube. Marvel is destroying this planet. I'm dead serious, too. I can list a bunch of ways how it is. Keep the Marvel the fuck out of here, and we're good.
An unfinished game. That game stayed unfinished. Loading screens taking an ungodly amount of time.
Yep.
Get comfortable, you got a lot of waiting ahead of you. Fighting game has a single character that's better than every other fighter and completely breaks the game's balance. I hope you like mirror matchups. If a game launched in a poor state, that became the game's legacy. And there's no better example than Sonic 06.
Yeah, there is.
What was originally intended to be a series reboot and a return to form for Sonic is instead remembered as the worst game in the series, if not one of the worst games of all time. Unintuitive physics, shoddy cutscenes, unbearable loading screens, questionable writing, bad dialogue, and countless bugs make the game nearly unplayable. The game wasn't just bad, it was incomplete and in desperate need of more time in development. It's not that they weren't aware of the game's issues, I mean, they were the one making it. But as a for-profit business, game devs will always be a slave to the almighty deadline. And Sonic 06 had a deadline that Sega wasn't willing to budge on. The 7th generation of home consoles had just dropped, and the game was scheduled for a holiday release. Side note, if you ever see a game drop riddled with bugs, just take a look at the calendar. Chances are you're in the last few months of the year where Santa's tax return finally hits, and he rides around dropping copies of whatever game just dropped down everyone's chimney. Sega needed that game out on all consoles by the end of 2006. But the Nintendo Wii wasn't powerful enough to play it, so Sonic Team was split in two, with one half being tasked with creating an entirely different game for the Wii, further hurting the development of Sonic 06. 2 years of developers working insane crunch hours later, and this is what we got. This actually wasn't
the real
even the
gamers
first time
joke.
a Sonic game spawned two separate titles.
Real gamers, it's a joke.
Sonic the Hedgehog
The Wii is
3
a joke.
and Sonic and Knuckles
it's like a
were
joke.
originally supposed
I
to
love
be one
Nintendo, don't
game.
get me wrong.
They were
I've
split
spent
so that
thousands
Sega
of dollars
could
on
have the
Nintendo
first
products
game
and
meet a
games.
deadline.
Love Nintendo as
Sonic
much
and
as the
Knuckles was
next
later
guy,
released
but
as a
it's still a
companion piece to
fucking
Sonic
joke.
3
The
that could
Switch
be
is a
attached to the
joke.
cartridge to
Fucking
unlock the full
sad,
game. This was
sick
one of the
joke.
first instances of what would come to be known
Competitive
as
with
DLC.
2005,
While DLC makes
not
for a great way to add
2017.
new content to a finished game, it can't really be used to polish a game that was broken on release. Now, to do that, they gotta re-release
Now, are the games on it good? Yeah.
Introducing
I'm talking about the console
definitive
itself.
edition.
I'm talking about the
The
games.
full-price
Games are
AAA
great.
game launches
I'm
as
talking about
a
the
fuzzy,
console.
unfinished
It's
mess.
a fucking
Just
joke.
re-release the finished game a couple
My
years
cell phone's
later
better
at
than that
the same
fucking
price.
console.
This wasn't always done just to fix bugs. Oftentimes, game studios would add
I wish I
new
was kidding.
content or
My
quality
cell
of
phone is
life
far,
changes
far better
that
than that
honestly
fucking
should have been there in
console.
the first place.
It could do a lot
This
more.
practice was popularized
I wish
by
I was,
Nintendo's Pokemon
but I'm not
games,
kidding.
which would drop a third definitive
My
title
cell
for
phone's
each
stronger than
generation
the
after
Nintendo
their
Wii.
initial dual releases.
Although it is
Since
double
these
the
were
money.
updated
My
versions
cell phone's
and not
$800.
sequels,
The Wii is
there was little reason
400.
to buy the
So.
older games after the
Yeah.
third one drops. This trend was incredibly egregious with fighting games that oftentimes relied on DLC characters for their longevity. Companies would release their games.
There is a lot of negativity on YouTube now, like really a lot. Like pretty much like half the content on YouTube is trying to destroy the other half of the content on YouTube. It's like pretty bad. It's like you guys got to kind of chill out on the fucking negativity and stuff before it takes you somewhere really negative, like they ban you.
Content through DLC.
Eventually, the social contract will become such a big fucking thing that they're gonna make you agree to stop doing takedown pieces. I bet you. Within 5 or 10 years, you're gonna be like, look how this takedown piece led to a murder. You know, this poor pop singer, she was like gonna be really, really big, like Aaliyah, and then you did a takedown piece because she sucked a dick once, like every other girl in the fucking world. Or whatever, you know, or boy. And like fucking, so you cancel her career as she shows up at your house and blows your head off with a fucking shotgun because of the video that you made. And then suddenly we've got the social contract on YouTube where, you know, you can't do takedown pieces anymore. You got what's her name killed. You know what I'm saying? Or what's his name killed, whatever. That's where it's going, and it sucks. You can see it.
Eventually release a definitive version of the game.
Goddamn cancel culture.
All the DLC is a big fuck you to
fucking right-wing idiots trying to fucking take everybody down. Everybody thinks it's liberals, but true cancel culture, that's like full-blown right-wingers. The really deep, like crazy ones. That's all cancel culture.
Anybody who bought the original game. Street Fighter V was notoriously bare
we get
bones
blamed
on
for
launch
it.
and didn't even have
It's
an
both
arcade
sides.
mode, a staple of fighting games, until an update put out 2 years later. And another 2 years later, Capcom released Street Fighter V Champion Edition.
Oh my god, how many times did you re-release Street Fighter? Come on, it's fucking Street Fighter. The game itself should have only been $7 on the arcade as it was, instead of $60. That's all it was good for. And like, man, and then you re-released it like 11 times like Skyrim, and now I don't respect Street Fighter anymore. Sorry.
Bundled the original game with all of the DLC fighters and stages. The names for these
I used to love Street Fighter. Now it's like The Witcher.
Super Street Fighter 2
fuck
Turbo
The Witcher and
HD
fuck Street
Remix
Fighter.
is
like,
a
what?
remake of Super Street
fucking
Fighter 2
fuck
Turbo,
CDPR and
which
their
is the fifth iteration
fucking,
within the Street
you
Fighter
know,
2
cyberpunk
subseries of the
bullshit.
larger Street Fighter game series. Little known fact, this game was then followed by Ultimate Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo HD Remix Pro Game of the Year Edition Magnum version version 1.224744871139 ellipses Premium Definitive Edition featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series with extra teeth whitening, final mix for real this time. Like I mentioned before, at the end of the day, game companies gotta eat, and finding ways to monetize
Final mix
the game
for real
after
this
launch
time.
is a great way
He's
to
got a point, but it's still a takedown piece, and I don't like the negativity. We got your point in the first 5. You should have cut it off here. Now it sounds like you're just ranting for 15 minutes angry because they ruined your favorite franchise, just like everybody else. Well, welcome to humanity. They ruined our favorite franchise, you know. What can I say? What can I say? They ruined our favorite franchises, you know what I'm saying? I know it hurts people when I say fuck Marvel, it's destroying this planet, and I mean it. But I mean, you know, I swear to God. I'm curious, I want to see
Demon's Souls is an action RPG developed by From Software for the PlayStation 3 and released
I
in
did
Japan.
forget, however, I did like the video. Despite, oh, what'd you do? Did you erase it? Yeah, you did. You're so bad at this, YouTube. How do you have any money at all? Jesus Christ, you can't even handle fucking browsing, much less goddamn fucking history. Anyways, I'm sorry. I'm a little bit negative. I'm being negative because of righteous things that I see when I try to use the product. Not because I like being negative. I really don't. I'm just saying, motherfucker can't even handle the history, much less surfing, you know? I'm gonna stop being negative now, I promise. I don't know, I hear Marvel and it just boils my blood, you can tell. For like 10 minutes, I have to get Marvel out of my system. When I think of what Marvel's done to this planet, not just Hollywood, I'm talking about the planet. When I think of what Marvel's done to this planet, I really, it would be okay if it was just, it never was made. I'd be okay with that. See, 10 games that sucked, you know what I'm saying? Usually GamerRanks is better than this, you know what I'm saying? You know, not interested, sorry. You know? Tell us why, right? I don't like the video. Sorry. It has the word sucked in the title. I'm kind of getting sensitive to how really, like, half of YouTube is, like, takedown pieces, and it's starting to really bother me as I'm more and more, I didn't do YouTube my entire life. I didn't sit around on YouTube my entire fucking life. I really didn't. So, like, you know, I'm new to the takedown aspect of YouTube, and I find it fucking morally compromising to everybody involved, including the fucking viewer. If half the shit on YouTube is negative, YouTube is halfway fucking compromised. Like, compromised by negative Nellies that have torched the good work of other people who try really hard to provide content and shit. Like, whatever, like Marvel, you know? I'm just bad. Every time I talk shit about Marvel, I'm no worse than them, but we can prove how Marvel's destroyed Hollywood, factually, if you'd like.
When Final Fantasy IX released at the turn of the millennium, it served as the perfect bookend for Final Fantasy on the original PlayStation. Designed as a tribute to everything that had come before, Final Fantasy IX was appealing for multiple reasons. Not only was every character deep-rooted in fantasy, but the world itself was rich and diverse. The soundtrack was expansive and gorgeous to listen to. It was so good. And the story was just quintessential.
Story was
numerous
fine.
twists and turns.
Story wasn't too good, though.
This was all clear.
Just saying.
Famitsu
it was compelling.
Final Fantasy IX a
wasn't too good, though.
40,
I would say.
It
wasn't a 7. It wasn't an 11. It wasn't a 12, and it wasn't a fucking 14 or a 13.
Be the highest
you know,
Final
9 did
Fantasy
not have the
game
best
released
story.
on
It wasn't a
PlayStation.
6.
Something
It wasn't
that
a 3.
it, the
it wasn't a
Final
2.
Fantasy
The story in 9.
Final Fantasy
not
9
so good.
would
It's
also
mainly just capture the princess, or you know, find the princess, and then once you do, like, go stop the family from being corrupted by some crazy like god power. It's the same old sort of Final Fantasy thing, but it never really. I mean, the story was good. I liked it a lot. I suppose that makes it good, but I don't remember it because I felt like it was a flash in the pan story. Is that okay to say? I remember 7 perfectly. I remember 8 perfectly. I remember 10 perfectly. I remember 11, 12, 13, 14 perfectly. 6 perfectly. But I don't remember 9. And that's a problem to me.
Such as Best Animation, Best Art Direction, and Best Console RPG at the 4th Annual Interactive Achievement Awards. But even with all these accolades, Final Fantasy IX's fiscal performance would end up being undermined by its release window. And this happened in every major region.
I didn't know that.
The original plan had been to launch the Japanese version in Q1
Comrade
of 2000.
Squiggly.
But with Dragon Quest VII due to release at the same time, Square chose to postpone the launch as they felt competing head-to-head would damage its revenue potential. This decision was not taken lightly. At the time, Square was starting to face the reality of the mounting costs associated with The Spirits Within, their first attempt at creating a Hollywood movie.
Spirits Within had a good story.
Your skill
9, not so much. And trust me, I'm a writer. I feel like I'm qualified enough. You know, I've never written a book, but I will if I need to. You know what I'm saying? I have written books. I just never published.
The other knock-on effect was that Final Fantasy IX would end up releasing.
I wrote a book once called "In the Back of Beyond,"
even though it was
about how much sucked coming up with every human targeting me.
Compatibility.
You know,
the reality was that consumers in every major market had already had.
Your skill has increased.
They were more interested in looking forwards than backwards. When comparing to Final Fantasy VIII, this meant Final Fantasy IX would end up selling 25% less copies in Japan and over 40% less copies when looking at North America and Europe combined.
I bought 9 4 times, even on the
Final
cell phone.
I
still don't remember the story. I beat it 4 times. I don't remember that story at all.
But in spite of its
kind of like 8. I didn't think 8 had that good of a story, but I still felt it had a better story than 9. You know, all the Advent children.
Final Fantasy IX is still a beloved
8 had a really good story if you played it.
Sentiment has only been enhanced with every subsequent re-release and remaster, which brings us on to the curious case of the Final Fantasy IX remake.
Yeah, what
before
happened
we delve
with
into
that?
that wonderful topic, a quick message from us. We have just launched a new crowdfunding initiative called Project Historia, serving as a long-form docu-series chronicling the complete history of Square. Backers of Project Historia will get early access to each part and a unique array of physical goods. But beyond that, backers would also be able to help shape the docu-series, choosing when and where we focus, and they will get access to what we're calling living documentaries. A unique proposition, this will see us continue to add to already released parts should we unearth new information, but these supercuts will only be available to those who support the campaign.
Wow.
If this sounds of interest, please head over to patreon.com/FFUnion.
They Patreoned Final... Oh, wait, no.
Back to the Final Fantasy IX remake.
Wow. Okay, never mind. He's talking about his shit. I thought he was talking about them.
Further around this...
You know what he was just saying would be so cool. What if some company committed to making like a Final Fantasy VII quality single-player game, and then they promised to release like a new story on Christmas or something of every year? You know, call it a season. I suppose that's what Fortnite's doing, but I'm talking about like a full-blown like single-player 20-hour experience every year that connects to an online world. I think that was kind of how, like, that's kind of where I think Fallout 76 is heading, kind of. It seems like they want you to do the storyboard every couple of months, and it doesn't add any new content. See, what I'm talking about is, like, why not just take a single-player game that has yearly content, you know?
Particular project has increased for numerous reasons, but the notion of producing a Final Fantasy IX remake is by no means a new initiative. Almost a year after the Final Fantasy VII tech demo had wowed audiences during Sony's PlayStation 3 press conference at E3 2005, Square Enix announced that they were planning to remake Final Fantasy VII, 8, and 9. But instead of being for the PlayStation 3, featuring awesome graphics akin to what audiences had just seen during the technical demo, the remakes were planned for the PlayStation 2. At the time, it was announced that the remakes would feature numerous graphical and audio enhancements alongside special features, but perhaps, after realizing that this would not quite align with the expectations of the fanbase, those plans were swept under the carpet and never heard about again. Things would then go quiet for many years in relation to a Final Fantasy IX remake, as Final Fantasy VII became the focal point. But with the Final Fantasy VII remake now a reality, and for the most part being well received, the fanbase started to look for other remake candidates. Square Enix employees have helped to stoke the fires in this regard, with there being numerous mentions of a Final Fantasy VI remake and a Final Fantasy VIII remake. But all of this has just been more wishful thinking, as the comments have been non-committal, referring to projects they could make or want to make, but are unable to do so because they're already busy with other projects. And in this regard, it's very similar to the situation surrounding Final Fantasy X-3, which we covered in a previous Curious Case video, with the development team stating that it cannot exist until the Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy is complete. Now, Kitase, to our knowledge at least, has never made direct comments about the prospect of a Final Fantasy IX remake, and no, we're not counting ambiguous teasers, well, not yet at least. This could be because it's one of the few games from the Golden Era that he had no part in developing, but it could also be that it's low down on the pecking order in terms of games they want to see remade as creators, something that makes sense as Final Fantasy VIII sold more and Final Fantasy VI is often held in higher regard amongst critics and fans. But even with that being the case, rumours of a Final Fantasy IX remake being in development gained significant traction throughout 2021 for numerous reasons. Early in the year, a group of video game industry veterans decided to create an initiative called the Memoria Project. Fueled by their passion for the source material, the objective of the Memoria Project has been to create a non-playable version of Final Fantasy IX that showcases how it might look and feel if it was remade with modern-day technology. Once assets began to be released, the response was pretty astounding, something shown by how our video on the Memoria Project exploded. And that fans responded in such a positive manner and in such volumes showed how much demand there was for an actual Final Fantasy IX remake to exist. But beyond that, it also showed that the visual style of Final Fantasy IX, if modernized in the correct way, would not feel out of place within the modern gaming landscape. Project Memoria would then be complemented by the Mogri mod. Even though this mod was first released in 2018, it wouldn't be until 2020 and 2021 it would start to gain real traction. It would see release trailers for version 8.2 and 8.3 receive hundreds of thousands of views, with plenty of media attention due to how impressive the mod performed in comparison to Square Enix's own remastering efforts. In June, it was also revealed that Square Enix were collaborating with Cyber Group Studios, a French company known for producing and distributing animated programs. They will be working on a brand new animated adaptation of Final Fantasy IX aimed towards 8 to 13-year-olds and wider family groups. This was the first official confirmation that Square Enix were keen to place more focus on Final Fantasy IX, but outside of the announcement, nothing would end up being shown, and some 18 months on, we're still none the wiser as to what this will actually end up looking like. Perhaps the main reason for the silence around the animated show relates to the third event that happened in 2021 related to Final Fantasy IX, a pretty monumental data leak that seemed to confirm its existence.
Your skill has increased.
On the 13th of September 2021, this saw a huge list of games extracted from an NVIDIA GeForce Now database, and they were shared online. Amongst this list were tons of high-profile games, many of which had yet to be announced, and one of them was a Final Fantasy IX remake. Within the initial days of the leak, there were numerous questions about how legitimate it may be, but as time passed, more and more of the unannounced games, such as the Resident Evil 4 remake and Tekken 8, became a reality. Square Enix featured in a pretty significant capacity, with 9 games leaked. 7 would then end up being announced, including Kingdom Hearts 4. As of the publishing of this video, it means there are now only 2 projects yet to be revealed: the Final Fantasy Tactics Remaster and the Final Fantasy IX Remake. Based on how many projects have become a reality, it feels as though it's only a matter of time until the last 2 are also revealed. The only thing that would prevent this is if both projects have been cancelled for some reason, but that seems unlikely. Tactics Remastered has perhaps been held back to let Square Enix's other tactical releases breathe. After all, this year has seen 3 prominent releases in Triangle Strategy, Diofield Chronicles, and Tactics Ogre Reborn. And even though Diofield Chronicles ended up being a flop, the other 2 games have sold incredibly well, and based on that, you have to assume that a remastered version of Tactics would also sell very well. The Final Fantasy IX Remake is perhaps in a similar situation. At the moment, Square Enix has 2
Your
major
skill has
games in
increased.
focus, Final Fantasy XVI and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. If they added a 3rd game on top of everything else they're working on, including Dragon Quest XII, conflict may start to arise.
Dragon Quest XII? Oh my god, that's gonna be good. Ooh, Dragon Quest XII
remake announced at some point this year. As part of a New Year's greeting, Kitase offered a brief update on development progress on Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, but he also said, "There's also another big announcement unrelated to Final Fantasy VII that I can't say anything about just yet. Rest assured, we're working hard to make sure 2023 is the most exciting year yet. Playing right into the hands of the Puppet Master, the statement sent fans into mass speculation mode, and based on everything that has happened over the past few years, the winning candidate for this mystery announcement has ended up being the Final Fantasy IX Remake. Time will tell whether this becomes a reality, but at this point, it's starting to feel quite similar to what happened in the build-up to the Final Fantasy VII Remake being announced, with expectations only continuing to increase and being very focused on this particular entry, as opposed to any other potential candidates. Either way, we're curious to know how likely you think it is that the Final Fantasy IX Remake is in development, and whether you feel it will be revealed this year. Let us know in the comments below, and if you enjoyed this video, please give us a like and hit that subscribe button.
It was so good, hugely good, 271k. Final Fantasy Union, let's see what else he's got. I like his shit, let's go see. Next step in our evolution, huh? Alright.
Greetings everyone. If we could borrow your attention for just a moment, we've had some new ideas about Final Fantasy Union, and we'd love to share them with you and talk more about how, with your help, we can start thinking about the next step in our evolution. It's surreal to say that we're now in our 4th year of running the channel, and even though there have been difficulties along the way, especially over the past 9 months, we've always tried our hardest to keep writing, editing, and delivering high-quality videos about the franchise that we love. And we've done this with a very simple vision, to tell unique stories. It's this vision that has driven us to study Final Fantasy in new ways, as we look to explore the various
what's up,
characters
Dave?
who have helped to enrich the stories
Good to
that we
see you,
all
buddy.
know and love, unearth interesting morsels of information relating to how and why the games were created, and celebrate each and every game in the franchise.
Had some good people
as
today.
best
Had
as we
viewership
can.
of like the best
As
viewership
we
I've
are
ever
now
had
closing
today.
on
It's good.
200,000
It's been a good day for
subscribers,
me.
It's clear that this vision has resonated with you, and it's so humbling to think that what we started 4 years ago as nothing more than a creative outlet for the conversations Lauren and I have on.
I want to thank those people here. Thank you.
Has spawned something that provides.
Good,
so
good.
much
I've been
entertainment
leveling
for
Black
so many
Mage
of
like
you.
pretty much all day since I got on. It's been a while now. I don't know what level I'm at. I am about to be 33 on Black Mage. It was 20 yesterday. 500, and I'm about to be 33 on Black Mage. 13 levels in 2 days. It's going to be more like 18 levels in 2 days. We'll see. How's your day? You doing okay? You just waking up, or you getting off work, or what?
Today, we'd like to pitch to you what we believe represents the next evolution for the channel, and we hope it's appealing to those of you who have been here since the start, as well as those who have stumbled upon the channel along the way. We don't have a fancy name for what this new vision is, but with your help, we'd like to elevate the quality of our content even further, making it more frequent and including the community in new ways. But why do we need your help? Well, everything we've achieved so far has been through sheer doggedness and determination. I am still
That's how my
working
career was.
full-time, and even though Lauren has been able
Every
to
minute of every day, I'm like, I'm just going to do it. If they accept me, they accept me. If they don't, they don't.
Both of us have had to try
That's how my life's always
we
been.
do, while also looking after
Dude, that's
our
how my
two
music
girls,
was.
who are 5 and 2
That's how it's
respectively.
always been.
Towards the end of last year,
Absolutely, I'll tell them now, Dave. Give me just a second. When this mob dies, I'll let the party leader know.
Especially with the way things were going, and our
Level
mental
35,
health
okay.
suffering, leading to a huge reduction in motivation.
I think we just fully replaced like this whole party. So I don't know when a spot will open up, but
has pretty much
yeah.
always just been the two of us.
I'll
We
tell
built
him
this
right now.
together,
Hold on.
But it was a mindset that was holding us back. And when we declared that we were looking to bring on board a part-time video editor to help support Lauren, we were blown away by the quantity and quality of applications. One candidate stood out though, and we'd like everyone to welcome Dennis to the team. With his help, we're hoping to elevate the production quality of our videos and release them on a more consistent basis.
Sweet.
This would not have been possible without the help of our incredible Patreon supporters, and we hope it serves as evidence for how important
It's time we move our
crowdfunding
lives
is to the
online,
channel.
I think.
Today, as
I
we're
think it's
talking
time we
about
do
what
it.
the channel means to us and
I want to
what
be
we're
here every
looking
day.
to achieve in the future,
I don't care.
we want to again be as sincere as we can.
I know it's
as we
unrealistic. I
continue
still
to
want to
ask
do it. It's
for
what my
your
life's
support.
been all my life
And if
anyway.
you care about the production of
Oh, look
high-quality
at Cloud in
Final
his cute
Fantasy
little
content,
dress.
and you'd like to see us producing even more, then please do consider supporting
Forgot all about
us
this.
at patreon.com/FFUnion.
God, Eris was so, like, startlingly hot in that fucking game. Jesus. And so was Tifa. Tifa damn near made me jizz my pants the second I saw her. I was like, wow, there's my perfect ideal brunette. I'm weak for brunettes with good hearts and good minds.
Patreon, you will gain access to an exclusive podcast where I take a retrospective look at the videos
Like
we
Tifa.
produced. You can receive one of
My
my
Discord is named Seventh Heaven. Because I plan to take over the government with it somehow. I don't know. We'll see.
New Patreon exclusive enamel pins.
Maybe, non-violently.
As well as unique art prints that relate to a video.
Stop Shinra. I'm sorry, the Republican Party. I'm sorry, Shinra. Stop Shinra from destroying my country. We
produced that month. You can also request a custom video to be made about a topic of your choosing, and we produce regular exclusive updates about upcoming videos. I'd also like to introduce 2 new benefits. We're excited to reveal that we've commissioned our good friend Colin Tan, aka An Artifact, to create a Patreon exclusive poster that represents Final Fantasy Union. What you're seeing now is a work in progress, and we hope you're as excited about this as we are. We'd also like to introduce something that we feel is pretty exciting. Last update, we introduced voting rights, and it's been great to get feedback on topics that have been floating around in our brains. But today, we're modifying it for a limited time. If you sign up right now, irrespective of tier, you will be able to comment on a Patreon post with your suggestions for videos that we could make, and this will stay open from now until the end of the month. At the start of February, we'll post up our favorites, and everyone who's a Patreon supporter, again irrespective of tier, will be able to vote on the video that we make. After that, it will then revert back to us making the suggestions, but we hope this will be a fun way to get people involved with our decision making, and it will challenge us to make something new and interesting.
I told him, Dave.
The big question. Outside of helping us to improve the quality of our videos, what can we do tomorrow with this extra funding that we can't do right now? So here are 4 exciting goals for Final Fantasy Union's next year, and 4 reasons why we hope you'll consider throwing us a couple of bucks a month. Number 1 is long-form documentaries. Even though our content is quite expansive, one of the most common pieces of feedback we receive is that it's just not expansive enough. This often comes in the form of comments wondering why certain games were omitted from our deeper stuff.
Dave, just so you know, buddy, the normal sync for QFIM is 22, right? But I think there's a thing I heard yesterday. There's a thing with level like within 10 levels of a level sync, you don't get an XP nerf. But if you go past 10 levels of level sync, they start nerfing the entire party's XP. So 35, I don't believe you're gonna get a party in QFIM. The party member, the leader just confirmed, right? You can't get a party in QFIM on a 35 thief. Nobody should take you because it nerfs the XP of the entire party. So unfortunately, I can't take you in this party. I will. You're always in mind, yeah. Anytime I build a party, I'll let you know, yep. If you're here, you know. They're saying it's not the entire party, it's just you. Whoever the high level player is, if you take a sync that's more than 10 levels below you, you get a bad XP nerf. So it's also sort of a waste of time for you to be in here. But I mean, you know, if you want the spot, I told him. Yeah, they're saying it's 25% for 10 to 20. Shit, so I have to leave here
Your
at like
skill has increased.
33 or something. Oh, god damn it. Yeah. Oh, you don't have to stay if you don't want to, man. It's okay. Yeah. I like your support. Always do. But I never fault my viewers that they want to go see other streamers. There is millions of them. Some of them are hot. Why is there a fish attacking that dude? What? Oh, yeah. I didn't build this party. Yeah, this other guy did, but it was a good party. I got 5 levels, six levels now, 6 levels.
Your skill has increased.
This kid's blasting my secrets about growing crystals. Oh wait, no, that's right. I wrote a guide, didn't I? I wrote a fucking guide about it and put it on the fucking Discord, didn't I? I guess I gave my own secrets away. Let's go see how my guide's doing. I doubt anybody responded because of my name, which is fine. I'm just not a member of this community, right? I'm not a member of any group that would have me. Let's see. Wow, that took you a long time to fucking load that. Yeah, Horizon. Crafting discussions. And let's talk chefs. Oops. Yeah, I'm not paying attention. Oops.
Your skill has increased.
studies, or why we didn't spend more time exploring certain aspects. So why is this the case? Well, the answer is pretty simple: time. When we're producing videos, we often need to take into consideration how much time it takes to research,
I can't wait for Final Fantasy 16. I loved 15, and I think 16 is going to be even better. 15 was great. Truly great game. Everybody hated it. I didn't. I thought it was amazing. I didn't like the story.
The 5 nominees for
the rest of it was great. Combat was great. All of it was great.
It's clear that there's a high degree of
MP3 player changed my life.
Both from within the fan base and the wider gaming community.
The MP3 player in Final Fantasy 15
far, this has been driven
definitely
by 4
made the game a lot better.
Conducted by the development team with select publications, and off-the-cuff comments made by Naoki Yoshida during live streams pertaining to other properties. Those trailers have been viewed millions of times, and the interviews have created lots of discussion, but there are still plenty of question marks surrounding Final Fantasy 16, and its success feels far from guaranteed. Now, given that Final Fantasy 16 is being developed by core members of the team who pulled Final Fantasy 14 out of the critical gutter, that might sound like an odd thing to say, but from reading through the various interviews conducted with the development team, even though they have expressed confidence with the approach they're taking, they are more than aware that it may not please everyone. And based on what has been seen so far, in terms of how fans have reacted to the various Final Fantasy 16 initiatives that have happened over the past 2 years, that sentiment has been quite clear. And that brings us to this particular video and a wider initiative that we've been working on. Following the release of Final Fantasy 15 and the Final Fantasy 7 Remake, we conducted surveys with the hope of presenting a constructive and data-led view of how players felt about various aspects of those games. We're planning to do something similar for Final Fantasy 16 after its release, but to add an extra layer, we wanted to survey fans ahead of the game's launch to understand current sentiments and how they change over time based on marketing initiatives, and of course, the quality of the game itself upon launch. Beyond that, and this is more of a pipe dream, but with so much time left until the game launches, there's also the chance that Square Enix can use this data to adapt how they choose to talk about the game in the build-up to launch. The initial survey was released not too long after the Ambition trailer had been published, but with Square Enix then publishing the Revenge trailer at the Game Awards, we decided to run a second survey. We ended up having over 5,000 people take part, not an insignificant number considering the game hasn't even been released yet. and it's a testament to how supportive you all are with this kind of endeavour, so a big thank you from us. With that, here's the structure of the video. First, we're going to break down the core segments we've identified and will reference throughout the video itself. We'll then use this as an overlay for our analysis of how people have responded to the various trailers, while also discussing some of the more extreme decisions the development team have made. Focus will then be placed around breaking down individual design elements before we wrap things up by highlighting what people want to see from 16 moving forward. There will also be timestamps in the description if you want to skip between the various sections. The three key segment breakdowns we will be using throughout will relate to geographic location, age, and franchise entry point. With regards to geographic location, it won't come as much of a surprise to learn that for both surveys, the lion's share of respondents were either based in Europe or North America, but there were still enough responses from people based in Asia, South America and Australia to be significant. When looking at age brackets, 95% of the votes came from just three groups: 18 to 24-year-olds, 25 to 34-year-olds, and 35 to 44-year-olds. Analysis will therefore focus on these three groups. There were responses gathered from the other groups, but they felt too low to be significant. Either that, or in the case of the 13 to 17-year-olds, as the game is M-rated, it's not really meant to be played by that specific age group. The final breakdown will be the entry point. As perhaps expected, this has a heavy skew towards the so-called golden generation. But even though that may be so, Final Fantasy 7, 8 and 10 only represented just over 50% of responses, with the remaining being made up of older and newer entries. For example, Final Fantasy 15 was the fourth most popular entry point, showing the impact of that particular entry in terms of bringing new fans into the franchise. So far, Square Enix has published 4 trailers. The first, dubbed Awakening, was published over 2 years ago now, with the other 3, dubbed Dominance, Ambition and Revenge respectively, all being published within the past 7 months. To judge the effectiveness of each trailer and to understand how opinions have changed, if indeed they have at all, we will be using multiple data points, including but not limited to the 2 surveys we conducted. This means that first, we will look at a broad data set, YouTube, specifically how the trailers have performed across official accounts associated with PlayStation, Final Fantasy, Square Enix Japan and Square Enix West, and also the 2 biggest Western publications, IGN and GameSpot. Collectively, across these 6 channels, the trailers have been viewed over 20 million times, with the Awakening trailer accounting for over half of these views. Amongst the 3 more recent trailers, this means that there has been a notion of diminishing returns. There was a 60% reduction in views of Dominance compared to Awakening, and a further 20% reduction when comparing Ambition
I
with
feel like
Dominance.
Fallout is lagging my
Revenge
client
has
too
seen this drop
badly, and
much
I'm just going to
further,
log out of it
but
now.
given how recent
But I'm going to
that
make a
trailer
sale
is
first
in
before I do
comparison
that.
to the others, it's a bit too hard
I don't know why
to judge
today,
it by
but
the
it feels
same
like this
metric.
particular load it
However,
did
based on
today.
how it's trended,
Something's
it's
wrong with it or
difficult to
something, and
detail
the
apart
frames
from
aren't
any
too
of the
good.
previous trailers.
I can see it. I'm getting like
Some of
36
this
frames
will not
per
be
second
too
or something.
surprising.
I don't know
After
why. It's
watching
probably the
initial
rain.
trailer,
The rain,
people will have
definitely.
made judgments about whether they're interested in 16 or not, and this will influence whether or not they want to watch further trailers. Those that were interested and wanted to learn more may have also reached a point where they just didn't want to learn anything else, either because they weren't impressed, or the opposite, they didn't want to be spoiled. To address this, Square Enix will need to find some way of re-engaging those who have already tuned Final Fantasy 16 out for some reason or another, and connecting with those who haven't so far been interested in the game in general, something that will be easier said than done. The other, perhaps more interesting aspect relates to how well people have responded to the trailers. But for this part of the analysis, we will unfortunately need to remove Square Enix Japan, as they don't allow likes or comments on their videos. The balance between likes and dislikes can often be a tale of extremes on YouTube, especially when fans want to show their displeasure for something and are emotional about the content. But outside of those scenarios, it's far more common for videos to receive a high ratio of likes in comparison to dislikes, and as such, it's more about the fine margin. As one of the biggest drivers of awareness, it's easy to see this when looking at how audiences have reacted to reveal trailers over the past 2 years. For this particular piece, we're looking at PlayStation 5 reveal or announcement trailers on the official PlayStation channel that have received more than 2 million views and a like-to-dislike ratio of at least 90%. As well, the graph would be quite heavily skewed by games like The Last of Us Part 1. Here we can see that over half of the trailers have received a 98% like ratio, with the cream of the crop trailers getting very close to, or even just sneaking into, the 99% range. However, trailers that were less convincing start to tail off, and that's where the Final Fantasy 16 Awakening trailer sits, only receiving a better like-to-dislike ratio than Project Magnum, a game people are unconvinced to have even released, and Lord of the Fallen, a sequel with a murky development history. Widening the net, views of the Awakening trailer on other YouTube channels were much less generous, with those who watched by the official Final Fantasy channel some of the harshest. However, even though Final Fantasy XVI did get off to a rocky start, the wider response to the 3 more recent trailers has been far more positive. Outside of a blip, which saw GameSpot viewers just not vibe with the Ambition trailer, almost every source has been closer to the 97% mark, with those who interacted with the Dominance and Ambition trailers on the official Square Enix West channel going much higher. And when compiling all of the likes and dislikes across all of these sources, even though gamers still didn't seem overjoyed with what they were seeing, something that would have put Final Fantasy XVI in the realm of games like Marvel's Spider-Man 2 and God of War Ragnarok, they are much, much happier than they were. Going one level deeper, a similar trend has been witnessed on our own YouTube channel. Within a few days of each new trailer being published, we asked fans to grade beyond simply asking whether they liked or disliked the trailer. From this, it's been clear that the Awakening trailer just did not resonate with fans, but that with each trailer, there has been a clear trend of improvement. And that brings us onto the survey itself and how respondents felt, having had a bit more time to mull things over. In the initial sense, the trend was the same as those who had responded via our YouTube community post, albeit with even harsher scores. And when we asked people the same question within the second survey, with the Revenge trailer now released, the positive trend could also be seen. But here's where things get interesting. When looking at the scores given within the second survey, the ceiling hadn't been raised. Instead, the Revenge trailer had made people view the previous trailers in a more negative light. And it meant the score awarded to the Revenge trailer had just
still have to write a sleep macro. I've been trying to write this for hours.
Coming in much higher. Breaking things
Okay,
down by
bind,
group,
yeah, no
we
bind.
actually,
I will take bind, yeah. Elemental skill. It's perfect, actually.
Those in the 18 to 24 group rated each trailer higher than every older age group, with the variance becoming more pronounced with the newer trailers. Amongst the older age groups, things were a bit more mixed. The same trend was there before the Revenge trailer had been published, but after it was published, one of the more intriguing elements is that it seems to have a more pronounced impact on those in the 35 to 44 age range. This led to them rating the trailer higher than those aged 25 to 34, as well as leading them to view the older trailers more positively. What's also intriguing about all of this is that it goes along with the grand design. As mentioned earlier, the Final Fantasy XVI development team are aware that the game they're making may not please everyone. Part of this is due to legacy decision making. Over the past 20 years, actions taken by those overseeing the Final Fantasy brand have created fragmented expectations amongst an ever-expanding fanbase. And it's become very muddied as to what a Final Fantasy game even is anymore, as different people want different things. As Yoshida noted in one of the interviews, to some people, Final Fantasy is turn-based gameplay centered around commands. To others, gameplay doesn't matter in a Final Fantasy game as long as there's airships, Moogles, chocobos, and a character named Cid. The other reason the game may not appeal to everyone is the active part the 16 development team are themselves playing. Reading between the lines, they feel as though Final Fantasy has become stagnant, and the only way to change this is to make some quite extreme changes so that the brand will become relevant again. It will see them flat out abandon...
Just remaster 11 and you'll do just fine. They're fucking stupid. They put 30 years of work into a game and abandon it. I don't blame them. They didn't want to live there forever. I don't blame them. But still, just remaster 11 and bring 10 million people to the fold. The game can absolutely support that.
Appeal to younger fans.
No problem.
Based on the data, this approach appears to be working, but it's a risky move. And Square Enix must be happy enough that there will be some collateral damage when it comes to antagonizing existing fans, as they feel it's necessary to help Final Fantasy transition to the demands of modern gamers on a global scale. That risk can be displayed when segmenting the data based on franchise entry points. For this, we've excluded games like Final Fantasy 2 and 5, which had a low volume in terms of respondents, but for the games that remain, it's quite clear that those who had either Final Fantasy 14 or 15 as their entry point are much happier with what they've seen from 16 than any other entry point. This makes sense on both fronts, as 16 is being developed by the same team as 14, but in the case of 15, that game attracted people who enjoyed action RPGs, and 16 promises to be more of the same, just better. Every game released before 14 is quite consistent with the opinions of the respondents, and this is most likely because they were all command-based games as opposed to action-based games. The data does also illuminate, though, how much opinions have changed between the first and fourth trailers, with those who had 15 as their entry point increasing from 82% approval to 91% approval, and those fans who had a pre-14 entry point are now feeling about the same as 15 fans did after its initial reveal. Time will tell whether Square Enix can push those opinions even higher. The other way of looking at this in more literal terms is by seeing whether or not people feel as though 16 is representative of what they want to see from a Final Fantasy game. If we look at this before the Revenge trailer was published, we can see that just over 80% of respondents said yes, which can be seen as quite positive, but it also means that almost 20% of respondents said no. After the Revenge trailer, opinions had softened slightly. The overall opinion had swung 2% in favour of 16 now representing what fans wanted to see, no doubt because they showed off Sid, an image of a party, and Moogles. However, when breaking this down by age groups, we can see that after the Revenge trailer, only 0.4% more respondents between the ages of 18 and 34 upweighted their views. It meant the big swing came from those aged between 35 and 44. Prior to the Revenge trailer, 26.1%, or just over a quarter of fans in the 35 to 44 age group, said 16 was not representative of what they wanted to see from Final Fantasy, but after the Revenge trailer, that had dropped to 21.7%. This feels quite representative of change in general, though. The development team working on 16 has made a clear decision about how they view the future of Final Fantasy. That future looks to be different from what we're already seeing in both 14 and the 7 remake, something that will no doubt create further divisions amongst the fan base, but they believe it's the right thing to do. They made this decision many years ago, but they haven't done a very good job, so far at least, of communicating how this change benefits existing fans, nor have they communicated how this aligns with the expectations of players who preferred the older style of games. There's always resistance to change, and there have been detractors throughout every stage of evolution the Final Fantasy franchise has undergone. If you look at the corporate world, even though Microsoft introduced Edge as the web browser of the future back in 2014, it took them a further 7 years before they could finally kill off Internet Explorer, as they knew people were still using it and didn't want to ostracize them. Only once the global market share of Internet Explorer was less than 0.5% did they finally pull the plug. That's not to say huge companies don't make mistakes, however, as they look to adapt to modern demands. There's outrage whenever websites like Twitter and Facebook make big changes to their design, and it's partially why Google has been so successful over the years, as they make a ton of tiny changes over time, blending things wherever they can, as opposed to making extreme changes. And that's how Final Fantasy used to be handled, when releases were more frequent. Fast forwarding to the present day, Final Fantasy 15 did attempt to bridge the gap by stating it was a game made for new and old players alike. But with 16, the language has been much more aggressive. It's being designed for the audience they believe they want, and they have made that quite clear. Gamers who like turn-based games are no longer the target demographic, so their expectations are kind of irrelevant. Bringing things back to the survey was therefore quite intriguing, and perhaps not even remotely surprising given how passionate and loyal fans are, something that was seen with the Left 4 Dead 2 saga, is that even though almost 20% of respondents did not feel as though 16 represented what they want, 62% of those 20% still said they would end up buying the game regardless of how they feel about it. After taking a top-down view, it's now time to get a bit more under the hood to see how people feel about the different aspects of the game they've seen so far. To do this, we asked for scores relating to music, graphical quality, world design, character design, and the battle system. Before the Revenge trailer, fans ordered these elements as follows, with the battle system being seen as the worst element and music seen as the best element. After the Revenge trailer, players were more impressed with the battle system, character designs, and graphical quality, with them being so impressed with the latter point that it even usurped music as the highest score element. World design also took a bit of a hit, being the only element to see its score decrease following the release of the new trailer. When looking on a regional level, it's clear why this is the case, as North Americans were very impressed by the graphical update. Those in Asia, however, were not all that pleased with the graphics by comparison, even after the Revenge
Your
trailer.
skill has increased.
However, they were more impressed with the battle system. With characters being such an important part of the experience, we then drilled down further, asking for individual ratings for specific characters. Within each major region, there were some pretty clear trends, but the scores across the board were pretty low, and much lower than the overall score for character design. In every major region, the ordering was the same. Clive Rossfield was first, and Joshua Rossfield was last. Europeans were especially down on Joshua, rating his design at a paltry 68%. After the release of the Revenge trailer, fans were far more impressed with the overall character designs, but on an individual level, there were some harsh overtures. With the inclusion of Sidolphus and Torgal, there were also some differences amongst the regions. Clive remained top of the tree, often joined by Jill and Torgal in the top 3. The only region where this differed was Asia, where Benedicta stole the 3rd spot. Amongst the rest, Joshua was still rock bottom, but perhaps the most interesting stat related more to overall point changes. Here, we can see that it was only the designs of Clive and Jill that saw improvements amongst respondents. The designs of every other character were viewed more harshly than they were before the Revenge trailer was published. Next, we'll take a look at icons. Based on what we've learned so far, the icons will take center stage in 16. This will see huge kaiju battles taking place between the icons themselves, but Clive will also have the chance to wield the power of the icons throughout the more traditional combat scenarios. Bahamut was the icon that players are most looking forward to wielding the powers of. However, even though the general trend was the same amongst all major age groups, there were some interesting differences. For example, even though Bahamut still did take the #1 spot amongst 18 to 24-year-olds, it was nowhere near as pronounced, with Odin not that far behind. This age group also had a stronger affinity with Ifrit. 35 to 44-year-olds were also the only age group that had more excitement about wielding abilities associated with the Ice Queen Shiva than Ifrit, which was quite interesting given the prominence Ifrit has within the story. Phoenix and Garuda were then often next, and this is quite interesting as it relegates 2 venerable summons, Ramu and Titan, to the 7th and 8th spot. In the case of Titan, less than 2% selected this particular icon, and it will be interesting to see if players feel the same once the game has been released. With each of the design elements explored, that then points towards the 6 months we have ahead of us and what fans are expecting to see. After the Revenge trailer, 80% of respondents said they had been impressed with Square Enix's marketing efforts so far. However, there were some clear areas where they felt as though the marketing needs to step up. As of right now, the element fans are more keen to learn about is the battle system. Earlier, we showed that this was the element that people had the least confidence about with regards to what they've seen so far. And so this makes sense, as right now, Square Enix are expecting fans to work on nothing but a few short clips of footage and blind faith that the battle system, which is being overseen by Ryota Suzuki, will not just be good, but good enough to be best in class. With the battle system garnering 44% of votes here, next on the list was the world itself. Much has been made about the importance of Valisthea, with time spent introducing the various nations and their motivations, but players want to understand more about how the areas connect to each other, and they also want to learn more about how Clive will interact with these areas. Revenge showed a tease of this, with Clive shown running around the outskirts of the city, but so far there's almost no information as to how this will work, and then be interwoven with Devil May Cry 5-style combat, which is all about ushering players from one encounter to the next in a speedy manner, with proper story exposition then delivered at the end of each chapter. Outside of this, there's still some intrigue about the wider cast of characters and Clive, but with the Revenge trailer doing a much better job of showcasing Clive and the notion of the party style setup we'll see, potential players seem a bit more comfortable about those 2 areas. And with that just about brings us to the end of this particular study. It's certainly been interesting to dive into how people feel about 16 right now, as well as how much the Revenge trailer changed audience perception. But even still, it's clear that there's work to be done when it comes to convincing some of the older fans that they will still have a good time with 16 when it releases. Then again,
I will.
Square Enix may decide it's just not worth the effort, choosing to focus all of their attention on attempting to appeal to as many younger gamers as they can, with the hopes of shifting the makeup of the existing fan base. Time will tell which approach they will take and how effective it will be. Either way, we hope you enjoyed this analysis of the data. Thank you so much to everyone who filled out the survey and shared it around, including our good friends, the Nightscope Prince and Blitz. Alright everyone, with that, this is Daryl signing out. I'd like to extend a big thank you to all of our Patreon and YouTube member supporters, especially Benjamin Snow, the livestream, Galtian D. Kujata, Gregory and Lord of Morning, our super special Onion Light supporters, and of course, a big thank you to everyone for watching this video. I'll see you all again soon for more Final Fantasy goodness.
Oh, his video ended, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would say 8 is a really great game. I wish they would remaster some of the stuff competently, unlike 7. Future channel, I don't know, we're gonna go to the videos and see, work through the good stuff. 7, Final Fantasy 4 facts you probably didn't know. Future channel depends on your support, we need it now more than ever. The evolution of final bosses, 7 cheapest Final Fantasy bosses. Yeah, unnecessarily hard. That's why I stopped doing Ruby Weapon stuff past 7. Forspoken, come on. Crisis Core. Final Fantasy 7 Reunion. What do you mean? Crisis Core or Final Fantasy 7 Reunion? What is that? What? Crisis Core. No, okay, I get it. Wow, they remastered Crisis Core, I guess? Here's change with Crisis Core Reunion. 12 facts you still don't know. That might be good. Let's see this one. Yeah. I love 12. I'm inclined to play 12 right now. I'm going to buy 12. I love 12. 12 is so fucking good. 12 is almost their best one. By far. Everybody hated it, but I didn't. I thought it was so good. It was like... 12 and 13 was their best work, in my opinion. And that's, of course, what everybody hated the most. You know? I don't know, man. I guess I just don't see things the way most other people do. 12 and 13 were so fucking good, and so was 15, you know? 15 was so good. 15 was like a mix of 12 and 13. It was so good. Let's see. Yeah. Why aren't you running? I've hit play so many times. Why do you have dead fucking silence at the start of your video? It's really, like, it's like, really, that dead silence at the end of your video kind of sucks. You, like... just some, hopefully, I don't know. I'm not gonna tell him how to do his channel. That's just insulting. It's a good channel. I'm not gonna fucking insult him. No. Oh, I forgot to do that last one we looked at, though. Like that dead silence at the beginning, though. That's not too good. It really made me fumble for, like, my play key, trying to figure out what was malfunctioning, basically. Why do some of these... Yeah, that's all good, right?
When Final Fantasy XII was released back in 2006, it presented a bold new direction for the franchise.
2006, Jesus.
But even though the game was visibly successful, receiving rave reviews from critics around the world and selling more than 6 million copies, it was ultimately a title that faced many difficulties.
I mean, it was trying to make single-player games into MMOs, which I think the console crowd was extremely, like, resistant to. They're like, fuck this, we don't want to play Final Fantasy XI. We want to play 7, 8, 9, and 10 over and 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 over again. Right? We don't want 12. We want 7, 8, 9, and 10 again, you know? And I get it. And they had a valid complaint, but I thought the 12 was the best of both worlds. It was 7, 8, 9, and 10 mixed with 11. It was perfect, you know. Same way 12 and 13 are basically 15, and I'm hoping 16 is 15 done the right way. And I think that's what they're doing too. Like 15 done with the actual sensibility of a real Final Fantasy game. They should take everything they did in 11 and just put it in 16. It's stupid. And make it like an endlessly playable single-player game and have Final Fantasy 16 be like, that's what 15 was supposed to be. Here's Final Fantasy for fans of the series, old-time fans of the series, as well as new players. I always love that opening to 15 every time you open it. And yeah, but that's what 16 should be, not 15. 15 was a failure when it comes to the fact that people can't live there. You need to make Final Fantasy 16 this thing where they can live. You know, kind of like 11. Make it a lifestyle for them. Let them live a single-player lifestyle, you know, because they've got kids and a wife or a husband, and they're just busy with their personal lives, and they're not trying to, like, be in an MMO thing where they're on 12 hours a day like me. They're just trying to enjoy a Final Fantasy experience because they are skilled at RPGs, and, you know, and give them a place they can live as a lifestyle 2 hours a day for the rest of their life, and they'll love you forever. If you make 15, they're just going to torch it. They torched 15 because they knew that they couldn't live in that game. Give them a game they can live in. Like, I felt 9 was an easier game to live in because you get random battles forever than 15 was, because you just stumble across this dead land full of nothing looking for the same, like, 20 mobs, like 20 different mobs, basically. And it was like, it was good, and I liked the car, but you could, and I tried to live in that world, and I just couldn't. It gets boring. There's not enough compunction to go out into the world and do things like there is 11, and they need to fix 16. And I'm guessing they missed. I'm guessing that they miss. I'm guessing that they still swing and miss with 16. I don't think they're there yet. I don't think they understand that they're not selling single-player titles with a good story and a good battle system anymore, like 7, 8, 9, and 10, and 7 Remake and all that, and all that. You know, they're trying to make Final Fantasy 12 and Final Fantasy 15 good. And that's what you need to do. You need to make like a if 15 had the mechanics that 11 had, you know, with the 15 graphics, it would have been an endlessly wonderful classic, the way that Skyrim, or, you know, what's a really good one like that? I would say Final Fantasy VII. I feel like you can live in the world of Final Fantasy VII if you want, because it is a big, wide-open fucking world that has endless battles in it, and endless grinding, and endless materia, and endless bosses, endless story, sort of. I mean, the story ends. The only thing finite is the story, but you can still just start it all over again when you're done. So, like, and that's what they want. And you know what? That's okay. They don't want to some of them are antisocial and are freely, like, willing to admit it. They don't want to be online with other Final Fantasy players. They like doing shit by themselves. I never ever see many a true nerd talk or play with anybody else except his wife, right? And he likes Bethesda single player games. Like he most markedly did not play 76 beyond the couple of times that he did so for the stream. He still sits on, like, Fallout New Vegas still. And he lives in that world, and he's playing A Tale of Two Wastelands, and you know, which is a mix of Final Fantasy 3 and Final Fantasy New Vegas. And I love Many a True Nerd, and that kid's coming up on 1 million now. He's probably my age. He definitely is. He's probably older. And, like, that guy grew up on single-player Bethesda experiences. That's what that's what Square Enix is trying to deliver to the Final Fantasy crowd, is a livable world like New Vegas that isn't bad like 15. You know, 15 wasn't bad. It just was, you know, it wasn't polished and it wasn't finished, and you definitely couldn't live in the world. Like, for instance, I capped out the fishing in like a day. And I would say you should probably make the fishing like Final Fantasy 11, where it takes like 40,000 fucking casts over like a 2-year period, you know, with the same graphics and beauty that 15 had in its fishing. Like, look at this system in 15. If people have never seen it, I assume everybody here probably has. But the Final Fantasy 15 fishing was fucking awesome. It wasn't fun like 11, but it was like, you know, I mean, it was fun. It was fun for a little bit, but they need to make it addictive, like where if you fish 40,000 times, you pull Liu Shang. See, I want like, you know, I guess I just want 11 remaster, but what I really want is like 16 to be good enough that I can just live in that fucking world, you know, which is what I think probably Squaresoft is looking at right now. Now that the MMO revolution hit, and they already failed horribly with 14, I would say they failed horribly until 5 or 6 years past when they released. They finally got the crowd share that they were looking for when they released it. But I mean, I would say they failed horribly at 14 when it first hit. And that sucks, sort of, you know? So, whatever, you know, so 16 would be nice if these Many a True Nerd types and these, you know, Rycom Plays Kenshi types, like, you know, they're like single-player experiences and stuff, have a final home to go to, a Final Fantasy home, that has the depth of a new world, but it's all single-player, so it doesn't have bad frame rate issues and bad disconnect issues and bad bullshit with hype and GMs and people telling you can't do things, or whatever the fuck. Just release little worlds of Final Fantasy where even if they want to hack, they can hack. It's their Final Fantasy. They paid their fee like everybody else to buy the game. They can hack their own copy of offline Final Fantasy 16 and play it how they want to play it, with infinite jumps and infinite airship fuel and shit like that. But I mean, like, if I hope you don't fuck up 16 like you did 15. And I loved 15. I give 15 like a 9.2, something like that. The only issue I have with 15 is there was not enough mob variation. It wasn't true enough to the Final Fantasy Fantasy thing, even though a lot of the mobs were really good, it still wasn't good enough to the Final Fantasy thing, and the world was dead. It was dead like mortal. You could run so far before you found another pack of mobs. That's why they gave you the car, because so much of that land was dead, because it was an uncompleted game. Had they finished 15 like they should have and put the money where they should have, instead of failing at 14 and continuing to fund failing 14, and I love 14, don't get me wrong, but I still consider 14 to be a failure, and I don't think they should have sunk as much money in it as they did. They needed to make 15 and 16 perfectly immaculate games, and I'm not sure they did.
Final Fantasy 12 and
that's where I fall on this.
Well
like, okay, after witnessing 15, I'm like, man, all the other ones were great. Even 13x2 and 13x22 or whatever. Or I'm sorry, Lightning Returns. I thought all of those were great. All of them were great. 13 was fine with me. 12 was fine with me. Zodiac Age is, I think, one of the greatest games ever released. And I would say 15 was like a 9.2, but that's not good enough for Final Fantasy. They're selling 10s. All those sequels, all that money, they dumped it into fucking 14 just to fail it. And that really bothers me. I really prefer if they would just make 16 perfect like, say, Skyrim was. I would say Skyrim is not a perfect game in any way or fucking form, full of bugs and problems and stuff. But people can absolutely and do live there their entire fucking lives. We know now that since Skyrim's come out on whatever that, like, when did Skyrim hit, right? When did Skyrim hit? It was like 2014, I think, or 12. I think it was 12. When did Skyrim come out, right? That would have been 11. November 11, 11. I forgot all about this horse shit. I can't believe they released Skyrim on 11/11/11. Jesus Christ. Anyways. I would say Skyrim is a perfect single-player game that deserves to be re-released 40 times. Why those, like, bitch-ass fanboys don't really... What those bitch-ass fanboys don't really understand when they complain about... And I do, too. But, see, my thing is I don't live in Skyrim. But, see, I understand why they sell 14 fucking different copies of Skyrim for 5 different consoles and all this stuff. I know why they do that stuff. It's because people do live in the Skyrim universe their entire fucking adult lives. Or child lives. Whatever you want to call it. People will live in Skyrim, like, long after I'm dead. You know what I'm saying? I would say. Long after I'm dead, people will be still living in Skyrim. That's why Bethesda gets the big bucks, just like Square and stuff. So Square has to bring that to the fucking table. They've got to make Final Fantasy 16 this livable fucking world. They were trying to do it with 15, and they got so close. But they've got to do something there. Also, I would posit that the true core of Final Fantasy is 2-player. Not 1-player, not 4-player, not fucking, 10 million people on Final Fantasy 11 or Final Fantasy 14 and shit. I'm talking about 2-player, as in you control 2 party members, your friends control 2 party members. That's how Secret of Mana was. That's how Final Fantasy VI was. For a long time now, they've been looking at 2-player, and they keep writing it out of their shit, and they shouldn't, because most people who want to live in a Skyrim universe usually have a boyfriend, a girlfriend, a son, a daughter, a brother, a sister, somebody that they could die a happy gamer if they had the wonderful quality of life of living in the world of Skyrim with their wife or significant other or their child or whatever. Lots of people could die happy doing that. And instead, they fuck up and they make these autistic single-player experiences where the world can't be shared. And I'm fucking done with it. Fuck your single-player fucking shitty reality. You want to know why we have all these goddamn school shooter bullshit? It's because you keep making single-player games and single experiences, and you single people out, and you kick them out of the club, or nobody talks to them because they're supposedly fat, or whatever the fuck your goddamn, like, your bullying of other people is, etc. This is why people are so fucking lonely. It's because you don't give them multiplayer experiences. You just shut them out. You shut them out. And I'm fucking done with that. You want to step with a real Final Fantasy for the old-timers and for the new-timers? You better make it motherfucking 2-player. Because Final Fantasy's been 2-player since 6. Not 7, not 8, not 9, not 10, but 11 was. 14 was. It's sad that only 3 of those 12 titles, or whatever it was, 14 titles, right, are 2-player. But I would say, like, the best single-player Final Fantasy experience that you can possibly have is Secret of Mana. And then beyond that would be, of course, Final Fantasy VI. which would be you and your brother are 13 years old, and Dad will only buy you Final Fantasy VI because he's the guy who makes this Final Fantasy website, right? And he thinks, oh, at that age, it's appropriate for my kids to be exposed to Final Fantasy VI as I was when I was 12, and they can play it together. And brothers love brothers, and one brother's the white mage and the thief, you know, Locke and who's the white mage in that? Celes, I think. Locke and Celes. You know, Jerry is Locke and Celes, and Tommy is Gao and Sabin, right? And they're such good Final Fantasy players by the time they reach 14, because they've been working two-player with each other forever. This single-player shit that you guys keep fucking making is not too good. Remember two-player? It's a dead fucking art form now, and Final Fantasy VI perfected it. Now, it didn't perfect it in the respect that you had to pass the controller if the other character wanted to drive the character on the overworld. But, I mean, you know, in the end, when the battles hit, it was two-player. And I absolutely did beat Final Fantasy VI like 7 times with my best friends. Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? I beat Secret of Mana like 4 times with my best friends. You know, that's what you're missing. You want to, like, I could do fucking Square Enix better than Square Enix could do Square Enix. And I know it's insulting, and I know nobody believes it. I believe it, though. I know what they sold that worked. I beat in all of it and spent tens of thousands of my hours. Like, and I know what I remember. Of all the first 10 fucking games, 6 is still my fucking favorite because it's two-player. Okay? That's all I have to say about that. Now, where did my video go? You like to disappear on me, I guess. Yeah, alright. So where were we then? I don't know. I want to finish that one, but... Hey, cool, YouTube, how you just totally lost my place. That was really fun. Really good job there, YouTube. Why do you make billions of dollars? Just question, you know? Why do you make so much money? Just saying. Can't even get surfing right. It's like Windows. Anyways.
It would end up having far-reaching consequences, not least because it saw the game release right at the end of the
I know, because I come up against it every day. You erase my progress all the time in videos and back me out and all types of stupid shit. Some of that's user error, but most of that was just you closed me out of my video for no reason.
PlayStation 3 would emerge and steal the spotlight.
Here we are.
But even though back then it was painful for fans and the actual developers working on the game, with hindsight, it means there are tons of interesting stories to tell, and there are still a ton of interesting morsels to be found within the game itself.
Worst cloak in Final
so,
Fantasy
for today's
history.
video, it's why we are still excited to dive into them, as we explore another array of facts related to Final Fantasy XII that we are confident you still didn't know. So strap yourselves in as we venture further into some of the game's more unique trivia, starting with
12.
its very own
I beat it twice
Commemoration Day.
recently. No, I beat it 1.5 times recently. I'm like halfway through my second playthrough in the last 4 months. I definitely have beaten Final Fantasy XII and stepped back for another replay through Zodiac Age on the PC. It's such a fucking good title. Worth every dollar. You can speed it up to 3x times the speed. So the fucking run speed bullshit walking sim thing that Square Enix always does is entirely not a problem in Final Fantasy XII. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, well, what, 6 or 12 or what? 6? Right? It's about 6 or 12?
Over the years, it hasn't been too uncommon for Square Enix to host events to promote and celebrate impending launches. While these are often seen to be far more abundant and usually on a larger...
Like, okay, when I was like 12 years old, oh yeah, this is, okay, 12 is so good. I love 12. 12 is great, you know. The characters, I love the female characters in it. I didn't like the male characters except for Bosch. But that's it. You know, that's my only complaint with it. I think some of the character development could have been stronger, especially the main character. I thought he was a complete twerp, but that's just me. I didn't like Zidane either. But I mean, Zidane's a badass, I will say. I love Zidane actually, but I didn't like him on immediate receival. It took me many years to like Zidane. I never did like Titus, whatever is, you know, from 10. Oh yeah, you got the big ass book. Yeah, that book. Yeah, that book is cool. I want that book so bad. One day you should sell me that book, Dave.
Scale in Japan,
when I have
there
any
have
money.
been numerous special events taking place in North America and Europe. Some examples include the Crisis Core launch event, which took place in the PlayStation Store at the San Francisco Metreon in 2008, and more recently, the uncovered Final Fantasy 15 promotional event in Los Angeles back in 2016.
Okay, do you know what the greatest strategy guide of all time is? This Dark Souls Hardbound Strat Guide. This beautiful, beautiful book. I got it from my best friend when it came out for $40 and shit. But if you want the best strategy, best strategy book of all time, this is the most completionist strategy guide I have ever seen. There is no bit of information about Dark Souls that is not entirely accurate, entirely well done. All the beautiful artwork, and the book itself is huge. It's like a coffee table book. It's like this big. It's huge. And you can just leaf through it, and it's like the greatest video game compendium ever made. And I bought this for my best friend, and I read it compulsively for 2 months because he was in India in an ashram learning how to be a spiritual guru. And so 2 months before he got back, I bought him this Dark Souls book because I knew he was fiending for Dark Souls. He sent me a bunch of texts saying so. And I was like, okay. So I bought him a Dark Souls book, and I was like, okay, there you go, you'll enjoy this. But I was reading it on my bed one night, and I fell asleep because I was in college, and I was exhausted. And I dumped a bottle of water exactly like this all over the top of the fucking book, my best friend's book. So then when he got back in town for his birthday, I gave him the book, and I was like, look, this was $50. I can't afford to buy another one, but it's still entirely fine. The beautiful hardbound cover was the only thing that took damage. Just you, Dave. I'm doing okay. 100%. Did you zone? You probably DC'd on zone, yeah. But yeah, so I ruined the cover of this beautiful book, or I would have encased it in plastic and just told him to save it, because in like, I would say 40 years, this thing's going to be worth 10 grand. I want a brand new copy. If I ever make any money doing this, I've only made 600, but if I ever make any real money doing this, I'm definitely going to buy this. I'm going to stick it in a piece of plastic, because it'll be worth 10 grand in like 50 years. You know, put my great grandkids through college on it or whatever, because you know, this was such a wonderful work of art. The only other thing that I can think of like this is the WoW artwork book, but it still doesn't have all the information of the game. This thing has everything in the game, and exactly where to go, and in what order, and how to do things, and what is what. The bestiary is complete. It's the only strategy guide I've ever respected. And it's such a beautiful guide too. It's just, it stands out when you touch it. You're like, this is a piece of history in the making. And I bet other people here are probably going to say the exact same thing. Let's go see, right? So where are the comments on this thing? How did I blast past the comments? What? There's no comments on this, huh? Oh, I'm on eBay. That's why. No Dark Souls fucking eBay. No. Screw it. I'm just gonna let it go. I got the point across. I mean, look at these beautiful books they made, you know? Huge.
These events would often feature a slew of activities, limited edition merchandise, and a few guest appearances from high-profile figures from the company and beyond. And Final Fantasy XII was the recipient of one such event in the build-up to the release of the game. This commemorative event took place in New York City on the 11th of October 2006. But what made it rather special in comparison to other events was that New York City itself, via its tourism organization, officially declared the 11th of October 2006 as Final Fantasy XII Day. The day started off at 11:30 AM with a ceremony in Times Square. It featured the likes of Akitoshi Kawazu, the executive producer of Final Fantasy XII, and Square Enix North America's COO, Daishiro Akeda. Square Enix also revealed the winners of their cosplay contest, which have been running from the 12th of September through to the 29th. The 3 winners received a free trip to New York City to attend the festivities, and were even invited to showcase their outfits. Other events that day included a press conference, there being a life-size Judge Magister, and street team members roaming around Manhattan to hand out what they described as limited edition Final Fantasy XII tchotchkes.
No
The
way.
event would serve as a huge promotional activity for the game in North America, where it was released soon after. And although similar commemorative events for other games would follow, no other game would ever have the distinction of having a North American city officially commemorate a day to honor its release. Now, it's no secret that Final Fantasy XII was quite large in scale in comparison to previous mainline games. With such intricate gameplay mechanics and a large amount of side content for players to engage in, its sheer volume pushed the limits of the PlayStation 2 platform in ways very few other games ever had. But one of the most interesting factors regarding its size would be the number of NPCs found within the game and how much it was increased by comparison. Square Enix took part in GDC 2007 with Taku Murata, a game programming supervisor in Final Fantasy XII, conducting a post-mortem which talked in detail about what they were looking to accomplish. It covered numerous topics, but one of the most intriguing was that Final Fantasy XII featured a whopping 1,000 unique NPCs, 5 times the number of NPCs found in Final Fantasy X, which came to just over 200. Murata would also present a diagram showing that due to their shift in focus towards creating such an enormous world, roughly 70% of their resourcing budget was assigned to artwork, as opposed to game design and programming, very different from previous games. The massive volume of NPCs, as well as 250 different monsters and 30 bosses, would ultimately present some developmental struggles due to the PlayStation 2's limited memory capacity when combined with the huge low processing of the game's battle system. Murata went on to share...
Oh, is that you, Dave? Because, like, if you notice on my screen, it didn't show your remote. Do you see it? I don't see an emote on my screen. I didn't know who it was. Sorry. Are you next to me? I don't see you. I think you might be glitched, Dave. I think you need to relog, dude. You are what they call, desynced. Oh, wait, is that you? No, there you are, there you are. Sorry, it's just my render. No, that's me, that's me. I forgot I did this. I'm sorry. That's my problem. I'll fix it. One second. I was messing with character models displayed the other day just to see. There you go, there you go. Hey, nice, looking good, looking like a good thief, man. Yep, perfect. The chest, I'm sorry, the belt's wrong. You'll need a Merc Captain belt with 1 dex on it, because 1 dex for a thief is worth whatever it costs. The wool mantle is not ideal. You'll want the Travelers, but I mean, that's too expensive. The chest piece is worthless. That is for a Ranger. You don't need that on Thief. You need the Mercenary Captain's chest. The headpiece is worthless. That's for a Ranger. You need a Mercenary Captain's helmet. The dex on the Fang necklace is good, but you shouldn't have bought it. You should sell it now and go buy the better one that has 3 dex, 3 strength. I'm sorry, you should not sell this now, excuse me. What I'm trying to say is sell that necklace and get the better version of it, because people will make fun of you for using this necklace. But I understand because it's cheap, right? It's cheap to buy this necklace. I understand that you can't afford the better one, but people will troll you about that. And then, yeah, the Merc Captain Kukri is huge. That's good. Good. Daggers are good. Legionnaire Crossbow could be a lot better, but I mean, it costs money. The Wing Earring is good. It's better than nothing. But you want Dodge Earrings, but that's like 100k. Dex Rings are okay. I think... What level are you? 35, okay. Let's take a look at rings, but I believe... I mean, all of this, I mean, we all need 500k right now. Like, with the money that you have, Dave, you did perfectly. How's that? Right? Your set is perfect for the amount of money that you have right now. I hope that's edifying for you, because it should be. Like, you're doing just fine. You're doing great, you know? But let's take a look at rings, because the greatest throughput that you can get is from the rings, right? So if you were to buy something first, you should buy better rings than that. Because 1 dex on the ring, that's not too good. You're going to want these balance rings, right? Yeah, I mean, save up 24k. It's going to be about 25k, 25, 26k. If I were you, the first thing I would buy is 25, these two rings. The balance rings are what you're missing the most. That extra 2 dex is you know, it's a big deal. Other than that, I think you're fucking perfect. I have no everything that you've done is perfect. Although you have a Ranger set more than a Thief set, so you know. But I mean, all the Merc Cap stuff is not cheap. And, you know, none of the stuff I'm talking about is cheap. I just dropped a bunch of item names, right? But the actual value of what I dropped is like 270,000 gil. So, I mean, until you have 270,000 gil, you know, you have an exactly perfect set. And I'm proud of you. You did well. I'm not an expert any more than you, you know. But, yeah. Thief is easy. It's just all Dex. It's not Agi, it's Dex. Agi is for Rangers. You don't need Agi on Thief in anywhere form. You don't need ranged accuracy. You don't need Agi. You're not shooting anything. I mean, you could be. You could be shooting bolts, I suppose. You could be. But, I mean, if you're going to be shooting bolts, you better be Woodworker, because buying, like, status bolts is so expensive that you might as well, like, you know, you needn't worry about anything ranged accuracy at all. You're looking for Dex. But, yeah. Oh, also, the big one, Dave, is Life Belt. But that's not for a while yet. You've got another 13 levels to go. But definitely keep in mind that you're gonna need a Life Belt and Sniper Rings. Like, more than anything else, you need a Life Belt. And you need Sniper Rings. So before you even worry about any of the rest of that gear, you can just keep leveling with the gear set that you have. No one's gonna say shit. You're perfectly geared for what your guild level is and what the server's at right now. But what you do need to worry about is those 2 Sniper Rings and that fucking Life Belt. And that might be frankly crippling. So go take a look at what the Life Belt costs. Go take a look at what the fucking Sniper Rings cost. Add it up. Put it on a post-it note or a note on your desktop, because you need those things. If you show up to the party without them, they'll eat you alive. Those things you do need. You need Sniper Rings and that fucking Life Belt. Don't show up to the party without them. But the good thing is you don't have to worry about that for another 13 levels. Or sorry, well, Sniper Rings you have to worry about in 5 levels. The Life Belt's 48. That's 13 levels from now, or whatever. Yeah, 13 levels from now. So in 5 levels, buy Sniper Rings. That I would save your money for that. Don't buy anything else. Save your money for Sniper Rings. Buy both of them. Figure out how much it's going to cost to buy 2 Sniper Rings. And figure out how much it's going to cost to buy the Life Belt, and start saving now. Because if you show up on Thief without that stuff, they will start making comments in the party chat. We could if you would like to. Problem is, I mean, I don't believe I can, because I'm 33. We would normally go to Lead to Lore, to the you know, what's that fucking zone? Sanctuary of Zeta. I always forget Zeta. But we would have to go to Zeta, and we could do so, but it is not ideal for me, because without Arrow 2, I am worthless there, Dave. Like quite literally, I'm worthless. Without Arrow 2, I cannot join the party. They're gonna be like, "Why didn't you bring Arrow 2? You don't have any way to hurt these mobs at all." Like Thunder and Blizzard won't do it. You know, it'll do it, but it won't do it well. I need Arrow 2. Yeah. Oh, I know. I'm kidding, and I'm not kidding either. I mean, like they'll let you ride on Dex Rings, Dave. You're gonna be able to ride on those on that 26K that you spend on the Dex Rings, right? You're gonna be able to ride on that. But, I mean, the Sniper Rings have to happen if you want to play Melee. This is why I sat and fished for the last 3 weeks, Dave. You know what I'm saying? And I'm about to do that again now, tonight. I don't think I can party anymore unless I buy Arrow 2. I can't go to a party higher than 20... I'm sorry, I can't go to a party lower than 26 right now, because I've now leveled out of QFIM, right? In terms of XP loss and such. So I can build a party to go to either Babiki Bay or Carpenter's Landing, or go get my Kazam keys. But I don't believe I can build a QFIM party, no. And I can't go to Zeta without Arrow 2. So let me see how much Arrow 2 is, but it'll be some thousands that I don't have. So let's see. Get the spell for Arrow. I mean, no, Arrow 2 is sold by the vendor. No, that's a vendor spell. So we take a look at Arrow 2, right? Or maybe not, actually. I don't know. I'd have to look at what the origins of Arrow 2 are. But hey, look, it's only 8,000. So I'm close. I'd have to go I'd have to do some fishing, like an hour of fishing, but I could reach Arrow 2, and then I can continue on in a higher level zone. But right now, I am in a terrible place where I don't have the money to buy the scroll that I need to continue XPing, unfortunately. You know? But yeah, you could help me with this. That is something we could go do, but I mean, it would save 8,000. But let's go take a look at it, right? So Arrow 2, I don't really want to level Black Mage, but what I could do, Dave, is I could level White Mage. If Arrow 2 is out of my reach right now, I could stick on White Mage, because what I do have is Erase. And I can level on White Mage. If you wish me to, I can form a party with my White Mage. But let's go see this real quick since I'm on it. Yeah, in Selbina, you buy the scroll of Arrow for 11.9, and that's it. That's it. I think. I don't think it drops off anything. So on this server, it's cheaper. It's like 8,000, I think, or it's probably cheaper. It's like 7,000 because they're flipping for 1,000 on the auction for like 1,000 more, I think. So the vendor in Selbina has been changed for Arrow 2 for some reason, so that Black Mages don't get cock block worse than Melee do. So they've definitely changed some prices on the merchants and stuff, because if people are selling the scroll that's normally 12K for 8K on the auction house, that means that the Horizon team has lowered the vendor price of Arrow 2 to something significantly lower, like 7K or something like that. They like almost halved the price a little bit. It's more there. Yes, it's more there. See, so, but you can't. I mean, resale is only 2K. But I mean, if the resale was like 11, scrolls are never more than 2K, something like that. But yeah, the 11,970. I mean, yeah, obviously it might. I don't know why people would be selling Arrow 2 at a loss. I would imagine that these people definitely lowered the vendor cost of Black Mage scrolls a bit. So I suppose going to Selbina might be a good idea for me to go see what but I mean, I don't have the money anyways. So let me post more items on the auction house, and I'll take a look at what we see looking for party from what level is my White Mage? It's like White Mage is 30, Black Mage is 33. I'm halfway through 33, so I can't be on Black Mage past level 34. I won't have Arrow 2, which is like, you have to have Arrow 2. You can get away with not buying Stone 2, but you have to buy Arrow 2. It actually is like the strongest spell in the game at this level, 34. So I have to buy Arrow 2, so I'm cockblocked by 3K. I'll do the work right now to reach it closer, faster here. I believe I could buy the scroll and sit on Black Mage if needed, which would be probably more preferential to me, because level 30 White Mage, I can't really go anywhere on at 30. Oh no, 30 is, I believe, Garliage Citadel. So let's see where all the level 30s are right now. No. Don't buy me anything. You're good. People at level 30 are sitting in Gelspa Outpost. Apparently. Goosken. No, Gelspa. The level 30 spot is Gelspa. Gelspa. I don't think I have the Outpost Warp. No, I do. I do have the Outpost Warp to Sandy, I think. I think I do. Oh. No, it's okay. I don't need your money, man. It's all good. It's okay. I don't I really don't. I just spent the last 10 hours leveling, so I'm broke. Tomorrow I'll have 20K, you know, but I don't need your money. It's okay. It's good. Thank you for the offer, though. So yeah, I don't know about XP Party because I don't want to go all the way to fucking San. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I suppose I can just Outpost Warp there. I don't know if that camp supports more than 2 parties. Let's see what the... Well, I'm not saying no yet. I'm just looking at the realities of it, because I don't believe I'm ready is the main problem. There's a tank. There's a black mage. I can heal. There's a Sam. We can take you on thief. You will pull if I can't find a bard. There's no bard, so you'll have to pull. I don't know what the camp is at Gelspa. I've never XP'd at Gelspa. So, normally I would go to Garreliage. I don't know about Gelspa, but Gelspa is better than... Like, orcs are definitely better than fucking beetles. Beetles and bats suck dick. Bats jet stream you, and fucking beetles, beetles are just way too tanky. So I really don't want to go to fucking... to Gelspa, but I mean, I will level Black Mage further. Paladin 30, War 30. Where are they all leveling? There's somebody in Saramu, but I think he's there's somebody in Bubarimu. Mora. Let's see see all 28 to like 33, and I want to see where these people are actually staged, because like, I don't know, man. The camp's the other problem. I don't know where to go at this level on this server. There's somebody in Yotor. Carpenter's Landing. Saramu. Carpenter's Landing. I think I know, do you know if you have the, Norvalin Jugner Outpost, Dave? No, Garreliage is 28 to 32. Bats and beetles. But I mean, it's the worst camp out there. It's the worst camp out there. The beetles are too tanky, and the jets one-shot your tank with jet stream. And they're too tanky too. Those bats are, like, for some reason the bats in undead places have like twice the amount of tank. Those single combats, you know, the combats, the big bats, right? Not the triple star bats, but the combat is really like tanky. Yeah, oh yeah, Jugner is no problem. We could just run to Jugner. That's not a barrier. So we could do what is a good camp, a really good camp, particularly because the fly traps drop something that's worth 1,000 gil. It's fly traps and carpenters, and that's like one of my favorite camps actually. But I don't know. Everybody's in Gelspa at 30, so. Let's see, see all invite 30 to 40. I will have to go home, which means running to Qfim, or Jugner. Probably more like Jugner. I think Qfim's more... Or no, I have White Mage. I can just run through Qfim's faster. So, yeah, so we could do a nice DD party. I don't see a bard, which pisses me off because almost everything I see here is what I don't see is a tank. I do not see a tank. So the answer is yes, Dave. I will build a party for level 30 to 40, but I cannot do so until a tank shows up. I will begin checking every 5 minutes. In the meantime, I've got to go home. Because I will need an outpost warp for wherever it is that we go. so I've got to go switch jobs and run through QFIM and get to the tower. But, you know, bear with me. This will be a slow process, but we'll begin here. You know, I'll keep my eyes open for tank, but I sent you a party invite. Yeah, I'll sit on White Mage at level 30 because I can level White Mage because I have a race. So, yeah, no problem there. I don't know when, yeah, I think I'm okay. I can heal, yeah. So, but let me switch jobs and run out to QFIM and get home to Bastock so I can outpost warp. And then I suggest you do the same. Well, no, you don't have to do the same. You can run from Juneau, but I mean, or sorry, yeah, you can just run on foot from Juneau to wherever it is we go, I think. But I mean, we might be going to. I would say you should come with me, Dave. Come with me to QFIM outpost warp, okay? And I'll sneak you. Or no, you don't need it. You're 35. Yeah, I think. Well, you will. You'll need invis. Yeah. So here, I'll sneak and invis us to the QFIM point. Let's go stage first before we build this party because we're not ready. You need to get somewhere where you can tell it. You can outpost warp. So let me see. Thief, red mage, white mage, black mage. I'll do my gear when I'm in town. So. Oh, you don't have. Why don't you have OP warps? Oh, okay. You have the Sandy one, don't you? I'm talking about Gelspa Outpost. That's Sandy, right? So, like, we're gonna go to. Oh. I see what you're saying. Okay. You have not done QFIM, right? You have not done QFIM. Okay. So if you want to get home, have you done any of the outposts around Juneau, like Oregano or Norvalen or Durfland? Oh no, I know. You don't have to justify yourself. I'm just asking. I'm trying to see what we do have to work with, you know. I don't see getting this party started for a couple of hours, Dave. Let me get a bunch of stuff out of the way first. I am not ready to party, I think. I'm going to say no, unfortunately, because I realize that I have to do Supply Quest 2. It's, yeah, it's Tuesday. I mean, I got some days on that. But, I mean, there's a lot I need to do before I can XP party further, dude. I'm not ready. I'm terribly sorry. So yeah, but you can probably get a party, but I've just got too much to do. I'm broke, I can't travel, I need scrolls, I can't buy them, I have to fish, I have to do all of the outpost quests that I haven't done. I level way more than the only reason I got so far on Black Mage is because I just sat there for 10 hours and I didn't leave, but I was planning to only be there for like 3, you know, so. Yeah, but like I'm afraid it's not in the cards tonight. We're just not ready. Give me a day, because I mean, there's a lot I've got to do tonight before I'm ready to go past like level 30, like level 30. Like for instance, you know, I don't have to list all of it. There's too much prep I must do before I'm ready. I'm terribly sorry. Otherwise, we just waste our time. I waste people's time. You know, I'll waste your time. I'm not trying to do that. I want to log out of this game now. It's like lagging me. Come on, man. Yeah, just quit the desktop. We're good.
The team expected the game's development time to increase as a result of the inclusion of these factors, which ultimately did occur, as the game notoriously released much later than initially planned. Continuing on with the same theme, the world of Final Fantasy XII would end up being made the home of an assortment of interesting races and creatures, including the Bangar, Mughals, Viera, and the Espers. But perhaps some of the most interesting and mysterious beings were none other than the Acuria. Depicted as mystical and spectre-like beings, the Acuria were positioned as the most powerful beings in Final Fantasy XII. They would ultimately preside over Ivalice, continuing to influence its history by manipulating various power players. Vinar, the game's secondary antagonist, was also a member of this race, although they would have different motivations. But even though the Acuria were positioned as deity-like beings, their original concept was actually quite different. According to the Final Fantasy XII Ultimania Omega, the Acuria were initially created to be a race of mind flayers. Early concept art would depict them as wearing extravagant robes and lounging around in an ornate bar setting. This could suggest that they were meant to resemble the other common races of Ivalice to some extent, like the Viera or Mughals. However, over time, their design would ultimately be revised to its current shrouded form, with their original concept being reworked into the Mind Flayer enemy mark instead. As an interesting aside, some of the Acuria's current design elements would end up being eerily reminiscent of Black Mages in Final Fantasy IX. Both beings would have faces that were almost entirely obscured, save for a pair of glowing eyes. The Acuria, in their physical form, would also give off excess amounts of mist, and in Final Fantasy IX, the Black Mages were created from mist. Whether or not the correlation between these two beings means something is largely up to speculation, but they're certainly interesting points of comparison. Dummied content exists within most Final Fantasy games, and most often it consists of unused or scrapped ideas. Final Fantasy XII would be no exception to this, having its own slew of dummied content, but one piece in particular was rather curious: the Hero's Blade. As part of the game's promotional campaign, Square Enix produced official CGI artwork renders for the various characters, including Ash, and in her picture, she was holding a rather awesome looking sword, which we would later learn was called the Hero's Blade. This sword would also appear in the opening FMV of Final Fantasy XII, when King Ramenas was seen bestowing it upon Prince Rassler before his departure for war. In Rassler's official CG render, he would also be shown holding this particular sword within its scabbard. But even though the sword was presented with so much importance, it would be unattainable in the game itself, having been dummied out. What's interesting is that the dummied Hero's Blade would retain interesting properties that otherwise implied that it was, at some point, supposed to be obtainable and usable in the game. Some of these would include its attack stat of 15, its own menu picture, and even a unique sound that resonated upon hitting foes. Considering its frequent depiction in the possession of the Dalmascan royal family and Prince Rassler, as well as its relatively low attack stat, this may have suggested that the Hero's Blade could have been, at one point, a default weapon for Ash. However, this remains purely speculation. Now, sticking with the subject of dummied materials, some other content included a fully coloured in-game render of Rassler, who was only seen as a discoloured render in his apparition form. There was also a prisoner model variant of Balthier, which really just looks like a head replacement for a normal prisoner NPC. When Final Fantasy XII was initially released, Square Enix were more than comfortable with the idea of creating polymorphic content, and so, to provide additional entertainment for fans, they decided to create a manga adaptation that would end up being comprised of 19 chapters and 5 book volumes. Though it was essentially a retelling of the main story of the game, the manga series would expand the universe and give more backstory to its characters. This would see much more focus placed on the events leading up to Princess Ash's engagement to Prince Rassler, as well as showing how Bash obtained the large scar on his forehead. Unfortunately, despite running from December 2006 through to August 2009, the manga was cancelled before reaching a proper conclusion. It's never been disclosed as to why it ended so abruptly, but there has been plenty of speculation. For one, the manga was known for introducing darker elements within the original story, depicting more gruesome imagery, as well as some story details that were nothing short of disturbing. It's believed that these mature and darker themes contributed to the manga's demise, especially when thinking about the original game's lower age rating. But some might view the pushing of boundaries as intriguing elements that ultimately helped to flesh out the story further. Perhaps one of the most sinister yet insightful details to be revealed in the manga related to the grisly nature of Rex's death. But going even further, right at the end of the series, Ash even lost her forearm owing to the bond she had with Belias. Pretty crazy stuff, but as the book was cancelled, we never got to see how it concluded. Even though much of Final Fantasy XII was well received by players and audiences, there were still some areas of the game that received mixed reviews, and one such area would be none other than the game's main protagonist, Vaan. Much has been said over the years about how the game's director, Yasumi Matsuno, wanted Final Fantasy XII to have a much more rugged main protagonist, someone in the mold of Ashley Riot, the main protagonist of Vagrant Story. But there was a feeling, outside of Matsuno, that Final Fantasy fans would not resonate with such a protagonist, so Vaan was created as the last member of the ensemble cast and thrust into the leading role in favour of Bash von Ronsenberg. Compared to other characters, Vaan was not as heavily involved with the main plot. instead acting more as an observer. Though it was understood what the development team were trying to achieve in making Vaan the main protagonist, it was a decision met with criticism and mixed feelings from audiences, as he was often seen to be unimportant and, in more harsher claims, useless. But not everyone felt this way. In fact, Vaan would have some high-profile fans among Square Enix's own staff members, and for interesting reasons. One figure, Takashi Katano, who worked on the original game as the main system and event programmer before being named as the director of the Zodiac Age, named Vaan as his favourite character amongst the cast. He cited that Vaan was liked not only for his playable features, but his growing alongside the game's story, which was something he personally sympathised and connected with. Another key developer, Hiroyuki Kato, who also worked on the original game before returning to serve as producer on the Zodiac Age, would choose Vaan as his favourite character for two different reasons. Kato said he sympathised with audiences, acknowledging that some fans do not feel as though Vaan left an impression, but he loved Vaan due to his role as a pure character who was filled with nothing but optimism and positivity. He also noted that without Vaan, the entire cast would not have come together and become a team. Kato would also describe Kurahei Takeda, the motion capture and voice actor for Vaan, as the second reason. Takeda was only in high school when he did his performance for Vaan, and his depiction of the character would even influence some changes, as following his feedback, they made Vaan less effeminate and more energetic and upbeat. Kato expressed that throughout the development process, they actually got to watch Takeda grow from a child to an adult through his performances of Vaan, citing it as a memorable part of the process.
Aww.
The third person on the list to feature Vaan as their favourite character would be Motomo Toriyama, who directed Final Fantasy XII Revenant Wings. Toriyama acknowledged that Vaan could be dense and counterproductive at times, but he admired Vaan's enthusiasm and lively outlook at the beginning of his career as a Sky Pirate, feeling that he would end up having a bright future ahead of him. And that brings us on to our final and perhaps most intriguing fact, which relates to why Angela Aki became the vocalist for Kiss Me Goodbye. Throughout the early 2000s, Angela Aki was still a relatively unknown artist in Japan. She had produced music for several Japanese companies, but it wouldn't be until midway through 2005 that she would start to get noticed. This came through the release of an independent EP called One, which sold 9,000 copies and became the best-selling independent album of the year. Its success alerted Nobuo Uematsu to her talents, and he reached out to see if they could collaborate. But even though she did accept,
there's the living God!
Aki shared details about their communication when she was performing at a special event in Shibuya hosted to celebrate the launch of Final Fantasy XII. She performed Kiss Me Goodbye, following it up with her own version of Eyes on Me from Final Fantasy VIII. Aki talked about her love for video games and music and shared that she had played Final Fantasy VII in the past, but her main motivation for accepting the role was actually her family, as she had numerous family members who were big fans of the franchise and encouraged her to sign the deal. Uematsu also revealed that outside of Aki's obvious talents, he also wanted to work with her because they were not only born in neighbouring regions of Japan, but because of the singer's playstyle of playing the keyboard whilst singing, something that reminded him of Elton John, an artist who he himself was inspired by. And with that, we're done. There were 7 more facts about Final Fantasy XII that were positive you still didn't know, although of course there will be some amongst you who already knew them all. Which one did you find to be the most intriguing though? Let us know in the comments, and if you enjoyed the video, please give us a like and hit that subscribe button.
Obviously.
Alright everyone, with that.
You know what I'm saying? The one about how Nobuo trained the lady who did the song for that. Very good. Now, why did you take me away from the last screen? Wow, YouTube, you have got to be one of the most incompetent websites I've ever used. And that's saying a lot.
Just before.
Like, I'm sorry, but why would you take me back to something that was 5 or 6, like, screens before instead of the actual list that I was looking at? I don't really understand it. Why would you take me 5 back, not 1 back? Just saying. Like, learn to code or whatever your fucking problem is. But man, YouTube is incompetent. Right on. Good job, Dave. I'm sorry to bail out on you, but it's also like I've been partying for like 10 hours. You know what I'm saying? Probably good to take a break and farm some gil. The road ahead for what? Oh, here we go. This looks good. Yeah. I love the symbol, but... Yeah, it's good. Like, the symbol's good, but the
Throughout
silence...
the 1980s, before leadership quite clear, so too was
Okay.
his drive
Why
and
did you jump me to minute number 213? Why did you jump me to minute 213 on a button press? Why? Okay, I get it, but I also kind of don't, because I'm hitting the same buttons again and I'm not getting the same effect again. I think you just really, really, really don't know how to code, I think. I'm just saying. So we'll start over again. Thanks for that. That was just crazy. I hit the D button. Hitting the D button right now.
Throughout the 1980s,
and nothing happened.
The video game landscape in Japan, and indeed North America and
Fucking
Europe,
YouTube.
was akin to the Wild West.
Fucking dumb.
Unlike today, where there are clear expectations amongst the wider video game fan base, and tried and true methods have been established for delivering on those expectations.
Why is that girl like half
everything
naked
was
or
still
whatever?
being figured out.
Oh, it was a tan,
With the cost of producing
like,
games
schoolgirl
relatively
dress. I
low
was
in
like, what?
comparison to what it is now, it would see publishers keen to pump out as many games as they could, all with the hopes of striking it lucky. In the West, this was focused on platforms such as the Atari 2600, the Apple II, and the ZX Spectrum. But in Japan, personal computers were the initial battleground before interest spread over to the Famicom. As a late entrant into this foray, Square were, in the initial sense at least, content with growing within their means. It would see them produce numerous text-based adventures that would each have a progressive increase in scope. But by late 1986, just 2 years after Square had released their first game, they too had fallen into the same trap as many other publishers. It saw Square deviate from the tried and tested as they attempted to strike gold on the Famicom. But as they were quite late to the party, and companies like Namco and Konami were already well-established players, the only way for Square to compete was to produce more games. And not just that, those games would need to be produced within less time, something that led to a diminishment in their quality.
Ooh, King's Knight. I wonder if it's good. Look at all these wonderful games. I wonder if some of these are really good for their time.
7. With many of the team forced to not only work themselves to the bone in order to
Aliens. I didn't know they did Aliens. They did Aliens? I played that game.
Games quicker, to do so within genres that didn't suit their talents, it led to a lot of frustration. And
King's Knight. Oh, King's Knight, right? Yeah, no wonder. I always wonder, what's the King's Knight reference in Final Fantasy 15? Hey, you want to play some King's Knight? Oh, yeah, sure, you know. And I really love that. I was like, King's Knight is such a cool idea. Turns out it was probably their first game. That's really beautiful.
Developer in particular, called Hironobu Sakaguchi, that frustration was reaching boiling point.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
No,
not that guy. Sorry, not fuck that. Excuse me. No, fuck that guy. Fuck the stress, not the guy. Excuse me. Fuck the stress.
Who was helping to manage their
Dude,
computer
these
rental
guys,
business.
they're under too much. They're like these poor crunch time developers and stuff. They're under too much stress. We know it. Like we know it. We know it. Like they, you know, we like it's a bad problem in the industry. Video game developers are overworked, really, really bad, and they can't pay them enough. And it doesn't matter. They can't pay them enough to clock these 100-hour weeks and stuff like I do. But like I clock 100-hour weeks because I don't have a boss, right? These guys clock 100-hour weeks and they've got 20 bosses. So I mean, I respect them. They should make more money, really. You know. The whole reason I'm in this is this is one of the few jobs in the world you can do where I mean, besides entrepreneurialism, I'm talking about like actual job where you clock in basically and you work a shift and stuff. It's like one of those jobs that, you know, one of the only jobs in the world where you don't have a boss except for yourself. And I never will have a boss, never again. I'll die first. I'm never gonna work for a boss ever again. No.
Once the shift towards video game development manifested, not only...
The minute I disagree with them, I start getting super respectful and saying, I'm sorry, but, or whatever. I'm not sure if you see my point, but how about this or that? And we start getting quibbling and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, but, and then I see it better, and I'm always right. I'm almost always right. In the end, people always come back to me, and they're like, yeah, you were right about that. And I was like, I told you, you motherfucker. It's not like I say things, like, because I don't believe them. And I don't usually say things I don't believe. So, you know, and like, so the boss comes back and they're like, yeah, you're right, this was better. And I'm like, yeah, no. And then I'm like, fuck, man. The whole despair thing about, yeah, I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so.
Only where his creative talent.
That's why I leave. That's why I can't have a boss again, is the whole told you so thing. I told you so. I didn't want to say I told you so, but I told you so. I told you so. I told you what was going to happen.
Clear, so too was his drive and commitment. On Square's first formal game, which would be named the Death Trap. This saw Sakaguchi even earn the nickname Goblin amongst his fellow co-workers due to how much of a taskmaster he was. But with Sakaguchi at the helm, the project had a clear vision, and when it went to market towards the end of 1984...
Oh, I remember that game. I remember that game. Yeah, they made a big deal about this because there was like a girl on the cover that was like scantily clad, and I remember this. That, like this one and another one, I forget. It was on the 3DO. It was called like Nightman or something like that. But Nightman and Death Trap, I think, or whatever it is, Night something or another, Night Runner or something like that, were like these scandalous games because they had like scantily clad girls on the cover. There was another one called Leisure Suit Larry that was basically just an exercise in male masculinity and stuff. Because back then you would make fun of assholes who acted like Johnny Bravo, right? Johnny Bravo was in a show entirely based on, and it went seasons too, like entirely based on making fun of people like Elvis and Rambo and you know, toxic male masculinity figures and how they're all like lover boys. They want to talk about how soft and how much they love women and all this stuff, but in the end they're like these toxic assholes who just are like these like narcissistic Johnny Bravo types. Johnny Bravo was such a good show. You could tell it was some angry feminist who was just straight up sick of how bad men make it for not only men but women too. You know, we're not only women but men too. And it's just stupid. And Johnny Bravo was this beautiful show about that where, like, you know, this was from that era where everybody was toxic masculine. Everything was Terminators and Space Marines and cowboys and space aliens and stuff like that. You know, Space Marine shit. And all the girls had was like Barbie. That's all they had. They had like Barbie and My Little Pony and, you know, serfdom and like, you know, domestic slavery and you know, and at least they have suffrage now. But I mean, like, I felt so bad for women growing up because this was the norm. This was what they were expected to be. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm just saying.
As they had made a
unrealistic expectations and such. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Big mistake with regards to its price point. The game ended up generating around 30 million yen, or around $120,000 at the time.
I am home. I want a garden.
From that point on, Sakaguchi was hooked.
Very good.
He oversee the creation of a sequel called Will the Death Trap 2, taking on more responsibilities throughout its development before being installed for an even more ambitious game called Cruise Chaser Blasty, which would see.
I gotta pause this for just a second while I deal with inventory. Sorry guys, it's like it blocks my screen in a way I can't do this. So, a lot of water crystals should remain in here, but the rest of these crystals should not. I'm going to stuff the other box entirely full, so here we go. Gotta buy more yellow jars. I'm just not ready to do anything at all. This game takes so much goddamn time to actually do well. Okay, pull it all of it. I'll sell the insect balls. I need the money. And then storage and dump all of this stuff. How much room do I have? Oh, quite a bit. Yeah, I'll dump everything out of that.
Your inventory is full.
I'm aware. Hurry up. Yeah, I don't know. Dump the fish for now. I'll sell the shell shells and the land crab meat, brass siphos, you wand, halcyon rod, excuse me. I mean halcyon is how you would say it. Halcyon is how people pronounce it, but that's incorrect, at least in traditional Latin, anyways. Sabika rig, insect ball, shrimp lure, insect ball I'll sell. Shrimp lures and the sabiki rigs I want to keep on me. I hate this tunic and I don't want to put it on. It stinks of cat. And I don't want to use that tunic. I really don't. All of that stuff should be on me. Like as in equipped, I think. I don't know. I will put it away. Screw it. Fire's rope. Optical earring. Aramite's rings. Empress band. Rock salt. Beast and seals. And I don't know. Did we pull the rest out of this? I think I do. I need at least some room to breathe here, so we're going to have to maintain some semblance of, like, empty space in this box so I can dump loot from gardening. So that's probably enough, I would say. Let's get all of it, though. Might as well, since I'm doing it. Get it all out of this box. My God, the amount of time sink. That storage bullshit has cost in my life is starting to drive me crazy. I think I'm going to go through a revolution in a couple years here, like 2 or 3 years, where I just don't play games that have you do inventory sorting anymore at all. I'm going to call that whole era of my life over. I'm fucking done with it. I'm fucking sick of sorting billions of fucking loot every day across 20 different titles. I'm fucking sick of the storage woes, and if they don't fix it, I'll stop buying their titles. And I'm like, that piece of shit, they don't have an auto sort. Like Rust. Rust doesn't have an auto sort. What the fuck is wrong with you? How did you go to market with that? There's so many boxes in Rust. Sometimes in some bases, like with my clan, we'll have like goddamn 190 boxes and no auto sort. And I'm not, I shit you not, I've got video evidence of it. Very good at video evidence of it. Sometimes we'll have like 200 boxes with like literally like goddamn like 90 items in them each, or whatever it is. It's like 60. It's like 60 items in it each. And there'll be like 200 boxes like that. And like you couldn't get an auto sort in there sooner or later. I basically think, oh well, I just don't want to buy your product anymore. I don't want to support your product anymore. If you want to waste my time doing this stupid ass fucking inventory sorting when a button could have done it fine, you know what I'm saying? Including this should have had a goddamn auto dump into the auto dump everything into the box thing. It would have been so good, but this game didn't have automated stuff, you know? Goddamn hate sorting inventory. Such a waste of, it's just should be a war crime. It should be against international law to suck away thousands of hours of people's lives on inventory sorting. If they want to voluntarily do it, they can. But I mean, I don't really see the value in it. Get a fucking algorithm and stop doing that to people. I hate how you make some of these games. God damn it.
Team up with a prestigious animation house called Nippon Sunrise. After that, Sakaguchi was then tasked with figuring out how to make Square successful on the Famicom, as the company had decided to shift focus away from developing games for personal computers. But this decision started to eat away at Sakaguchi, as even though he was in a leadership position, directing numerous games and being able to influence how they went to market, in reality, he had limited control over the types of games he was being asked to make.
Hey, there we go. There's some money.
Was a game called King's
Cool. Blue peas. A little bit less blue peas than last time.
The genre
good.
has been booming,
Fire crystals.
especially within the arcades,
Fire crystals.
and there must have been a feeling at Square
I should harvest on Fire Day. I
they
didn't
should
think
latch
about it,
onto.
but I should.
Using
Fire
games
crystals.
like Nightmare as
It's
a
not
source of
Fire Day, I'll
inspiration,
tell you that.
this saw Sakaguchi fuse his love for role-playing games with established elements from the genre to create a new genre called the Formation RPG. But even though this was a noble objective, Square in general had a lack of knowledge about how to develop.
There was a really good Super Nintendo series back in the day that I used to really worship called Pocky and Rocky 2. Pocky and Rocky 2, right? Such a good fucking game for its time. We'll take a look at this. Who made this game? Yeah, who was this? It was 1994, right? Nintendo, Taito Corp, right? We'll skip it ahead so we see the combat and stuff. Yeah, this game was so badass. Yeah. Like I dislike like the new generation, how they view like other gamers around them and stuff, in the respect that, like, you know, not only was I expected to master Rust, I was also expected to master this back in 1994. So you should shut the fuck up if you care about what I do in Rust or how I play Rust. I've been expected to do this for 26 years, you know, like 11 years before you were born. I was mastering games like this. And so shut the fuck up what you think about goddamn Rust. I don't care what you think about Rust or what you think about me. I beat this game like 20 times. I beat so many thousands of games, like 10 times. I don't know. Just sort of weird. It's a compulsion. You know? Tell me up. Oh, it's Pocky and Rocky 2. You see it, Dave? Super Nintendo. You can get it. You can get a ZSNES emulator and hook your. Yeah, dude. Golden Axe 3 is one of the greatest games ever made. There's another good one. Golden Axe 3 in the fucking arcade was so good. Fucking digital crack. You know, digital fucking crack. I swear to God. Like, let's go to a harder level. Like, not Cave of Crystal. Maybe Death Mountain, right? Yeah, Death Mountain, right? So dope. So dope for its time. Or, you know what was better than this? Even better? The best one, almost, I would say. ActRaiser 2, bitch. ActRaiser 2. Yeah. I don't know what RAN stand is. I'm sorry. What's a RAN stand? I've never heard of that word. RAN stand. I don't think so. Oh, shit. Oops, I fucked that up. Wait, we're gonna go back. Go back. What did I watch? I watched that one about Golden Axe 3. That's a cool long play. I like long plays and stuff. Yeah, huge. AL82 retro gaming long plays. 65.8K subs. I like your shit. I have subbed and liked your channel and shit. This was dope. Thank you for providing excellent content for my stream. Rust stand, or it could Rust stand. I don't follow Dave. I'm sorry. Rust stand? Rust stand. I don't know what that is. Sorry. But yeah. Ooh, yeah. B. Or it could be Rust. No, there's no game like Rust Stand. Never heard of that. This game was like the hardest game I've almost ever played. Oh. There would have been Gauntlets, or Golden Axe, or there's another one. This one, ActRaiser, or Demon's Crest, or ooh, I don't know. There's another one, but I can't think of it. What is it? I don't know. I'll think of it, though. There's another one that was in the arcade, maybe, but I... This game was so fucking good for its time. Revolutionary. Damage numbers before you could ever get them. Only this and Illusion of Gaia were that deep, I would say. Maybe Castlevania, I would say. Rastin. I don't know that game. Sorry. Never heard of it. Take a look. Oh, you know, I never owned a Sega Genesis, Dave. I was a Nintendo fanboy. I never owned a Sega, not once. Any Sega game that I ever played was maybe Sonic in the game store, Sonic at my friends' houses, Sonic Pinball, or like, you know, Sega in the arcade cabinets, right? But I never play. I don't know. I know nothing about the Genesis catalog at all. I never owned one, unfortunately. Ah, it looks good. Let's see. Wow, it looks better than Golden Axe. Cool. Yeah, this looks good. It does look good. Yeah, I've never heard of this. Well, here we go. Thank you, Dave. I didn't know this existed. I don't know how. I know how is because like the Sega Genesis is like the one hole in my knowledge. I would say I owned a Game Boy, I owned a Nintendo, I owned a Super Nintendo, I owned a Game Gear, a Virtual Boy, an Atari Lynx, a Super Nintendo, a PlayStation 1, a N64, and a PlayStation 2, and then I never bought PS3. I did buy a PS4, and I did buy 7 360s. I Red Ring 7 360s on just Grand Theft Auto 4 and just Bad Company 1. And then, yeah, and then I bought a PS4, and then I left console entirely and just moved to PC at that point when I realized that, like, the frame rates just weren't good anymore. They're just not good anymore. Even on a PS5, 120 isn't too good for the modern age. I think PS5 is the worst cash grab Sony's ever engaged in, and I kind of wish they hadn't done it yet. I would have waited another 5 years or something like that. I think we were all okay. I personally think that the PS4 Pro is the best console ever released. But I mean, I'm biased, I guess. I just know that's okay. Of all the 14 or whatever 13 consoles that I dominated, I have holes in my knowledge. I even owned a 3DO. I owned a 3D. Well, I borrowed a 3DO for like 5 years. And what else? I'd never had I don't know, Atari. What is it called? Jaguar. I never owned a Jaguar, and I never owned a what's the other one? Jaguar and Saturn, Sega Saturn. I never owned a Jaguar or a Saturn because they were just prohibitively expensive, and so was 3DO. But my best friend was addicted to Star Control, so he saved up $800 to buy a fucking 3DO when they were like somewhat newer. And you know, and with that, we had no need with a Panasonic 3DO. We had no need for Sega Saturn or you know, Atari Jaguar. Because in the era, I believe the 3DO was actually, like, I think had the best game on it, really, which would have been Star Control 2. Of all those three consoles, Knights was pretty good on the Jaguar. I really liked, on the Saturn. Saturn had Knights, and Knights was a very, very good game. Like, let's go look at Knights. I really love Knights. Knights was such a dope-ass game for its time. Sega Saturn Knights playthrough. Go take a look. Take a look. Sega Saturn long play. Nights into Dreams. Yeah, Nights was such a cool game. Now, you can't see it because of this bad resolution and stuff. I don't know why he would have posted in 480, though. I don't know. I don't know. If he's doing a long play in, like, what was this? This was 13 years ago. Even then, though, you still could have gotten better than 480. No, wait, no, you couldn't have. No, you couldn't have. No, you couldn't have. So I guess that makes sense. But okay, it's hard to see with all the clutter and the bad pixels on the screen and stuff, and how like muddy and shitty it is in low def and 480 on a whatever screen that you're looking at this on. But like this game was fucking crisp for its time. It was frankly beautiful for its time. And now with all the pixel garbage stuff from looking at an SD video on an HD screen, you can't see the quality of it. But this game for its time actually was very sharp and very beautiful. And the frame rate was perfect. Like perfect whatever, perfect 30. This game tried to sell the Saturn by itself, because I can't think of another game on the system, short of Primal Rage. I don't know if you guys remember Primal Rage, but that was the other fucking Saturn game. You know, how many tens of thousands of games have I beaten repeatedly? It's kind of an interesting question. I didn't track all of it. I can just go back through my memory and name every game I ever beat on every system, but I'd have to look at a list to even remember them all. Primal Rage, dude. Primal Rage in the arcade was so fucking good. That's a Genesis game, but see, I played this in the fucking arcade and we played this on a different system. I think they put this later. They put this on like N64 or something, but there was a later version of Primal Rage on some home console because my friends and I played the living shit out of this, you know? This game was so good for its time. You could like eat you were like these dinosaurs duking it out, and you could like go eat your handler and stuff to get health back. It was such a weird, awesome game. Like that, see? The fucking T-Rex just swallowed a lady to get his health back. This is so much cooler than fucking Street Fighter. Why did this game die? So much cooler than fucking Street Fighter. Street Fighter's got all that bullshit toxic masculinity all over it. Fucking huge cami tits and all that stupid ass fucking trope bullshit that they get up to sell games and shit. This is just pure badassery. It's fucking lizards duking it out and eating people. That's such a cooler concept for a fucking fighting game than fucking, you know, Marvel vs. Capcom 2 or whatever, in my opinion. And I think the greatest fighting game ever made is Marvel vs. Capcom 2 originally. Although I hate Capcom. You know? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't hate Capcom. Excuse me. I hate Marvel. I love Capcom. Hate Marvel. I hate all the characters in Marvel. So like Marvel vs. Capcom was such a twisted experience for me. I thought it was the best fucking game, best fighting game ever released, but I also hated half of it. I've always disliked Marvel. It wasn't something that, you know, it wasn't something that grew on me when Zack Snyder fucking ruined all of Hollywood or whatever the fuck, or whatever you want to call it. Like all the Marvel movies came and ruined Hollywood and shit. It's not like this is a new bias. I've always disliked Marvel. It's like simplistic and not very, doesn't have a lot of like meat in that pot in my opinion. Yeah. Shit, that's like Ninja after winning a tournament and shit way back in the day, except from a character in a fighting game. It's so good. That's like literally like the Ninja dance right there. Fucking Dinosaur did it. This game was so good. It was in the arcade, and you see these buckets of blood flying all over the place, and there'd be like 16 kids pressed up against the cabinet trying to lick the blood off the screen and shit. Anything with blood back then. Anything with blood. Like, dude, the blood was so good in this game. It was so good. It was like all over the place. It was such a violent-ass game. Okay, so this was a good fighting game for its time. I would say more fun than, say, Mortal Kombat or one of those. But anyways, another good one would have been, of course, Marvel vs. Capcom 2 on the Dreamcast. Spider-Man, Captain America, and Iron Man. Expert difficulty playthrough, sure. Okay, fire it up. Hadouken! Fucking Cap just turns me off. Goddamn fucking trope bullshit, tossing masculinity, America thumping his fucking chest, horse shit, fucking bullshit, bringing us back to the Fourth fucking Reich. And that's all the anger you get.
develop this type of game. And beyond that, it was also their first time developing for the Famicom, so they had to work with a third-party studio called Works. When it launched, King's Knight ended up being very complex, to the point that Square even had to publish strategy guides as part of its promotional campaign to help players understand how to play the game and finish it. But they were undeterred, and Square doubled down on their decision to create games for the Famicom, even hiring a famed American programmer called Nasir to help Sakaguchi. The first collaboration would be in an adjacent genre. Unlike King's
That
Knight,
should have censored
which is a
you.
top-down vertical
I
shooter,
suppose ass
this
is
new
not a
game
bad
would be
word.
a
Never
third-person
mind.
rail shooter.
I mean,
as
it is a
Nasir
bad word,
would be
but it's
able to
not
create
really.
simulated 3D sprites. There must also have been a hope that they would be able to piggyback off of the success
Ooh,
of
that
games
game was
like
so
Space
good.
Harrier and
Yeah.
Thunder Scepter.
Space Harrier was so
but
fun.
development
Yeah.
was a challenge, as Nasir spoke no Japanese.
Oh,
and it
no.
was Sakaguchi who was given the responsibility of utilizing his talents to the maximum, something that added layers of pressure, as Nasir's talent no doubt came with quite the cost overhead.
Aww.
Despite this barrier, Sakaguchi worked
Aww.
with Hiromichi Tanaka to create ways of working.
Yeah,
with
we would be
Nasir.
nowhere
After
without
all,
these guys.
They both played Nasir's
Yeah.
games in the past and were kind of in awe of his talent.
They're superheroes.
The first game
You
they
want to talk
worked
about superheroes? You know what I'm saying? Fuck your fucking Captain America bullshit. I'm sick of your fucking fantasy and shit. You know what I'm saying? You want to talk about fucking
Both played Nasir's games
superheroes?
to be known as task. Great ways
That's superheroes. You know what I'm saying? That's a superhero, in my opinion.
of working that would suit Nasir. After all,
He's ordinary.
both played
There goes my hero. He's ordinary.
his games in the past and were kind of in awe of his talents. The first game they worked on together would be known as Tobidase Daisakazen,
Never
or
heard of it.
Operation Jump Out. It would end up being quite derivative of the aforementioned arcade games, but it was still innovative nonetheless, as it did something no other game had ever done before, feature stereoscopic 3D graphics on the Famicom disk system. Square believed that this would make Operation Jump Out a must-have game, ordering a large volume of copies and supporting LCD shutter glasses. But
Oh,
despite the
no.
game selling hundreds of thousands
Oh,
of
no.
copies, it failed to meet expectations, and
No,
Square
no.
were left with egg on their face and piles upon piles of 3D glasses, as well as countless copies of untold
I remember
games
this.
that did
I
nothing.
do remember this. Like every once in a while, every few months, you would see something in like I don't know, around like 90, I would say 94. And the EGM was the rag that we used to read back then. It was Electronic Gaming Monthly. You know what I'm saying? And EGM is so badass. And we were EGM fucking converts. We listened to everything they said, and we followed them like that, like it was the Bible. I swear to God. But like dude, like that was the Bible for me. Electronic Gaming Monthly until I was like I don't know 13 or something like that. Then it was Game Informer, and then they finally just like phased all that out. I stopped buying magazines because why would I need to, you know? What? Why would I need to, like, you know, kill trees in this day and age, right? But I remember they would show those 3D glasses that these guys had an idea with all the time in the magazine. They really pushed that. They were like, we're all going to have 3D glasses soon. Here we are in 2023, and they're still not good. And that was like 38 years ago, or whatever. Not 38, it was like 33 years ago.
Take up space in their warehouse and gather dust. But there was
Or
still
longer
a
than that, like less than that. Because it was like 28 years ago, something like that. It was like a little less. It was like 5 years. That'd be about like 28 years ago, yeah.
That this technology would resonate with consumers, and Sakaguchi was tasked with finding another genre that could make use of stereoscopic 3D. After some searching, the decision was made to create a driving game that would be released in Japan as Highway Star.
Rad
This was
Racer.
another genre that had been
Rad
seeing
Racer was
huge
so
interest
good.
amongst gamers,
Yeah.
especially within
Star
the
Wars.
arcade scene.
So
This
many
was
good
driven
games.
by games like Hang-On and Outrun.
Okay, Outrun's soundtrack is still changing people to this day. Outrun's soundtrack spawned an entire fucking music genre called Retro Outrun. It's so good. It sounds like this. Like Retro Outrun stuff is so bad. Like Outrun spawned a whole music genre that's still strong today. Retro Outrun music, right? This is such good shit. Like, listen to it. Like, best of synthwave. Now they call it synthwave, but no, people don't know this. But right, synthwave is fucking huge now, right? It's like really big. Synthwave and retro electro, right? But what that really is it was the Outrun soundtrack sped up to techno beats. Sounds like this. So dope. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of sounds like Rocky, you know, the movie Rocky, but better.
The challenge faced by Sakaguchi and his now extended team...
Outrun was a fucking classic. I can't believe that was Square Enix. I didn't know Square Enix did, or Squaresoft did fucking Outrun. I had no idea. No wonder, right? No wonder. Like, the old composer before Nobuo was even there did the music for Outrun, and still to this day, DJs all over the world are building a revolution of synthwave out of the Outrun soundtrack. Video games have been a very positive influence on people. Very positive, I would say. You know.
How could they make a game that was better than Outrun and do it on the Famicom? Outside of using these stereoscopic 3D functionality.
They can't do that. That's the problem. They couldn't do it. They couldn't do it on the Famicom. No. It took till the Super Nintendo before they had, what do they call that? It was like the Super FX chip, I believe it was. Yeah. Super FX chip, right? It was a new, like, newfangled crazy industry scheme where they were like, we're gonna show you super fast racing games on the Super Nintendo and it'll outdo Sonic the Hedgehog.
They did this by making small tweaks to both gameplay and graphical elements. Who would see the creation of much more lavish environments, with the player also able to coast once the timer finished, giving them the hope that they might still be able to reach the checkpoint. All things considered, when Highway Star released, it was able to stand on its own.
Oh, it's
as
a different
to
game.
Being seen as an Outrun clone.
No, that's Outrun.
Sales were
no, it's not.
when compared to Square's expectations.
No, it is an Outrun clone, though. You guys did an Outrun. This guy loves you, so he won't ever talk ill of you. But this is a fucking Outrun clone, and it looks bad compared to Outrun, in my opinion.
Patience. And for Sakaguchi, this was quite damaging.
You shouldn't have ripped off Outrun, though. Come on, man. That's someone else's really good work. You shouldn't have done that.
Dropped out of university to pursue the fantasy of creating video games, Sakaguchi had given his all to each of the games he was overseeing. But upon reflection, that just hadn't been enough, as even though his games had collectively sold hundreds of thousands of copies, it still felt like a failure.
What do I do?
His dream had always been to make
I guess.
a smash hit, something that would be genre-defining and would really inspire the general public.
I need money.
But even though he released some solid games that pushed boundaries, it just hadn't been enough for him to step up to that next level. Sakaguchi
I need Arrow 2, I need...
conflict.
Oh god, I don't even want to think about it. It's like, I need Stone 2, I need Arrow 2, I need fucking Fire 2, I need Blizzard 2, oh god, and all of that, what I just listed, it gonna be about 100k. And I mean, you saw how long it took to get me to buy 80k a race. I can't, man.
Being able to live the dream and create video games for a living, he had seldom been allowed to make the types of video games he actually wanted to make. Ever the loyal employee, this had seen Sakaguchi creating the types of games he was asked, essentially playing the hand he was given. When Highway Star was wrapping up, this led to a period of reflection, and Sakaguchi weighed up his options, which were plentiful. Part of this was because, perhaps even though he was developing video games, he felt the probability of it becoming a successful career was quite low, so even though he had stopped attending university, he hadn't stopped paying the fees. This meant he could just pick up where he left off, finish his studies, and find a more normal job. But before taking this course of action, Sakaguchi decided to give video game development one last chance. And this time, he would make the type of video game he wanted to make from the beginning, a role-playing game. Sakaguchi had been attempting to sell the idea of creating a role-playing game for some time, but there was a long-felt belief within the senior management team at Square that role-playing games just wouldn't sell on home consoles due to how slow and data-orientated they were. It led to many previous proposals being shot down, but this time, Sakaguchi had additional ammunition, as Dragon Quest had turned out to be a sleeping giant, recovering from a very slow start to sell over 2 million copies.
Yeah!
With this knowledge, Sakaguchi was able to convince the senior team that creating a role-playing game wouldn't be a financial disaster. But even though he was given the green light, there was another challenge. Due to his reputation as a taskmaster and for creating games that had underwhelming performance, nobody wanted to work on the project. According to reports, it meant that when Sakaguchi presented his vision to his peers, only 3 people volunteered to join his team. Realizing this wouldn't be enough to make a game of this nature, Sakaguchi was relentless in trying to build the team, and managed to convince Koichi Ishii to join the project. It meant that Ishii worked on the initial planning while the rest of the team finished up with Highway Star, but once everyone became available, it was full steam ahead. As people started to see how the project was coming together, more and more people wanted to join. They saw how cool the game was shaping up to be, and to push it even further, Square supplemented their internal staff by outsourcing and hiring specialists in their respective fields such as Yoshitaka Amano and Kenji Terada. And by the end of the project, despite development being a huge whirlwind which involved scope changes, name changes, and even disputes around fulfillment, Final Fantasy shipped on the 17th of December 1987. And due to its now famed success, which saw it sell through its initial shipment of 400,000
I
copies
loved
of
one.
consummate ease,
I only ever beat it
Hironobu
once,
Sakaguchi
but it was so
convinced
good.
to stay at Square,
I
something
don't
that would end
remember
up
it well.
leading to the creation of an awe-inspiring
At all.
legacy
I don't
and some of
remember
the
it well at
greatest
all.
games
I beat it
of
on
all time.
NES
And on that note,
later
we would love
when
to
I was
hear
like,
in the
I
comments
think
below
10.
which game you believe to be Sakaguchi's greatest. And it would also be wonderful to hear if you...
yeah. No, that's part 1. Or no. So, History of Square, part 1. The complete History of Square documentary. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I want to know the whole history. Cool. It's like 2 hours or 3 hours of Final Fantasy's history and Squaresoft's history. That's cool. I'll take it, man. I'm such a fucking Final Fantasy freak. I've never geeked out on Final Fantasy. I never cared to do YouTube for that kind of shit until I was like 40. I just try to be the best in the world. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've just never had the time. Not really. And I really love this stuff. I saw a really good one about the actually, before we do this, maybe I'll do that one I watched a couple months ago. It was like the history of history of FFXI, right? Yeah, was it this one? No, because this is like, yeah, but I don't know which one I watched, but I watched one of these that was super fucking good. Wait, the Final Fantasy Iceberg. What do you mean iceberg? Let's watch this, I guess.
The Final Fantasy franchise had many incredible entries, not the least of which is 11, which brought the series into a new era, becoming the series' first online game, as well as introducing the franchise to an entirely new gaming console. This game cemented Final Fantasy's future,
the PC.
laying the groundwork for future online games and paying homage to the game.
I know he's talking about the PS2, but yeah.
Is the Final Fantasy 11 Iceberg. An intimate relationship with PS2. FF11 is a very important game for the PS2 for numerous reasons. First of all, it's one of the most successful MMORPGs on the console. It came as a bundle for the console, with a hard disk in the package, since the game required one to run. This also makes it one of the few games that did not work on a slim PlayStation 2 as well.
Wait till you get some decks, you know? Wait till you get like 5 more decks, it's going to be like 480, you know?
Secondly, FF11 is the first MMORPG on the PS2 that had cross-platform multiplayer, and this was a big deal at the time it was released. And lastly, it was the last active server on the PS2 online service, shutting down in March 31st, 2016. On a side note, the game also happens to be the first ever MMORPG released on the Xbox 360. The first of many. FF11 is the first MMORPG that Square Enix created. It was pitched as an idea by Hironobu Sakaguchi, who is seen as a representative for the series due to his contribution to it. He was impressed by MMORPGs like EverQuest, and Square eventually agreed to make an online Final Fantasy game. It was developed by the team responsible for Chrono Cross, and was generally influenced most by FF3 in terms of gameplay, except Square included content that was left out of previous games, due to technical representations. This made it the most complete and expansive FF game at the time. Eventually, the series saw more MMORPGs, especially the prominent FF14, but 11 still remains a crucial part of the history which started it all. One monster, many names. Since localization
11's not done yet, bitch. 11's not done yet, bitch.
Your skill has increased.
Just saying. 4,000 strong, getting bigger.
Games to have different names between the English and Japanese releases. The development team decided to use both of the names instead of...
I love how many people, like, one of the things that really bugs me about modern YouTube is how really fucking fast people will be, they'll be so fucking swift to just be like, it's dead. And they'll just plant their fucking moon flag in it. Like, I declare this land dead. You know, I declare this premise dead. I declare this video game dead. And they'll just be like, I found this. I pioneered this. I'm not in the private scene, but I declare this game dead. You know, and I really dislike that about YouTube. A lot of gamers get up to it. They're like, I declare this dead. And I'm like, no, motherfucker. Guess what? There's 4,500 of us on a private server. And I really don't like it when you talk about shit's dead or whatever. Fuck that. Man. Gotta go bio, guys, but I won't be gone long. I'm gonna put the video on. I'll be right back.
The Japanese and English names to different variations of the same enemy type, which both allowed them to feel a bit more distinctive, and also honored the differences that FF games have across different regions. Altered character designs. The 5 races in FF11 were originally going to look quite different when compared to the final result. The Galka race, for example, looks similar to the Ronso from FF10, appearing more like a Leonine, whereas Tarutaru had a darker face which was more like a black mage, which can be compared to VV from FF9. Eventually, they were altered to the more original-looking designs that we have today. Japanese spin-off. FF11 had a mobile spin-off that was released exclusively in Japan. It was called Final Fantasy Grandmasters. It was free to play and was developed for the iOS and Android platforms. It was launched both as a closed beta and officially in October 2015. The game saw success with over 1 million downloads throughout its release. Unfortunately, it was shut down on April 25, 2019, before it ever saw a release outside of Japan. Ironically, the FF11 game was meant to have an international mobile client. It would have served as a reboot of the game, but it was ultimately cancelled in development in late 2020. This would obviously be disappointing fans, who were excited to know that it was going to use the Unreal Engine 4. Lucky number 11. Final Fantasy tends to have a habit of referencing the number of the game within the games themselves, and 11 is not an exception. When the game was originally released, there were a total of 11 jobs available for the players, and only 11 conquest areas. Eventually, one of the jobs that was added later called Corsair. Within this job, the best roll of the dice you could get was 11. Certain subfamilies of the Gigas Beastmen also have an ability called the Mercurial Strike, which deals a random damage number with the same digits in attacks. The best possibility for this is 1111. And last but not least, in the Wings of the Goddess expansion, there were 11 Kate Sith entities, and joining them formed the 11th Kate Sith, which was the most important form. The Mystery of Galkan Babies. The Galka is one of the only 5 races in FF11, but unlike the other races in the game, you cannot create female Galkan characters. You were forced to create only males, although the reason behind this was originally unknown. Due to a mistranslation in the game's English manual, the fans theorized that the Galka are asexual. Surprisingly, the developers responded to this fan theory and confirmed that they are not asexual. Eventually, fans theorized once more and believe that the reason there are no Galkan females in the world of Vana'diel is that they died when the race was mostly wiped out approximately 600 years ago in the game's lore. So, they are unable to reproduce, and when an elderly Galkan dies, they go into seclusion to die. They are eventually reborn as a child who does not remember their past life. The only exception is the Tailkeeper, who can remember every dead member of the Galka race all the way back to 200 years in the past. The Mystery of Mithra Babies. Being the complete opposite of the Galka race, the Mithra race only allows players to have a female character. Unlike the Galka race though, male Mithra do exist, but they are such a rarity that they are kept sheltered for the purpose of contributing to reproduction. They are then tasked with raising the babies. The females on the other hand are the soldiers. They can handle the losses, since more will be born. The only exception to this rule is Leiko Hapoka, who is a black mage and tactical advisor to many officers of his race, rather than being someone sheltered and used for reproduction. As usual, fans started making theories for this. The most prominent one is that the Rogadin and Mikote races of FF14 are ancestors to the Galka and Mithra races respectively, and genocide is what caused their numbers to be lessened. Despite being 2 separate games entirely, the 2 sets of races do appear similar. The beginning of stardom. Shantaro, who is a character that belongs to the Tarutaru race in FF11, unexpectedly became the most popular NPC of the game. This caused the character to be involved in several of the game's expansions, and the fame did not stop there. She became so popular that she ended up showing up as a cameo character in other video games too. In a quest related to her, the Shantaro Ascension, she manages to create a spell for interdimensional travel. This sends her to an alternate reality, and this opened the door for her to show up in other places. She is summoned by Cosmos in the Dissidia games, and she is able to go back to her world by using a spell that creates a portal. Interestingly, she also ended up in Astoltia, which belongs to Dragon Quest X. Lastly, she was also in FF14 and comes across Aor Zia, which is an encounter that hilariously ends with her leaving the place, followed quickly by threatening the denizens that she will return and conquer them if they don't better themselves. Throwback to the past. No FF game would be complete without referencing other games in the series. The previously mentioned Kate Sith is actually a character from FF7. Diablos from FF8 makes an appearance,
FF favorite, Sid, is in love with a woman named Hilda, who is actually from FF9. The 6 starter jobs in 11 are the same as the first FF games. A sword weapon skill is called Spirits Within, which is named after the animated film. And the Shikari sisters are a reference to the Magus sisters from FF4. There are many other references to the games from the entire franchise that came before FF11 too, but it would take a day to name them all here. Refusal to Die. FF11 was first released in Japan on May 16, 2002. It saw a release on the PlayStation 2 first. Then it was released to the PC and the Xbox 360. The game saw a peak player base of over 500,000 players. Although that might not appear to be a large amount today, it was a big deal for its time.
500,000 at one time, but 6 million active subs.
RPGs like EverQuest only had
6.2.
550,000 players.
This guy's a jackass. I'm just gonna turn him off now. I like him and I like the content or whatever, but I don't know. A lot of this stuff that he's saying is utter poppycock, so I'm just gonna get off it. I don't believe he knows what he's talking about. I'll go back to the last guy. I don't think he's nearly as careless as that guy. We'll see. Complete history of Square Part 1, the history of Final Fantasy 11. Yeah, we'll do that after this one, I guess. It's more fitting to do the beginning of Square than it is to just jump to 11, I guess. That guy's a fucking jackass, though. Yeah, right. Most of the things he was saying was wrong.
On the 4th of September, 1986, an independent company was formed that would change the face of global
Looking for
video
factual,
gaming.
you know what I'm saying? Factual, not your fucking fanboy fucking making shit up as you go.
One of the best-selling video game franchises of all time, innovating with technology and dazzling audiences with cutting-edge graphics, compelling characters, and gripping narratives. The name of that company was Square.
Like, you know, I can't think of an MMO that didn't cap 1 million, and he was saying 500,000, 500,000 subscribers. No MMO can stay alive with just 500,000. That's ridiculous, fucking stupid. Gen Z just making shit up as he goes, not bothering to Google. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sick of it. I'm kind of sick of that a little bit. No MMO's ever done just 500,000. You know what I'm saying? Even Ultima did more than that, dude. Even Ultima, the original MMO, not the original, but like the first big one, you know? The first big MMO was Ultima Online. It pulled like 1.2 million. Your shit about 500,000 is just some weird fucking figure that you dreamt up in your head, put into your paper, and then delivered to the public as fact. And I mean, we could go Google here if you think I'm wrong, but I mean, like, what was the peak subs? What was the peak amount of FFXI subs? Yeah, how popular was FFXI? Because it's like kind of an issue. It wasn't 500 fucking thousand, you know. You know, as people say, it's hard to say. It's hard to say this, but I mean, like I remember at the time, Squaresoft said in some articles that they had like 6 million fucking active subs at one point. I believed it too. Like WoW got up to 16. You know. Yeah, I'm not seeing answers here because nobody has any. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody has answers to this, but I know it's a lot more than, you know. Has there been a bit of a population resurgence? No. Yeah, see, like 1 million subs. They, let's see, Square made an announcement a few days ago that... yeah, like, I don't know. Yeah, like these days, when he made this sub, back in 2015, it was dead. It was dead already. That was the end of Seekers. There was like maybe 100,000 people left. But I mean, you know, yeah, like right. Yeah, I don't really see a number here. Yeah, so here's them arguing about it from like 8 years ago and shit. And, no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. No, yeah, but you know, like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so like top 5 rankings, right? Yeah, like, you know, what was this? Like, no, quarter 7 stuff. Like, you know, but I'm not seeing numbers though. Right now, XI retail is doing 1.3. Daily is 40,000. There's 1.3 still sub to retail. You know, today. It was a lot more 15 years ago. We don't have like hard numbers for this too, but like here we go, 500K, more than 140,000 people online, and they're going extremely interesting, right? But that one is going to really enjoy that. I loved it. I played last week. Yeah. I can't find the numbers. See, nobody really truly knows. But the theory was for a while though that it was like 300 servers or something. There was a lot of servers, you know, like a lot. There was like a lot of them. Or like not that many. It was like fucking like 100, I think, or something. And each one had like a lot, you know, like 5,000 or something like that, just on any given time. And then there was all the people who were just subbed. Yep, so he went to do 11, and he was like, I covered the wrong game, right? Yeah, oh yeah, I don't want to know about POL. I know, I'm very aware of it. I'm so sorry you had to deal with that. You know, it irks me because I can't get into my retail account, even though I own FFXI on fucking Steam, and they should have fixed that. When it hit Steam, they should have just auto logged me in at that point, right to the character select screen, and skip POL entirely, and I wouldn't have been locked out of my POL account. You know, 55 hours, yeah. Last play 2016, because I played like on 360 for like 5 years or something like that. Oh well. Yep. I got a message from somebody. Oh, no, I got an item. Wavy Willards for something. Oh, 76. Cool. Nice. No. Stop. No. There you go. Okay. Here we go. I don't need to like be standing in your personal space, you know. Give you some space to breathe. Now. Oh yeah. Is he trying to be in my camera? Okay. You can be in my camera. I don't know if you're watching. Yeah. Please. Yeah. I just figured I was like, you know, I figured I was crowding you. I thought I was crowding you. I'm sorry. I'm not against you standing next to me. I just thought I might be crowding you. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if you stand next to me. It's all good. So let's see. There you go.
But what was it that made Square so special?
You've been examined.
And how did this company, which was founded by Masafumi Miyamoto, an entrepreneur who had no real idea about programming, manage to create video games that would appeal to so many people in so many countries around the world? Well, we're about to find out, as in the first part of our marvelously comprehensive documentary series that was created thanks to the support of our Patreon community. We will focus on the formation of the company, how individuals who would become key figures at Square would find themselves working there in the first place, and in our rather granular fashion, we will explore a significant number of events that laid the foundation for their push for independence. Welcome to part 1 of the complete history of Square. The roots of Square can be found in Tokushima City. Situated within Tokushima, one of the 4 prefectures of the Shikoku region, Tokushima City has a fascinating history. Its famed castle was built in 1586, and in 1889, when the municipal system was enforced, its population was the 10th largest in Japan. Everything hinted at continued prosperity, but that all changed on the 4th of July, 1945. With the United States of America on the offensive as World War II began to reach its conclusion, Tokushima was identified as a strategic target by the 21st Bomber Command. They felt the city should be neutralized due to its role as an agricultural center for the region, and when the bombers returned from their mission, large portions of Tokushima City had been leveled by incendiary bombs. With much of the city in ruins and thousands upon thousands of households affected, a huge restoration project was undertaken after the war to try and help the city recover from this devastating blow. As the years passed, the recovery effort was seeing results. Tokushima City was granted the designation of being a new industrial city by the Japanese government, and many were keen to take advantage of this prosperous wave of change. It saw numerous companies formed across a wide variety of emerging industries, and one such company was the Denusha Electric Power Company, with Den meaning electricity and Yu meaning friend. This company was established in April of 1963 by a young man named Kuniichi Miyamoto to assist with the creation and installation of power lines in and around Tokushima City, as well as to provide maintenance for large-scale electrical towers. After seeing modest financial returns in its early years, Denusha managed to secure contracts with the likes of the Shikoku Electric Power Company, and after 10 years in business, these contracts have been leveraged to turn Denusha into an important customer of Shikoku Bank, as the company's capital had quadrupled and its earnings had increased in a significant manner. The success of Denusha afforded the Miyamoto family a comfortable life, and one of the people who benefited most was Kuniichi's son, Masafumi, who had been born on the 18th of March, 1957. Owing to his father's success, Masafumi Miyamoto was given every opportunity to succeed, and one of the most prominent areas where this was evident was with education. After scouting out numerous schools, it was decided that Miyamoto would transfer from a local school in Tokushima to a private school called Nada Junior and Senior High School, which was based far away in Kobe City, which resided in the Kansai
Sounds like he's
region.
doing the Wikipedia reading
Nada
of
High
it.
School was notorious for its severe entrance examinations, but its impressive academic records meant that families from all over Japan were fighting for places for their
I feel
children.
like he actually went to the
school
school.
also featured a holistic curriculum that, due to Jigoro Kano, the father of judo himself, being one of the founding members, insisted on students undertaking a concentrated judo program. Such was the quality of teaching at Nada High School that numerous alumni went on to achieve big things after leaving, and even when isolating alumni to those who were in the same school year as Miyamoto, this still includes the likes of Tsukasa Uemura, the current ambassador of Japan in Saudi Arabia, Hiraki Morimoto, the former vice minister in the Ministry of Environment, and Kiyotaka Fujii, the former president and CEO of SAP Japan and Louis Vuitton Japan. After being exposed to this high-achieving environment, Miyamoto prospered. He was able to attain very strong academic results, and this allowed him to be accepted into the prestigious Waseda University in Tokyo. Here, Miyamoto studied alongside some of the finest minds in the country, and while doing so, he dreamt of the future and all the things he could accomplish as an entrepreneur after graduating, such as creating a company that focused on manufacturing women's clothing. But as graduation loomed, for one reason or another, those dreams struggled to become a reality, and Miyamoto became resigned to the requirement that he would need to join Denusha and work for his father in the electric power business. It was not the ideal scenario, and Miyamoto resolved to use his entrepreneurial mind to try and think of ways to branch out and make a name for himself, as if he couldn't make inroads into the fashion industry right now, he would need to try and leverage his father's company so that one day his aspirations may still come true. Around that time, home computers were a very new piece of technology, but thanks to advances made by companies such as Commodore, Apple and Atari, the home computer was starting to gain popularity in certain niches, and more companies sought to take advantage. By 1980, Japanese companies had entered the race alongside other newcomers, and this increasing competition led to significant technological advances, as well as new programs that were created to try and take advantage of the upgraded hardware capabilities. These programs came in all forms, but owing to humanity's need to play, video games were emerging as one of the more intriguing prospects. Thanks to hits like Space Invaders, Galaxian and Pac-Man, the financial returns available to those who produced high-quality video games were clear. But those returns had been primarily driven by the success of arcade machines and solutions that would
Your
allow
skill
people
has
to
increased.
home
Yeah.
were only just starting to be explored. Two solutions rose above the rest.
Gonna get some
First,
fishing
there was
skill
the
up,
home
yeah.
console. This could be
Fishing
connected
skill up
to a
and some
television
money,
set,
some money, some
and
fishing skill
as
up
it
and
allowed
some
parents
money,
to
some
recreate
money, some
the
money.
ever-popular arcade scene at home, it was
Some fishing
marketed
skill
at
up and
children.
some money, some money,
Then
some money,
there was
some
the
money.
personal computer. Serving as a much more sophisticated piece of equipment, personal computers were aimed at a more mature audience, as outside
Yeah,
of being
me.
able to play games, they could also be used to run more practical pieces of software. Based on these trends, Miyamoto believed that video games would only increase in popularity as different hardware manufacturers were in a constant fight to create systems that were more affordable, faster and more readily available than their competition. And it was with that belief in mind that Miyamoto resolved to start up a video game development company so that he could take advantage and reap the financial rewards. But there was a problem. For all his education, Miyamoto knew very little about software development, and as he had no interest in learning how to code, create digital art, compose music or write a script, he had to come up with a creative solution that would allow him to be able to produce video games that consumers would be interested in purchasing. The plan was simple. If Miyamoto could not produce video games himself, then he would need to find people who could help, and this was where Miyamoto's philosophy differed from many of the other companies and individuals who were producing games at the same time. It was not uncommon for the production of a game like Space Invaders to be done by just one person. In this case, it was Tomohiro Nishikado who came up with the concept, did all the game design and the programming, but he also came up with the loose scenario, the concept and in-game artwork, created the sound effects, and even engineered the game's arcade hardware by putting together a microcomputer from scratch. Miyamoto realized that this was not sustainable or scalable. People who were multi-talented were a rare commodity, and even though they could do it all, they were unlikely to be the best in each of those fields, and as video games became more complicated, those deficiencies would be highlighted. It made more sense to try and find individuals who showed talent in each specific area and have them work together to make a product that was much more than the sum of its parts. But he needed a way to find those individuals, and so he hatched a plan. Personal computers were still quite sought after, and it was rare that students would have access to their own. Often they would need to spend time in university computer labs, but not everyone wanted to spend time in that particular environment. Miyamoto felt that if he could provide another location where students could congregate and have access to a personal computer, they would want to hang out, network, and if everything went according to plan, want to build something together. After speaking with his father about some of these ambitions, a subdivision of Denusha was created to try and help him achieve them. The initial step was to rent a suitable location, and after studying the landscape, Miyamoto found what he no doubt believed to be the ideal spot. Due to its focus on technology, students from Keio University were established as the prime clientele, and at some point between 1981 and 1982, Miyamoto managed to secure a place right next to Keio University's Hiyoshi campus. Today, that location is occupied by a mod's hair salon, but back then, it was home to dozens of state-of-the-art computers. These were made available for people to use for an hourly rental fee, serving as something of a precursor to internet cafes. Just as had been hoped, Miyamoto's computer rental business started to attract students from not just Keio University, but neighboring universities as well, and 3 such students, named Hisashi Suzuki, Hironobu Sakaguchi, and Hiromichi Tanaka, would have a profound impact on the future of the company. Suzuki was enrolled at Keio University's Department of Economics, and much like Miyamoto, came from an affluent background. Prior to attending Keio University, this saw Suzuki study at Goyo Gakuin High School, an exclusive private school that was only 8 kilometers away from Nada High School. Keen to earn some money and gain some practical business experience, in 1981 Suzuki managed to land a part-time position at a company called Koei, where he would assist with sales. And this ended up being an invaluable position, as Koei were in a constant state of flux. Having seen the family business go bankrupt, Yoichi Elikawa revived Koei with his wife Keiko, but it wasn't plain sailing. In their first year of business, the pair attempted to do what was expected of them. They continued selling clothing dye, much as the previous incarnation of the company had done under the management of Yoichi's father, But things weren't going so well, and as Yuichi had no real interest in the business, he became quite demoralized. To try and lift Yuichi's spirit, Keiko surprised her husband with a brand new Sharp MZ computer. It turned out to be the perfect gift. Yuichi was rejuvenated, having found a new passion, video games, and this passion gave him the confidence to take a huge risk, abandoning the family trade and turning Koei into a video game developer. Koei launched their first game, Battle of Kawanakajima, in October of 1981 and followed it up by releasing Nightlife, a game that is believed to be the first commercially produced erotic computer game. But it wasn't until 1983 that they would have their first blockbuster title, and it was called Nobunaga's Ambition. Suzuki assisted with the launch of this title, but decided to leave Koei soon after in order to join Denusha. But even though Suzuki had come on board to help, despite being so close to Keio University, Miyamoto's computer rental business had struggled to attract any real attention from its student body. Instead, owing to its proximity to Hiyoshi Station, the main clientele ended up being students from Kanagawa University's Yokohama campus and Yokohama National University. Miyamoto had also been disappointed at the lack of solid candidates who could help him create video games, so he decided to bide his time and continue attempting to make the rental business as profitable as possible. To assist, he posted a classified advert in a magazine for the position of clerk, and one of the individuals who applied was a young man named Hironobu Sakaguchi. Born on the 25th of November 1962 in the city of Hitachi, Sakaguchi had dreamt of becoming a musician throughout much of his youth, but realizing that it was perhaps not the most stable of professions, he instead decided to study electronics and information engineering at Yokohama National University. It was here that Sakaguchi became exposed to computers, and a love affair began with video games, specifically Western adventure games that had been released on the Apple II, like Wizardry and Ultima. Desperate to play the latest releases, but lacking the means to do so, Sakaguchi sought a part-time job so that he could make his own Apple II by purchasing bootlegged parts from Akihabara. The dream would have been to land a part-time position at a pioneering video game company like Namco or Konami, where he would get to make games for a living. But as they were arcade specialists, Sakaguchi knew his lack of experience would make it impossible for that dream to become a reality, and so he ended up applying for the role at Denusha. It didn't take long for Miyamoto and Suzuki to realize that in Sakaguchi they had found just what they were looking for in order to pursue their actual goal of making video games. But they knew they would need more help, and it just so happened that Sakaguchi had a close friend who was also a member of the Faculty of Engineering at Yokohama National University. His name was Hiromichi Tanaka. Tanaka was born in Ichikawa City, but by the time he'd entered primary school, his family had already moved to Mitaka City and then to Katsushika City. It was around this time that he developed a keen interest in science fiction, having been sucked into the worlds of Ultraman, Ultra Q and Astro Boy, and much like Sakaguchi, this led to an interest in building his own Apple II so that he could play the latest video games. Tanaka did well in school and had dreams of attending the Tokyo Institute of Technology or Waseda University, but his family was too poor, and so he attended Yokohama National University instead. But after arriving there, Tanaka found the degree he'd chosen wasn't quite what he expected. Most of his knowledge with technology was useless, as the courses related more to conceptual applications. Sakaguchi, who was a classmate, was also struggling, as his mind was elsewhere, and the pair became friends after identifying each other as oddballs who weren't quite as invested in their electrical engineering studies as some of the other students. But Tanaka had picked up some useful skills along the way, and this helped him to secure a role as a programmer at Denusha, despite knowing no more about programming than Sakaguchi. With this small team assembled, Miyamoto believed that they now had the skills to be able to work on the next phase of his plan, and in late 1983, Denusha Square was formed as a formal subdivision of Denusha. This subdivision was named by Miyamoto, but the inspiration came from an unusual source that was quite far removed from the corporate byline that's pushed out today. Instead of being named Square because they wanted to be a company that would square up to problems instead of shying away from them, or because Square represents the typical shape of a room where creators come together to solve problems, Miyamoto named the company as such because he was a keen golfer and enjoyed using the square grip. But as he was so embarrassed about this origin story, Miyamoto requested that Sakaguchi come up with something more creative for the company newsletter. With the core team assembled and the subdivision formed, Miyamoto instructed everyone to start working on their first video game. It would have been a very exciting prospect for all involved, but perhaps due to their collective inexperience, the decision was taken to have the video game be based on an existing property as opposed to something much more original. And after what was no doubt a lot of deliberating,
Your skill has
the Birdman
increased.
Rally was selected as that existing property. This was an event that had been growing in popularity after it had first aired on Japanese TV in 1977, and the team no doubt felt its concept, which saw contestants attempt to fly the furthest on their human-powered flying machines, would work well as an interesting video game. Square did not have permission to make a video game based on this property, but Miyamoto did not see this as being an issue. He felt they would be able to sell their game to the broadcasting company once it was complete, and the team agreed with this sentiment, at least in the initial sense. True to the wider vision, Miyamoto hired numerous individuals who would focus on graphics and writing. They also hired a main programmer, Hironobu Kato, a high schooler who often rode a large motorbike and stopped by the cafe to spend time on the computers. Tanaka, as he was at least somewhat competent at programming, would then assist Kato, and Sakaguchi was installed as the planner, helping to coordinate efforts and ensure everyone was pulling in the same direction. And this was a crucial role, as at one point there were nearly 20 people working on the game. But even though this was all very exciting, as many of them were able to fulfill their dream of working on a video game, there was also a notion of exploitation based on that excitement. Sakaguchi, who had been employed on a part-time basis as a clerk, had seen his contract changed from hourly to piece rate when the project commenced, and many of the other developers had been brought on board based on similar deals. It meant they would only be paid upon completion of the project, but as they were creating a game based on something to which they did not hold the rights, if the pitch was rejected, there was a fear that nobody would receive any financial compensation for all the time they'd spent working on the game. That fear was then realized. One day, Sakaguchi arrived at the office and saw nobody there. The pitch had been rejected by the owner of the IP, and it meant the project was cancelled. It led to a lot of frustration over how much time had been wasted, but many of the development staff, including Sakaguchi and Tanaka, decided to be pragmatic. Yes, their original plan had been shot down, but they had still gained a lot of knowledge and created a lot of useful assets that could be salvaged, and it was this pragmatism that led to the creation of what would become known as the Death Trap. Deviating away from the Birdman Rally Championship, Sakaguchi sought to create a text-based adventure game. It was a genre that had been the focus of PC development in Western markets for some time, but it wasn't until the early 1980s, following the release of games such as the Portopia serial murder case, which was developed by none other than Yuji Horii, that its popularity began to see a significant rise in Japan. Determined to take advantage of this increase in popularity, the team made up for their lack of practical experience by showing a relentless drive to create something and put it out into the world. Sakaguchi was central to this, and owing to his nature as a bit of a taskmaster, he gained the nickname of Goblin. But it was through these efforts, which saw Sakaguchi coordinating the team and contributing where it made sense, that the Death Trap started to take shape. They also made progress because they stayed true to Miyamoto's original vision. Specialists were pulled in to help where possible, and meant that even though Sakaguchi did write the final story, 6 other writers had also contributed. 3 part-time graphic designers were also brought on board to create visual assets, and this was important, as during that time, very few text-based adventures featured visuals, and there was a belief that innovating in this manner would help the Death Trap to stand out in what was a rather saturated market. The team also innovated by placing a focus on accessibility, and they did this by making it possible for users to input their actions in Japanese as well as English, something that was very uncommon. When the Death Trap was released in October of 1984 on the PC-88 and PC-98, the team felt a huge degree of satisfaction. They had shipped a product that could be found on store shelves. But despite partnering with a company called ASCII to help with distribution, the Death Trap was met with minimal fanfare, and it's believed to have only sold 3,000 copies. Far from being a runaway success, the Death Trap had at least proved to be a solid start, and owing to its high price point, had generated approximately 30 million yen in revenue, around $120,000.
I guess they didn't
based on
arrest
exchange
this
rate
guy
at the
that was
time.
stalking me because
Buoyed by its success,
I would have received
the team
a
started
notification,
working on
I think,
two
from
new
both
games, and they
agencies
did so
now.
with the objective of making them much
I hope
bigger
he's
hits.
just busy
One
or
would
has
be a
let me
text-based
alone.
adventure
You
that would
know?
act as the sequel to the Death Trap, and the other
Because I don't
would
believe
be a
it's them. I don't think they
multiplayer train
arrested
simulator
him.
set in America
It's good.
called Amtrak. Around the same time that Square were finding their feet, 3 other video game companies realized the spirit of cooperation would allow them to grow faster in what was becoming a hyper-competitive space. It saw Hummingbird Soft, Thinking Rabbit, and Crystal Soft create the Trinity.
Maybe I should reach
Software
out to that
Group.
guy tomorrow. Just
And they
be like,
did so
hey,
with the
you
aim
know,
of supporting each other's
I think
efforts
his
by
name's
knowledge
Agent
sharing
Jackson,
and providing
Agent
services that
Jackson,
the
I
others
believe.
might have lacked.
Yeah, I'll talk to Agent Jackson
Other
and be like,
developers
yo,
took note, and throughout the first half of 1985,
any
Square,
word?
alongside the
This
likes
guy
of
hasn't
Falcom
talked to
and
me
Game
suddenly
Arts,
for like
joined
3
the
days.
initiative.
Did you guys catch
With
him?
such a significant
You know?
increase in membership,
I wonder if
the
he was
Trinity
way
Software
worse. Maybe he
Group
had
was
porn on it,
renamed,
or you know, like
becoming
child porn
the
on his
Super Software
hard drive or
Team,
something
or
crazy
FFXI
like that. I
for
wonder
short.
if I
And after
opened a
being
can of
bolstered by
worms
this new union,
here.
Square
Not
sought to
good.
increase their ambition.
Or whatever.
The original plan was to release 2 games throughout 1985, but when Square announced their revised plans to the general public by taking out an advert in a magazine, they not only showed their plans to release 4 games in the second half of 1985, with the release of another in the start of 1986, but they even offered a proposed timeline. The first release was planned for July of 1985, and it would see Square support Game Arts, a fellow member of the SST. Game Arts had released their debut game called Thexter earlier that year on the PC-88. It saw players control a fighting robot that could transform into a jet, and upon its release, it had been a smash hit, selling hundreds of thousands of copies. Wanting to expand the game's reach even further, Game Arts licensed Thexter to Square so that they could publish a port on the Sharp X1. In the same month, Square had planned to release their next original property, Will, the Death Trap 2. This would again be supervised by Hironobu Sakaguchi, who is now in charge of Square's A-Team, and it would feature an expanded scope. A month later, Square would again show their support for a fellow SST
Your inventory
member.
is full.
This time, they would assist Nihon Falcom by helping to publish Dragon Slayer, one of Japan's first action RPGs that have released in 1984 on 2 new platforms, the PC-98 and MSX. The final property would then be a game called Genesis. This would be supervised by Hiromichi Tanaka, who is now in charge of Square's B-Team, and it would be an RPG as opposed to an adventure game. Assuming all went to plan, this monster year would then be followed up with a big splash in 1986
Your inventory
as Square
is full.
teased the release of a brand new property called Cruise Chaser Blasty. After announcing their plans, Square decided to hire more people to ensure they could deliver on what had been promised, but after realizing they could no longer rely on the computer cafe and small job listings to find the appropriate staff, advertising campaigns were run in more professional magazines where Square literally showed the proposed office setup to try and entice people to join the company. One of the key hires made through this process was Shun Saigosa.
Your inventory is full.
A postgraduate student from Keio University's Hiyoshi campus, Saigosa was the dream hire for Miyamoto, and his main task would be to work with
What?
Hironobu Kato,
I went
who had
east!
been the main
God damn it,
programmer
man.
on
Why do you
Death Trap,
always
to
do
try
this
and
to
figure
me?
out how they
I
could
didn't even
push
talk to
even
the
more
or
boundaries
whatever.
for this new
I mean,
game.
like, I've been
And what
running
they
east
ended up
out of this thing
creating
over and over
was
again.
rather
I very
progressive.
carefully went running
The
east.
original game had
Like,
introduced
do I think of
imagery
it
alongside
wrong?
the text-based
I do think of it
adventure,
wrong.
and
No,
this
I
had
ran
helped to
east,
enrich
dude.
the
I looked at the map and I aimed
but the team
east.
wanted to
What?
push this further.
Come on,
A
man.
small
I
team of
swear to
artists were again
God.
employed.
Stop
and they were
wasting my
responsible
fucking
for creating a new array of full
I
color
should wear
drawings
warp. I
using
should
pixels
equip
that
warp
were much
and
more
just take
vibrant.
a cube from warp up
Using
there.
graphics in this way
I think
was often quite a resource-heavy function, and Saigosa was responsible for figuring out how
I think
to
I
have
should
these rendered in an
bind
efficient
here
manner
so I can just
without there
warp
being
home,
degradation
you know?
elsewhere. But Saigosa also had another responsibility.
So annoying.
Even though video
Why
games
did you make
such
this
as Dragon
hallway
Slayer
so
and Punch-Out
long?
had featured complex animations, they
nothing
used
in
a
it.
combination of pre-rendered scenes, polygons,
Your
and
inventory
sprites,
is full.
and it meant that the use of animations was either very resource-heavy or rather simplistic. As such, animation was unheard of in games that had a heavy reliance on full rendered imagery, and in order to create an interactive experience, adventure games would often use static imagery to complement the use of a command-based input system. Square had an ambition to change that, and thanks to the work done by Saigosa, they were able to create what is believed to be Japan's first animated PC game, and they did so using bitmap
Your
imagery.
inventory is full.
Sakaguchi was responsible for overseeing this innovation, and outside of working as the director, Coordinating efforts and extolling the wider vision, he also worked on creating the music and monster designs, fulfilled Tanaka's previous programming role, helped the team create some full-color drawings, and even, based on what he had learned from working on the scenario of the original game, took greater responsibility for the scenario of Will. It was a mammoth effort, but Sakaguchi was driven to keep working, pushing himself and the team to create something that was much better than their first game. As the team toiled away, Miyamoto and Suzuki put their effort into positioning Square as a more affluent and established brand, and one of the biggest areas of focus was product packaging. Unlike their original game, which had box art based on a photo Sakaguchi had taken from his desk, every new game released by Square would now be part of what was known as the Square
Warrior
Soft
and have
Library,
crappy ass
and to help
level 10
consumers
rings
identify
on.
their games outside
Some
of
of
seeing
these
the logo.
guys, man.
Each new release would go to market in a pristine white package
Your inventory
with
is
a
full.
consistent typeface and gold lettering.
I looked at him and I was like, something
When Will,
funky
the
is
Death
about
Trap
this
2
guy. I like the way he looked. I looked at him and was like, oh man. Yeah, and I looked at his gear. I was like, oh no. Go kill 10 mobs and buy new rings. Like straight up. You're 61. You'll have no problem. Like whatever.
Launched in July of 1985, it was given the number 2 designation within the Squaresoft library, and the Japanese public were impressed. Over 100,000
Some of
copies
these people, they don't know how to
Your
make...
inventory is full.
Some of these people are brand new. They're really good at MMOs, and they get up fast. I've definitely met some people who definitely have never played the game before. Definitely almost in every party there's somebody like that. And I really love that. But I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know how you would get to 60 and not know how to farm up enough money to buy strength rings better than 1 strength. You know? I don't know. And on top of it, you don't wear fucking strength rings on fucking war, except for when you're running a TP. If you want to stance, or not stance, excuse me. If you want to,
your inventory is
if
full.
you're the kind of person that gear swaps, like you definitely only want to wear the strength rings when you run a weapon skill, and then like outside of that, you want dex. Like dex, always dex on melee. Never, 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 ever strength. Never, 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 never. Never, never. I mean, dex rings on warrior until 40. Past 40, you want sniper's rings, and then you're done. You'll never have to worry about crappy strength rings almost ever, unless you're some min-maxing gear swap idiot who's up there in Homom or whatever, 75, trying to kill fucking Vertra or whatever. If you're that kind of warrior, buy strength rings. Trust me. But if you're not, who cares? Buy the snipers and be done. Buy the dex rings before that. See strength rings on warrior, and I'm like, nah, man. Did you guys forget that you miss like 3 out of every 4 blows? You know, and any dex and any accuracy is directly the best possible way to your min-max DPS. It has nothing to do with strength. Strength is not really a stat for anybody, really. Strength is not really a stat. I mean, it is. You have a baseline strength. And yeah, it helps weapon skills if you want to. But I mean, you know, that's about it. It's not for swinging. Swinging, you want dex, so you're going to fucking miss. For every dex, there's 3 accuracy. So if you can pull, say, 6 dex off of nice level 30 rings, 3 each, that is 18 accuracy. That's like wearing 2 peacock charms. Not 1, but 2, right? Or 2 sniper rings, you know, etc. Or, I mean, really, they're better than sniper rings and stuff, you know? Or, well, no, sniper rings is better than dex, excuse me. But, yeah. So, it's like 2 accuracy less than sniper rings for 6 dex. There's, at no point does warrior wear strength rings unless they're like, you know, gear swapping it in for a weapon skill. You know? And that's cool. But, I don't know, it's so weird. It's like... Also, as 61 War, you can, I mean, I don't know, that guy's brand new, and I like that. It's really good that he's brand new. Like, you can hear the old MMO gamer in me kind of like tisking him. But that guy, I mean, I don't know, he was weird. He had all of his AF, but he apparently doesn't know war at all, which doesn't really jive to me. It means returning player, but somebody who hasn't done it in 15 years, you know? So that's cool. I'm not a hater. I'm really not. I'm just saying, like learn war, though. Strength doesn't have anything to do with it. I took warrior to 75 main, capped out the merits on Nas. That was my main. I know warrior very well. Like, of all the classes I know right now, warrior on these private servers is what I know best. And I see a warrior with strength rings, and I'm like, nah, you idiot. How many times do you miss? Like, what's the point of a great axe if you can't land a blow? You know what I'm saying? And that's dex, not strength. If you want to land a blow as a melee character, you better stack dex, not fucking strength or agi or any of that other shit. Yeah. You know, just saying.
Were sold, and by selling at a retail price of 5,800 yen, Square were able to generate approximately 600 million yen in revenue. Later that month, Square published the planned ports of Dragon Slayer and Thexter. They were released as entries number 4 and number 5 into the Squaresoft library, but entry number 3 would never see a public release, as development of Amtrak was cancelled so close to launch that Square did not even have time to update the packaging of the other games. Nonetheless, thanks to the success of Will, Dragon Slayer and Thexter, Square's position as a company of note within the video games industry was solidified, and they had again shown that Miyamoto's plan of combining the strengths of talented individuals instead of relying on the talent of a selected few had real merit.
Yep.
With 4 releases now under their belt, Square looked to the future. And after signing a deal with a company that was making waves within the video game industry, that future would be impacted in both the immediate sense, but also for many years to come, because that company was Nintendo.
Tomorrow is a good day because I'm going to buy 230 racks of fucking beer, and I'm going to get wasted for like 2 weeks. I haven't been like really drunk like in a while. No, I'm not talking about drunk. I'm talking like drank every day for a couple of days. And one of the nice things is I don't have any money, so it's not like I can become an alcoholic if I buy 230 racks of beer. I really won't because I can't buy any more. It's kind of funny. It's like right in the budget perfectly. I'm gonna buy like $40 worth of beer. It's gonna be so nice. It's gonna be so nice. And then I'm gonna buy hash, $120 of it, and that's it. That's all my money. Yeah. Oh, and then I have to go grocery shopping, but that's on that's a whole another thing. So tomorrow I have to see my PTSD doctor for the first time. I've never seen a PTSD doctor because like we didn't know that we didn't know this, but apparently under Obamacare, if you have been a victim of a very much so confirmed violent crime, if you've been a victim of a violent crime, they will pay for PTSD therapy from a licensed psychiatrist. And we didn't know this, and for 5 years we didn't know this. And I kept telling my mom, like, I scream at shithead stalkers all day, like they raped you, you know, like they raped my own mother. Like I've got this bad anger issue. I don't have any skin. It's not like I have very thick skin, but I don't though. Not when I'm just attacked over and over and over and over again, and I just fly off the fucking handle and I scream and yell and rage for hours on end because I have PTSD. So now, you know, from a man who tried to kill me with a circular saw, you know what I'm saying? And also just him beating on me a bunch of times. And for no good goddamn reason, I never crossed the man, never did anything to him, just like the stalker. They're just sick in their fucking head. I don't know what their fucking deal is. Retardation, I think. No, I'm not trying to talk shit about the stalker, excuse me. I'm talking shit about this guy I put in jail for 4 years. And so tomorrow, I finally see the state paid for a PTSD doctor, and that's going to be an hour. So I have to go do laundry. That'll be, you know, on the way, I guess. I'll drop laundry off, and then I've got to go to the bank. I've got to get money to do laundry with. Then I have to go to the PST doctor. Then I have to go to the grocery store. Gonna buy beer either there or like a liquor store, but I don't know. Like the liquor stores, you know. And then I have to go to the dispensary because I quit smoking tobacco, but I did pick up hash because it definitely has a lot more positive effects on my health than tobacco does. And I need something for stress. If I'm going to be beaten on by humans all the time, both physically and mentally, I need something for the fucking stress, you know? Something. Like a lady in my life, or like hash, or beer, or something, you know? Need something to cut the steam, because otherwise I'll just scream like some kind of crazy fucking murder victim, because that's kind of what I am. I mean, I didn't get killed, but came kind of close. Came pretty close. I mean, they tackled him as he made the attempt. You know what I'm saying? He was going to kill me with a circular saw. So, you know, yeah. And so today I've got to go to bed here in an hour and a half, and I really don't want to, but I got to go to bed here in an hour and a half. Get to bed by like 4, sleep until I believe 1 o'clock is what I set. Yeah, 1 o'clock, or was it 12 or 1? I don't remember. I set an alarm for 1 o'clock and check to see if I received emails. I set an alarm for 1 o'clock, and I checked to see if I had received emails from the police saying that they had captured this guy or whatever. I'm not captured him, but arrested him. Because he's active. Or he's not. Yeah, sorry. He went inactive. Sorry, but I mean it's like he's active in their case. So like and then he disappeared suddenly. Like it wasn't like him. He went 10 months of harassing me for 14 fucking hours a day, leaving messages on my YouTube and all this stupid shit, stalking all my friends for months on end and shit. And I'm not complaining that he's gone now. I'd really like to know if they actually did something. I would be very surprised if they actually did something. They never do anything. I've never heard of police helping anybody. I don't think. I mean, not in my personal life. I definitely hear about it all the time on the news. Seems to be a pretty big thing with them. They really want us to know every time a police officer does something good, But in my experience, like, I've never been helped by the police, let's put it that way. So I'm not really counting for too much, but maybe they did finally throw him in jail. Maybe all of that evidence actually compelled them to, Maybe they did. It's 2 different police entities and shit. I gave him all the information of who he is and where he is and all this. And, I don't wish jail on him now that I kind of regret that I did call the authorities, but I told him a bunch of times to stop, and he didn't. And so now I've, like, sicked the authorities on him, and they might have actually captivated him and put him in jail. I don't know. One of the things about court dates is if they busted him yesterday, it would have been yesterday if they busted him. One of the things about court dates and feds is it takes a while. Like, they'll bust him, and then they'll hold him in jail for sometimes, especially juvies, it might be 5 days before you see a judge. Sometimes depending if he, depending on where, how that system is where he's at. I don't know where he lives, and depending. He may just be sitting and awaiting arraignment now in like federal prison or whatever. Not federal prison at all, but juvenile hall. I mean, if the information I have on him is correct. I mean, I don't know. Not juvenile. I don't know. It's weird. I didn't really look at his birthday too much. I just supplied the information. It felt dirty. I was like, I'm doing the same thing to him that he did to me. So I was just like, look, I've glanced at this information, but I didn't absorb it, and I've never used it, and I've never put it online. I've never attacked him or any of this. And honestly, it felt so dirty that I did this. So I'm just handing it to you. I haven't really looked at the details very much. I don't remember, And I have it, but I don't want to even look at it. It feels dirty to me that I spied on him. But I mean, he kept threatening me, and he doxed my family. Fucking go to jail, fucking felon criminal. So now, like, I'm kind of in like a waiting pattern, trying to hear either he's in jail right now, which would be. I mean, honestly, it's not funny. I don't wish jail on my worst fucking enemy. I did that for my family. My family would think it was funny if I told them, but I can't even tell them that they were ever at risk in the first place. Or they'll throw me out of here. I mean, they won't throw me out of here at all. I own my place, and we agreed that they would never do that. They won't kick me out of here if it happens, but they'll definitely be like, look, like, you need to prosecute and show up to the court case and make sure he goes to jail and tell us that we're safe, So, yeah. But I mean, maybe they're prosecuting him. It'll take a few days. He'll go in. If they've got it, I mean, they've got him dead to rights on the evidence and stuff. I may never even I mean, they'll tell me. He said they would tell me if they made any progress in the case and stuff. So, I don't know. Maybe they'll put him in jail. I don't really know. I know that could take a while. If he's got priors, which he seems like the type, maybe they might actually they might have he might be dealing with a bunch of court dates. I had a friend who used to be in the system in and out a lot. And she was dealing with 2 different counties, and she had shit pending in one county, and then a brand new thing in another county. And when that happens, you're fucked for 6 whole weeks while they transfer you around, to deal with all of your court cases one by one. And if the fucking judge like books you because of COVID like 2 months out, you're just stuck in jail for 2 months unless somebody bails you out. So if he had nobody to bail him out, if he was stalking somebody online and the feds stepped to him and put him in jail, which might be the case, I guess. I mean, he hasn't shown now in 3 days and stuff. They might have told his parent. I mean, not might have. They definitely told his parents and stuff. And so he's in juvie right now. And if they see that, if the feds are talking to the parent, the feds would have talked to the parents today, and they would have been like, "Here's the evidence we have against him and stuff. This is why the person filed charges and all this stuff." They may not have bailed him out. You know what I'm saying? That's another thing. So he could be in there for like 6 weeks and shit. I don't know. It's just so annoying. I'm gonna call them. I could call them right now. But I mean, nobody's working right now in America, so I have to like wait for tomorrow. But I'm gonna call them tomorrow and be like, "Look, what's up with this case, dude?" Because either he stopped, which is so weird because he was there for 14 or well, not 14 months, but whatever since June is. That's like, what is that? That's like June is a long time. June, July, August, September. No, he showed up. He harassed me all day, every day. Well, not all day, every day, but a lot. He harassed me almost every day for like 8 months. And I have all the evidence, all the audio, all the video. Every time he ever showed, I took a screenshot, I took a picture. I took a picture of the stuff he doxed me with. I took a picture of the stuff with the cell phone when he left every single message he ever left. And I put it in a dossier and I emailed it to the fucking guy. And or not a dossier, but he like sent me a form or not a form, but like a place to submit to. And the cop in my local town did so as well, and I submitted text evidence over the phone for that. And it's weird that I have to like fight a battle with this idiot, but I mean, it suddenly went quiet. I would assume that they arrested him. I guess it's kind of crazy. I would never have believed they actually would have done it. I'd be very surprised, but I think they probably would have contacted me by now. I think they would have called by today. If he was off the streets, they would have called me today. So I doubt they've done anything, They would have called me today. They would have left a message. I was waiting for the phone to ring like all day and give me the news that they actually got him because suddenly it stopped. But maybe he's just left me alone. That could be. I suppose that could be the case too. I don't know. Either way, I'm so blessed with the silence. This is the best it's been in weeks. He's just been there all day. It's just so annoying. Like, every time I wrote something, he responded. Every time I was on YouTube, getting me banned on both fucking Twitch and YouTube and all this stupid shit, But yeah. So I got a lot to do tomorrow. I got to call the feds and talk to that fucking officer again. Or I don't even think I can. I don't think he left me a number is the problem. I've got to email him. He did not give me a phone. I mean, he was like, "Here's my info. You can call if you want, but you're just gonna get a switchboard, and all they're gonna do is let you drop a message because you can't actually reach me." And I was like, "Okay, that's fine. Whatever." So I guess I could call and leave a message like, "Yo, I'd appreciate a phone call if you actually got this guy out the fucking streets. And how bad was he? Was he as sick as I thought he was?" Kind of
Your
stuff.
skill has increased.
Leave him an email. Like, "Yo, did you guys actually get this guy? Because it went dead quiet suddenly." You know what I'm saying? Did you actually get him? Yeah, right. They're cops. They're incompetent. He's free. I can guarantee it. They're pigs. They're worthless. I've never seen them do anything except harm people. They've got a good case against him, but I'm fairly sure the minute that they put the cuffs on him, they pretty much call you up and say, "Your threat is off the streets." I'm fairly sure. That's what they did with the last guy who did this stupid-ass shit. I mean, they didn't call me. I was there, And they were like, "Yeah." Well, I mean, they called me every time there was a change in the case at all. Every time there was a court date, the detective working the case did call me. And he was a really nice guy, and he did call me every time there was a development at all throughout that whole fucking thing. He was like, "Look, when they're a stalker like this, you don't have to go to the court, and we don't force you to do it, and we'll still prosecute his ass. We got him dead to rights trying to kill you on a 911 call. Not only do we have an audio record of it, but we also have a physical record of arresting him with a fucking circular saw and shit." And he was like, "You don't have to show to court. You don't ever have to do that. It might actually be dangerous for you, and I don't really recommend it. We'll prosecute him either way. We got him dead to rights." I was like, "Oh, good." And so I didn't even have to go in for a court date to that, but he did call like 11 times and very much briefed me for like 10 minutes each time and shit, and it was kind of crazy. It's a really long, drawn-out experience to actually put someone in fucking jail for stalking and shit and assault. And now, like, I don't like silence in a way because it's like this unconfirmed thing. Is he boiling? Is he traveling to my home? Is he, you know? I don't like question marks. So they need to actually like do something, you know. They need to tell me, I want to call and be like, look, like something happened in the last 3 days where he just went dead silent. I don't know what it is. Maybe he got a new job or something. Who knows what it is? But I want to tell them, like, it's very creepy. For 8 months he was there every day, harassing me, stalking me, treating my friends like shit, doxing me and all that shit. And then finally, after 8 months, it just stops. It's really weird. It's just weird, you know. It's not a fun situation to be in, but I'm going to call, I'm going to email, and I'm going to be like, look, I could use an update because this guy, well, I'm going to update him. I'm going to look like little update. He's been harassing me all day, every day now for, you know, weeks and stuff. Well, not weeks, but months and shit. And then he just disappeared. You know, he just disappeared like 3 days ago, stopped talking. So I just want to let you know, like, I still really am very worried that something's going on. He went suddenly link dead on his end, and I think that's kind of scary. Like, they might be escalating or something. Or that he arrested, and I'm just wondering, did you guys actually arrest him and take him off the streets? Because I would very much like to know that if you did, you know? I'd very much like to know that my family is not at risk, you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's going to take some time. I'll have to write that. I guess I could write that now, but I don't want to. I'm going to wait till tomorrow so it doesn't look like I'm like a tweaker sending meth emails at 2 in the morning to a Fed agent, you know? I'd rather, like, you know, email him at a normal time, like 11:30 or whatever. I mean, he knows I'm a streamer. I showed him all the videos and shit. He knows I'm up late, probably, but it's still weird to send a federal agent an email at, like, 2 in the morning. I think it's kind of creepy, you know. That's a business guy. He does business with real people, you know, and, normal people don't really send emails at 2 in the morning that often. I'm sure it happens, but it's not very common. I really didn't want to deal with that. You know, I didn't really want to write an email tomorrow on top of all the other shit I have to do, because that'll take a few minutes to word it right. But, like, look, I'm not trying to, like, worry you guys or anything, but he suddenly, like, went link dead, like, 3 days ago. Now it's been, like, 4 days of silence suddenly, which either worries me a lot, or maybe he just finally backed off. I mean, I don't know what this is, and so I'm just wondering if you can confirm whether or not you actually got him off the streets or not, you know? Because it sucks to live under that, you know, that paranoia. Hey, that's really cool how you forced me to lose that cast right at the end. Ugh. But yeah. Don't get stalkers, kids. It's the most toxic, cancerous thing I've ever been through. I mean, it's not the only, that was the second most cancerous, toxic thing I've ever been through. Second most. And it leads them to jail, too, is the stupidest part about it. Like, they could just not do that, and I wouldn't throw them in jail, you know what I'm saying? Like, I have the picture of the last time that guy beat the living shit out of me. My face is all bloody and swollen and shit. He just kicked my door in, slammed me up against the wall in a blitzkrieg strike, and just started fucking beating my head against the brick and shit. I had to, like, physically fucking shove him off me and, like kick him out the fucking door and exit the premises before he like, basically, like, beat me to death. For no reason at all. You know? No reason. Fucking sick people in their fucking head.
Nintendo had started out as a manufacturer of Hanafuda, but throughout the 20th century, after realizing the limitation of producing playing cards, they started to transition into more lucrative ventures. By the late 1960s, Nintendo, having identified and put their faith in the unorthodox talents of Gunpei Yokoi, had produced a string of hit toys. This included the Ultra Hand and the Love Tester, and in 1970 they released the Nintendo Beam Gun, which would be their initial step into the video games industry. In the decade that followed, Nintendo learned from hardware companies such as Magnavox and started to create their own arcade games such as Donkey Kong. And in July of 1983, they released their very own home console, called the Family Computer, or Famicom for short, as a direct competitor to arcade systems. It was a smart move, as the arcade scene, despite the video game crash of 1983, was still the largest sector in the global video games industry. But even though developing games for a younger audience could be lucrative, there were plenty of developers like Square who preferred to target an older audience with much more thought-provoking games that didn't offer that instant dopamine
It's
hit.
been a long day.
From day one, the creators at Square had the objective of being at the cutting edge of technology, and they felt the audience who would most appreciate their approach would be young adults. This meant developing games for PCs, but by 1985, it became hard for them to ignore how successful the Famicom was becoming. Having launched to limited fanfare due to numerous hardware issues,
your
by
skill has
1985,
increased.
the
Yeah,
Famicom
22.
had managed to sell
Yes.
6.5 million
Yes.
units in Japan. This
Fuck
meant
yeah,
an
fuck yeah.
estimated 20% of Japanese households had purchased the console, and it proved that with its custom graphics processor, which allowed video game developers to make ever-complex games, the Famicom was more than just a toy marketed at kids. It was a viable competitor to personal computers and was stealing market share as opposed to coexisting. Faced with this reality, the leadership team at Square decided to be pragmatic, and in spite of the majority of their staff being unwilling to develop games for the Famicom, they held initial meetings with Nintendo. After they concluded, on the 24th of June 1985, Square reportedly became the 7th third-party developer to sign a deal to produce games
A lot of
for
my
Nintendo,
anger's gone away.
following the
That's
likes of
good.
Namco,
With the
Konami,
silence
and
came
Bandai.
like the
But a few weeks
surcease of
after they
rage.
signed the deal,
That's good.
Will then released as a commercial success, and as Square had already spoken to the public about their development roadmap for 1985, it created quite the dilemma. Due to this new agreement, Square would need to produce games for the Famicom, but the success of Will now meant that Famicom development represented the risk as opposed to the opportunity, and
I believe I will take my own advice and just let it
was
be.
the smart business choice.
I think
as
if
they
it
could build
appears
on
that
the
I'm
success
eager,
of Will.
you know,
It
if I'm eager for a prosecution, I think they will question me, like that I'm making it up. I think they're less likely to believe me, I think, than they are him, you know, kind of thing. Just because I'm the one who has something, who stands to lose something. He did attack me, and we have the physical and evidence and all that stuff, you know, but. You know, like I don't want to seem too thirsty for it or whatever. I'm yearning for him to be in jail, because I actually don't want that, and I don't want him to hate me for that. I don't want him to try and kill me because I did it, you know, or any of that stuff. So like, you know, if I'm just gonna let it be and let the energy of the universe take care of it, and if it, you know, I assume it'll be okay, you know. I think if I write emails and I call like police agencies and not agencies but like police entities and stuff and bother them or draw their attention away from what they're currently doing, they'll begin to think that I'm just trying to like build some case against somebody I don't like, which is the case. But I mean, I was attacked, so I'm just gonna like let it be. I'm just gonna let it be. If it's quiet, it's quiet. Maybe he's just leaving me alone. I mean, it's just a lot of possibilities about what it could be, and I don't like the fucking question marks. It's not fun to be in this sort of doubt, you know. Whatever. I get the sense he might be sitting there. I don't really know. Who knows? I hate all the fucking, like, mysteries wrapped in enigmas, wrapped in a vest. You know, it's just stupid.
Led to some tough decisions, and although we don't know the truth about what happened, it seems plausible that instead of releasing Genesis as planned in December 1985, Square chose to release a Famicom port of the ever-popular Thexter. Around the same time, Square also chose to start experimenting with their development efforts on PC. Hiromichi Tanaka, who had been directing Genesis, led a small team to develop a game called 3156 Kolo Kolo, and this was entered into Login Magazine's game development contest. Shigehiko Sasaki, a new hire, also worked on what would be dubbed as the Square Music Editor. This was published in December of 1985 alongside the Famicom port of Thexter, and it would allow composers to work with the music macro language that was used for sequencing music within computer games. Each of these actions served as evidence for how serious Square was about becoming a major player within the video games industry, and they laid a solid foundation for what would become a major push for independence from its parent company, Denusha. By late 1985, even though the amount of consistent employees on the books at Square had been increasing, almost everyone outside of Miyamoto himself, no matter how many hours they worked, was on either a piece rate or part-time contract. But following the success of Will and the decent returns seen from their ports of Thexter and Dragon Slayer, revenue was strong, and it no doubt strengthened their belief that they were pushing in the right direction, and that their third original game would showcase just how ambitious they were. Cruise Chaser Blasty had been announced midway through 1985, but even though it wasn't planned to release until the following year, it was given a full-page spread. It served as a statement of intent. After finishing up on Will, Hironobu Sakaguchi was again assigned as the director, but unlike the two previous projects, which were developed using internal resources and were small in scope and scale, Cruise Chaser Blasty would see Square working with a well-known third party, and Sakaguchi would be exploring a brand new genre. Having been obsessed with the Apple II, Sakaguchi was very familiar with a game known as Wizardry. Developed by Surtech, an American studio founded by Andrew Greenberg and Robert Woodhead, Wizardry released in 1981 as one of the first role-playing games that was based on Dungeons & Dragons. But it was also innovative in other ways, through its expressive use of color and by allowing the player to control a party as opposed to just a single protagonist. Wizardry had a profound impact on Sakaguchi and served as a direct influence for the design of Cruise Chaser Blasty, which instead of being a text-based adventure game, would be a 3D dungeon crawler that featured role-playing elements. To assist, Square would again use a collection of freelance graphic artists, and 2 new programmers were hired to work alongside Shun Saigusa, who was responsible for system programming. They also hired Kazuhiko Aoki, who would work with Sakaguchi on the game's general design and scenario. But steps were also taken to amplify other aspects, and this saw Square make purposeful strides into the realm of audio-visual. Realizing it would be difficult to find the kind of specialism they needed from young freelancers, Square decided it would be best to try and partner with an established name in the industry. They believed this would help the game stand out much more than either of their 2 previous games could, and it was rumored that Square had many potential candidates in mind. The list contains the likes of Buichi Terasawa, who had created numerous serialized manga for Weekly Shonen Jump, Yasuhiko Yoshikazu, who had worked as a character designer on Mobile Suit Gundam, and Hayao Miyazaki, who at the time was working with a Japanese animation studio called TMS Entertainment. Unfortunately, it's believed that all 3 declined as they were too busy, but Square did manage to enter into an agreement with Yoshikazu's employer, a respected animation house called Nippon Sunrise, who had made a name for themselves after creating Mobile Suit Gundam and working on other properties like Inspector Gadget. Alongside an increase in visuals, it was also decided that Cruise Chaser Blasty should feature enhanced audio production, and it led to the hiring of 2 composers, Takashi Uno and Nobuo Uematsu, who at the time was a struggling musician who was desperate for work. Uematsu had been relentless in pursuit of becoming a composer and had been producing and sending out demo tapes to anyone who would listen. For a long time, nobody replied, but consistency paid off as work started to come in. At first, this saw Uematsu composing jingles for local commercials and even for Nikatsu Roman porno productions, but when he heard from a friend who just happened to work at Square as an artist that the company were looking for someone to try and compose music for an upcoming game, he jumped at the chance. As development on Cruise Chaser Blasty continued, Square decided to up the ante and committed time and resources into marketing the game to the Japanese public. They knew that owing to their collaboration with Nippon Sunrise, there would be a lot of interest, and they wanted to make people aware that a game existed
Your skill has increased.
To not only control huge mechanized robots, but fight against others, develop them through a progression system, and do so with cutting-edge visuals, animation, and audio. Such was the scale of these marketing efforts that an original video animation was planned, and a serialized version of the story was set to be released in Hobby Japan just after launch. Action figures were even produced, and Square also allowed the media into their studio so that they could get behind-the-scenes footage of the creators at work. Their efforts also extended to the finished product packaging, as alongside the game, consumers who purchased Blasty would receive an art book containing gorgeous concepts, as well as what's believed to be their first ever soundtrack, a flexi-disc vinyl containing the main theme. When the game launched in April of 1986, even though it didn't create quite as big a splash as Square had no doubt hoped, all of their efforts did at least cement their position as a prominent video game developer, and it helped to justify some of the business decisions Miyamoto had made just before the game's launch. It saw Sakaguchi and Suzuki given full-time contracts as a thank you for their contribution to the company's success, and as there was no longer a need to try and lure local students through to their computer cafe, the office was moved from Hiyoshi to Ginza. This was an upscale shopping district in Tokyo that today is considered to be one of the most expensive, elegant and luxurious streets in the world, and by hiring out office space in the newly constructed state-of-the-art Matsumoto building, it showed that Square was becoming a force to be reckoned with. After settling into their new office and seeing the response to Cruise Chaser Blasty, Square continued to plan for their ever-expanding future, and central to this were the staff. Many of the people working at Square were living the dream, and as they were desperate to continue the upward momentum, a strong sense of community started to develop. Everyone just mucked in to help everyone else, and it led to quite a few individuals undergoing a reassessment of their priorities. Now focusing on Square full-time, Hironobu Sakaguchi chose to defer his university studies, but perhaps fearing that someday the dream would end, Sakaguchi chose to stay enrolled at Yokohama National University and continued paying his tuition fees. Hiromichi Tanaka, on the other hand, took quite a different route. After choosing to focus more and more on his work at Square, Tanaka chose to be selective about when he attended university. He did still attend specialist classes and did well in them, but general education classes were deemed unimportant, and he ended up failing so many of those classes that he didn't even have enough credits to graduate. Nonetheless, after displaying significant aptitude, Tanaka still received job offers from big software companies, and his professor arranged it so that if Tanaka took one of those job offers, he would still be allowed to graduate. It was a very generous offer, but Tanaka chose to reject all of those offers in favor of staying at Square, something that not only disappointed his parents, but also brought shame on his professor. Soon after, Tanaka was expelled from university after he stopped paying the tuition fees, but it mattered little, as even though he was still only a part-time employee at Square, he had complete faith in his decision, as it allowed him to do what he loved, making games. And while Sakaguchi was working on Cruise Chaser Blasty, Tanaka was rewarded for his loyalty by being given the chance to direct a second game, with Genesis being the first. Development on Alpha began in January 1986, while Square was still based in Hiyoshi, and Tanaka was given the task of iterating upon the two Death Trap games by creating a brand new interactive fiction game. Acting as the focal point and visionary, Tanaka took charge of general game design and managing production, and the scenario was penned by Miki Yukimura, who had been involved in both of the Death Trap games. But unlike those two previous games, Alpha would attempt to latch on to the increasing interest in erotic games by featuring a female protagonist, called Chris, as well as small amounts of nudity. Shunsagusa continued as one of the programmers, and he was joined by many of Square's other programmers after they had finished up on Cruise Chaser Blasty. But even though many of these staffers were recruited while Square was still based in Hiyoshi, one crucial hire came after they had relocated to Tokyo, and her name was Kazuko Shibuya. Born on the 4th of September 1965, Shibuya was a keen artist, and while in middle school, she started to create her own cells and custom animations inspired by popular anime series at the time. Such was her talent that she managed to secure part-time work at an animation studio, and during this time she was able to work on some pretty huge projects like Area 88 and the ever-popular Transformers. But even though this should have been the dream job, Shibuya felt restricted. Animation, while being constrained by the rigor of the professional industry, was just not fun, and so she decided to pursue art and graphic design instead. At the time, Square were looking for a graphic designer who had skills with animation, and so Shibuya decided to take the risk, and after landing the job, she was put straight to work on Alpha. Here she worked alongside Sakoto Sugiyama to create a rather distinct graphical style, and when Alpha launched in July of 1986, the game served as a demonstration of how much Square had grown in such a short space of time. Even though it was released only a year after Will the Death Trap 2, Alpha featured a host of detailed bitmap animations. Instead of being restricted to a blink on the title screen, Chris displayed much more expression, and in-game imagery was also animated. And when combined with the special effects and musical score, which was created by Nobuo Uematsu, it created a much more dynamic and engaging experience. Alpha also helped to demonstrate how much Square was continuing to evolve its image. When Will was released, Square had gone to market with a clean and clear branding for the company and its packaging, but upon the release of Alpha, this was upgraded. The packaging was shorter and thinner, and the Squaresoft library numbering was gone. It also included a picture disc vinyl that was much higher quality than the FlexiDisc vinyl that was released alongside Blasty. But perhaps the most important milestone was the unveiling of a new company logo. Each of these elements showed that effort was being placed to build Square's reputation, and even though the software being produced by Sakaguchi and Tanaka was important, the work being done behind the scenes by Miyamoto and Suzuki was also crucial.
Cool.
The new logo and image were prominent examples of their work.
I remember,
but to ensure they were continuing to learn, the team took frequent trips to the United States, specifically to Silicon Valley, so that they could spend time with senior figures at Electronic Arts and Broderbund, like Doug Carlston. Carlston had co-founded Broderbund with his brother in 1980, and they had published some huge games like Lode Runner and ports of the famous Star Wars arcade game. They had also developed some close ties with Japan throughout the early 1980s, and worked with Japanese developers like StarCraft to release games like Apple Galaxian, also known as Alien Reign. As such, Broderbund had fostered relationships with a huge network of developers and partners across the world, and one of them was a rockstar programmer called Nasir Gebeli, who after seeking a new challenge, was introduced to Square. That such a connection existed showed just how far Square had come. In 3 short years, Miyamoto had managed to realize his initial dream, as despite knowing next to nothing about programming himself, a self-sustaining subdivision of his father's company had been created, and they could make video games with a high degree of competency. This had all been achieved without relying on the genius of isolated individuals who could do it all. Instead, Miyamoto had been pragmatic, empowering key individuals like Hironobu Sakaguchi and Hiromichi Tanaka to find creative ways to solve the problems they may face, even if it meant hiring people to fill the gaps. This approach saw Square utilize a variety of programmers, writers and artists, but even though there was significant turnover, a core body of staff started to form. And with Suzuki, Sakaguchi, Tanaka, Aoki, Uematsu and Shibuya now all having a connection with Square, even though the company was still a subdivision of Denusha, Miyamoto pushed his employees to reach for the stars. And reach for the stars they would, as they sought to capitalize on the riches promised by creating software at a rapid pace for the Famicom and its brand new peripheral, the Famicom Disk System. And in the next part of this epic tale, we will show what this meant for a company that was still very much in its infancy, and explore, in significant detail, the events that led up to the creation of a game that would have a profound impact on the entire video game industry for decades to come: Final Fantasy. Before closing this video out, I'd like to give a few shoutouts to people who helped with the construction of it. First, there's Travis, who used his experience with producing documentaries as an editor to make everything look and flow as well as it does. I'd also like to give thanks to Chris Kohler, who after I reached out, was generous enough to offer guidance and to make sure everything was as factually correct as it could be. I'd also like to thank the amazing community. Between 1984 and 1986, a small Japanese video game developer called Square had emerged as a company that was on the rise.
See, this is so much better than that kid who was like, they only have 500,000 subs max, fucking making it up as he went. See, this adult who's like 38 is like fucking, is like hitting us with all the shit he actually has spent many years actually researching and factually backing up. And this guy's scared of being sued by Square for misrepresenting them and stuff, so he's because he wants to be like universally accepted and all this, and he doesn't just make shit up like some fucking YouTuber and tell you something so completely horseshit that you immediately leave their video, right? And I like that. I like factual basis. I like the fact that everything that he's saying sounds exactly right because there is a picture to show it, And I don't even know how a Westerner got all this information short of, really at that point, how do you find all that out? How do you find all this out? Do you go to Tokyo and get a translator or learn Japanese and then ask a Squaresoft employee or what?
Gamers throughout Japan had been impressed by the quality of their work, and games like Cruise Chase...
It reads like he's reading the Wikipedia, but Wikipedias are short. Like, he's providing the picture. Like, where does all this knowledge come from?
To Blasty, which saw them partner with a well-known animation house called Nippon Sunrise, showed their ambition. But even though everything seemed positive, with healthy financial returns that allowed for crucial personnel such as Hironobu Sakaguchi to receive full-time contracts, 1987 would end up being a very difficult and testing year for the company, and it would lead many individuals to look inwards as they searched for answers as to how they could improve the fortunes of the company, but also their own careers. This introspection would lead to the creation of Final Fantasy. It's a game that has become something of legend due to the meteoric impact it had on Square upon its release, as well as the legacy it ended up creating. But why exactly was Final Fantasy made, and how did Square, a company with no real pedigree for creating role-playing games, manage to craft a game that resonated so strongly with the Japanese public? Well, strap yourselves in, because we're about to find out, as within part 2 of our marvelously comprehensive documentary series about the history of Square that was created thanks to the support of our Patreon community, we will focus on what happened as Square shifted their focus towards developing for Nintendo hardware, and in our patented granular style, we will explore a significant number of events that led up to the creation of Final Fantasy. Welcome to part 2 of the complete history of Square. When Alpha was released
Jim
on the
Carrey
8th of
as
July
Dr.
1986, it represented
I mean, I knew it was
going to
be, Ben Schwartz, I like him. Yeah, Sonic, yeah, Ben Schwartz, why not? He's definitely got the voice, yeah.
It was an impressive milestone. But even though Square had established themselves as being very competent when it came to the development of software for personal computers, the decision was taken to shift focus towards developing games for the Famicom. It had been a year since Square had signed an agreement with Nintendo to produce software for the Famicom, and in that time, they had only delivered a single game, a port of Sexter on behalf of Game Arts. Compared to many of the other publishers who had also signed deals with Nintendo, this was a particularly poor return. Excluding Nintendo, 25 other publishers had released games for the Famicom during that same time period, and all of them, except for a few outliers like Square, had managed to release at least 2 games in the preceding 12 months. Many had been keen to take advantage of the Famicom as it continued to prosper in Japan. Indeed, 16 of the games released during that period ended up selling more than 1 million copies over their lifetime, with the likes of Super Mario Bros. And Dragon Quest selling even more. It led to Square considering how they could be more supportive of the Famicom, and at the same time, Nintendo themselves were starting to explore new opportunities. They were keen to find ways to keep their rather passionate audience invested, but also wanted to be mindful of feedback that had been received from retailers who claimed the cost of Famicom games was starting to become a deterrent for growth. After what was no doubt numerous brainstorming sessions, Nintendo came up with a solution that they believed would help to drive down production costs and subsequently reduce a game's retail price, and they took direct inspiration from personal computers. At the time, Nintendo were working with a company called Mitsumi Electric to manufacture their controllers, but Mitsumi were also involved with the development of numerous other peripherals and input devices, including floppy disks, which had quickly become the storage medium of choice for personal computers. Mitsumi had developed a variant called the Quick Disk, and they worked with Nintendo to create a modified version called the Disk System Card. Compared to the existing Famicom cartridge, Disk System Cards were much cheaper to produce, had more than twice the storage capacity, and could be rewritten, something that would allow game data to be saved without having to rely on password save states. And all of this made them a game changer. The only challenge was that the Famicom couldn't cater for this type of storage device, so Nintendo set out to create the Famicom Disk System as a peripheral for its original console. When the Famicom Disk System went to market, it featured a hefty price tag, but Nintendo believed consumers would invest, as not only would the games theoretically be of higher quality, they would also cost between 2,500 to 3,000 yen, much cheaper than the...
You know, I always wonder why there wasn't like 12, well, I mean, I guess it would be like 40 button controllers, you know, bigger, you know, kind of like bigger, right? With like fucking, I would say like 12 buttons where there was 4 before. Why not? Give those gamers more things to bind. Like, man, the
Your
quality
inventory
of
is
life
full.
isn't too good. And I'm sure there is, like, fucking 30 button controllers out there. I'm sure that exists. I just always wonder why they didn't, like, run that, run that for PS5. I mean, haptic is cool. But if you notice, like, we've been using the same fucking PlayStation controller for 5 generations now, and almost no changes short of the features on that controller. But it's all, like, you know, 2 triggers, 2 R1, L1 buttons.
Your inventory is full.
You know, like 4 buttons on the top right, and, you know, a D-pad on the left, and 2 sticks. You know, the 6-axis, right? The 6-axis PS4, you know, PS1 since PS1, it's been like that with sticks and stuff. And I don't know, like, it's weird. Like, I would think that it was such a big change to go from 2 little buttons on an NES controller to 4 buttons on a Super Nintendo controller. I wonder why they never went 8. Because
Your inventory is full.
I know, I'm going. I don't want to go all the way over there. Scoot. Yeah, like 8 buttons would be better. You know, I always thought 8 buttons would be better. You know, and I wonder why they didn't do that. You can make them smaller, kind of like those buttons, or like the buttons that are on, I would say, like the original Xbox One controllers were a little bit smaller. I always thought they were better, kind of. They were like smaller, you know. You could put 8 buttons pretty easily, pretty close to
Your
each other.
inventory is full.
I know. Shut up. Jesus, I hate that part of the mod. Ugh. I'm gonna mute it next time it does that. I'm just gonna start muting it when it starts spamming that. It's gonna be so
The typical
annoying.
cost of Famicom games, which was often between 5,000 and 7,000 yen. Nintendo also created the Disc Writer. These were installed in kiosks in various toy and electronic stores across Japan and would allow consumers to bring in their existing or blank disc system cards and have a brand new game installed for only 500 yen, which was around $3 at the time. The Famicom Disk System had also gone to market with a huge system seller, The Legend of Zelda, which launched as an exclusive game for the peripheral. With Super Mario Bros. 2, known as the Lost Levels outside of Japan, then releasing a few months later, also as an exclusive for the peripheral, the Famicom Disk System began to be seen as
This is when things started to blow up.
And
it's
its
so
initial
cool.
performance
This was right about when I
combined
was
with Nintendo
like, I would say 7 years old, and we all knew it was going to be this lifelong fucking obsession. At like 7, my friend Christopher and I, we knew that like pretty much everything that we ever cared about pretty much like was ever, I mean, at least for me, you know, most of the time I was going to be mainly working around video games. I've known my entire life. I don't know why. The minute I picked up that motherfucker, I was like, this is the only thing that makes me happy except Calvin and Hobbes. And now that I'm an adult, it's a few more things, like, you know, getting wasted and, you know, like having sex and, you know, winning and stuff like that, like in real life, or singing and, you know, driving. I like driving, right? So a few more things added to the list, but it's still basically the same things that I liked when I was 7. It's kind of funny. It's like
exploring the possibility of releasing the Famicom in North America, convinced Square that it would now be rather prudent for them to align more closely.
So I don't know if you guys noticed, but look how intense this NPC actually looks. He actually looks like really fucking like pretty realistic, kind of. It's kind of nuts. It's sort of funny.
With Nintendo. This decision saw Square explore 2 separate initiatives, an original game called King's Knight that would appear on the Famicom, and the formation of a new joint publishing enterprise called the Disc Original Group that would help them compete on the Famicom Disk System. And it was through these 2 initiatives that Square were confident
it's like better
that
than World of Warcraft.
Challenges presented
it's kind of
themselves,
weird.
Even if the path may
Reminds
not
me of
seem
14,
all that
but
easy
better.
to navigate.
I don't know why it's better, but it is. Because the artist that did that is better than, I would not say better, and never mind. Apples and melons.
When developing King's Knight,
Am I done
Square
here?
would need to deviate away from
get
not
all that?
just
Yeah, I
a
did.
technology base that they were comfortable with, but they would also need to figure out how to cater for an entirely new audience. And it was with that second
You know, I've
objective
never
in
missed
mind
a Jim Carrey
that the
movie
decision
before, and I'm not going to miss a Jim Carrey movie now. I believe I'm going to log and watch Sonic the Hedgehog, which is kind of funny. I wouldn't normally vlog this late. I would normally be going to bed here in about 5 hours or something like that. But I have been at this for 11 hours straight, which is kind of a short session for me. Usually yesterday I did 16, but I've got a lot, like I've got the entire month's chores I have to do tomorrow. I've got to go to the PTSD doctor, got to go to the grocery store to buy liquids so I can get through the month. Got to buy beer, got to buy hash, got to buy. I'm buying a gift for my best friend because I miss Christmas. And then I totally forgot that Christmas happened. Like I looked up and I was like, oh man, yesterday was Christmas. I actually missed Christmas. I think it was one of the more beautiful things that ever happened to me. I woke up the next day. I mean, I talked to it about my mom, I guess. I did talk to my mom, and I saw her on Christmas Eve. But Christmas Day, they went to my stepfather's family thing, and I don't like family shit because I don't really have a family. You know what I'm saying? I'm not, like, family to me is what I built myself or I already had, and I've only got one surviving family member left. So I saw her on Christmas Eve. So then the 25th went by, and I forgot that it was Christmas. Isn't that awesome? I forgot it was Christmas. When the 26th hit, I looked back, and I'm like, isn't today Christmas? And I looked back, and I was like, no, it was yesterday. And I love that. I just don't live my life by tradition or, like, you know, by nights and days and stuff. Have you ever been so just like I care so little about that shit, and I've never cared about it. I've never cared about fucking holidays or birthdays or any of that shit. I don't give gifts. I'm not really a member of this society. Not really. It's funny to me. And so I and then so I missed Christmas. It was cool. I was like, man, I forgot yesterday was Christmas, and it was like an afterthought, and I went back to gaming, and I was like, yeah, cool. No gifts, no people, nothing, and it was so wonderful. It was the best Christmas I ever had. It was. This was the best holidays I ever had because, like, I got drunk on the first, which is something I almost never get to do for some reason because, like, I just never usually get drunk on the first. I don't know why, but I did. I got drunk on the first, and then my birthday was right around then, but I'm not gonna say whereabouts. It was like, a month before, and yeah. And it was good. My birthday was good. New Year's was good, and Christmas was good, and it was like stress free. And I got my Christmas gift, this 90-inch TV. It was a gift to myself and my family. We kind of went in halvesies on an investment for my job. I was like, there's one thing that I want, which is a giant ass fucking 120 hertz screen. And they're like, we're gonna make it happen. I think we're gonna do this. We're gonna give you your wildest dream. And I was like, yeah, fucking sweet. So we bought this huge TV. And it's like so cool, and a stand and all that. It was expensive. It was like $900, I think, on Black Friday. And so it was cool getting it a month early on Black Friday. That was really cool. So I got my Christmas present a month early. So I got to have it like a month before. And that was cool. It was good. It was so good. It was like, yeah! Woo! Good. The best holidays, hands down, I've ever had. Because there wasn't any holidays. I didn't have to deal with any of it. No stress, no family bullshit, no feeling like you have to be somewhere that you don't want to be, or dealing with dinners that you don't want to eat, or people that you don't want to be around because they're like angsty because it's the holidays and they live like real lives and that's all they can focus on is holidays when the holidays are happening in real life and all that. And I don't have a family, so I don't have to worry and all this stuff, and I really loved it. I think most people would think, oh, I have no family, or, oh, I've got nobody to talk to, or, oh, I got my Christmas gift a month early and I didn't get any presents, all the shit, all the negativity of it. All I saw was the positivity of it. This was an amazing season. It's coming towards a close here with February 1st hitting, like right now, like as of like an hour ago. Yeah, like as of an hour ago. It's February 1st now, and the season's fucking like ending now. No more holidays and shit, although, of course, Valentine's Day is coming up, and I don't know what the fuck to do that. I don't know. Yeah, I think I believe I will tell the woman I love that I love her, and that I would marry her. Not that I want to, but that I would. And that'll be my thing. That'll be my Valentine's Day thing. And then the fucking, thank God, the holidays are full blown over, for a while. And I that'll be so nice. Like, I have such a different life from most people. I've never related to almost any humans. almost ever. You know, I just am not like most people at all. And I think most people think that's bad. I think what they do is bad. I think all that stress is bad. All that bullshit is bad. Most of them aren't even Christians, and they're celebrating Christmas, which I also think is kind of weird. You know, it's just sort of weird. It's like America made Christmas about America or something like that. It's sort of weird. And the entire world celebrates Christmas, but I mean, it's like in America, it seems like they celebrate Christmas because there's gifts, not because they're Christian. You know, and that was the vibe I never really got that down with. You know, I was like, yeah, it's cool. I respect what they believe in or whatever. And I believe in God when I'm in love and stuff. But I mean, like, I don't know. I'm just, you know, because God is love. I'm just saying. So when you don't have love, no God. I'm just saying. God is love. It's the only word. I mean, like I got another word for God. It's called love. It's kind of funny. So, anyways, you know, so yeah, and that'll be fun. You know, and the holidays were good, and so now, but I got all this stuff to do tomorrow, and I believe I'll go out and I'll do one more round of fishing. No, I don't know anybody from London, Dave, except you and my friend Smithy2K, the tax shooter guy. I have never had a British friend. I've never had a British friend except you and my friend Smithy. That's it. So, yeah. But I did date a girl in Paris, France when I was 16 years old. I flew out to Paris, France and lived with her for 3 weeks when I was 16. And I haven't talked to her in 20 years, but I'm sure I could reach out to her if I want. I've got a French girl for a friend. Or, well, I mean, she's Kiwi, but she's... Or was she Kiwi? No, so she was South African, but she was living in Paris and stuff. So I have like one French friend and 2 British friends, but that's it. I don't know anybody named Peter Pan. Sorry. Now, global community-wise on the MMOs, I've met many Brits, and I've had many Brits for friends, but I've never talked to them though. You know, like I'm saying, like I've met a lot of Brits and stuff, but I have nobody that I would consider, I would say, like actual friends except you and Smithy. Hey, congratulations, dude. Hells yeah, that's when you drop Thief. I'm just kidding. No, you should take Thief to 75. You know, get that money. I think I probably will do one more round of fishing, but I'm going to take my pills and I'm going to eat and all this stuff. I'll do one more round of fishing. I came back to see if I'd sold anything, and I didn't really sell anything. It's so annoying. Why didn't you sell anything? I posted a bunch of stuff. Whatever. Anyways. So, I'm going to buy Arrow 2, and I'm going to take my pills, and I'm going to eat something, and then I will log here in something like 20 minutes. I think I'll keep going for a little bit more, because 11 hours is... not usually, like that's pretty short for me actually, you know, but yeah. Why do you ask, Dave? Who's Peter Pan? Or should I even ask? Is that a friend of yours? Blah, blah, blah. I am buying Black Mage Scrolls of the I will need Drain, but I don't like Drain. If I'm gonna do Black Mage, maybe I should do Black Mage, because like if I go AFK on Black Mage on a different game, nobody will die. But if I do that on White Mage, they will. So I mean, I like White Mage, but I don't know. Oh, I know what Peter Pan is, but you asked, did you know someone from London made Peter Pan? Oh, did you know someone from London made Peter Pan? I'm sorry, I thought you said named Peter Pan. Yes, yeah, oh yeah, I knew. Oh, I knew. Oh yes, I forget who wrote Peter Pan. Who wrote Peter Pan? I forget. I don't. I knew that was a Brit. Yeah, because I mean the story starts out, and I mean at least in the Disney movie, I've seen a bunch of different versions of Peter Pan, but I've never read the book. But I mean, yeah, that's a very British story. That's a British. Yeah, that's like Beatrix Potter. You know what I'm saying? That's a very famous British writer. Who wrote Peter Pan? I should know this off the top of my head, but big hole in my brain and drugs. You know. James Matthew Barrie, the deep wounds that inspired the beloved children's character. What? Oh, never mind. Why J.M. Barrie created Peter Pan. Huh. James, Peter and Wendy, author. James Matthew Barrie. Oh, so Peter Pan is actually Peter and Wendy. Huh. This is a New Yorker article saying... Almost 100 years ago, at 8:30 on the evening of December 27, 1904, the curtain went up at the Duke of York's Theatre in London to reveal, among other things, a man dressed as a dog. The man was an actor named Arthur Lupino, suffering for his arts in a shaggy costume, and the dog was called Nana. Most plays enjoy a fitful life at best, but we can be fairly sure that this winter grown men will once again drop on all fours and work up a canine sweat, while grown women will crop their hair, pull on green tights, and turn into temporary boys. The play is Peter Pan, like its eponymous hero. It gives freakishly little sign of growing old. The author was J.M. Barrie, Jimmy to some of his friends. Up to his death in 1937, Barrie, as a result of his novels and plays, was one of the most famous men of his day. When Charlie Chaplin, on a trip to London in 1921, was asked whom he most wanted to meet, the answer was J.M. Barrie. Not even Barrie's ardent admirers, however, would have described him as a matinee idol, and he would have been rightly flattered to find himself reincarnated for the centenary of Peter Pan in the beauticious person of Johnny Depp. What? Johnny Depp did Peter Pan? What? There's some connection between... Oh, Finding Neverland, yeah. I didn't like that movie, though. I mean, I'm sorry. I like most everything Johnny Depp's ever did, but I didn't like this movie at all. Up to his death in 1937, Barry's Sylvia Llewellyn Davies, who plays Barry's friend Sylvia Llewellyn Davies. And Harper's a new film entitled Finding Neverland tells a story, or a decorated version of the story, of J.M. Barrie and the circumstances under which Peter Pan leaped into existence. Depp resembles Barrie in no way except in his slenderness of form. We get a passable soft stab at a Scottish burr. Yeah, I mean, it was good. I'm not saying the movie was bad. It just wasn't to my taste. You know, I remember seeing it though. There was all this it was weird because all of these people were obsessed with Peter Pan because of the whole man-child thing. But I always thought the strength in the Peter Pan story was Wendy. Always did, you know. And there was something about it. All those adults seemed to all of the adults in the entertainment industry and stuff seemed to want to bring back Peter Pan in an adult form. And Hook being the big one. Now, Hook was the good one. Hook is basically, I would say, I really, really love, what's his name who killed himself? I can't think of it. I just watched a movie by him last night. Robin Williams. I watched Toys by Robin Williams last night, which is a really good fucking movie because there's a really super interesting Tori Amos song in that movie called Happy Workers, and I like that song a lot for some reason. But anyways, Robin Williams played Peter Pan in Hook. That was, I would say, a bad movie, but it was still a fucking cult classic instant hit. And it should have been, because every kid loved Hook. It was a kid's movie. But I also didn't think it was very good because it had an adult star. And they seemed to really want to make this thing about, like, especially Robin Williams did, about, like, men playing with children, like, freely, as if he was, like, a part of their crew, as opposed to being, like, the adult figure there. And I always thought there was kind of a creepy, like, sort of pederasty thing there. Whenever they tried to have some adult be Peter Pan, you know, and they tried to do that, like, 2 or 3 times. And I was like, dude shouldn't be hanging out with children as, like, you know, in the same gang together and chilling and living in the same house and all this shit. I was like, there's this creepy, weird vibe about there's an adult male, like, living the life of a boy along with other boys. And that was kind of creepy creepy to me, you know. And so I liked Hook, but when I became an adult, and I still think Hook is a really classic, amazing children's film, and I like the movie, but I also thought it was sort of improper. And that wasn't the only movie that he did like that. There was another one called Jack, like Robin Williams in Jack. That was a creepy movie where he's like living in a treehouse with a bunch of boys. And I was like, that's cool. And he pulls it off. And I don't think Robin Williams was a pederast, but it had a Michael Jackson quality to it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, now Patch Adams is a wonderful movie. Yeah. Robin Williams made many, many, many good movies. Birdhouse, Doubtfire, Dead Poets Society is his best work. Jumanji, Good Will Hunting maybe I think would be considered his best work, or Hook, one of those three. Or he was, of course, in Aladdin as the genie. And, and all this. He's had a lot of really good movies. But that movie, Jack, kind of weirded me out. I saw it when I was a kid, and it was PG-13, but I was like, if I was a boy in this fucking... even when I was, 13 and I saw this movie came out in 96, and I was exactly, I believe, 13, right? Yeah. And so, this movie creeped me out, because I was like, dude, if there was some fucking, 50-year-old dude chilling in my fucking treehouse with my homies and I when I was 12, or not even, 9... or whatever, I'd be like, dude, why are you here? I really struggle with these. Hook was like this too. I'm like, why is this grown adult male frolicking with fucking children? And why is that such a fascinating thing in Hollywood and in the reception in the scene? Flubber was good. I mean, he's done so many good movies. I love him. I can't believe he killed himself. And when he killed himself, I always kind of privately suspected, even though I don't think this is the case at all, that there might have been things he was hiding. Because there was this thing about Jumanji. He was always doing kids movies, and he obviously liked kids, and he wanted to be prevalent in kids' eyes, and we all loved him to death. He was Hook. He was he was Peter Pan. He was a really good actor. I loved him to death. But there was this thing about men hanging out with children thing that he seemed to really want to push in both Jack and Hook, and I guess this is more kind of Michael Jackson's fault than his, but that Michael Jackson thing had just happened, So I was like, man, this is a bad climate to be making movies. And as a kid, I thought this. I was like, this is a bad climate for an adult to be making movies about a single grown adult man hanging out with 10-year-old boys. Because I was like, man, and I remember the Michael Jackson thing really kind of scaring me a little bit. I was 10 or something when that happened. And I was like, Michael Jackson's a fucking pederast, And it kind of broke a lot of illusions about what I thought Hollywood was, or who the people was that was presenting shit to me. And I always kind of wondered if Robin Williams might be weirder than I thought, because he made these two weird movies about three or four, if you count Toys. There's 4 movies that he did where it's just a grown adult hanging out with children, and that was supposed to be cool. Mrs. Doubtfire was almost kind of like that. A lot of his movies are like him as a 50-year-old dude hanging out in a treehouse with boys, and that was you get what I'm saying here? Yes, I absolutely do. Oh yeah. 36 victims, dude. Even if he is paying them all off, non-disclosure agreements and stuff. Cosby, all of them. You know what I'm saying? Kevin Spacey got out of his shit, thank God, which I've been checking in on every couple of days and stuff. Because Kevin Spacey news is actually very interesting. Did you hear this, Dave? Kevin Spacey went up for rape, and then they cleared him. They cleared his ass. They cleared him. They cleared him 3 days ago. 3 months ago. Legal victory for Kevin Spacey and stuff. They cleared Kevin Spacey of those fucking charges. Now him, I never believed he was guilty. Never believed it. I never thought he would ever force. That's not the Kevin Spacey that I've watched my entire fucking life to ever force anybody to do anything. You'd have to see him more he played a gay man in a movie called a very, very good movie with John Cusack called Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil, and when you look at that performance, it just doesn't jibe with a fucking rapist. That's a really soft man, and sure, he probably is like a horn dog, but yeah, I love Kevin Spacey to death, and I was very hurt by this, and I was also pissed at him for 5 fucking years for not finishing House of Cards, which is one of my favorite fucking shows. It's the only show, well, it's that and the British one, the original British House of Cards and the American House of Cards are the closest thing that we've ever had to a punk rock album. You know what I'm saying? Seriously, punk rock albums are good, but they last an hour, right? What to me is an actual punk rock album is the House of Cards shows, both the British one and also Yes Prime Minister. I watched Yes Prime Minister on BritBox recently because that was fucking brilliant too. Politicians are fucking jackasses, you know. And the House of Cards thing with Francis Urquhart was a really wonderful show, in my opinion. I mean, it was very dry and adult and stuff. But, you know, like, the Kevin Spacey that I grew up with never would have been a fucking rapist. And I was a lot less fucking willing to believe that Kevin Spacey was a fucking rapist than I was to believe that Cosby was one. Because Cosby always seemed kind of weird to me. Like, he was trying to be too clean than he actually was. And MJ was like that, too. And so was, like, you know, and I think Robin Williams acted a lot more clean than he might have actually was, because my mom was, like, you know, my mom always argues with me about this, but I don't know if you've ever seen this, but I mean, Robin Williams was a cocaine addict for like 10 years. People don't know this, but he used to do, like stand-up, like Robin Williams talking about cocaine, right? You know? He was a cocaine addict for like 10 years and shit. And in my experience, that so was Michael Jackson, right? And so probably was, I think, like, a lot of these rapists, they're like weird celebrity types who pull like $1 billion like these guys. And they get so bored that they need to like fuck children and do drugs to even like get it up. You know, I wish it wasn't like this, but it is. We were definitely seeing that the like rich politicians and actors and stuff end up having sex with children, like Trump. You know what I'm saying? Trump was shaking Jeffrey's hand. You know what I'm saying? Fucking like that. It's disgusting. And so, but I never got that vibe from Spacey, but I did get it from Robin Williams, and I love both of them equally. I got that vibe from Robin Williams. I was like, he seems to really. When I remember thinking this thought when I was like 12, I was like, he seems to really want to hang out with kids alone. You know, Jack was like that. Hook was like that. Jumanji was like that. It was weird. He kept doing movies about him chilling with the kids alone. Some 45-year-old dude chilling with kids. And that's just goddamn improper unless you're like you're like the chaperone or the soccer coach with 30 kids around and it's daylight and you're out in like a fucking, like, you know, you're out in a thing. But there was this whole implication, like in Hook, that he like went to bed at night with a bunch of young boys. And I'm sorry, but I'm not painting that imagery. He did. You know what I'm saying? It was like he was trying to tell the world. So I was really suspected that Robin Williams was a fucking pederast. And that sucks because he obviously probably wasn't. They never found anything like that. It's shitty to besmirch his name like that, but he seemed to have like these weird movies that definitely did steer you in that direction, you know? Yeah, like that. Yes, it's the power. The absolute power absolutely corrupts, right? Who is that? That's Churchill, I believe. The absolute power quote. I don't want to mangle it. Absolute power quote was, I believe, Churchill, wasn't it? Yeah. Or no, Lord Acton, right? I looked at this the other day because this is what's wrong with our society right now. Power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. That's Lord Acton, a brilliant fucking man. I don't know his work, but I know this, and this matters to me. You know, and you know, and this that thing, and so I always thought, like, with that kind of lifestyle, you know. So, you know, and I'm not trying to paint things that I don't know. Like Robin Williams is dead now, so the shit's resolved. But I always had this creepy, sneaking suspicion that they were gonna catch him like they did MJ, or you know, because MJ did that shit too. He was always hanging out with little boys in MTV videos and shit like that. It's like the cry of help of a you know, of a pederast. They like let the society know they're sick because they don't want to touch children anymore. They're sick. And so the weird ones like that are always super fucking rich. Like the guy who ran Nickelodeon for 20 years, he was a horrible pederast who was into girls' feet, and he was having sex with all the little girls who were doing all those Disney shows when we were like 20, or no, I don't know, 20, like not 20, like from when you and I were around 20, something like that. Like Disney did a bunch of teenage live action shows like Drake and Josh and shit like that, and turns out that the main executive at Nickelodeon was a horrible child rapist. He was raping little 12-year-old girls that he was grooming by having them do Nickelodeon live action television shows, you know? I always kind of figured, like, people who, you know, that's beside the point, but it's just, you know, shit can surprise you sometimes. You know, you're like, what the fuck? Cosby surprised me sometimes. But yeah, I do believe Michael Jackson was guilty. I'm okay with, you know, I'm okay with making an assumption that he might have been innocent, right? But when 38 victims come forward, dude, and all of them with different stories, and all of them that the feds checked out, and they did check out, and all of the children showing signs of child rape, and all of that stuff, Dave, that's where there's smoke, there's fire, man. Sooner or later, we kind of make an assumption that that was what was going on. And I'm not saying Michael Jackson wasn't a good artist, or that we don't love him. I still love his music, or whatever. I don't worship Michael Jackson, and I never did, unlike my friends. My friends all cried like little girls and drank at the bar, pounding shots and shit, and forcing me to drink over a celebrity that I never cared for that much. But I do appreciate Michael Jackson's work and what he did for pop. I'm not a hater, but I never worshipped him like I did like Kurt Cobain or Bradley Noel or, you know, all the dead greats, right? Chris Cornell. You know, I had like grunge rock stars that I worshipped the way that other people worship Michael Jackson. You know, I never liked pop that much until I started dating a girl. Well, I dated a girl for, you know, for a year and a half who it was a pop fanatic. She's still a pop fanatic, and she taught me everything she knows about pop. She had me sing with her every song Billie Eilish ever wrote. You know, and so now I have an education in pop that I never had, that I never liked, because I came up in a you know, in the punker, raver, like, you know, techno sort of like harder metalhead, industrial, mainly industrial. We all wore industrial clothes, dark clothes, chains, you know, shit, you know, that kind of thing, like kind of metalhead guy. And I hated pop music most of my fucking life until my best friend got me out of that one. He was like, look, it's not an option to like pop music. All pop music is melodies and rhythms that people wrote in the Vedic tradition that tens of thousands of years ago that have been passed down for millennia, you know, like millennia, like many, many millennia. And so when you hear Britney Spears singing, you know, what, I don't even know what Britney Spears sings. I don't even know. I can't remember her stuff. It's like, what is it? It's like, you know, Oops, I Did It Again, or whatever. So when she sings Oops, I Did It Again, that's actually a Vedic hymn that was written 4,000 years ago, right? And it's been passed down over the ages. Somebody hummed it to her when she was a child, and she wrote a song later when she was a teenager and stuff. That's how music is. So it's not an option to like pop music. We've liked pop music as long as we've had music, you know? So, but I used to actively hate pop music, and you know who the king of pop is. When I was a kid, for like 20 years, I hated pop music. I hated the fucking hair bands. I hated the 80s hair bands. I hated the fucking the 90s pop. I hated the alternative scene. I hated the fucking like the Britney Spears and the Christina Aguileras and the NSYNCs and the Backstreet Boys. Hated all of that shit. One time I puked at a party all over the fucking floor because somebody put on Britney Spears. I was like, I don't think I can handle this. You got to turn it off, man. Britney Spears makes me sick. And, you know, I did. I puked all over the fucking floor because they wouldn't stop playing Britney Spears, dude. I used to hate that shit. I hated it. I thought it ruined music. Honestly, they basically commercialized music, and they were all lip syncers and fakers and shit, you know. Now I'm a lot more receptive to them. And, well, not a lot more. I like pop music, and I sing it all the time, and I love it. But it took me 35 years to get to that. Usually, for, like, the first 35 years, I was like, fuck this shit. Fuck this worthless shit. Fuck Lady Gaga. Fuck, you know, all these other fucking people. Now I love Lady Gaga, and I love Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera and all those fucking bands, JT and all that shit, you know. Yeah, I don't like Elvis. I never liked Elvis. I don't like Elvis. I really don't like Elvis. I can't stand Elvis at all. I can't stand old rock and roll like that, where it sounds like male toxicity, kind of swaying to the beat, and also some of his stuff really bothered me. He was like, if you ain't caught a rabbit, then you ain't no friend of mine. That sounds like a rape allegation. You know, some of his lyrics used to really bother me. Heartbreak Hotel used to bother me because even as a kid, I thought that sounded like he was just drunk in a hotel crying, which is probably what that song's about. But I mean, like, still, that's like kind of like that's kind of dark stuff to have as a major rock song. You know, it's kind of like dark stuff. I never really liked Elvis that much. I love the Beatles. I'm a Beatle fucking fanatic, you know what I'm saying? And I like British stuff like Pink Floyd, Beatles, Stones to a way lesser degree, although I like everything the Stones ever did, I would say, but I've never voluntarily put on a Rolling Stones album in my entire fucking life. I don't like Rolling Stones. And the one that I really don't like is my father's favorite band, Bob Dylan. I can't stand Bob Dylan's voice. I can't stand the harmonica. I like the writing, but I can't stand him singing the writing. So I like him as a poet. I like his lyrics. His lyrics are fucking brilliant, but I don't think that man can play at all. The guy he was ripping off, Woody Guthrie, I do love Woody Guthrie. Woody Guthrie is the actual Bob Dylan, and Bob Dylan would be the first one to admit that. Bob Dylan admitted it all the time. He was like, "I'm ripping off Woody Guthrie. I want to be the new Woody Guthrie." Woody Guthrie is good, Ry Cooder is good. People who do older stuff is good that like actually set the bar. But the first person to tell you that he was ripping off Woody Guthrie would have been Bob Dylan, and I like the original more than the ripoff. Now I love his 60s and 70s stuff about like Blowing in the Wind or whatever Taste the Blue or whatever that song is. He's got a lot of good really good songs, but I can't stand to listen to the man sing. He's off key. And I'm Asperger's, right? I couldn't stand it when I was a child. It broke my father's heart. I always suspected, right, Dave? And this is weird. It's psychological, but it's fucking crazy. I believe this. I deeply believe this. My father left for a bottle of liquor one day and never came back, and I always suspected it. It was because I couldn't ever really stand, not even when I was like 5 years old, I couldn't stand most of his music, you know what I'm saying? Most of his music, and not as in I decided to dislike that stuff. When I was like 5 to 10 years old, he played so many fucking bands, and he was disgusted with my taste because what he played that I liked was Billy Joel, R.E.M., Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, and Traveling Wilburys, which is Roy Orbison. The only time I've ever heard Bob Dylan sound good is this song, right? Tweeter and the fucking Monkey Man. This is the only time that and trust me, I know every word that Bob Dylan ever wrote. I did not become a musician to not learn my influences or everybody else's influences stuff. I read books about Bob Dylan and shit. I did the research and I really tried to figure out my entire life why I hate Bob Dylan, but I hate Bob Dylan. Try telling a boomer that, right? And everybody wants to call me the boomer, but try telling a boomer you hate Bob Dylan. That's like saying you hate God. You know what I'm saying? And I don't hate God, by the way. Whatever. I'm just saying. Tweeter and the Monkey Man, right? We're gonna play like about 10 seconds of this song because I'll get a DMCA, but 5 seconds of it's good. Tweeter and the Monkey Man were hot up for cash. They stayed up all night selling cocaine and hash to an undercover cop who had a sister named Jan. And I don't even remember all the fucking, I can't even play more than 5 seconds of it. But I mean, that's a good band because he's with good people. You know what I'm saying? Like fucking Tom Petty was in that band. Roy Orbison was in that band. Like, like that was a really good band. Traveling Wilburys, I know everything they ever did and they were really, really positive, unlike Bob Dylan and a lot, and another problem that I've had, the real reason that I found out why I liked Bob Dylan my entire life. I finally figured it out when The Voice became popular, right? You'd be surprised of how many people go on The Voice or the X Factor or all those weird little singing shows, America's Got Talent or America Can Sing, right? I don't like those shows, even though everybody else I know does and forces me to watch them, because half of those people are most definitely off fucking key. And I sing off key when I don't have music, right? It's an Asperger's thing. So like I have a not bad Asperger's, I'm high functioning, but I definitely have Asperger's, and I can't stand Bob Dylan because he's goddamn off key. So he's never sang a note that I can stand because he's never sang on key, not once. Bob Dylan does not sing on key. He sings off key, flat E. Always, he's a monotone too. He's a monotone who can't sing, who sings off key, flat E, and I hate flat E. And trust me, everybody tries to hit high E's, but they go flat. The only person I've ever known to be able to do it was like Tom York from Radiohead. He can sing high E. He does it for that song Creep. at the end. He's like, I'm a weird, or she's running now to run. So I can sing on key, but it's really hard for me without music in the background because I got Asperger's. I'm something about autism is you tend to have pitch perfect. Some of us have pitch perfect senses of like music. You know what I'm saying, like pitch perfect. So when they're off key, and trust me, most of those people on The Voice, they're off key by the time the music reaches you as a television audience in your own home. They're off key because they're in this huge fucking like aerodrome place with 10,000 people in it, in like Anaheim, California at a convention center or something, right? And they're filming America's Got Talent in the America's Got Talent studio or whatever it is. And by the time that the singer's done singing and the sound guy and the techs have done their thing and that huge hall is taken into fucking account and then the music is delivered and then recorded into the microphone that is delivered to you when you're watching it live on ABC or whatever the fuck channel plays America's Got Talent, right? It's flat and it's off key, and it's not because the singer's flat and off key. My mom and I had to figure this out because she was like, "You're right, they are always off key," and I was like, "It's not them. They're not singing off key. They're good singers. It's that by the time the music reaches your ear, it's off key because of all of the sound, like different levels and differences that the sound production people have to do to deliver that music to you. The music's off key by that point because it's gone through 7 different fucking filters. You know what I'm saying? It's gone through the mic that the singer's got that she's singing into. Then it goes into the PA. The PA has to go to the digital recording of all the soundboards and stuff. The soundboards have to go to the TV production editing people who edit and chop and screw all of it and all that stuff to make sure that the sound quality is fucking perfect so they can deliver $1 million product to the ABC channel, fucking people who trust them to deliver a good product and stuff. And then finally, the music is delivered to us through our television, right? And by that point, after all 7 of those fucking filters, they're off key, and I can't listen to anybody on the Voice sing. I know they're not off key, but it drives me fucking crazy. And my mom's like, "Dude, they sound so good. Everybody says they sound so good. These people are clapping and cheering and stuff, and all you can talk about is how bad they sound." And I'm like, "Yeah, because they're off key." And she's like, "They are off key." And when she realized what I said, she's like, "They are off key, but it's not because they're singing off key. It's because they're in this huge hall." And I was like, "Yeah, I think that is it." And so now I understand why I can't stand Bob Dylan. And I wish I could have told my father that before he was dead. Because my whole life, I always suspected he actually secretly hated me because his top 5 favorite bands are the ones that I can't fucking stand because they sing off key. Roy Orbison does it. Bob Dylan did it. A lot of those older singers, they sing off key because they didn't know what good singing was yet. John Lennon hadn't hit the scene yet. When John Lennon hit the scene, suddenly we get "Love Me Do," "Love Me Do," "I love you," kind of stuff. But please love me too. Notice that's harmonica. I love Beatles because they can actually harmonize and hit a fucking note. Most of the people that they worship, like Elvis and fucking Bob Dylan, couldn't sing. Now, Elvis could sing, and he wasn't off key. I don't like his vibe. I've never liked the Elvis vibe, never. Benny King, huh? I like Benny King. Fuck yeah, dude. My favorite artist of all time is this lady. Purity Ring. My favorite singer of all time is actually Emily Haynes. This is her, right? She's the lead singer of a band called Metric.
We had Moby on the show last week, and he was talking about just sort of like...
I want to pull her, not him. I really didn't come here for him. I'm terribly sorry. I didn't come here for him. Thank you. And she's a living goddess to me. If she told me to kill myself, I probably would. I'd probably be like, well, the goddess has ordered me to abandon my post, and I shall. I worship this lady the way everybody else worshipped the Beatles or Elvis or any of that. This is my Elvis, and she's like a synthetica artist. You know what I'm saying? She's a synthetica artist. And then right below her, right, this is my #1 singer of all time, specifically because she cut 6 albums and had a heroin addiction and she didn't die. Unlike all my other heroes, like Lane Staley or fucking Chris Cornell, or my big one was Scott Weiland. I worship Stone Temple Pilots with all my heart and soul. Stone Temple Pilots was my favorite band for like 25 years and shit. And then fucking Scott had to fuck off and go die on heroin and cocaine like fucking Chris Cornell did at the age of like 60. And so this is my favorite singer of all time, and then below her, I'll get to the 60s and 70s, it's of course John Lennon, but then, I mean, there's a lot of really good 60s and 70s stuff that I like, but my favorite 60s, 70s person is absolutely Roger Waters, by far. Roger Waters has changed my life in such crazy fucking ways. There's only one other person in history who has ever changed me like Roger Waters did, and they kicked his ass out of Pink Floyd, you know what I'm saying? Would be, of course, my brain fart. I'm sorry, there's another British band that I really love too, called the Little Things, right? The Little Things. People don't know these people, but the Little Things, right? The Little Things, SF Sorrow. This is a rock out, the Pretty Things, I'm sorry, the Pretty Things, right? The Pretty Things, the SF Sorrow is the greatest album ever produced, I believe. It's better than, I would say it's in the exact same era as Sgt. Pepper's, right? I talk too fast and I get too much air in my lungs, I'm sorry. So I always have a lot of information to dump on people. I got a lot of information in my brain, so I have to talk very fucking fast to get it all out. You know what I'm saying? But Pretty Things, this album, SF Sorrow, changed my fucking life more than anything Beatles ever did, more than anything Pink Floyd ever did. So, I mean, for British bands, the Pretty Things and this album, SF Sorrow, right, is the fourth album by English rock band Pretty Things. If you've never heard it, this is what they call a rock opera album. It is the first rock opera album that I would say. I mean, we've had ones before that, but not really. But members of The Who have claimed that SF Sorrow did not have an influence on Pete Townsend or his writing of Tommy, which was supposedly the first rock opera. But no, Tommy was not the first rock opera. SF Sorrow was. And SF Sorrow is a much better rock album than Tommy, and I fucking love Tommy, but I mean SF Sorrow is SF Sorrow is like one of, if not the greatest albums ever made. It's better than Sgt. Pepper's. It's more melodic, it's got better fucking content, and it's a rock opera, which the concept is SF Sorrow's story is told by the Pretty Things, who relate the bulk of the narrative through small paragraphs as chapters, which were printed in liner notes of LP and CDs. The album itself is this wonderful children's story. It'll change your life. This album will change your life. It did for me. It's a wonderful children's story of about 10 pages, but it's also a rock album concept that changed me. You know what I'm saying? And people don't know. They have no clue about this shit. This is my favorite, like, 60s, 70s album, sort of by rote, right? But I mean, of course, it would be, Sgt. Pepper's is my favorite 60s, 70s album. This would be the second one. The third one would be Animals by Pink Floyd. And then the fourth one would be, you want to talk, I know progressive rock like the back of my fucking hand, right? And there's two more, right? There is The Power and the Glory by this band, Gentle Giant. Gentle Giant, I love them almost as much as I do the Pretty Things. Gentle Giant changed me, but it's very hard to show Gentle Giant for very long. I'll show them live, right? We'll play like 5 seconds of Gentle Giant. I don't want to catch a DMCA, right? But this is them. We'll show them when they're... This hippie band, they were... I'm going to mute it now because I can't catch a DMCA, But, like, this was, like, the premier hippie band of all time. And this guy, Derek Shulman, he is the #1 music producer of all time. The lead singer of this band, Gentle Giant. He owns like, what's that one called? BMF or whatever. He owns BMF or something like that. He owns like the biggest record label in the world, and this guy helped shape all of the 60s, all of the 70s, all of the 80s, all of the 90s, the 2000s and stuff. I'll link this song if you want to get a piece of it. This song changed my life. Funny Ways, right? This song helped me accept that no matter what, I've never been like anybody else, and I never will be. You know what I'm saying? I've never been like anyone else. Women can't stand it. Dudes can't stand it. People who above me, like authority figures, can't stand it. I've never been like anyone else. There's never been one like me. I've never related to anybody but the woman I love. That's it. I don't relate to you, Dave, as unfortunate as that is. I like you as a friend, and I love you as a friend, and we can be friends forever until I die or you die or whatever. I'm your friend till the end of you. But I also don't relate to you at all. I don't relate to anybody except the woman I love. You know what I'm saying? Because most people haven't been through the survivor hell that my life has been. I've never met anybody except her who has. You know what I'm saying? So I tend to not relate to anybody, not even my closest friends. My best friends I've known since I was 13 years old, right? I don't relate to either one of them at all. Not even remotely. We love the same exact music, same bands, same fucking hairstyles, same fucking drugs, same fucking, same cars, same guns, same fucking video games, same fucking everything, but I don't relate to my closest, bestest friends at all. Not even remotely. I've never liked any. I mean, I like the same things that they like. It ends there. I don't relate to their lives. I don't relate to how successful they've been. I don't relate to who they are. I don't relate to their ways of doing things. I love them to death, and I'll do anything they want. And I love my brothers, and they love me. But they would easily like look at me and be like, yeah, you know, they could easily, like, if they were watching this conversation, right? They would be like, yep, that's him. He's never actually ever been like us. They'd be the first ones to agree with me. I've never been like anybody I've ever met. So it's a very, very difficult thing, that, right? And this song helped me get around that. I have what's called Funny Ways, right? The lyrics to Funny Ways, right? By Gentle Giant, one of the greatest bands that's ever lived. By the way, Gentle Giant was a full-blown, classically trained orchestra singing progressive rock. And I mean that as in they have xylophones, they have harps, they have a flautist section, they have a bass section, string section, they've got like drum section, percussion section. Think the London Philharmonic, but doing progressive rock, right? That's Gentle Giant. And that's why I love them. And they set a style that I've only ever been able to find in one fucking place, which is what I would call orchestral grunge, right? And there's only one example. Well, there's two examples of it. There's Gentle Giant, and then one of my other top 5 bands is a modern one. Silverchair did an album called Neon Ballroom. Is actually what you probably should call it. The lead singer of Silverchair, Daniel Johns, he changed my life, and I can sing Daniel Johns, man. I can sing Daniel Johns. Don't worry. You know what I'm saying? So this album is called Neon Ballroom because we don't know what to call it. It's orchestral grunge, right? So his words for it were Neon Ballroom, but my words for it are orchestral grunge. And the only places I've ever seen orchestral grunge is, of course, the godfather of grunge, Neil Young, did orchestral grunge. Silverchair did it with Neon Ballroom, and Gentle Giant